In a previous life, Chu Ning met an untimely demise, yet the heavens bestowed upon him the rare opportunity of rebirth. By a twist of fate, he became a disciple under the tutelage of the most enchanting demon lord of the age. As he traversed the realm of cultivation, Chu Ning initially sought only longevity. However, he soon discerned that his master's gaze towards him was increasingly peculiar, and their relationship began to transform in unexpected ways. At the demon sect, the summit of ascendancy was teeming with thousands of eager faces gathered outside the gates. A palpable excitement radiated amongst the crowd as they looked towards a vague silhouette high atop the mountains. The reigning demon lord, recognized as the most formidable force in the world, addressed the assembly with a voice that was both cold and commanding. For a millennium, our demon sect has stood as the preeminent sect of this era. The Confucians, Buddhists, and Taoists may boast of their righteousness, branding us as malevolent, yet such claims are nothing but absurdity. The path is boundless. The myriad ways to enlightenment are valid. To speak of right and wrong is to diminish the true essence of cultivation. Today, you shall become disciples of the demon sect. Observing the ecstatic expressions of those around him, Chu Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. Was this not mere platitude and empty promises? Was such fervor truly warranted? Yet, deep down, he was perhaps the most exhilarated among them. This was a world where cultivation could lead to immortality. In his past existence, Chu Ning had been afflicted with a terminal illness, having barely entered university before he was claimed by death. To his astonishment, fate had granted him a second chance in this extraordinary realm. Having faced the specter of death, Chu Ning's yearning for longevity intensified. He had no desire to perish again. The pursuit of immortality through cultivation became his singular ambition. Gazing towards the horizon, he strained to catch a glimpse of the demon lord's figure. The ability to transmit sound across vast distances was a testament to her overwhelming power. That is the demon lord, the mightiest being in the world. Years ago, she single-handedly battled the 3 sacred sects, instilling such fear that they dared not set foot in the southern barbarian wilderness. This land, the southern barbarian wilderness, belonged to the demon sect, stretching over vast expanses where countless beings thrived. In contrast, the Confucians, Buddhists, and Taoists occupied a single continent, each perceiving the demon sect as a thorn in their side. However, the demon lord's strength rendered their intentions impotent. For Chu Ning, the distinction between righteous and demonic paths bore little significance. Ultimately, he sought a sect for cultivation. Any means to achieve longevity would suffice. With resolute determination, he was selected as a disciple of the demon sect due to his innate spiritual roots, and now, he stood amidst the welcoming ceremony. The sect leader personally welcomed the new disciples, signifying the importance placed upon them. The demon lord spoke again. Upon entering, you shall assess your spiritual roots through the Lingtai test, categorizing disciples into inner and outer sections. All may learn our demon sect's sacred techniques. In our sect, strength reigns supreme. Those who exhibit exceptional prowess shall gain access to greater resources and techniques. This is your demon sect. Should you falter and be trampled underfoot, be prepared. My sect does not harbor the weak. With that, her figure vanished, and countless cultivators soared into the skies on their swords. Proceed with the entrance tests in order. Chu Ning inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by emotion. Sound transmission over vast distances, flying on swords, such is the dream of every youth. More importantly, anyone with spiritual roots could cultivate, and cultivation led to immortality. From that moment on, worldly distractions were of no concern to him. He would abandon all trivial ties in pursuit of eternal life. With this resolve, he joined the queue with the crowd. 17 years had passed since Chu Ning's arrival in this world. He hailed from a small nation in the southern barbarian wilderness, orphaned and reliant on the kindness of villagers. It was only upon witnessing the recruitment of disciples by the demon sect that he learned of the possibility of cultivation. The disparity in information was indeed a hindrance. Chu Ning was not well versed in the ways of cultivation, having gleaned knowledge solely from the disciples accompanying him. The southern barbarian wilderness, where the demon sect resided, was the largest of the 4 continents, surpassing the combined territories of the Confucians, Buddhists, and Taoists. Chu Ning and his companions found themselves in the outer sect. While the throngs of disciples seemed numerous, upon entering the mountain gates, they felt like mere leaves adrift on a vast river, insignificant in comparison. The sect was immense, almost absurdly so. It was no wonder they could accommodate such a large number of disciples each year. Chu Ning was instantly awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before him. As he surveyed the majestic mountains, shrouded in celestial mist, mystical beasts soared above, while cultivators flew gracefully on their swords, an ethereal spectacle. In his previous life, he could only dream of such sights. Only those with superior spiritual roots may enter the inner court. Should one possess divine-grade roots, there exists the potential to become a disciple of the sect's elders. A disciple inquired curiously, did the demon lord just accept disciples? The elder scoffed derisively. Unless you possess divine-grade qualifications. In a millennium, only a handful have emerged, making it a rare chance to become the demon lord's disciple. Do you truly think yourselves worthy? Ordinary grade, inferior spiritual roots, to the outer sect. The testing concluded, and the disciple sighed in despair as he collected his token and garments, entering the sect with a heavy heart. When it came time for Chu Ning, the elder scrutinized him closely. Noticing his youthful visage, a hint of warmth softened his gaze. Place your palm on the lingtai. Chu Ning complied, laying his hand upon the cool stone platform, following the elder's instructions to attune to the sensations. In an instant, a dazzling golden light surged skyward, drawing the attention of the multitude. In the wake of the golden flare, the harmonious cry of mythical birds echoed, leaving the elder astonished. Divine grade. After a century, our sect has produced another with divine roots. Countless gazes turned towards a female disciple, clad in a flowing white gown, whose ethereal beauty captivated the elders. Take her to meet the sect leader. She is destined to be a favored disciple. Meanwhile, the crowd behind Chu Ning erupted in derisive laughter. Huh, inferior roots, how laughable. With such roots, even the desire to cultivate is futile. The elder's fury ignited. Enough of your nonsense. What we lack most among cultivators is a sincere heart for the path. No matter how great the talent, if the heart is unstable, it amounts to nothing. Young man, do not despair. As long as you possess spiritual roots, my demon sect can offer you the chance to alter your fate. Chu Ning regarded the radiance emanating from his lingtai. Inferior roots? He thought to himself, was it not enough to have crossed realms without being bestowed with the title of a heavenly child? The elder's demeanor softened as he patted Chu Ning on the shoulder. There are no inferior roots, only inferior practitioners. Master, is that truly you? Chu Ning chuckled, shaking his head. No worries. I shall simply collect my token and attire, correct? The elder studied Chu Ning intently, noting the absence of disappointment on his face, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation. This youth possessed an extraordinary spirit. Indeed, upon entering the sect, other cultivators will guide you to your quarters, and subsequently, you will receive the techniques. For anything else, simply consult those who guide you. Chu Ning bowed respectfully. Thus began his journey on the path of cultivation. The elder watched as Chu Ning's figure receded, stroking his beard with a smile. What an intriguing young man. Elder, it's my turn now. The elder's expression shifted abruptly. What's your hurry? Is your father in there? Can't you see how others are doing it? Just place your hand on the platform. Unbeknownst to Chu Ning, the commotion behind him ensued. After obtaining his outer sect disciple token and attire, he noticed a guiding cultivator nearby and greeted them with a smile. Suddenly, a wave of confusion washed over him, distorting his vision. Sign-in task issued. Proceed to the summit of the demon sect's ascendancy to sign in. The route has been provided. Chu Ning stood frozen in astonishment. Task reward: 10,000 contribution points. Note: contribution points can enhance one's foundation and accelerate the progress of cultivation techniques. The task is limited to 1 month. Please complete it as soon as possible. Chapter 2: The Path to Immortality, which is forged step by step. Before him, an illusory system panel materializes. It contains only a few lines of text and a route to the demon sect's summit of the questioning peak, devoid of any other information. Is this the system? Chu Ning, momentarily lost in thought, is instantly filled with excitement. As a seasoned reader from the 21st century, he is well aware of the existence of such systems. I knew it. Having been reborn with a defective spiritual root would surely warrant some form of compensation. Otherwise, what hope is there for immortality? Thus, this system must be his recompense. The potential to enhance his spiritual root's quality and accelerate his cultivation speed? While it may not be an extraordinary system, for Chu Ning, it is already astonishingly transformative. Does this mean that with enough contribution points, he could elevate to a celestial-grade spiritual root? At the summit of the demon sect's questioning peak, after exchanging pleasantries with the welcoming cultivator, Chu Ning immediately inquires about the location. The individual behind him had mentioned a defective spiritual root, indicating that cultivation would be quite challenging. The pressing priority is undoubtedly to earn contribution points to enhance his spiritual root and innate talent. The questioning peak? Ah, there it stands. The cultivator gestures towards the most distant, towering peak that looms over the surrounding mountains. Chu Ning assesses the situation. Even if he could reach the foot of the mountain, scaling it seems impossible. How on earth is an ordinary person with no cultivation supposed to ascend? Is there a beginner's gift pack available, or at least some initial enhancements? All he has is a single task to sign in, and it is even time-limited. Frustration wells up within him. That senior brother. How long would it take to climb that mountain? The cultivator pauses in surprise. Climb up there. The peak where the demon lord resides is a place no one dares to tread, and this junior disciple wishes to ascend? He suddenly chuckles. I don't know. No one has ever climbed it, but if one were to fly with a sword at full power, it would probably take about half an hour, I suppose. Chu Ning furrows his brow. Even if we assume your sword flight reaches a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, it would still take at least an hour, implying a distance of no less than 300 kilometers? How am I supposed to manage that? A month to cover 300 kilometers, not to mention the mountain climbing. And who knows if there's even a path to the top? Chu Ning presses on with his inquiries. That senior brother. What level of cultivation is needed to learn sword flight? Don't even think about it. At least the third realm. Since you are an outer sect disciple, it will probably take you 10 years to reach that level. Chu Ning falls silent. Is walking the only option left? To learn sword flight, with his aptitude, it would take a decade. How long would it take to reach the realm of immortality? Perhaps by the time he achieves it, his lifespan would have already expired. Clearly, this does not align with Chu Ning's assessment of his interests. Moreover, with the system now in place, he has a chance to defy fate and enhance his aptitude. Climb. No matter how arduous or exhausting, he must ascend. Nothing shall hinder his pursuit of immortality. Upon reaching his dwelling, he finds it to be a modest cave, carved into the mountainside, furnished with a wooden bed, atop which lies a set of bedding and a tome of cultivation techniques. This is the first 3 chapters of the demon sect's heavenly demon 9 forms. Only by reaching the third realm can one hope to comprehend the subsequent techniques. Strive diligently in cultivation. Chu Ning nodded and bid farewell to the guiding monk. Cultivation techniques? As he gazed at the tome in the monk's hands, his eyes gradually ignited with fervor. If he persevered in his training, he could attain immortality. In his previous life, he had only lived for 19 years. In this life, he was determined to seek longevity by any means necessary, and then survive for eternity. As he opened the book, his enthusiasm was palpable, but in the next moment, he found himself dumbfounded. The phrases such as concentrate chi in the dantian, manipulate the 9 gates, and move in all directions were comprehensible. Yet the way they intertwined eluded him. It seemed his innate talent was a limitation. With a subpar spiritual root, it was indeed somewhat inadequate. Much like certain individuals from his former world who could grasp mathematics and physics at a glance, he found himself needing to learn painstakingly. The most disheartening aspect was that even after a month of diligent effort, one might still not score as high as someone who studied for just a day. Therefore, the system's promise to enhance his spiritual root and assist with cultivation techniques felt like a timely boon for Chu Ning. However, the prerequisite was that he must ascend to the peak of Mount Winding. Damn it, let us go? It was merely a matter of climbing a mountain. If he couldn't endure this little hardship, how could he aspire to become an immortal? Without hesitation, he sought out the steward responsible for their outer sect, inquiring if he could venture into the inner sect. The steward wore a puzzled expression. There were no restrictions, but as a new entrant to the demon sect, if you did not diligently cultivate, how could you hope to achieve top honors in the upcoming competition after 6 months? That would be an opportunity for outer sect disciples to defy fate and enter the heavenly demon pool to obtain a drop of heavenly demon essence to purify their roots. I suggest you. Chu Ning understood. This must be the opportunity for defying fate that the elder had just mentioned. However, he estimated that achieving top honors in the newcomer competition was beyond his grasp. Climbing the mountain remained imperative. Upon learning that there were no restrictions, Chu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to the steward, he unfurled the map. Atuan navigation, officially commencing, he muttered to himself in self-deprecating jest. He carried the cultivation technique with him. The mountain was abundant in resources. At worst, he would find sustenance there. Traveling light would enable him to reach the summit of Mount Winding more swiftly. Meanwhile, at the summit of Mount Winding, a woman clad in white knelt on both knees, her demeanor reverent as she bowed towards the unassuming mountain gate before her. I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Divine talent? The woman, Zhou Yujin, nodded respectfully. This disciple is lacking in skill. A soft snort emanated from within the mountain gate, and in the next instant, a sword and a cultivation technique appeared on the ground. Among my disciples, the slowest takes no more than 3 months to reach the 3rd tier. Should you fail to achieve this within 3 months, you shall return this sword and retreat to another elder's tutelage. Zhou Yujin trembled, her eyes brimming with excitement as she gazed at the sword, responding with utmost respect. This disciple understands. Go. This mountain gate is a place of quietude for me. Do not disturb my peace. As Zhou Yujin grasped the sword, she immediately felt the overwhelming sword intent within. To receive a celestial grade sword merely by entering under the Demon Master's banner was a rarity indeed. How many celestial grade swords existed in the world? Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she tightened her fists. Sooner or later, she would stand beside the Demon Master, ensuring the world recognized her, Zhou Yujin, as his disciple. Chu Ning set forth, spending an entire day on the road. It took him a full 5 days to transition from the outer sect to the inner sect. The pace of walking was unbearably slow, but there was no alternative. In the present day, Chu Ning was merely an ordinary individual. Each day, he walked until exhaustion set in, his entire body aching. When thirsty, he drank from the mountain springs. When hungry, he caught a wild rabbit to roast, and if unsuccessful, he filled his stomach with wild fruits. He was acutely aware that if he missed this opportunity to sign in, it could take decades to reach the third rank, and the higher realms would remain indefinitely out of reach. This was absolutely unacceptable. As the countdown dwindled day by day, with only 10 days remaining, he finally arrived at the mountain gate. Along the way, few paid him any heed. After all, who would concern themselves with the existence of an insignificant ant? What waves could an unremarkable outer disciple stir? With 10 days left on the countdown, Chu Ning cast a glance at the towering peaks, his face contorting in despair. How could he possibly ascend such a high mountain? Suddenly, he spotted a narrow path nearby. Could he ascend via this trail? Chu Ning's spirits soared, and without a moment's hesitation, he set forth on the path upward. In a month's time, he was just half an hour away from his goal. When he successfully crossed the clouds and reached the summit, risking his life in the process, a system notification echoed in his mind. Sign-in task completed. Task reward. Contribution value 10,000. The host may use the contribution value to enhance spiritual root quality and comprehension of techniques. At last, his efforts over the past month had not gone in vain. Glancing at his blistered feet, Chu Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. The path to immortality is not one that can be traversed without effort, after all. After a month of relentless haste, fearing he might not reach the peak, he had only been half an hour short. Fortunately, he had made it. Without further ado, he began his cultivation. Chapter 3. The man who even the demon lord finds intriguing. At the summit, there was nothing but an expanse of flat land. Not far behind, a rudimentary mountain gate stood, looking more dilapidated than his own dwelling, cloaked in dust and moss. It seemed unlikely that anyone could reside in such a place. On the flat ground, there was merely a stone table and a few stone stools, perhaps remnants left by some esteemed figure. Chu Ning paid it no mind. He took a deep breath to center himself and sat cross-legged. Dividing the 10,000 contribution points evenly seemed prudent. Would you like to use 5,000 contribution points to enhance your spiritual root? Without hesitation, Chu Ning selected yes. In the next moment, his vital energy surged, a warm current enveloping his entire being from head to toe. Initially, the surrounding world bore no connection to him, but upon hearing the system's prompt, a dramatic transformation occurred. Successfully used 10 contribution points, enhancing spiritual root to ordinary quality. Successfully used 100 contribution points, enhancing spiritual root to inferior quality. Successfully used 1,000 contribution points, enhancing spiritual root to middle quality. Contribution points returned, 3,890 points. As he opened his eyes once more, the world before him appeared drastically different. In the air, a faint purplish demonic aura seemed to materialize, and the surrounding demonic energy, as if imbued with consciousness, began to weave towards Chu Ning's body, chilling yet invigorating. He was instantly elated. It is no wonder that those with superior spiritual roots progress swiftly in their cultivation, while those with inferior roots cannot even perceive the demonic energy. No wonder that individual previously remarked on the impossibility of their cultivation. The past month has certainly not been in vain. Chu Ning, cultivation level, mortal body, spiritual root, medium quality, a total of 1110 contribution points have been utilized. It seems that the transition from medium to high quality requires 10,000 points. Currently, I have 890 contribution points remaining, which is evidently insufficient. Nonetheless, possessing a medium quality spiritual root appears to be quite commendable within the outer sect. Moreover, if my contribution points were ample, could it not imply an elevation to high quality or even celestial quality? Chu Ning felt increasingly invigorated, distinctly sensing his advancement. As for the remaining contribution points, they shall be invested in enhancing my cultivation technique. Chu Ning swiftly retrieved the previous cultivation manual. The 9 demonic forms of the celestial demon. For cultivators at the 9th rank, each realm corresponds to a celestial demon form. Each demonic form can be independently summoned and can unleash over 50% of the cultivator's strength. This implies that when facing a higher-ranked cultivator, should they summon 9 demonic forms, one would be confronted with 9 formidable entities alongside the 9th rank celestial being itself. Such an existence is akin to a bug-level phenomenon. Furthermore, the demonic arts themselves are exceedingly fearsome. The summoned celestial demon forms can augment the practitioner's already refined supreme demonic forms, amplifying their prowess significantly. Truly, the demon sect is formidable, providing such high-caliber techniques upon entry No wonder they can defy fate itself. A faint smile crossed Chu Ning's lips. Since contribution points can be refunded, then let us invest them all. Can a foundational technique spanning 3 volumes truly be exhausted? Would you like to use 890 contribution points to master the 9 demonic forms, lower 3 realms? Without hesitation, Chu Ning agreed. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself utterly taken aback. Detected incomplete technique. 8,000 contribution points will be consumed to complete the 9 demonic forms. By the heavens! Chu Ning exclaimed. What is this? The subsequent portions of the technique should be provided by the sect. I do not require your completion. Using 800 contribution points to enhance the progress of the 9 demonic forms. 8. Contribution points refunded. 90. Chu Ning felt as though he might weep. This is a scam. Had I known, I would not have proceeded in this manner. However, before he could continue his lamentations, the contents of the scroll imprinted themselves directly into his mind. Countless pieces of knowledge seemed to coalesce, and those obscure acupoints within his body became crystal clear in an instant. Absorbed the celestial demonic energy, condensed the indestructible demonic form. A surge of demonic energy flooded into Chu Ning's body, and soon, a foul, pitch-black residue appeared on his body. Impurities expelled from his meridians through the refining process of the demonic energy. A tremendous ecstasy coursed through him. The experience of cultivation far surpassed any sensation in this world. Forget the curses. One learns from experience, and let us regard this as a means to rectify my technique. Chu Ning's heart ached at the thought. Yet, upon sensing the transformation within his body, he quickly immersed himself in the practice once more. Within the cave dwelling, Ji Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes, furrowing her brow. This year, there was not just one disciple of divine quality. How is it that another has appeared atop this mountain? The summit she occupied, known as Winding Mountain, is a forbidden area within the sect, where no one is permitted to tread lightly. Could it be that after years of seclusion and occasional appearances at the sect's grand ceremonies, she has forgotten this rule? Moreover, she has the audacity to commence her cultivation right outside her cave dwelling. Ji Qingqiu slowly furrowed her brow, a swirling aura of demonic energy enveloping her as her gaze sharpened. The current disciples are utterly lacking in decorum. She had no intention of directly eliminating her own sect's disciples. Simply allowing them to face the consequences of their reckless intrusion into her sanctum would suffice. Yet suddenly, her attention was caught. Through the stone door, her perception keenly detected that the disciple had already entered the first tier of the spirit movement realm. If it were merely the first tier, she would hardly spare a glance. To her, they were akin to ants. However, upon sensing the objects on the disciple's person, she was momentarily taken aback. A newly initiated outer sect disciple? The disciple's attire, nameplate, and the simplified version of the celestial demon 9 forms? How did an outer sect disciple come to her domain? Furthermore, achieving such a high degree of alignment with demonic arts at such a pace through outer sect cultivation seemed implausible, especially considering he only possessed mid-grade aptitude. What could be the reason for this? After a millennium of silence, Ji Qingqiu, having witnessed the myriad of worldly splendor and disgrace, found herself intrigued by this disciple for the first time. The heavy stone door to her cave dwelling creaked open. Chu Ning, cultivation level, first tier spirit movement, spirit root, mid-grade spirit root, cultivation method, celestial demon 9 forms progress. 8. Chu Ning gazed at the system panel before him. Although this system appeared to serve little purpose aside from sign-in, the attributes displayed on this panel were quite impressive, allowing him to gauge his cultivation progress. Achieving the status of a cultivator with a mere progress of 8, a sudden foul odor assailed him, and Chu Ning grimaced at the grime covering his body, sticky and revolting. It seemed to be impurities expelled from his system. Quickly, he deduced the source of this muck, as he had just embarked on his cultivation journey, and it was understandable that his body would be purging impurities. No wonder he felt such a significant change. All of this must be the filth within him. A bath was in order. However, just as Chu Ning was about to rise and find a place to bathe, a wave of refreshing coolness enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the grime vanished, the stench dissipated, replaced by a fragrant aroma. How delightful! Chu Ning was elated. He had initially thought the system was merely an auxiliary tool, but it turned out it could also provide a cleansing experience. Yet, this had nothing to do with the system itself. A woman's voice echoed from behind him. Who are you, and what brings you to trespass in my cave dwelling? Chapter 4. The 4 Fiends, the gluttonous demon elephant. Chu Ning was taken aback. As he regained his composure, he turned to see a tall woman in a flowing black robe standing before him, towering over him by half a head. Her eyes were cold, her features serene and strikingly beautiful, emanating an aura that inspired trepidation. Who are you, and why do you invade my sanctum? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning promptly clasped his hands in greeting. Senior, I sincerely apologize. I merely found this place conducive for cultivation and was unaware of your presence here. I shall take my leave. Ji Qingqiu slightly nodded, her curiosity piqued. Are you a disciple of the demon sect? I am Chu Ning, an outer disciple of the demon sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 3 types of individuals: seniors, fellow practitioners, and mere insects. Chu Ning classified himself among the latter. The imposing figure before him, regardless of her true identity, who had the audacity to claim this place as her own cave abode, was certainly someone beyond his reach. Thus, Chu Ning chose not to conceal anything. When one's prowess pales in comparison, sincerity becomes the best approach. After all, she was also a member of a sect, albeit he had strayed into her territory, and it was unlikely she would resort to violence without provocation. This sister exuded a warmth and familiarity reminiscent of a kind neighbor. She must be a good person. As anticipated, the woman merely scrutinized him for a moment. An outer disciple, cultivating so swiftly, achieving the first rank in less than a day. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded Chu Ning, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of her lips, as if she believed him to be deceiving her. Chu Ning quickly composed himself and replied, "The dense demonic energy at the mountain's peak facilitates rapid cultivation." He certainly could not divulge that he had come to check in. Such a claim would only deepen her skepticism. Ji Qingqiu stifled a smile, letting out a cold snort. But if I were to say that the demonic energy here is inferior to that of the outer sect, would you believe it? With me present, the demonic energy at this mountain peak has long been depleted. There is hardly any left. Chu Ning coughed lightly, hastily waving his hands. However, I do believe this is a place of great fortune. Otherwise, I would not have traversed such a distance to climb this mountain. He certainly could not mention that the system had compelled him to traverse a month's worth of mountainous terrain to arrive here for a check-in. That would be even less believable. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brows. You climbed all the way here by yourself? From the outer sect to this point? To be honest, yes, he admitted. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment, sensing that his aura had yet to reach the level of sword mastery, and she chuckled lightly. That is rather interesting. Given your rapid advancement, why have you not condensed the heavenly demon form? That would truly signify your entry into the path of cultivation. With a wry smile, Chu Ning responded, I had just expelled some impurities from my body and intended to take a bath. I did not expect to encounter you, esteemed senior, and I am grateful for your intervention. As for condensing the heavenly demon form, I shall return to do so. I do not wish to impose further. After speaking, Chu Ning prepared to depart, not wishing to overstay his welcome. It takes a month to return to the outer sect. You may condense your form here, and I can offer you some guidance. Her sincerity was evident. The blisters on his feet were no fabrication. And the mountainous journey from the outer sect to this location spanned at least several hundred miles. Seeing his eagerness to seek knowledge, she was delighted to share a few insights. Chu Ning hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then I am grateful. He promptly sat down on the ground and began to channel the heavenly demon 9 forms technique. Condensing the heavenly demon form was the first step of the heavenly demon 9 forms, achieving that would signify his initiation into the path. Ji Qingqiu settled herself on a nearby stone bench, casually releasing a wisp of demonic energy. In an instant, the mountaintop was enveloped in dense demonic fog, the energy intensifying several-fold. Her voice, cool and serene, broke the silence. Breathe deeply and concentrate. Draw the demonic energy into your body. Thank you, senior. Observing the young man, Chu Ning, seated cross-legged in meditation as he coalesced the demonic form, Ji Qingqiu felt a flicker of intrigue. A newly initiated disciple of the demon sect? It appeared he had only recently been recruited during the last round of recruitment. Achieving a first-grade breakthrough in merely a month was not particularly astonishing. What piqued Ji Qing's interest was that this disciple possessed only a mid-grade spiritual root, yet managed to ascend so rapidly. Such speed was indeed remarkable. Moreover, as an outer sect disciple, he had traversed hundreds of miles on foot to reach the summit, as evidenced by the blisters on his feet. Clearly, he had come seeking a fortuitous opportunity, having heard of her residence atop Mount Wending. This earnest pursuit of knowledge was quite commendable. Recognizing his sincerity, she resolved to offer him some guidance. Thus, the thought of sending Chu Ning back down the mountain dissipated. A little assistance would not require much effort and would alleviate the monotony of her millennia-long cultivation. What kind of celestial demonic form could this youth manifest? She felt a twinge of curiosity. The manifestation of a celestial demonic form depended upon one's comprehension of the cultivation method. The deeper the understanding, the more formidable the resulting form. Most outer sect disciples typically conjured beast forms, ranging from tigers and leopards to less impressive creatures like chickens and ducks. Inner sect disciples often manifested forms of various spiritual beasts and fierce creatures. A few of the most gifted within the sect could even summon mythical beasts mentioned only in ancient texts. This current generation, without exception, comprised the elite of the demonic path, overshadowing their righteous counterparts for centuries. If this young man's demonic form proved sufficiently impressive, it might warrant a recommendation to the inner sect elders for further training, ensuring that this disciple's potential was not squandered. As the demonic energy surged into his body, Chu Ning furrowed his brow. Ji Qingqiu's voice resonated beside him. Absorb the demonic energy without resistance, circulate your mind method, and through the demonic energy, discover your true self. That shall be your celestial demonic form. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Before Chu Ning lay an expanse of darkness. It felt as if he were the sole being in existence, surrounded by an infinite sea of demonic energy. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he gazed into the boundless black mist, uncertain of how to proceed. Hadn't he been instructed to conjure a celestial demonic form? Why had he suddenly found himself here? Suddenly, a chill enveloped his entire being. A pair of enormous crimson eyes appeared before him. Massive fangs were bared, and a tempest of demonic energy surged into the gaping maw of the colossal creature. That gaping mouth, lined with fangs, resembled an abyss, voraciously devouring the demonic energy. Recalling the kind words of his elder sister, Chu Ning understood. Was this to be his celestial demonic form? Meanwhile, Ji Qingqiu quickly sensed something amiss. Ancient runes, dark and intricate, adorned Chu Ning's entire form, signifying the legendary Taodai of the four fierce beasts. In an instant, the frequency at which Chu Ning absorbed demonic energy multiplied exponentially. As the entirety of Mount Wending's demonic energy was drawn into him, the brilliance of the runes gradually dimmed. This is not good. Ji Qingqiu immediately recognized the impending crisis. This is a symbol of the failed condensation of the celestial demon elephant, without sufficient magical energy. The celestial demon elephant cannot materialize. The ancient four fiends Taoya, as recorded in ancient texts, is notorious for its insatiable greed and gluttony. If there is an insufficiency of magical energy, it would undoubtedly remain beyond Chu Ning's control. How intriguing! Ji Qingqiu narrowed her eyes, raising her hand as black mist enveloped the mountain peak, instantly captivating the attention of numerous disciples with the extraordinary phenomenon that shrouded the summit. What could it be? Is the demon lord attempting to break through to the celestial realm? No, that cannot be right. If it were a breakthrough to the celestial realm, it would surely attract a tremendous tribulation of thunder, and our demon sect would cease to exist. Perhaps it is another form of magical technique. Such methods are indeed enviable. Chu Ning's body radiated with luminous inscriptions as he suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 6. The disciple is unaware of the master's renown. The two exchanged glances, the wind at the summit rustling their garments. Ji Qingqiu was evidently awaiting something. Knowing the esteemed title of the master, why did the disciple still wear such an expression? It should be known that the master is the current demon lord. Is this disciple not the least bit surprised? After a prolonged silence, Chu Ning finally sensed something amiss. Master, do you have any further matters? Observing the expression on the young man's face, Ji Qingqiu appeared slightly taken aback. Are you unaware of who I am? Do you not know who resides atop the mountain? It seems this disciple is quite oblivious. Even after revealing my name, he still remains uninformed? Logically, among the cultivators of the world, my renown should be unparalleled. Ji Qingqiu could discern no hint of deception in the youth's eyes, leaving her momentarily perplexed. Oh, since you refer to yourself as my esteemed self, I presume you must be a formidable senior within the demon sect? Chu Ning elucidated. The disciple has only just arrived and is unfamiliar with the inner workings of the demon sect. I hope Master will pardon my ignorance. It is not pretense. I truly do not know of you. Ji Qingqiu suddenly chuckled, narrowing her eyes as she asked, if you are unaware of my identity, why have you journeyed so far from the outer sect? Is it not in search of opportunities for me? Chu Ning was rendered speechless, finally replying after a moment. I genuinely found this place conducive for cultivation, hence my arrival. If it were not for the need to register here, would I have traversed such a great distance? As for taking on a master, Chu Ning was particularly discerning. Without a mentor in the outer sect, he would either have to rely on self-comprehension or his system. Although he could not ascertain Ji Qingqiu's strength at present, it was evident that she held a significant position within the sect. Furthermore, he felt a favorable connection with her. There was a certain affinity. Thus, seeking her as a master would not be in vain, as it was all for the sake of cultivation and longevity. Ji Qingqiu seemed momentarily taken aback as well. Reflecting on it, it appeared that this youth had been focused solely on cultivation since he began his ascent, seemingly never contemplating finding anyone for guidance. Had he truly not considered seeking her out for opportunities? In light of this, she deemed it unnecessary to withhold information. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the current demon lord. This statement felt somewhat peculiar to utter herself, yet she was indifferent to such superficial titles. After all, the disciple would come to understand in due time. It seemed this newly accepted disciple possessed a certain charm. With a casual gesture, she retrieved a pitch-black longsword from her storage bag and placed it in Chu Ning's hands. Beseeching the esteemed master, this sword serves as a token. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ning promptly declined, shaking her head. It is inappropriate for a disciple to accept a master's token without first performing the customary bow. Perhaps it is best to forego it altogether. Do you know what this sword is? Chu Ning pondered briefly. A master's token? Ji Qingxiu fell silent for a moment before retracting his hand. If he himself was unaware of its significance, how could he expect to illuminate the nature of the master's sword? Nevertheless, he retained the sword, adding, since you recognize it as my token, keep it close. It may preserve your life in critical moments. Diligently cultivate your skills henceforth, lest you tarnish my reputation. This disciple truly knows nothing. The bewildered expression on her face indicated her inability to even comprehend this celestial sword. This is the final sword of the 7 kills sword array, the extermination sword. A pinnacle among celestial artifacts. The one recently bestowed upon Zhou Yujin was the 6th, the demon dispersing sword. Aside from that, she has taken on 5 disciples within the past millennium. When the 7 swords unite, they form the 7 kills sword array, a divine masterpiece. Unique in the contemporary realm. A fledgling practitioner, utterly ignorant yet adorably earnest in demeanor, Chu Ning remained perplexed. The ambiguity in his words left her wondering about his identity. Although such matters did not concern her greatly, her cultivation would not be hindered by the hierarchy within the sect. Given the vast system at her disposal, a contribution point suffices to elevate her prowess. No master's teachings could surpass this efficiency. Why then did he act this way? Chu Ning glanced back at the mountain gate. The entrance was dilapidated and covered in moss, clearly neglected. Standing in stark contrast to the opulent gates she had encountered within the demon sect. Enlightenment dawned. The master was reluctant to speak due to a sense of inferiority. He was likely an elder who had lingered in the demon sect for a long time, possessing limited strength and choosing a reclusive path of cultivation. This inconspicuous sword was probably the only asset he could present. If she declined it, would it not signify disdain for her master? At present, Chu Ning indeed required guidance to understand this world. Thus, she held this master-disciple bond in high regard. With that in mind, she resolved to accept it, ensuring she would not disappoint her solitary master. Chu Ning smiled. Then I shall gladly accept this, my gratitude to you, master. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly, offering a soft laugh. Once you solidify your foundational skills at the first level, I shall impart to you a sword technique for self-defense and physical enhancement. Chu Ning clasped her hands in a respectful bow. The disciple shall return to her cultivation now. Should you have any matters to convey, please do so, and I shall hasten back. Ji Qingxiu furrowed his brow slightly. What troubles you, master? Do you wish to return to the outer sect? Chu Ning shook her head. I am now a practitioner at the first level of the spirit motion realm. I am no longer an ordinary person. At the moment of breakthrough, every sinew in my body was refined, and my physical strength has multiplied several times over. I am far beyond the realm of mere mortals. I can run back. Ji Qingxiu pondered, frowning for a moment. Initially, the intention was to allow this disciple to remain for careful observation of their cultivation, in hopes of discovering any new insights. However, this disciple unexpectedly called out to her, evidently wishing to become her apprentice. Observing the disciple's commendable character and cultivation, Ji Qingxiu did not decline the request. Nevertheless, she had originally intended for Chu Ning to stay for her own observation. Otherwise, would she need to traverse hundreds of miles each time to impart teachings? It was unnecessary. As the outer sect was too distant, and the long journeys would hinder cultivation, it would be far more beneficial for him to remain by her side. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, glancing back at the mountain gate. Master, perhaps we should reconsider? He awkwardly suggested. Why? Ji Qingxiu inquired. Chu Ning hesitated. It seems inappropriate for a disciple to live with their master, especially in such a small cave. After all, I am a man. If word were to spread, it would tarnish your reputation. Ji Qingxiu waved her hand dismissively. It matters not. There are no other visitors at this mountain gate. There is indeed an empty cave available for you. You may reside there and focus on your cultivation. Another cave? Chu Ning inhaled deeply, initially expecting to share living quarters. Feeling somewhat disappointed. Ahem. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Then I thank you, master. No need for long journeys, and with your guidance, my path in cultivation feels significantly lighter. This apprenticeship is truly worthwhile. Turning his gaze, he admired the scenic beauty atop the cloud-clad mountain, realizing that cultivating here would surely elevate his spirit, embodying the essence of immortality. By the way, I still have some belongings left at the outer sect. May I retrieve them before settling here for my studies? Ji Qingqiu inquired. Which courtyard do you belong to in the outer sect? As Chu Ning produced his token to check, it was suddenly taken from his hand by her. I shall retrieve it for you. This makes it more convenient. Her figure vanished in an instant. At the outer sect of the demon sect, at the entrance of Chu Ning's cave, Fang Xiyuan stood with a furrowed brow. He distinctly remembered this cave belonged to the young man. Yet there was no sign of him. Had he ventured elsewhere? He was the elder who had assessed Chu Ning during the sect's examination. The boy displayed remarkable character, not allowing his inferior aptitude to lead him to self-pity. Rather, he thrived, which earned Fang Xiyuan's admiration. He had come intending to meet the lad and offer some guidance. However, it was perplexing that he could not locate him. Just as Fang Xiyuan was about to inquire, the space before him suddenly warped. The power of space, an ability of a sage. Was a sage from the sect visiting? Who could it be? In the next moment, a woman clad in dark robes appeared. Fang Xiyuan was momentarily stunned before dropping to his knees in reverence. I greet the sect master. To his astonishment, it was indeed the demon lord. Ji Qingqiu glanced at the disciple's token in her hand, and then at the cave before her. Is this the cave of your outer sect disciple, Chu Ning? Indeed it is. Fang Xiyuan's heart raced with shock, unable to fathom why the sect master would be here, and it seemed she was looking for Chu Ning. Had Chu Ning somehow offended the sect master? Fang Xiyuan hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Master, may I ask if that Chu Ning has offended you? After all, he is young and unaware of propriety. With an appreciation for the youth, Fang Xiyuan intended to plead for the boy's chance at redemption. However, Ji Qingqiu remained expressionless. There were questions that should not be asked. Did her disciple require the scrutiny of others? Fang Xiyuan's heart sank, for it was evident that the disciple's fate was grim. Alas, he had drawn the ire of the demon lord. After Ji Qingqiu spoke, she seemed to realize something. Since she had taken Ninger as her disciple, it was only right to inform the entire sect. Otherwise, the elders would undoubtedly encourage her to continue accepting students, causing unnecessary trouble. Chapter 7. Is it appropriate to live together right after becoming a disciple, master? At the summit of Mount Wending, Chu Ning sat at the edge of a precipice, cultivating and becoming acquainted with his current physique and power. Indeed, stepping into the realm of cultivation was extraordinary. His features and physical prowess had undergone significant enhancement. This was merely with his demonic skills at level 8 and possessing a mid-tier spiritual root. Beyond mid-tier, there were the upper tier, celestial, and divine tiers. What lay ahead? When his demonic skills reached perfection and his aptitude was elevated, the future was promising. Just as Chu Ning envisioned his long life ahead, he suddenly heard a voice resonating in his mind. I have now accepted 7 disciples and shall no longer take in anyone else. Was that the voice of the demon lord? Why did it sound so similar to his master's voice? Was there a possibility? However, Chu Ning quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. The demon lord had substantial stature, and if he were to reside somewhere, it would certainly not be in such a dilapidated place, which paled in comparison to the cave he had previously occupied. Moreover, given his low aptitude, how could the demon lord possibly take him as a disciple? That was absurd. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared by Chu Ning's side without warning. He was taken aback and turned to see his master, hastily rising to his feet. Master, you arrived so quickly? This method is quite impressive. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, handing Chu Ning a bundle, which contained only a few belongings, a set of clothes, bedding, and a pot. With the pot in hand, he could enjoy hot meals no matter where he went. This was an essential survival item in the realm of cultivation. For it is said, one does not disdain exquisite food nor the delicacy of dishes. Even in cultivation, one must eat and drink well. Everything is here. Thank you, master. The youth felt a surge of emotion, realizing that he had underestimated his master's abilities. It was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Seeing this, Ji Qingqiu smiled and nodded, observing Chu Ning from head to toe before retrieving a pair of cloth shoes from her sleeve and offering them to him. Your current shoes are worn out. I have brought you a new pair. Master, this is unnecessary. It is of little consequence compared to that sword. Upon seeing the shoes, Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. To think that upon arriving in this world, the first person to show concern for him was not his indifferent parents, but the master he had just acknowledged. Thank you, master. Ji Qingqiu smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. After donning a new pair of cloth shoes, Chu Ning gently rubbed the corners of his eyes. Though merely a pair of shoes, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Master, you are truly wonderful. Curiosity suddenly piqued within him as he inquired. Master, was that recent message from the esteemed demon lord? Indeed, it was, came the reply, echoing her earlier words. I had heard that a disciple of extraordinary talent was sent to the demon lord for mentorship. Does that mean 2 disciples have been accepted? Yet, it was also said that the demon lord was not so easily persuaded to take on apprentices. Only a handful had been chosen over the millennia. hadn't they? Ji Qingxiu paused momentarily, gazing at Chu Ning. In truth, it is not as casual as it may seem. Your innate gifts and disposition are commendable, and you possess a certain charm. A sudden realization struck Ji Qingxiu. Chu Ning was unaware of her true identity, prompting her to smile warmly. What is this? Are you envious? Chu Ning hastily shook his head, fearful of inadvertently making Ji Qingxiu feel inferior. The demon lord is surely not a benevolent figure, but rather a nefarious villain of unimaginable wickedness. Why would I envy that? His tone shifted. Of course, it would be far better to be a disciple of a master like you. Ji Qingxiu pursed her lips, pondering whether he was chastising her or paying her a compliment. Very well, she declared as the mountain gate swung wide open. The interior cave matched the exterior in its simplicity. Chu Ning followed closely behind Ji Qingxiu, reflecting, Master, your kindness towards me is something I shall never take for granted. However, with your swift movements, it seems your cultivation must be quite formidable. Surely, it wouldn't be a burden to have a more refined cave dwelling? He began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy was starkly defined. The higher one's cultivation, the more inscrutable their power became. At the level of the demon lord, perhaps one could summon desired outcomes with mere thoughts, rendering such transient techniques unnecessary. Thus, it dawned on him that while his master appeared formidable, she was not invincible. This notion sparked his curiosity further. It seems such techniques are accessible to ordinary individuals as well. Might I be capable of it, Master? What is it? Could you teach me that method of traversing space? Chu Ning chuckled shyly, feeling somewhat bashful. After all, it was his first time seeking to learn martial arts from his master, and he was not yet entirely comfortable. Perhaps another time. You are not ready to learn it now, Ji Qingxiu replied. Chu Ning felt a twinge of disappointment. Was his inability to grasp it due to a lack of talent or insufficient cultivation? Certainly, mastering sword flight required one to reach the third realm. Thus, this method of traversal must necessitate even greater prowess. If his master deemed him unprepared, it was a call for him to focus diligently on his current cultivation, to lay a solid foundation before aspiring for greater heights. Inside the cave, indeed, there were two passages. This is the cave where I reside, and that one belongs to you. Chu Ning glanced at his modest chamber and felt no discontent. The pursuit of immortality is seldom without its challenges. Furthermore, his master, showing consideration for him, had provided a dwelling to spare him from excessive toil. How could he possibly harbor any grievances? With a smile, he raised his gaze to speak, only to be momentarily captivated by the alluring contours of Ji Qingxiu's profile. While one might not notice it head-on, from this angle, her figure seemed to ascend like a peak. His master indeed possessed an intriguing allure. Noticing Chu Ning's gaze, Ji Qingxiu looked over with a hint of curiosity. What is it? Chu Ning smiled awkwardly and quickly shook his head. This is my master. How could you think otherwise? You are here to seek enlightenment. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder whether living with such a beautiful elder sister as a master would be a good experience. Oh well, it's not as if we'll be sharing a bed. Master has already said it's fine, right? After quickly tidying up his belongings, Chu Ning smiled. I truly trouble my master. From now on, I shall diligently cultivate and ensure I do not bring shame to my master. Since my master treats me so well, I must strive even harder to provide my master with a better abode. In that moment, a surge of motivation filled Chu Ning, as the saying goes. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Chu Ning. Your determination is commendable. Focus on your cultivation. With that, she turned and returned to her cave to contemplate the supreme path of the heavenly phenomena. Chu Ning felt a surge of excitement. Having entered the realm of immortality and joined the foremost sect of the age, now he even had a master. The path to eternal life was indeed drawing closer. Chapter 8. The moment of life and death, stealing master's apron? Inside the cave, Ji Qingxiu left Chu Ning to tidy up the room and departed. Chu Ning took out a piece of dried pork from his package and took a bite. Should he descend the mountain to procure some food? However, the ascent was rather treacherous. It had taken him 10 days previously, filled with anxiety. Yet now, he was more familiar with the terrain, and his senses and strength had increased manifold. It seemed that a swift round trip would pose no issue. When would he learn to ride the sword? With sword flight, everything would become significantly simpler. With this thought, Chu Ning summoned the system panel. Chu Ning, spiritual root, mid-grade, cultivation, first rank spirit movement, technique, heavenly demon 9 forms progress. 8. Contribution points can enhance one's aptitude and the progress of techniques, but cannot elevate cultivation levels. To upgrade to a high-grade spiritual root, one needs 10,000 points. If a single task rewards 10,000 contribution points, completing just one more task would allow Chu Ning to elevate his spiritual root directly. For the technique's progress, It appeared that only 100 points were required. Thus, 10,000 contribution points would fully elevate the heavenly demon 9 forms. The next step would be to undertake tasks to earn contribution points, enhancing both his root and understanding of the technique. However, when would these task sign-ins refresh? Just as Chu Ning pondered, a new message suddenly popped up before him. Sign-in task released. Chu Ning's spirit surged. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. After completing the previous task, it had refreshed in no time. Hadn't he? He just hoped it wouldn't be too far. Otherwise, it would be exhausting, and it might not bode well for his newly appointed master. Chu Ning hurriedly checked. Please sign in at Ji Qingqiu's cave. Chu Ning. Ji Qingqiu, my master? This must be a joke. Is it a case of mistaken identity, or a typographical error? Or could it be a glitch in the system? Chu Ning stared wide-eyed at the text for what felt like an eternity. Damn, the master I just pledged allegiance to, the one who has been so kind to me. You actually expect me to venture into my master's abode? How does that differ from inviting me to my own demise? Chu Ning was immediately displeased, harboring no intention of complying. Yet, upon glimpsing the reward, he was momentarily taken aback. Task reward, 10,000 contribution points, 10,000? With such contributions, it seems one could enhance both martial arts and innate talents. Chu Ning's eyes widened in realization, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How could I be so foolish as to hesitate? To send a man to sign in at my master's sanctuary? This is utterly unacceptable. My master has resided here in solitude for so long. Should he see me in his domain, would he not misinterpret my intentions? What if he thought, my newly accepted disciple is such an intruder, boldly trespassing into my private quarters? If he were to witness something he ought not to see, I doubt I would survive the next day. That is indeed my master's sanctuary. What on earth is this absurd system contemplating? Chu Ning lamented. But the system merely issued tasks, lacking any semblance of sentience, offering no alternative choices. The crux of the matter was that this task was not time-bound. Failure to complete, it would yield no refresh. Chu Ning sighed. This system possessed no wisdom. Even in moments of peril, it had never intervened. It appeared to be nothing more than a simplistic aid. Yet even with the allure of 10,000 contribution points, Chu Ning felt no courage to proceed. Wait, was there not a supplementary note beneath the task? Chu Ning focused his gaze. Additional task, life and death moment. Acquire Ji Qingqiu's undergarment. Task reward, 10,000 contribution points. Chu Ning sprang to his feet. How dare you? That is my master. I cannot even enter my master's sanctuary. Yet you expect me to pilfer his undergarment. If discovered, how could I ever maintain my respect for him? Although I have only been his disciple for less than a day, the kindness of that elder sister has not escaped my notice. She helped me refine the celestial demon form, gifted me this sword, assisted with my luggage, even concerned herself with my footwear, presenting me with a pair of shoes. Where could one find such an admirable master? Now this system dares to compel me to undertake such a despicable act. It is simply inconceivable. The words life and death moment loomed ominously before him. Indeed, it was a critical juncture. Chu Ning promptly dismissed the notion. Yet, upon contemplating the reward of 20,000 contribution points, the prospect of acquiring them was tantalizing. If I could secure such an amount, I could elevate both my martial arts and innate abilities to their utmost potential. Wouldn't that expedite my cultivation? However, the thought of achieving my growth at the expense of another's integrity weighed heavily on his conscience. Were it another individual, perhaps Chu Ning might shamelessly proceed with the theft, hoping to escape detection. At worst, he would be labeled a pervert if caught. But this was his master. Today, that very master smiled as he encouraged him to diligently pursue his cultivation. And then, the very next day, he would resort to stealing his master's undergarment? So, your intention in becoming my disciple was not for the sake of cultivation, nor for the pursuit of longevity, but solely for this? Absolutely not. Chu Ning was a man of integrity. He resolutely refused to engage in such treachery against his master. Taking advantage of the master's momentary distraction, one could simply visit her cave and secure a contribution of 10,000 points. As for the rest, it would be best to let it be. Chu Ning resolutely declined the idea of descending the mountain for food. That night, within the cave, a woman emerged from her meditative state, taking a deep breath. It is no wonder that no one has broken through to the celestial phenomenon for millennia. The flaw lies within this technique, which is inherently difficult to cultivate to perfection. Yet, the 9 celestial demons is a technique passed down through the demon sect for millennia. How could it not be perfected? Even if the technique is flawed, why have the sages of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism not achieved breakthroughs in the celestial phenomenon? This poses a significant dilemma. The inability to ascend to the celestial phenomenon means one cannot stand firm in the present age, even at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. One would perish under the combined assault of all sages from the three teachings. Since Ji Qingxiu aims to be invincible in this world, she must single-handedly dominate the realm, standing alone through the ages. This is her path, the pursuit she has dedicated her life to. She could not help but fall into deep contemplation. If one were to assert that the technique itself is not flawed, nor is the practitioner, then could it be that the heavenly Tao itself is deficient? Raising her head, she gazed through the stone wall at the myriad stars above. The celestial bodies rotated in their eternal cycles, revealing no discernible issues. Where, then, lies the problem? She returned to her senses, drawn by a commotion not far away. On the rocky path of the cliff, Chu Ning struggled to carry a small wild boar. Finally, making it up the slope. Exhausted, he exclaimed, "Time to make a fire and cook." Ji Qingxiu slowly rose, pushing open the stone door. Her gaze filled with curiosity as she regarded the wild boar upon his shoulder. "Why are you wandering about at this hour, instead of focusing on your cultivation?" Chapter 9. The Confrontation. Master, I wish to enter your chamber. Midnight is when demonic energy is at its peak, as recorded in the cultivation texts. Why not take the time to regulate breath and practice? Ji Qingxiu's typically cold expression turned toward Chu Ning, but soon she noticed the bloodstains on him. Chu Ning chuckled awkwardly. "As your disciple, I understand, but the journey up and down the mountain is slow. After catching the wild boar, I hurried back, but still lost track of time." "A wild boar?" Ji Qingxiu frowned. "What do you intend to do with it?" "Master, I have yet to reach the stage of fasting and need sustenance." Oh, Ji Qingxiu had forgotten about that detail. Having ceased to eat a millennium ago, she relied solely on absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to convert it into demonic energy for her sustenance. However, her disciple was still at the first realm of cultivation. With a casual wave of her hand, she washed away the blood from Chu Ning, causing his eyes to light up. "Master, I wish to learn." He had specifically cleaned the wild boar first due to the lack of water on the mountain, yet still ended up covered in blood. With such a technique, wouldn't it be quite simple? "You cannot learn it just yet. I will teach you in due time." Chu Ning sighed. "Such a remarkable technique. And I cannot learn it now. It seems that an improvement in cultivation is just around the corner. After dinner, I shall strive to practice diligently." His gaze suddenly darted toward the cave, as if feeling guilty. Ji Qingxiu seemed to sense something amiss and inquired, "What is it?" Chu Ning quickly shook his head. "Fear not, master. It is hardly appropriate for me to express a desire to visit your chambers, is it? How outrageous. Yet, upon reflection, should I disclose this matter directly to Ji Qingxiu? Otherwise, my clandestine intentions may incite further suspicion. After all, this endeavor is solely for the enhancement of my cultivation. Is it not? However, given the current circumstances, a solitary man and woman, what would happen if I were to say, 'Disciple wishes to take a stroll through your room'? What purpose would I serve there? It would be perceived as a breach of propriety. Surely, without just cause, entry would be implausible. Yet, at this moment, my acquaintance with Ji Qingxiu is still rather limited. I merely perceive her as a benevolent and beautiful elder sister. Regardless, the task does not stipulate a time constraint. There will be opportunities in the future. Perhaps when Master ventures out, I could discreetly explore her quarters. This seems harmless enough." Soon, I began to prepare the wild boar meat. I gathered flint to ignite a fire, sliced the meat, fashioned a rack, and set it over the flames to roast. As I sprinkled seasoning, an enticing aroma soon wafted through the air. I glanced up with a smile at Ji Qingxiu. "Master, would you care for a piece?" Ji Qingxiu shook her head, her expression impassive. "I have long since forsaken earthly sustenance. You may keep it for yourself." With that, she raised her hand and cast a spell to seal the remaining meat. Thus preserved, it would not spoil and could be stored for an extended period, alleviating your need to descend the mountain. Focus on your cultivation. Once you reach the third realm, I shall impart to you the art of sword control, enabling you to traverse the mountain freely and swiftly. I nodded vigorously, a glimmer of envy in my eyes. The techniques of the celestial realm are indeed extraordinary. The first tier of spiritual manipulation is merely a distinction between the divine and the mundane, absorbing spiritual or demonic energy to nourish oneself and refine one's physique. Hence, the means to achieve this are still quite limited. Upon reaching the second and third tiers, the methods will naturally abound. However, in the pursuit of immortality, one must establish a solid foundation. One cannot recklessly strive for elevation in realm, lest the endeavor yield detrimental results. As the meat gradually neared readiness, I glanced at Ji Qingxiu once more. I noticed her gaze had drifted away, entirely disinterested in the roasting meat. She appeared to be deep in thought, contemplating matters concerning the deficiencies of the heavenly path. Yet, to my eyes, it seemed she was merely trying to resist the allure of the delectable roast. If she desires it, let her partake. Master is human too, despite being an immortal. This roasted meat is truly aromatic. in a bid to preserve her dignity. I took the initiative to offer her a piece. Master, please have some. I cannot consume it all alone. Ji Qingqiu snapped back to reality, glancing at the piece of meat in my hand before accepting it. My heart swelled with delight. Indeed, she must have wanted it. I felt no shame in my hunger. As I eagerly began to eat, atop the mountain, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing our garments to billow. Ji Qingqiu lifted her gaze, and the tempest subsided. Witnessing this spectacle, I nearly choked on the meat in my mouth. Master, are you truly that formidable? You can resolve such matters with such ease. You are not an ordinary master. You possess remarkable abilities. Ji Qingqiu simply took a bite of the roasted meat and nodded slightly. Such minor tactics are hardly worth mentioning. With diligence and practice, you too can achieve great things. Chu Ning found himself both amused and perplexed. There is no need for the master to constantly emphasize this. As a disciple, I am certainly committed to diligent cultivation, especially since I aspire to attain immortality. Ji Qingqiu suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Why do you seek immortality? Chu Ning pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is because I do not wish to depart from this world before I have had the chance to behold its beauty. In my previous life, I dedicated myself to my studies and gained admission to university with top provincial grades. After university, a broader world awaited. Yet I met an untimely demise due to illness. The regrets of a fleeting lifespan are too numerous. Thus, having the opportunity to start anew in the realm of cultivation. Immortality is undoubtedly my pursuit. Ji Qingqiu suddenly chuckled softly. Do you know why immortals distance themselves from the mundane world? Chu Ning was puzzled. There is a distinction between the immortal and the mortal. The lifespan of an immortal extends far beyond that of a mere human, whose life is but a fleeting century. 1,000 years for a cultivator is merely the blink of an eye, yet within that blink lies the entirety of a mortal's existence. Those who indulge in the trivialities of earthly life may witness the vibrancy of youth, only to find themselves transformed into mere remnants in a grave. This can erode their resolve and impede their cultivation, leading many cultivators to suffer a shattered sense of purpose. For some, a lengthy life is not a blessing, for they have witnessed too much of life's ephemeral nature. With a distant gaze, Ji Qingqiu regarded the roasted meat in her hand, as if reminiscing about her childhood from a millennium ago. In those days, her parents would offer her such delicacies, and she relished them with genuine desire. Now, however, she felt little more than indifference. After 1,000 years, even her visage had faded from memory, leaving behind only fragmented recollections. Were it not for this moment, she might not have recalled them at all. In response, Chu Ning firmly disagreed. I believe that a longer lifespan allows one to experience more of the world's wonders and to savor greater emotions. To live long and gain perspective is undoubtedly a form of elegance. Such words imply that only those who have lived long can express such sentiments. I lived less than 20 years in my previous life, having seen little and never even held the hand of a beautiful maiden. What a loss that was. Ji Qingqiu nodded thoughtfully, finding merit in Chu Ning's perspective. This is indeed the path you seek. Previously, countless individuals have pursued different aspirations. Although your spiritual roots may be lacking, the heavens reward diligence. With hard work, you shall not fare poorly. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Ji Qingqiu smiled gently, her gaze towards Chu Ning filled with warmth. Is this not her first disciple, unrelated to the development of the sect? As the leader of the demonic sect, she bore the heavy responsibility of its advancement, yet the cultivation of disciples remained paramount. However, those efforts were often aimed at the sect's growth rather than a genuine desire to mentor. Yet now, gazing at the roasted meat in her hand, did she truly harbor sincere intentions to nurture this young man? Perhaps it would not require too much effort. Meanwhile, observing his master's gentleness and understanding, Chu Ning contemplated sharing his thoughts with her. Would it not be better to be open rather than furtive? Master, I wish to request something from you. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. As my disciple, whatever you desire, I shall grant. Regardless of whether it pertains to the cultivation of techniques or guidance, one should simply speak up. As a master, it is indeed one's duty to do so. Master, may I visit your room for a moment? Ji Qingqiu was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Chu Ning. What did you just say? My room. Chapter 10. This disciple seems rather unorthodox. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The master and disciple, who had just been engaged in lively conversation, exchanged bewildered glances. What did he just say? To visit the master's room? Ji Qingqiu stared at Chu Ning in disbelief, biting her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. She was not particularly adept at matters of the heart. However, the notion of a disciple visiting the master's room, especially in her case as a woman, seemed rather inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, she indeed found it unreasonable and clenched her fists. Ninger, this is the demon sect, not some licentious establishment like the pleasure sect. I am not that kind of person. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had intended to proceed gradually, yet somehow found himself entangled in the subject of the pleasure sect and the persona of his master. No, this was a misunderstanding. Chu Ning hurriedly clarified, Master. You have misunderstood. I did not mean it in that way. Ji Qingqiu remained expressionless. Then what do you mean? Do you expect me to entertain you in my chamber? Unlike those disreputable factions in the South Barbarian wilderness, which disregard the ethics of master-disciple relationships, such indecency is not to be found here. The demon sect derives its name from its founder, the progenitor of the demon clan, and thus is far removed from such lowly paths. There is no need for a disciple to attend to my personal needs, especially a newly accepted one. Then, provide me with an explanation. Chu Ning was prepared for this moment. His expression earnest, he replied, Master, I possess a unique talent that allows me to perceive the areas of most concentrated demonic energy within the sect. Others cannot glimpse it, but I can. If I can absorb that demonic energy, my cultivation will surely improve. Ji Qingqiu paused momentarily, scrutinizing Chu Ning, and found no hint of deceit in his gaze. Furthermore, she had previously devoured the demonic energy at the summit of Mount Wending, which had proven insubstantial and lacking in weight. Yet, here was a disciple who had journeyed to the mountain's peak to cultivate, directly achieving a realm of spiritual agility. It seemed there might indeed be some truth to his claim. However, as the demon sovereign, she had practiced for many years without ever encountering such a notion. Why could only he see what she could not? Was this truly his singular fortune? Yet, Ji Qingqiu reconsidered. It was not entirely implausible. After all, the world is replete with opportunities, and everyone has their own path to tread. Perhaps there was some truth in it after all. Is this statement genuine? Chu Ning nodded vigorously. I would never deceive you, Master. If you do not believe me, I can demonstrate my ability to absorb the demonic energy for you. Seeing this, Ji Qingqiu fell silent. If this was indeed the disciple's fortune, then perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. However, it was inappropriate for a male disciple to enter the master's room. Even as a disciple, there seemed to be some impropriety in such a request. No, it was indeed quite improper. In the realm of cultivation, such behavior was unheard of. Ji Qingqiu suddenly rose to her feet. Today's events are something I shall regard as entirely unheard of. You must simply focus on your cultivation. As for this matter, do not dare to mention it again. With that, she turned in anger and returned to her chamber. Chu Ning was left bewildered. The disciple had merely stated that it was sufficient to cultivate in her presence. Why then did the master not trust her? Moreover, the master's demeanor suggested a misunderstanding. This cannot be. Should the master harbor a misconception, it would undoubtedly affect their bond. He was only concerned about being discovered while signing in secretly, which is why he had spoken openly to Ji Qingqiu. Yet how had it come to this? However, before Chu Ning could intervene, Ji Qingqiu vanished without a trace. Alas, it appeared that the master had indeed misjudged the situation. Chu Ning hastily approached the door to offer an explanation, but he received no response. Meanwhile, within the depths of the demonic sect, in a chamber thick with demonic energy, the events of the day continued to linger in Zhou Yujin's mind. The master had taken on a new disciple, yet among the newly accepted, she stood alone with the divine root. Was it not said that the demon lord did not accept disciples with lesser qualifications? Why then had this occurred? This indicated that the master had made an exception. Zhou Yujin clenched her silver teeth, feeling a twinge of resentment. By what right? As a bearer of a divine bloodline, I became the master's disciple. My relentless efforts in cultivation were aimed at proving my worthiness to be recognized as such. Yet that new disciple, lacking in aptitude, surely had not exerted herself as diligently as I have. What then of my talent and hard work? What significance did that new disciple hold? Thus, I now faced yet another competitor. Since the master had made an exception in accepting a disciple, it was certain that she would be favored immensely. However, should she fail to attain the third realm within 3 months, she could never truly be regarded as a disciple. How unjust. Nonetheless, this did not detract from the fact that she had already reached the second realm of subtlety. Within 2 months, she would undoubtedly break through to the third realm. At that time, she would stand proudly by the master's side, ensuring that all would know Zhou Yujin is a disciple of the demon lord. She would have the opportunity to interact with the demon lord each day. The mere thought of this caused Zhou Yujin's cheeks to flush with anticipation. She must continue her diligent cultivation and earn the master's recognition. At this moment, within Ji Qingqiu's abode, the woman sat alone upon a stone platform, her thoughts in disarray. Observing the actions of her disciple today, it seemed evident that she was not a person who strayed from the righteous path. Her character was steadfast, and her demeanor cheerful. Yet why had she spoken such words? Ignoring the sounds of Chu Ning's explanations from outside, Ji Qingqiu chose not to respond. She believed that Chu Ning must have perceived this place as sinister, assuming that to become a disciple necessitated servitude. Although she had never experienced such a thing herself, she had eradicated a few demonic sects and encountered similar matters. Surely, she did not require this. Yet, she also sensed that it was not so simple. Today, Chu Ning had not come seeking her. He had merely ascended the mountain to cultivate, transforming from a powerless mortal to embark on the path of immortality, achieving the first realm of spiritual agility. Could it truly be, as he suggested, that he sought the demonic energy? With this thought, Ji Qingqiu expanded her consciousness, beginning to sense the surroundings. Within the confines of the cave, there was evidently no other trace of demonic energy swirling about. Nor could it possibly be the peculiar kind of demonic energy that Chu Ning had mentioned. Only he possessed the ability to perceive it? Could this be true? If so, it would not be entirely implausible. However, this was, after all, her sanctuary, her private chamber. Since she commenced her training at the age of 16, she had devoted herself to her practice in this very place. Allowing a man to enter, even if he were her disciple, felt highly inappropriate. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Meanwhile, Chu Ning was outside fervently assuring her that he harbored no ulterior motives, that his intentions were solely for the purpose of cultivation. If that were indeed the case, she had misjudged him. Ji Qingqiu spoke slowly. The vastness of the demon sect provides ample locations for you to absorb demonic energy and enhance your cultivation. As for my personal quarters, they are off limits. Chapter 11. Ning stole my undergarment. A sleepless night weighed heavily on Chu Ning's mind as he pondered the matter at hand. He believed himself to be sufficiently forthright, having taken the initiative to clarify his intentions to avoid any misunderstandings with his master. Yet, it seemed that she had misconstrued his sincerity. However, this predicament was undeniably awkward, for she was a woman. Even with the utmost clarity of purpose, she might still suspect him of harboring ill intentions. Rather than feeling fatigued, he found his spirits invigorated. The transformations brought about by his cultivation were not only unremarkable, but also increasingly troubling. If all else failed, he would be left waiting for his tasks to refresh. But would they refresh if he did not complete them? Or must he grow more familiar with his master first? Yet, she had already declared it unacceptable. As dawn broke, Chu Ning's stomach growled. It was time to eat. Rising to his feet, he traversed the alternative passage to stand before Ji Qingqiu's cave. The stone door was firmly shut, and anxiety gnawed at his heart. Just a step inside would allow him to clock in, complete his task, and reap the rewards. Yet, that final step remained elusive, which was most regrettable. Chu Ning bit his lip and spoke softly. Master, I am preparing a meal. Would you care to join me? I am not hungry, came the response. Chu Ning, upon hearing this, respectfully withdrew. On the mountaintop platform, a gentle breeze caressed his face. In the distance, clouds roiled as a dragon surged skyward. A magnificent sight to behold. Chu Ning gazed at it for a considerable time before kindling a fire to cook. How might he gain rightful entry into his master's chamber? Once inside, could he enhance his aptitude and the progress of his techniques? Though he had mentioned it the previous day, his master appeared skeptical. Even if he managed to enter, what of the undergarment? Master, I might require your undergarment. It would greatly aid in my cultivation. Very well, take it, she consented. But would she truly remove her clothing and untie her undergarment for him? How could such a thing be possible? He feared he would be met with a swift reprimand. A wave of indignation and helplessness washed over Chu Ning. It felt as if any excuse to enter his master's quarters would brand him a rebellious disciple, and he wished to avoid any rift between them. His master was undeniably beautiful. She was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. Yet how could he entertain such thoughts towards her? At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Chu Ning hastily rose. Good morning, master. Did you not say you were not eating? Ji Qingqiu shook her head, her gaze filled with complexity. I must attend to a matter with a friend and will be leaving momentarily. Chu Ning felt a sudden tightness in his heart. This disciple was indeed still preoccupied with the notion of entering her chamber. She had no pressing affairs to tend to. As the sect leader, she entrusted all matters to her elders, focusing solely on her cultivation. Perhaps she believed that Chu Ning truly needed the demonic energy, which prompted her to clarify this to him. Moreover, yesterday, Chu Ning had shown no ulterior motives and had approached her with an honest demeanor. If he harbored any inappropriate intentions, would he not have sneaked in secretly? After a night of contemplation, while Ji Qingqiu outwardly maintained her refusal, she ultimately allowed herself and Chu Ning a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she would not return today. Upon hearing her words, Chu Ning was instantly stirred with excitement. Yet, a thought struck him. If he were to sneak in and be discovered by his master, would she be heartbroken? After all, she had made her disapproval clear. Thus, it would be even more inappropriate for him to proceed, especially in such a surreptitious manner. He forced an awkward smile and quickly shook his head. No, nothing at all. Master, please attend to your matters. I shall diligently cultivate. Ji Qingqiu offered a faint smile. Your current realm is still low. While you may cultivate without sleep, it is essential to maintain the natural balance of practice and rest. A harmonious approach will yield swifter progress. Chu Ning nodded. I understand, master. In a fleeting moment, Ji Qingqiu vanished from sight. Chu Ning called out for her twice, but received no response. He slowly raised his gaze, his attention drawn to another passageway within the cave. She had departed. Did that mean he could stealthily enter and check in, perhaps? His heart raced, a pang of guilt stirring within him. Yet, having resolved to refrain from such actions, he vowed not to proceed unless granted permission by his master. In matters of integrity, Chu Ning remained steadfast. If she forbade him, he would resolutely comply. Not far from Chu Ning, Ji Qingqiu, concealed by a secret technique, observed him silently, undetectable even to sages. Had he wished to enter just moments ago? But he refrained, likely due to her prior disapproval. Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. Such a request was something she would never acquiesce to. Allowing a disciple, especially a male, into her personal quarters was simply inappropriate. For millennia, only her younger sister had been permitted entry, and that was due to their close bond. If Ning'er truly sought to cultivate and absorb the demonic energy, Ji Qingqiu had already extended a concession, even lifting the restrictions of the cave. Did he expect her to grant permission? What would that imply, allowing a man into her sanctum? As she observed Chu Ning finish his meal and settle into meditation, Ji Qingqiu resolved to ascertain the truth. She raised her head and slowly pushed open the cave's grand door. Today, she intended to see if he was indeed committed to his cultivation. Startled by the sound, Chu Ning turned abruptly. What? How did the door open? Master? He stood to investigate, realizing that the door ajar was not his own, but Ji Qingqiu's. Chu Ning exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth? How did this door open? I knocked for ages last night without success, yet now that master has left, it seems to have opened. From a distance, I can faintly discern the furniture arranged within the cave. My heart races. The door is ajar. Perhaps I should take a quick look inside, just to check in and leave immediately. I certainly did not open it. Feel free to investigate the fingerprints if you doubt me. Do practitioners in the cultivation realm even concern themselves with such trivialities? I find myself hesitating. Entering implies the acquisition of 10,000 contribution points, merely a matter of clocking in for a few seconds. As for the undergarments, I hadn't even considered that. Master could not possibly have left them behind in the room, and besides, would I dare to take them? That would indeed make me a rebellious disciple. Moreover, my cultivation is not solely for the sake of longevity. It is also to ensure that master may reside in a superior cave dwelling. After all, a mentor as devoted as Ji Qingqiu is truly a rarity in this world. Seeing Chu Ning rise, he trudges toward the cave, muttering something under his breath. Master, I did not intend to. Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together. Were it not for her presence, even a sage could not enter this cave. But what does that imply? Not intentional. Does this newly accepted disciple not genuinely seek the path of immortality? Could he be associated with the other sects, plotting to poison her? A wave of dread washed over Ji Qingqiu. Absurd. She, Ji Qingqiu, the foremost in cultivation and lethality, would never fear such toxins. Yet, could this seemingly amiable disciple be a spy? If his sole intention was to enter her cave, she would not harbor malicious thoughts toward him. But if poisoning was his aim, then she had misjudged him completely. Ji Qingqiu's expression grew increasingly frigid. She had intended to guide Chu Ning, even granting him permission to reside atop the mountain, yet it seemed he was merely facilitating his own treachery. However, recalling her old friend's warning, she resolved to proceed with caution. One must think thrice before acting. Otherwise, killing indiscriminately could lead to irreparable regret. Very well, let us observe for now. Ji Qingqiu concealed her presence, lurking behind Chu Ning. The two were merely a step apart, yet he remained oblivious to her existence. Before the cave's entrance, Chu Ning continuously reassured himself. It was simply a matter of checking in, nothing more. Master, my respect for you is entirely genuine. Ji Qingqiu scoffed. If he truly respected her, would he dare to poison her in her absence? His claim of entering her cave for cultivation was likely a ruse to execute his plan. With trepidation, Chu Ning stepped inside. A subtle, muted fragrance enveloped him. The atmosphere within the room felt utterly different from the outside world. While the decor exuded an understated elegance, it unmistakably bore the hallmarks of a woman's abode, intensifying his anxiety. Broad daylight, and he had unwittingly ventured into his female master's private quarters, an utterly indefensible situation. System, check-in. Ji Qingqiu's gaze fixed upon the wooden table. The next step may well involve poisoning her teacup. How amusing. She has existed for millennia and has encountered countless schemes. This particular tactic is quite rudimentary. Yet, Chu Ning remained frozen in place, provoking a sense of strangeness in Ji Qingqiu. What is he doing standing there? Wasn't he here to poison her? Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in. Reward contribution points. 10,000. Chu Ning let out a sudden breath of relief. He was on the verge of panic and quickly decided to flee. As for the undergarment, he dared not even entertain the thought. With that, he intended to make his escape. Ji Qingqiu observed this scene with an even more perplexed expression. He merely stepped in for a glance and then turned to leave? Could it be that he was indeed absorbing demonic energy, not here to poison her? But she had not sensed any demonic energy from the outset. How odd. Perhaps she had misjudged him, and he was actually a good person? At that moment, Ji Qingqiu's gaze sharpened. Chu Ning halted in his tracks. Ji Qingqiu smirked disdainfully. Surely, he intended to poison her after all. However, at that instant, Chu Ning's eyes widened. Was that an undergarment hanging on the clothing rod by the bed? A solitary azure undergarment lay at the head of the bed, its fabric of exquisite quality yet slightly crumpled, evidently just recently changed. Imagining Ji Qingqiu's figure paired with that undergarment filled the air with a sense of allure. Truly, it was a fruitless search. I never intended to seek it out. Chu Ning found himself in a quandary. If he didn't take it, he would only earn 10,000 contribution points. Converting all of that to enhance his aptitude would yield an upper-grade spirit root, yet would not improve his demonic skills. Conversely, the additional reward of 10,000 could fully elevate his demonic prowess. The results would undoubtedly be far superior. With this thought, Chu Ning resolved firmly. Master, this is all to ensure your well-being. He knelt with fervor and bowed thrice toward the direction Ji Qingqiu had departed. Master, I am truly sorry. Coincidentally, he was facing precisely where Ji Qingqiu stood. The demon sovereign of the current age had already gathered demonic energy in hand. Was she to be poisoned? Once that poison is unleashed, the bond between us as master and disciple would come to an end. To blame, one could only fault the path chosen, betraying the affection of this esteemed being. You are the first disciple I have wished to take under my wing in all these years. Chu Ning rose. Ji Qingqiu felt a pang of sorrow but was prepared to act at any moment. Yet, he merely strode towards the clothing rack beside the bed, extending his sinful hands. Ji Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock. She could only watch as Chu Ning slowly picked up her undergarment. Even after he departed and closed the stone door, she remained in a daze. Why would he take my personal garment? Chapter 12. Senior Sister, I am your devoted junior sister. In the demon sect's Wanhua forest, the wind caressed the branches, causing the blossoms of peach trees to sway gracefully for miles, petals drifting down to form a thick carpet on the ground, resembling a realm of immortals. Before a cave dwelling at the foot of a mountain amidst the sea of flowers, Ji Qingqiu gazed upon the scene before her with a complex expression. She had initially believed Ning had come to poison her, and though she felt disappointment, she ultimately heeded the words of that prodigy and refrained from taking immediate action. To her surprise, Ning had not resorted to poison. Instead, her mind briefly dulled for a moment, her lips pursed, displaying a complexity that had not surfaced in a millennium. Why did Ning steal the belongings of her true self? In the next instant, a pair of hands encircled her from behind, pressing her body close, intimately whispering into her ear. Sister, why do I sense such turmoil within you? Has something occurred? Glancing at the charming figure beside her, Ji Qingqiu hesitated, her lips moving before she finally spoke. I have recently taken on a disciple. The enchanting woman displayed a flicker of curiosity, instantly transforming into her true form, nestling against Ji Qingqiu's shoulder, gazing up at her. Strangely enough, I have heard that this year there is only one disciple with divine talent. How is it that you have accepted two, thereby fulfilling your quota of 7 disciples? Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. I had no intention of taking in disciples. The few I have gathered over the years were merely to ensure the continuation of the demon sect's legacy. The new addition, though lacking in aptitude, possesses a sincere desire for knowledge, which has indeed compelled me to accept him. The large fox was taken aback. What remarkable quality does a disciple with insufficient aptitude possess to earn your acceptance? Ji Qingqiu contemplated for a while. Perhaps he bears a resemblance to my true self from years past. The fox, unconvinced, narrowed her elongated eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Is he a man or a woman? Ji Qingqiu replied with an impassive demeanor, a man. Oh dear, and you speak of sincerity in seeking knowledge. Could it be that it was his sincere yearning that led you to accept him? Mu Li chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. You, who have taken in only female disciples, suddenly accepting a man with insufficient aptitude, this could lead to quite the scandal. Ji Qingqiu, indifferent to the teasing, maintained her composed expression. Observing her demeanor, Mu Li's curiosity heightened. If it's not because you fancy him as a partner, then what is the reason? Ji Qingqiu slowly replied, in my eyes. His character appears sincere. Although his aptitude is lacking, he comprehended the foundational principles of the 9 forms of the celestial demon in a single day. entering the realm of spiritual movement. One day, is that not a mark of sufficient aptitude? What, then, do you consider to be true aptitude? Yet he possesses only a medium-grade spiritual root. Does that not qualify as insufficient? Mu Li was momentarily stunned, then shifted into her human form, resting her chin on the table as she murmured softly. If he truly entered the realm of spiritual movement in a single day, then his talent rivals that of the divine. It certainly would inspire thoughts of accepting disciples. Why do I not have such intriguing disciples, especially male ones? Ji Qingqiu cast her a cold glance. If you hold such aspirations, shall I entrust the nurturing of future disciples to you? Mu Li chuckled. Naturally. Such matters should be left to you, sister. I'll content myself with being a leisurely elder. As she spoke, her expression gradually turned serious. Given your disposition, you would not recklessly take on disciples. It appears that this disciple indeed holds some promise. I shall meet him one day. Ji Qingqiu did not refuse. Merely casting her a glance, Mu Li raised her head, blinking. Do you have something to say? Ji Qingqiu indeed had words to share, yet momentarily found herself at a loss for how to begin. Mu Li smiled. The bond we share over the years, forged in the depths of our sect, has granted me a profound understanding of you, perhaps even surpassing your own self-awareness. Speak candidly, as there is no need for pretense. Indeed, this is the truth. A millennium ago, when Mu Li was merely a young fox, she trailed behind you, fulfilling the role of a senior sister. Yet, having roamed the mortal realm for many years, she might possess a greater awareness than you do. Consequently, Ji Qingqiu found herself at a loss regarding this matter. After a lengthy pause, she began to speak slowly. I have a question. I know you do. Go ahead and speak. If someone were to pilfer your intimate garments. As Ji Qingqiu uttered these words, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. It was difficult to imagine what thoughts occupied Ning Er's mind. The one who committed such an act. Mu Li's gaze instantaneously hardened. To dare steal my intimate garments is deserving of death. Ji Qingqiu frowned slightly, shaking her head. There is no need for murder. I harbor no such intentions towards Chu Ning. I merely wonder what could compel her to act in such a manner. What thoughts could lead her to steal her master's intimate undergarments? What I mean to say is, what kind of person would resort to stealing a woman's intimate garments? Mu Li regarded Ji Qingqiu with perplexity, unable to fathom her sudden inquiry. It was rather evident. If one cannot possess the person, then perhaps obtaining her intimate garments might provide solace for unrequited longing. In that moment, Mu Li comprehended Ji Qingqiu's line of questioning. Though she had lived for over a millennium, her focus had been solely on cultivation since she joined the sect. There was a time she left the sect to visit her parents, but she returned shortly thereafter, learning that they had passed away, and her childhood home lay in ruin, overgrown with weeds. Since then, her existence had revolved around cultivation and slaying, having vanquished countless souls from the three teachings of the southern barbarian wild continent. During that era, the status of the demon sect was not what it is today. Yet Ji Qingqiu, wielding the 7-killing sword formation, had slain an 8th-rank Buddha at the cultivation level of a saint of the 7th realm. Countless saints of the same realm had fallen before her, instilling fear in the hearts of the three teachings, preventing them from daring to set foot in the southern barbarian wild continent, thus establishing the current prestige of the demon sect. Indeed, she had little understanding of these worldly emotions. Initially, Mu Li intended to reveal the truth of the matter directly, but a sudden realization struck her. Her senior sister would not inquire about such a topic without reason. Did she truly need to ponder whether someone would steal her intimate garments? Who among them would dare venture to Ding Mountain? Only Ji Qingqiu's disciples, and she herself would consider such a journey. The astute Mu Li recalled Ji Qingqiu's newly accepted male disciple, and her eyes sparkled with insight. With a playful smile, she inquired, why the sudden curiosity? Could it be that your new disciple has pilfered your intimate garments? Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted dramatically. Her fists clenched tightly. No, it is not. Then that must be the case. Mu Li's smile widened. A disciple daring to steal their master's intimate garments? Such an event has not transpired in the demon sect for a millennium. After all, while the demon sect may bear its title, in truth, it is more akin to a sword sect, is it not? The most intriguing aspect is that they dared to steal from the demon sovereign. With a shift in tone, Mu Li proceeded to offer a plausible explanation. It is likely that the disciple harbors an admiration for you, wishing to possess your intimate garments as a source of motivation for diligent cultivation. Her fox-like eyes narrowed mischievously, brimming with playful intent. Nevertheless, Ji Qingqiu believed her. She found it hard to conceive that her junior would deceive her, yet a hint of perplexity lingered in her expression. Why would one seek my personal belongings as a catalyst for growth? The master, too, must cultivate and cannot always attend to her disciples. She too requires the encouragement of a gentle pat on the head. In times of arduous training, when progress seems stagnant and the master is absent, could one not simply retrieve those intimate garments to inhale their scent? It would almost feel as if the master were embracing her, offering comfort and solace. Ji Qingqiu paused, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Is it truly so? Mu Li nodded vigorously. Indeed, I assure you, I would never deceive you. A fox would never lie. The fox spirit, however, is quite different. Ji Qingqiu pondered these words thoughtfully, her cool cheeks tinged with a faint blush. In moments of difficulty, should one merely breathe in the scent? It sounded rather intimate, did it not? Is Ninger the same? Ji Qingqiu gradually rose, emphasizing before her departure. This matter is of no concern to me. You need not dwell on it. Mu Li's smile deepened. Indeed, the senior sister seems quite inept in matters of affection. Yet, the disciple found herself increasingly curious. To dare to steal the master's intimate garments. What audacity. This certainly warranted a closer look. Chapter 13. As for the matter of the undergarment, I hold no particular concern. At the summit of Mount Wending, Chu Ning sat cross-legged. Chu Ning, spiritual root, medium grade, cultivation, first rank spirit movement, technique, heavenly demon 9 forms progress, 8. Observing her contribution points, they were at an unprecedented high, 20,090. Contemplating this, Chu Ning silently tucked the undergarment into her pocket. Master, I apologize. This is all for the sake of longevity. To ensure that your days are a touch brighter. Initially, she intended to return it upon receiving the contribution points. However, just as she acquired them, the system remained obstinately silent. It was only upon exiting that she received a notification of success. Having obtained the contribution points, Chu Ning certainly wished to return it. But the door suddenly closed, resisting all attempts to open it. A mere sign-in task had catapulted her contribution value to 20,000. Chu Ning felt an unprecedented sense of security. Not only could it enhance her spiritual roots, but it also advanced her technique as progress. It was fully charged. As for the undergarment, Chu Ning sighed wryly. She could only seek another opportunity to return it, hoping the master would remain oblivious. The focus must be on diligent cultivation, so as not to disappoint the master. Chu Ning steadied her breath, settling into stillness to commence her practice. Would you like to use 10,000 contribution points to enhance your spiritual root? Yes. Without hesitation, Chu Ning commenced. Successfully utilized 10,000 contribution points, breaking through to superior grade spiritual root. As anticipated, upon reopening her eyes, Chu Ning felt an immense transformation. The demonic energy surged wildly, eager to flow into her body. Yet it was restrained by her will. The 6 meridians opened wide, and the demonic energy flooded in. There was no need for conscious absorption. It was drawn in effortlessly. No wonder it is said that those with high talent cultivate at an astonishing pace. Merely a difference of 2 roots can result in such a vast disparity in progress. What, then, would be the spectacle if one possessed divine talent? Chu Ning scarcely dared to imagine it. In the realm of cultivation, it seems that talent dictates much. He pondered quietly, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze. What does it matter if one's talent is high or low? He is resolute in his quest for the path of immortality. Moreover, he is determined to ensure a prosperous life for his master. He shall allocate all remaining contribution points to fully comprehend the demonic 9 forms technique. Once more, the system prompted him as night fell. Detected completion of the demonic 9 forms technique, returning 890 contribution points. Remaining contribution points, 890, at this moment. An abundance of knowledge within the technique was seamlessly assimilated by Chu Ning. The principles of the heavenly path, the origins and applications of demonic arts, and the myriad methods of utilizing demonic energy for offense and defense, all barriers were shattered. Countless techniques, which would typically require years of mastery, now felt as if they were indelibly etched in the ocean of his soul, as if innate. This system is truly extraordinary. Chu Ning, spirit root, superior spirit root. Cultivation level, first realm of spiritual movement. Technique, demonic 9 forms progress. 100, consuming 10,000 contribution points to unlock the supreme demonic body. Chu Ning momentarily froze. The supreme demonic body? This was something he had never heard of. His curiosity piqued. He clicked to view the details. Supreme demonic body, the body of heavenly Tao, allows for the direct conversion of spiritual energy into demonic energy without the need to operate demonic arts, transforming it into means of offense and defense. Cultivation resonates with the heavenly path, receiving its blessings and transcending all bottlenecks. Greatly enhances both physical form and spirit. Harmonizing with the demonic 9 forms. There were no further details, only these few brief lines. It was likely that full comprehension would only come upon activation. Yet, even the information at hand was enough to leave Chu Ning astounded. Cultivating demonic arts is fundamentally different from the teachings of the 3 doctrines. It entails converting the spiritual energy pervasive in the cosmos into demonic energy, and then further cultivating it. Although the process is intricate, the speed of cultivation is undeniably rapid, an unconventional approach. However, the conversion of spiritual energy requires a certain expenditure of vitality, and not all converted energy becomes demonic. Thus, while combat is fierce, one must first stockpile spiritual energy. In essence, although formidable in battle, one must replenish their energy when depleted. As one's cultivation level rises, the reserves may grow, yet limitations persist. But with the supreme demonic body, would there be any need to concern oneself with such matters? An inexhaustible flow of demonic energy would be directly transmuted. This is yet another extraordinary feature. Moreover, Chu Ning felt an intense curiosity regarding this body of heavenly Tao. It appears to be independent of one's spirit root qualifications. How does it compare to divine talent? If one day he were to possess both the body of heavenly Tao and divine talent, what might that entail? At present, Chu Ning's motivation surged anew. However, his contribution points are insufficient, and he must wait until the next opportunity to enhance his abilities. Chu Ning continued his cultivation and insights. With a cultivation level of 100 in demonic arts, his understanding had reached an almost terrifying magnitude. Chu Ning's physique had grown remarkably stronger. The foundation of his cultivation solidified to an unknown extent. Such diligence in his training was indeed a testament to his master's teachings. However, a twinge of guilt surged within him as he recalled that he had pilfered his master's undergarment for the sake of his practice. How could I have sunk so low? Master, I am truly sorry. Just behind Chu Ning, Ji Qingxiu had returned. She regarded him with a look of astonishment. How was it possible that Ninger had such a profound affinity for the 9 fiends of heaven in such a short span of time? It appeared he was on the verge of mastering the technique. As for his previous claim of needing to absorb demonic energy in her chamber, if he hadn't stolen her undergarment, she might have believed him. Yet now, doubt clouded her mind. It seemed he was not in pursuit of demonic energy at all, but rather her undergarment. Nonetheless, his rapid progress was undeniable. He was nearing the pinnacle of his cultivation. Such innate talent was truly remarkable, and she felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment watching him thrive. After all, he was her first disciple whom she genuinely wished to accept. With this thought, Ji Qingxiu's expression grew complex as she pressed her lips together. Initially, she had been quite concerned about the theft of her garment, as it was intimate apparel pilfered by a disciple. However, after hearing Mu Li's words, she realized that this disciple was perhaps lacking in affection. Was it the case that he needed motivation to cultivate and sought her concern? After stealing her undergarment, had he indeed found the drive to advance so rapidly? Recalling yesterday, when she gifted Ninger a celestial sword, he had barely reacted, yet a mere pair of inconsequential cloth shoes had nearly brought him to tears. It seemed he had grown up devoid of love and care. Ji Qingxiu smiled gently. Since that was the case, she knew how to interact with her disciple. Ninger, how goes your cultivation? Chapter 14, The Best Master in the World. Ninger, the sudden voice from behind startled Chu Ning greatly. Who else could it be but his master? Cold sweat trickled down his back as he realized she must have overheard him. He turned stiffly, and her serene face gradually came into view. Master, feeling guilty. Chu Ning felt a wave of panic wash over him as he awkwardly smiled at Ji Qingxiu. Master, why have you returned so late? Ji Qingxiu's gaze was calm and unwavering as she merely looked at him. I rested for a while at your martial uncle's place. Chu Ning quickly inquired with a cheerful demeanor. You have a martial uncle? I have never heard of them before. You seem quite close. Yes. She is the only one who has survived all these years. Chu Ning seized the opportunity. Master, are you hungry? I can roast some meat for you. He was eager to find an excuse to escape, feeling utterly ashamed of having stolen her garment. If discovered, just as he attempted to leave, Ji Qingxiu suddenly called out to him. Ninger, what is it, master? Her expression was intricate. I am already aware of your theft of my undergarment. Do not let this occur again. After all, we are master and disciple. If one seeks care, one should come directly to me. Ji Qingxiu found herself in a quandary. Should she utter such words? As Mu Li mentioned, Ninger encountered difficulties during her cultivation and sought to transform these challenges into motivation. Yet, if she spoke of it, would it not put her disciple in an awkward position? Moreover, was it not too indulgent? To hold her own undergarment to inhale its scent, what if others discovered it? Perhaps, it was best not to worry, for others would remain oblivious. Should anyone dare to gossip, she would ensure they were silenced, preventing any idle chatter. However, in that moment, she was uncertain how to continue the conversation with Ninger, as it seemed her disciple's feelings were rather excessively attached to her. A faint blush crept across her face, realizing the depth of the bond her disciple felt towards her as a mentor. Your aura seems considerably enriched. Indicating a swift comprehension of your techniques, Ji Qingxiu remarked. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, mustering his courage to say, since master departed, I have been diligently cultivating. That is nonsense. You clearly took my undergarment. Ji Qingqiu's complexion flushed briefly before she conjured a standard long sword from the sect. Chu Ning's eyes widened. Master, your cultivation cannot be achieved in isolation. Such an approach is unlikely to yield progress. Allow me to spar with you to help stabilize your techniques and realm. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in relief, having initially feared that his master intended to strike him. He had been seeking someone to practice with. Although his master might not possess a high realm, her skills undoubtedly surpassed his own by a significant margin. He drew his own Zhurong sword, the blade gleaming with a fierce radiance, reflecting the moonlight upon their faces. As he gripped the sword, he felt a surge of determination, believing that from the moment he wielded it, he was destined to become the world's greatest. In that instant, all extraneous thoughts were cast aside. Only the impulse to strike remained. Master, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Chu Ning suddenly unleashed his sword, enveloped in his demonic energy, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. At that moment, Chu Ning truly embodied the spirit of the world's foremost warrior. Moments later, a despondent Chu Ning, questioning his life choices, crouched on the ground, cradling his head in surrender. Master, I concede. Please, no more. Ji Qingqiu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Your understanding of the 9 phantoms of the celestial demon is evidently profound. It appears you require no instruction from me. Having grasped the techniques recorded within the demonic arts far surpassing that of my previous disciples. However, during future contests, do not claim defeat if one is outmatched. It is merely that, being outmatched, not defeated. Chu Ning timidly replied, but I truly cannot compete. They might try to kill me. With me here, no one dares to harm you. Chu Ning felt Ji Qingqiu was boasting, but refrained from calling her out. With a hint of stubbornness, he retorted, but what if you are not present? Ji Qingqiu suddenly smiled. Your talent exceeds that of any disciple I have ever had. Until you are capable of standing on your own, I shall remain at your side. Thus, do not dread the challenges of cultivation, should difficulties arise. Simply bring them to my attention. After speaking, she took a step forward. The previously somewhat relaxed Chu Ning suddenly became rigid, overwhelmed by the softness and warmth before him. Chu Ning was utterly stunned. His master embraced him, and in such an enchanting manner. Master, this is not permissible. You are my master. Ji Qingqiu gently ruffled Chu Ning's hair and smiled brightly. There is no need to stealthily take my personal garments. It would not be pleasant if such rumors spread. If you seek encouragement in the form of head pats and hugs, I shall gladly provide them. The affection you previously lacked, I will not withhold. For Ji Qingqiu, she genuinely wished to take Chu Ning as her disciple. In terms of temperament, aptitude, and even affinity, she found herself quite fond of him. To her, aptitude was not of utmost importance. The disciples she had previously trained were chosen to inherit the demon sect, therefore aptitude was essential. Now, however, 6 of the 7 swords already had successors. Each sword's owner was among the most gifted in the world, now standing as the pillars of the demon sect. Thus, for this final disciple, there was no need to cultivate him to bear the identity of the sect's successor. He would simply be her disciple. Moreover, this disciple truly possessed considerable talent. Naturally, a master should dote on their disciple. Your desire for longevity shall be met. I will exert my utmost to assist you in establishing a solid foundation, ensuring your future steps are steady. I am your master, and you may share any thoughts or dilemmas you encounter with me. From this moment, you are my disciple. Under the luminous moonlight and twinkling stars, Chu Ning lifted his gaze. At that moment, Ji Qingqiu appeared to him as the most beautiful woman in the world. Even in their current posture, Chu Ning felt no hint of indecency. Instead, he was filled with guilt, his eyes reddening. Master, upon noticing this, Ji Qingqiu gently caressed his eyes. You are no longer a child. Crying is unbecoming. Chu Ning's heart trembled. The best master in the world. With such a wonderful master, how could he have resorted to stealing her undergarments for the sake of cultivation, harboring such unworthy thoughts? He felt utterly wretched. Chapter 15. The Annoying Shu. Master. What is it? Chu Ning's face flushed. He had indeed been held for too long. Could you perhaps let go of your disciple? Your prolonged embrace has diminished my earlier emotions. It is fragrant and soft, yet my mind is now filled with impure thoughts. This is not how our pure master-disciple relationship should be. Ji Qingqiu looked puzzled and glanced down. Are you dissatisfied? Chu Ning's mind went blank. My disciple is certainly satisfied, but this. Not far away, a certain vixen watched this scene, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This sight is too beautiful. I wish to watch a while longer. This young man is rather intriguing. However, his actions do not seem to indicate he is pinned as I was about to embark on something. A streak of sword light suddenly cleaved through the air. Mu Li gasped in shock and swiftly appeared before the two. Why the ambush? I have not disturbed you. Ji Qingqiu remained expressionless. How can a spying mouse speak so boldly? Mu Li's cheeks puffed up in indignation as she retorted, I am not a mouse. I am a fox. What difference does it make if both are spies? Observing the outsider, Chu Ning widened her eyes and hastily extricated herself from Ji Qingqiu's embrace. Their gazes instinctively fell upon Chu Ning. So this is your newly accepted disciple. She certainly possesses a pleasing appearance, Mu Li remarked, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Chu Ning, evidently intrigued. Chu Ning looked at Ji Qingqiu in confusion. Master, who is this? Ji Qingqiu replied casually, as I mentioned earlier. This is your martial uncle. Chu Ning bowed respectfully. Disciple Chu Ning pays her respects to martial uncle. Mu Li appeared slightly taken aback. What a serious disciple you have. But I wonder if this formality is genuine, don't you think, little one? Chu Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had just pilfered her master's pouch, and surely this incident could not be disclosed to her martial uncle, could it? It should be fine, master doesn't know yet. Observing the situation, Ji Qingqiu chose not to elaborate further. I must go meditate now. Mu Li, please depart quickly and do not disturb my disciple's rest. With that, she turned to return to her cave dwelling. Chu Ning immediately sought to follow, hoping to find an opportunity to return the pouch. After all, master had just returned. And if she were to discover it? However, she was suddenly restrained. Behind her, Mu Li regarded her with a smile. Ninger, what are you up to? Are you planning to follow your master back to her room? It seems rather inappropriate for you to be alone together as master and disciple. Chu Ning felt even more embarrassed, her face flushing as she hurried to explain, No, I merely have something to discuss with master. What could it possibly be? Suddenly, Mu Li's hand delved into Chu Ning's pocket. Realizing too late, Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock, but it was already too late. The green pouch was grasped in Mu Li's hand, waving it before Chu Ning. Could it be this? Martial uncle. Atop the mountain peak. Only Chu Ning and Mu Li remained. Chu Ning felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, pleading softly, Martial uncle, please return it to me. Do not let master find out. Wait, shouldn't he be more concerned about how martial uncle knew about this? How did you know I had master's pouch in my pocket? And how did you retrieve it so swiftly? Mu Li's smile deepened. It's nothing, your master is unaware. By the way, this pouch belongs to my senior sister. Doesn't he it? I've seen her wear it before. Mu Li held it up to her nose, immediately confirming her suspicion. Indeed, it bears her scent. The fox-eyed Mu Li scrutinized Chu Ning, as if she could see through him entirely. Little disciple, you, a young man, stealing your master's pouch. What are your intentions? Chu Ning felt on the verge of collapse, gazing at Mu Li with a pained expression. Martial uncle, I intend nothing. It's all a misunderstanding. Oh, a misunderstanding. Is it? Mu Li nodded earnestly, waving the pouch in front of Chu Ning. Thus, you inadvertently entered your master's chamber and absconded with his belly band, even contemplating some mischievous deeds with it later that night. And now you claim this is all a misunderstanding? Is that correct? Chu Ning felt a surge of indignation, yet was at a loss for an explanation. How could his actions have been exposed? He had never even met his master's uncle. How was he so easily uncovered? Had he known the consequences, he would not have carried it with him, as its presence would surely not have been discovered. Nonetheless, given the situation, he could not remain in such a vulnerable position. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning gradually regained his composure. May I inquire, master uncle, how did you come by this knowledge? Mu Li let out a light scoff. How I achieved this is of no concern to you. Instead, tell me what you intended to do with this bellyband? Cultivation, Chu Ning asserted. Mu Li chuckled slyly. Sneaking about at night to commit mischief is considered cultivation? Moreover, using your master's bellyband. What? Does it possess some secret technique or scripture? Chu Ning could no longer maintain his composure and let out a lament. What sort of woman is she? I simply cannot contend with her. He turned to leave, relinquishing the bellyband. Keep it. I shall not take responsibility for it. The bellyband is in your possession. It has nothing to do with me. Mu Li hurried after him, a look of regret on her face. What troubles you, little nephew? Are you angry? I was merely jesting. Chu Ning continued to ignore her. Shall I return the bellyband to you? Chu Ning felt a flicker of temptation, but restrained himself. Oh, is this a game you play with your master uncle? Mu Li's mind raced. Sister. At once, Chu Ning was taken aback, snatching the bellyband and stuffing it into his pocket, casting a glance behind him. With no sign of his master, he finally felt at ease. He regarded Mu Li with a pained expression. Master uncle, please do not toy with me. The matter of the bellyband is truly a misunderstanding. If my master were to discover this, the misunderstanding would escalate. Oh, what if it were said that the matter of the bellyband was as your master suggested? Does your master know of your thievery? Mu Li's eyes sparkled with mischief as she regarded him knowingly. Little nephew, let us speak earnestly. What did you intend with the bellyband? Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning replied with calm resolve. I say it is for cultivation. Do you believe me, master uncle? Indeed. I believe whatever you say, for you are, after all, my sister's disciple. It is genuinely for cultivation. Muli nodded sagely. Then allow me to pose another question. Please do, Master Uncle. With a playful grin, Muli asked, when your master held you earlier, were there any impure thoughts that crossed your mind? Perhaps thoughts of lifting your sister's garments to behold her in full, or engaging in inappropriate actions? Chu Ning was immediately taken aback. Such lewd words were beyond his imagination, let alone his speech. How could a woman of your caliber utter such things? What level of mastery do you possess? Please cease this torment. It is truly a misunderstanding. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed overhead. Mu Li's expression shifted instantly, and she took off running. As she fled, she muttered, "How petty. It was merely a jest. I did not compel him to act upon anything." Chu Ning felt an immense relief wash over him. At last, the master uncle has departed. From now on, I must keep my distance from her. Raising my head, the moon shines brightly amidst the sparse stars. With not a cloud in sight, where does that thunderous sound come from? Yet, with that woman gone, Chu Ning finally feels a sense of relief. He touches the pouch in his pocket and feels considerably assured. As long as master does not find out, all is well. Chapter 16. A new task, pure enjoyment. Upon returning to his room, Chu Ning found his mind far from the path of cultivation. His thoughts were consumed by images that were less than pure. Especially after what his uncle had said, how could he remain calm? No matter how one might argue, he is still my uncle. How could he besmirch the relationship between me and my master? What if my master were to find out? Tossing and turning in bed, sleep eludes Chu Ning. He decides to put aside thoughts of his uncle for the moment. But master, he admits, he is indeed satisfied with the facial cleanser. It is fragrant and soft. Yet, what is wrong with you, master? Why do you inquire whether I am satisfied? Would he dare to say otherwise? Could he possibly be dissatisfied? Suddenly, a peculiar thought strikes him. What if he were to say he was not satisfied? No, one must not speculate about master. There must be a reason behind his actions. Chu Ning still cannot find rest. After some contemplation, he decides to take out that pouch. Under the moonlight, the azure pouch appears quite alluring in his eyes. Engaging in improper conduct, what could that entail? Although he, Chu Ning, may be inexperienced, could he really be so oblivious? However, to carry such sentiments while using Master's pouch, unthinkable, absolutely unacceptable. Quickly, he places the pouch beneath the bed. But then he considers that keeping it there might cause it to wrinkle. Wouldn't that pose a problem when he returns it later? Better to place it under the pillow. Having arranged everything, Chu Ning finally feels a bit more at ease. Master, I truly harbor no ill thoughts towards you. I regard you solely as my master. With such thoughts, he drifts into a deep slumber. A night passes without incident. The following morning, sunlight spills onto Chu Ning's face. Ding. Sign-in task issued. Proceed to Biluo pool to complete the sign-in. Task reward. 10,000 contribution points. The system's notification sounds. Seeing the sign-in task, Chu Ning hastily rises to check. The Supreme Heavenly Demon Body requires contribution points urgently. Additional task, Lotus Essence. Bathe in the waters of Biluo pool. Note. The waters of Biluo pool enhance cultivation and cleanse the foundation. Task reward. 5,000 contribution points. An additional task? While it may not compare to the previous reward of 10,000, this task is pure enjoyment. This implies that by signing in and taking a bath, he can garner 15,000 contribution points. With just 10,000 needed for the cultivation of the Supreme Heavenly Demon Body, there seems to be little need for expenditure of contribution points. He could save quite a bit. Contemplating this, Chu Ning becomes quite excited. This is indeed an effortless way to acquire contribution points. For him, the cultivation speed of a superior spiritual root is already sufficient. As for a celestial spiritual root, it is expected to require 100,000 points, an eternity away. Thus, there is no immediate necessity to strive for a breakthrough. Once the Supreme Celestial Demonic Body is cultivated, it shall remain as a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. With this thought in mind, Chu Ning promptly resolved to check in and commence his training, for diligence in cultivation is the true path. However, why does this task bear such an odd title? Lotus of Condensed Fat. It seems rather suggestive and akin to bathing in a somewhat alluring manner. Never mind. The system must be jesting once more. Bang, bang, bang. The stone door reverberated with a series of knocks, causing Chu Ning to cast a puzzled glance in that direction. Even his master would not knock in such a manner. Disciple, open the door. It is your master, called out Ji Qingqiu, her voice echoing from outside. Little disciple, be obedient and unlock the door. Chu Ning muttered, what is my uncle doing knocking at this early hour? Mu Li replied with a mournful expression. I specially came early to impart cultivation knowledge to my little disciple. Why should that be considered disruptive? Is it not for your apprentice's benefit? By the way, senior sister, You aren't afraid that I might teach your little disciple something and then come for a hug, are you? Rest assured, senior sister. I would never embrace her, at most, a peck on the cheek. Get lost. Chu Ning hastily made his way to the door. Yet, upon opening the stone door, the enchanting vixen had already vanished without a trace. Ji Qingxiu cast a glance at Chu Ning. Are you looking for her? The look in her eyes was palpably dangerous. Even a fool would know how to respond. He quickly shook his head. It's just that my uncle arrived unexpectedly this early. I'm unsure of her intentions. Ji Qingxiu replied nonchalantly. That vixen has always acted in ways that leave one perplexed. There is no need to concern yourself with her. Vixen. There are demon cultivators within the demon sect, and she belongs to that category. After saying this, Ji Qingxiu added, you best keep your distance from her. Chu Ning fully understood the gravity of her words. That woman was far too fast, having traversed from another realm. He had encountered countless seasoned drivers online. Yet he could not withstand even a single maneuver from his uncle. Moreover, she constantly jested about matters related to his master, teasing him. Who could endure such torment? Do not worry, master. I shall certainly keep my distance from my uncle. Pleased by his response, Ji Qingxiu reached out to ruffle Chu Ning's hair. Master, Chu Ning thought to himself, isn't this gesture a tad too intimate? Coupled with the cleansing cream from last night, I find myself tainted. Ji Qingxiu regarded Chu Ning and spoke slowly. Yesterday, when you clashed with me, the sword techniques you employed were derived from the 9 forms of the celestial demon. However, that sword technique is incomplete. I intended to refine that fragmented technique to harness demonic energy and augment your sword aura, planning to teach you later. But since you have progressed swiftly, I shall impart that sword technique to you today. Hearing this, Chu Ning was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. Having comprehended the sword technique from the demonic arts numerous times, he still felt something was amiss. Yet, if his master deemed it worthy of instruction, it must be an extraordinary technique. To his surprise, despite his master's lack of stature within the sect, he always brought forth valuable teachings. The best master in the world. Come along with me. Meanwhile, the vixen, abandoned at the foot of the mountain, remained unwilling to concede, clenching her fists in frustration. That insufferable senior sister, casting me down the mountain and sealing my powers, nearly caused my demise. Fortunately, my physique is resilient. Oh, my poor back. After venting her grievances, Mu Li sensed her cultivation restoring and reappeared atop the mountain once more. The master and disciple were engaged in sword practice, ignoring Mu Li entirely. One was too lazy to respond, while the other lacked the courage to do so. Frustrated, Mu Li sulked on a stone bench, muttering to herself, Foolish senior sister. I am considering your lifelong affairs. With your temperament, even if you have feelings for Ning you would never dare to cross boundaries. Since you are now so close to that disciple, why not seize the opportunity to take him as your partner? This remark caught Ji Qingxiu's attention. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt, thick as a bowl, descended from the heavens, striking Mu Li directly. Chu Ning was startled. Master, the martial ant has been struck by lightning. Ji Qingxiu didn't even glance at the vixen. Her true form was that of a 9-tailed celestial fox, possessing the greatest physical strength in the world. Capable of withstanding even the might of the Buddha's golden body. She would not perish easily. Why was the martial ant struck by lightning? Mu Li pondered. Too many thoughts lead to divine retribution. Pay it no mind. Just focus on your sword practice. Chu Ning nodded repeatedly. Since the master had spoken, it must be fine. They resumed their sword practice. The techniques and sword styles were not one and the same. The sword techniques imparted by Ji Qingxiu to Chu Ning were derived from the profound insights of the heavenly demon 9 forms. Given Chu Ning's familiarity with the heavenly demon 9 forms, her swordsmanship was already engraved in her heart, allowing her to practice with great speed. Ji Qingxiu merely refined the details, resulting in a smoother execution. Atop the mountain, the pair of practitioners flowed gracefully in their attire, their swords dancing like clouds, revealing an ethereal elegance. In stark contrast, not far away, the vixen in white lay incapacitated, sprawled on the ground, utterly unable to move. She was cursing aloud. Why must you two indulge in your folly here while I suffer this fate? Stupid senior sister, I had no intention of intervening. Now you have forced my hand. Chapter 17. Ning does the martial ant intend to take your master for a bath? This sword technique, known as the Heavenly Demon 9 Styles, was derived from the master's own demonic arts. The Heavenly Demon 9 Styles can be combined with demonic powers for greater strength, and the master has fully imparted them to you. Henceforth, dedicate yourself to diligent practice. Chu Ning nodded. The 9 sword styles, Dread Demon Style, Moving Demon Style, and Subduing Demon Style, each possessed its unique characteristics, all unearthed from the Heavenly Demon 9 forms, and indeed complemented one another splendidly. Thanks to her understanding of the Heavenly Demon 9 forms, Chu Ning found herself adept in practice. Meanwhile, Muli watched enviously, feeling a pang of jealousy. It seemed as though her senior sister was being taken away. After all these years, her senior sister had been solely hers. Yet, seeing Ji Qingqiu invest such care in a man, she felt a twinge of happiness. Who would believe that the current demon lord had never known a man? With a huff, Muli muttered, "Do you think this sword technique is something anyone can learn? Only your master could teach it to you. Her other disciples would never attain such knowledge." Chu Ning glanced at Muli, timidly replying, "Martial aunt, I believe it would be wise for you to say less, lest you attract another bolt of lightning." Muli scoffed, "That was directed at your master. I am not uttering any such blatant words, so why would she strike me?" Her gaze fell upon Chu Ning, her face betraying surprise. "I heard from senior sister that your spiritual root is of medium quality. Yet why does it seem that your speed resembles that of a superior quality?" Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, as she had not previously paid attention to this matter. Releasing a wisp of her aura to investigate, she found it to be true. She appeared somewhat astonished. "Ninger, what is the reason for this?" Chu Ning cleared her throat, evidently not intending to reveal anything about the system. "When I practiced the demonic arts, I could feel the magic refining my foundation. Perhaps that's the reason." The two women nodded in unison. Indeed, the demonic arts possess such an effect. "It seems you have an exceptional affinity for them, hence the rapid progress." Chu Ning replied, "I merely spoke casually. Is it truly the case that the demonic arts have such an effect?" However, Chu Ning's foundation was advancing too swiftly for her to discern it from the techniques themselves. Yet she had already managed to muddle through. Muli gazed with a hint of envy. His affinity is truly remarkable, and the enhancement of his foundation is so rapid. Such an excellent disciple, gifted and handsome. She playfully nestled close to Ji Qingqiu, rubbing her cheek against hers. "Sister, why not give me this disciple? I shall certainly teach him diligently. What do you say?" Ji Qingqiu's murderous intent became apparent. "Ninger is my disciple, that will not do." The cunning fox huffed, retracting her neck slightly. "If you won't give him to me, then why flaunt such a charming demeanor in front of others? Ninger is still here." After saying this, she turned her gaze back to Chu Ning. "Ninger, let me tell you, your master has a terrible temper and is prone to violence. You will likely be beaten daily if you follow her." Chu Ning scratched her head, looking perplexed. "Is master really so ill-tempered? I haven't noticed. I find her quite pleasant. Aside from being a bit aloof and not very talkative, she doesn't seem too bad, does she? Moreover, she genuinely cares for me and even provided me with facial cleanser." Cough, cough. Thinking further in that direction would lead to unwholesome thoughts. Muli was taken aback, glancing at the master and disciple duo. Could there truly be someone who claims the temper of the current demon lord is good? If her temper were indeed amiable, she wouldn't have acted without hesitation when encountering the three teaching saints in South Barbarian Wilderness, even without inquiring about the reason. Indeed, it was clear that the sister held a peculiar affection for this little one, which is why she refrained from divulging anything. Was she afraid that the little one might be frightened upon learning the truth? Muli squinted her eyes again. Indeed, they were a rather intriguing pair. She was quite eager to see how their relationship would evolve. "Sister," the cunning fox once more nestled against Ji Qingqiu, wrapping her arms around the woman's waist, pressing closely against her back. The scene was too enchanting for Chu Ning to bear, prompting her to hastily practice her swordplay instead. "It has been quite a while since sister and I last visited the Biluo pond for a bath. How about we go tonight?" Ji Qingqiu frowned slightly. "If you wish to go, you may do so alone. Why drag me into it? Consider it. Ninger has just begun her cultivation. Although her foundation is solid, she has not yet reached the level of the contemporary elite. The celestial demon liquid from the Biluo pond can refine the physique and solidify her foundation. Why not fetch some of that and take a leisurely bath?" Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu appeared contemplative. This indeed held some merit. As her disciple, Ninger should naturally have access to the finest resources within the sect. Having previously provided some to Zhou Yujin for body refinement, it was only fitting that she also grant some to Ninger now. Ninger does desire immortality, does she not? If that is the case, she shall assist Chu Ning in solidifying the foundation, rendering the path to eternal life more stable. Cultivation and the enhancement of one's abilities are not the paramount concerns. Rather, the firmness of one's foundation determines how far a practitioner can truly journey. Countless high-ranking cultivators, in their youth, have faltered in their pursuit of breakthrough, neglecting to solidify their foundations, ultimately finding themselves trapped at a bottleneck for life. If you seek immortality, then I, your true self, shall assist you, ensuring that your realm is indeed the unrivaled pinnacle of the world. Very well, Ji Qingqiu replied with a slight nod. A leisurely bath would indeed be delightful. The triumphant fox's grin was almost crooked with satisfaction. "You must not go back on your word, senior sister." After completing a set of sword techniques, Chu Ning felt a surge of insight and began to channel his demonic powers, visualizing himself With the aid of his innate talent and skills, he was now on the brink of breaking through to the second realm. Reaching the second realm signifies that he could wield more techniques and cast a greater array of spells, such as cleansing spells and techniques for preserving meat. Essential for survival in the wilderness, although Chu Ning had no immediate need for survival skills, the mountaintop lacked bathing facilities. Yet, even if a breakthrough were possible, Chu Ning had no intention of rushing it. He felt his understanding of the first realm was still insufficient, and his foundation was not yet solidified. Pushing for rapid advancement could lead to unforeseen complications. After all, he aspired for immortality. Thus, a stable foundation is paramount. Suddenly, a sultry voice broke the silence. Startling Chu Ning. Little disciple, Master Uncle, could you please refrain from appearing behind others so suddenly? Chu Ning murmured, expressing his discontent. Mu Li chuckled lightly and glanced back at Ji Qingxiu, who had already entered the cave dwelling. I wish to share something with you, but you mustn't disclose it to anyone else. Intrigued, Chu Ning inquired, what is it? Tonight, I will be taking your master for a bath. We shall meet at the Bailuo. Before Mu Li could finish her sentence, Chu Ning abruptly stood up, exuding righteousness. Master Uncle, I have already stated that the previous matter was a misunderstanding. I hold no such thoughts towards my master, absolutely none. Regardless of your perspective, I will forever remain my master's disciple, and that will never change. Fuming, Chu Ning turned sharply, hoping his master uncle would refrain from concerning herself with such matters in the future. Mu Li stood there, momentarily stunned. Had she truly just been reprimanded? The second strongest of the demon sect, scolded by her little disciple. The sly fox muttered in dissatisfaction, what s with the attitude? If you feel that way, then why did you sneak your senior sister's undergarments? I thought you harbored affections for her. Yet, to her surprise, this disciple was exceedingly earnest, truly devoid of such intentions. Mu Li sighed. She had originally thought that someone might enter her senior sister's world, bringing forth unique experiences. However, after observing for a time, it seemed their relationship was merely that of a close master and disciple, devoid of anything intriguing to witness. Mu Li lamented as she turned and sulked into Ji Qingxiu's cave dwelling. As night fell, the two had agreed to set forth. A leisurely bath could wait. There was no rush. Just then, as the two women departed, Chu Ning emerged from his cave dwelling, heading towards Biluo Pond, with a Tuan guiding him. The adventure officially commenced. The rewards for his contributions were soon to arrive, he chuckled. Chapter 18. What are Ninger's true feelings towards me? The Demon Sect's peak. The summit of Mount Wending, the Wanhua Forest, and Biluo Pond are collectively known as the three forbidden grounds of the Demon Sect. The first two are inhabited by the Demon Sovereign and the Demon Lord, who represent the foremost powers of their respective sections. Their temperaments are unpredictable, and a careless misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Thus, no one dares to approach them. Biluo Pond derives its name from the latter part of Yellow Springs and Biluo. It resides within the Valley of 10,000 Demons, where a towering demon statue stands guard. This statue, a testament to the sect's millennia-long heritage, has stood there for countless years, annually producing a limited quantity of celestial demon essence. For members of the demon sect, this ethereal liquid can cleanse one's roots, accelerate cultivation, and solidify one's foundation. It is coveted by countless disciples and is said to have miraculous effects during breakthroughs. Consequently, few dare to venture into this area. Anyone who trespasses is invariably deemed a thief of the celestial demon essence by the 10,000 demons, who will drain their life force until they become a mere husk. As he journeyed, Chu Ning found it peculiar that he often stumbled upon hard objects that shattered upon impact. Yet he paid it little mind, continuing along the designated path. Unbeknownst to him, the road of Yellow Springs and Biluo was paved with desiccated bones. Some ancient dry bones had long since weathered, while others were the remains of disciples who had ventured recklessly into the demon sect's territory in recent years. Beneath the saint level, any intruder was destined for certain death. Ha ha ha. Another fool has come to meet his demise. In the shadows, the silhouette of a demon soul with a human skin mask emerged, its crimson gaze particularly chilling. Behind it, countless pairs of red eyes glowed ominously. There will always be those who seek their own end. The celestial demon essence is a prize only for the likes of them. That essence is reserved for the elite of our demon sect. How dare they covet it? Kill him! Kill him! A mournful wind howled, heavy with demonic energy. Chu Ning shuddered, gripping his sword tightly and quickening his pace. This place was suffocatingly eerie. Just a quick visit for a bath, and then he would retreat. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy bore down on Chu Ning. A single strike, and if it were to land, his demise would be certain. However, in the next moment, another wave of demonic energy erupted, scattering the initial attack. The leading demon suddenly appeared, and all the demons bowed in deference. My lord, that disciple has trespassed into Biluo Pond. According to the law, He should be executed. Nonsense. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the sword he wields? That is the sword of extermination. He is a disciple of the demon sovereign. If a disciple of the demon sovereign is present, there must be urgent matters at hand. If you act against him, would it not mean the destruction of the valley of 10,000 demons by the demon sovereign's sword? The demons were instantly filled with dread, yet one timidly spoke up. But my lord, we did not receive prior notice. The demon leader replied sternly, if he is indeed a disciple of the demon sovereign, then he is beyond our jurisdiction. Remember, do not harm him. Withdraw all ambushes and ensure he is unharmed. Understood. Chu Ning suddenly felt the oppressive atmosphere lighten considerably. Not only has the bone-chilling cold dissipated, but I also find this place surprisingly familiar. How peculiar. Could it be that after entering the demon sect, I have grown fond of such eerie and terrifying locales? This can't be right. Have I somehow become unhinged? Before me lies a fork in the path, with countless tiny stones indicating the direction. How considerate. Though I, Chu Ning, instinctively know the way, I can't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, this is the demon sect, even providing guidance for wandering disciples. My master need no longer worry about my getting lost. Although, with a map in hand, it's hardly necessary. After I departed, a few small demons behind me wiped away non-existent sweat from their foreheads. So that's the esteemed Grandmaster ancestor, huh? Doesn't he seem all that impressive? Her cultivation appears lower than mine. What do you know? She is a newly accepted disciple of the demon sovereign. All 6 disciples chosen by the demon sovereign possess extraordinary talents, with the top 3 already having ascended to sainthood. And the 4th and 5th Grandmaster ancestors are but a step away from it. The 6th is currently striving for the 3rd realm. Having only joined the sect a little over a month ago, one of the little demons was instantly astounded. The youngest Grandmaster ancestor before us must surely be a hidden gem. Of course. Otherwise, who would dare boldly intrude into the Billowoten? Understood. Best to avoid provoking her. In the valley of 10,000 demons, within the Billowoten, a misty ambience envelopes the scene. Steam rising as 2 exquisitely white bodies float in the water. This sight resembles a paradise on earth, evoking nostalgia and longing. Muli lazily reclines on a stone platform, savoring the comfort of the moment. Sister, it seems we haven't been this candid with each other in ages. How nostalgic. Ji Qingqiu, her expression unyielding, retorted. As a woman, if you wish to speak such words, go down the mountain and find a man. Why must you disgust me with this talk? The men at the foot of the mountain are quite dull. Those at the summit, however, are rather intriguing, much like our little disciple. Ji Qingqiu's eyes gleamed with a hint of menace. If you dare develop feelings for Ninger, I shall skin you and hang your hide at the mountain gate. Do you believe me? Muli snorted lightly. I do not. Ji Qingqiu feigned a strike, prompting Muli to retreat her neck and snuggle into Ji Qingqiu's embrace. Sister, I was merely jesting. I wanted to see just how much you care for that disciple. I'm not genuinely interested. Moreover, why would I compete with my sister for a man? Ji Qingqiu's countenance stiffened as she corrected, he is my disciple. If you continue to utter such nonsense, be cautious. I shall not be so courteous. Very well, sister. The cunning fox nestled in Ji Qingqiu's arms, reveling in the moment, while Ji Qingqiu remained indifferent, feeling only disdain. Do not hold me so often. How old are you now? Muli giggled. No matter how old I am, I'm still your little fox. By the way, do you truly harbor no other feelings for your disciple? Ji Qingqiu, slightly puzzled, inquired. What other feelings? Is he not my disciple? Naturally, I treat him with the propriety of a master and student. Is that so? Yet, after all these years, he is your first male disciple, is he not? Why would I need others to guide me in accepting disciples? Then surely he is the one you cherish the most? Ji Qingqiu sighed softly. Previously, the disciples were merely the torchbearers of the demonic sect's legacy. They had their desires, and the master granted them. There was no need for excessive worry. However, Ninger was distinctly different. His temperament and aspirations mirrored those of the master in their youth. Perhaps that was why he was treated in such a manner. Moreover, he harbored few desires, making him the one who resembled an immortal the most within this so-called celestial sect. Few desires? Muli chuckled at this remark. One could hardly claim to have few desires while pilfering the master's undergarments or blushing at inappropriate thoughts due to the master's embrace. Yet, she did not refute it. For today, Chu Ning's behavior had indeed incited her suspicions. She had assumed that Chu Ning's desires were for his senior sister, only to discover that this was not the case. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation and lamented the absence of a captivating spectacle. However, in the next moment, Mu Li's expression shifted to one of vigilance. Someone was approaching, yet her alertness quickly dissipated as both sensed the newcomer. Is it Ning'o? Ji Qingqiu paused momentarily, furrowing her brow. You didn't take it upon yourself to inform him, did you? Mu Li was bewildered. Senior sister, I did not. I haven't spoken a word to him today. That rascal has been avoiding me. Indeed, she had not uttered a word. Yet why had Chu Ning come seeking her? No. She had mentioned Bai Luo from Bai Luo Tan. The demonic sect was singular in its association with those two characters. So it was likely he had followed the trail to find her. A sly smile crept across Mu Li's face, her earlier excitement rekindling. Little junior nephew. What pretense of decorum is this? We agreed you wouldn't come during the day, yet here you are, sneaking around at night. Since this is the case, I shall not intrude, With a flash, Mu Li darted past, and Ji Qingxiu reached out to intercept her, but it was too late. By the water's edge, Ji Qingxiu's expression was complex. She had not intended to bathe. Mu Li had dragged her into this predicament. It was evident that Mu Li had set a trap. Today's events were surely relayed to Ninger, who had been informed of her bathing here. If he was aware she was bathing, why then did he come? What were Ninger's intentions? The water was scalding, and the beauty submerged within it blushed, her complexion radiant. For a moment, she could not discern whether her reddened cheeks were due to the heat or her own shyness. Chapter 19. No, he is your disciple. Before Bai Luo Tan, Chu Ning caught sight of the mist-enshrouded pool from a distance, his heart swelling with joy. For a while now, he had relied on his master to provide him with a cleansing spell for his baths. Although it was convenient, it lacked the true essence of washing with water, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. Yet, there was no water atop the mountain, and he couldn't be too demanding. To his surprise, this Bai Luo Tan not only contained water, but was also a hot spring. Sign in. While completing the system task, Chu Ning swiftly shed his garments. The pool was vast, and steam billowed around him, obscuring his view of the surroundings. Momentarily, he assumed no one was present. After all, who would venture so far for a soak in a hot spring? Sign in successful. Reward, contribution value 10,000. With his final article of clothing discarded, Chu Ning leapt into the water with a splash. Completion of additional task reward, contribution value 5,000. Chu Ning was exhilarated, her eyes rolling back in delight. This hot spring seemed to offer more than mere relaxation. It harbored a certain power capable of cleansing one's very essence, providing a sensation even more euphoric than cultivation itself. What bliss! Not only had she earned contribution points, but she could also luxuriate in a soothing bath. When she returned, she would certainly tell her master about this splendid place. However, one must ponder, why is the name of this additional task so peculiar? Lotus and cream. It sounds so enchanting. Master, Ninger knows you are here. Are you calling to me? In the distance, a figure that appeared almost human but with only half of its head visible pursed its lips upon hearing this. Surely, the master referred to her. But how could she possibly meet Chu Ning here? And how could she approach? Ji Qingxiu contemplated leaving, but suddenly recalled something. Ninger must have come because of her. Besides, in this world, how could a master hide from their disciple? Ninger, goodness, master. A familiar voice resonated from behind, startling Chu Ning to the brink of shock. She realized that it was not only her uncle who enjoyed sneaking up from behind, but also her master, Ji Qingxiu. Master, what brings you here? Initially believing it to be an illusion, her astonishment turned to reality as she indeed beheld Ji Qingxiu. The ethereal purple glow of the spring water illuminated her stunning beauty, with the mist swirling around her enhancing her already exquisite visage. Looking down, droplets of water clung to her shoulders, as delicate and captivating as white jade. Chu Ning suddenly turned away, too flustered to gaze any longer. In that moment, she was utterly panicked, having no inkling that her master was also present. She had thought it was merely a rock, obscured by the mist. Yet, with such a significant disturbance, surely her master, whose cultivation surpassed her own, must have sensed it. But why had she not noticed? Instead, she waited until Chu Ning entered the pool. Master, I truly did not mean to intrude. I shall take my leave. Ninger, wait. Ji Qingxiu gently shook her head, watching Chu Ning's retreating figure. She too had not anticipated that Chu Ning would arrive here. If Chu Ning was here, it must be because Mu Li had incited her, revealing to her that the two would be bathing together tonight. Otherwise, Ninger would have no way of knowing of her presence. But why had Ninger chosen to come? Did she not know that her master was bathing here? If she was aware, then what prompted her visit? Ji Qingxiu pressed her lips together, as if having deduced something, her red lips parting as she spoke softly. Ninger, you must honestly confess to me, since joining the sect, have you harbored any impure thoughts toward me? Her emotions were quite complex. The first disciple she sincerely wished to accept may have unspoken feelings for her. Not only had she stolen her undergarment, but she had also come here to spy on her bathing. Yet, she did not feel anger. Rather, she believed that the relationship between a master and disciple ought to be pure and transparent, not shrouded in such secrecy. Ji Qingxiu genuinely regarded Chu Ning as a disciple, entirely devoid of the intentions Mu Li had insinuated, and had never considered having Chu Ning as a partner. Her sole aspiration in life was to pursue the path of enlightenment, untouched by love or desire. However, if Ninger harbors such feelings for her, it is likely that their bond as master and disciple is at stake. Upon hearing these words, Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply before turning around. His gaze revealed no evasion. It was filled solely with determination and sincerity. As a disciple, Chu Ning would never entertain any improper thoughts towards his master. This was true in the past, is true in the present, and will remain true in the future. We are merely master and disciple, nothing more. If the master doubts this, I can swear an oath against my own heart. Ji Qingqiu's figure swiftly appeared before Chu Ning, gently restraining his raised hand, her expression softening gradually. There is no need for such concern. I trust you. It seems today someone has been meddling, and it is unrelated to you. A fleeting anger flashed in her eyes, for she despised being manipulated by others, even if it were her junior sister. Moreover, she felt that even Ninger had been involved in this scheme. Above in the heavens, thunder rumbled ominously. Initially, Mu Li, who was reveling in the moment, suddenly sensed something amiss. Sister, I am wronged. I had no idea Ninger would come. Please spare me. Countless disciples of the demon sect gazed upwards in awe, their expressions a mix of admiration and reverence. The demon lord's formidable prowess transcended the celestial realm. They had already begun to commune with the heavens. In the depths of the Biluotan, the master and disciple exchanged glances. Chu Ning fixed his gaze upon Ji Qingqiu and explained, my visit today was purely coincidental. I had no knowledge of the master's presence here. If I have inadvertently disturbed you, it is my fault, and I hope for your reprimand. Rest assured, my filial devotion to you will remain unwavering for millennia. I could never harbor any other thoughts. Ji Qingqiu nodded gently, her eyes softening as she reached out to stroke Chu Ning's head. I understand. Although I sense that Ninger might have feelings beyond mere friendship at this moment. We stand before each other, honest and unreserved. If Ninger truly had such feelings, she would not have spoken in this manner or exhibited such a lack of ulterior motives. Her words ring true. This was what Ji Qingqiu longed to hear, a genuine expression of the bond between master and disciple. After all, Chu Ning was the first disciple she earnestly wished to accept. Yet, upon hearing these words, why did she feel a sense of vexation within her heart? Why did she still feel an emptiness deep inside? Ji Qingqiu chose to disregard these feelings, forcing herself to smile gently at Chu Ning before continuing. I have come today to retrieve some celestial demon essence to solidify your foundation. It is well known that for cultivators, advancing realms too hastily is ill-advised. The more stable your foundation, the greater your future strength. Although you can currently break through to the second realm, do not be overly eager. With your master here, focus on your cultivation and do not concern yourself with anything else. Chu Ning nodded solemnly. Even amidst the picturesque scenery, he understood that beneath it lay a world unseen by others. How could he ever entertain thoughts of betraying his master? He was acutely aware that the woman before him genuinely regarded him as her disciple and was the first to show such care for him. How could he possibly let her down? As they spoke, Ji Qingqiu produced a sphere of violet essence from her hand. Ninger, swallow it and refine it. Chu Ning nodded and promptly consumed it. Flavorless and devoid of sensation, yet imbued with a formidable energy, it surged through Chu Ning's physique upon ingestion. Ji Qingqiu's gaze sharpened, her slender fingers transforming into a pointed gesture directed at Chu Ning's chest. As she channeled her demonic abilities, the intricate patterns of the Taotai emerged around Chu Ning, and the immense energy within him began to stir. The previously cleansed roots of his being now expelled a few pure impurities once more. What was once dust of the body had now become dust of the bones. With this purification, Chu Ning's foundation was firmly established. With closed eyes and focused mind, he delved into the essence of cultivation. Yet, opposite him, Ji Qingqiu's gaze flickered, betraying an unexpected unease. Her disciple harbored no ulterior motives towards her, a fact that should have brought her joy, so why the sense of loss? Suddenly, her heart raced as she beheld the figure before her, her throat involuntarily tightening. The finger that had pointed at Chu Ning's chest morphed into a hand, gently caressing his torso. Even the venerable demon lord, who had existed for millennia, could not suppress her widened eyes. How robust this body of Ninger was. This was simply unacceptable. After all, they were master and disciple. In the meantime, Chu Ning remained immersed in the elation brought by his training, oblivious to the shifts in the external world. With such benevolence from his master, his trust in her was absolute. Where his master resided, he felt an unwavering sense of safety, free from worry. The essence of the celestial demon manifested within him, a colossal force solidifying his already firm foundation further. Within, his meridians and bones gradually glimmered with a faint golden light, while his blood began to reveal a jade-like hue. Golden branches and jade leaves. This was the highest commendation for foundational strength in the world. As of now, Chu Ning stood at the pinnacle of the first realm. Possessing a comprehensive understanding of demonic arts, and with Ji Qingqiu's support, his foundation was undeniably peerless. Gradually regaining his senses, Chu Ning contemplated the changes within himself. Feeling a surge of emotion. Attaining perfection in demonic arts seemingly allowed for the acquisition of the supreme, celestial demon body. Perhaps he could cultivate this supreme form further to reinforce his foundation? Chu Ning did not seek rapid ascendance, coupled with Ji Qingqiu's earlier words. He comprehended the vital importance of a solid foundation. Thus, he resolved to pursue the supreme, celestial demon body. Chu Ning, spiritual root, superior quality, cultivation level, first realm spirit movement, pinnacle, technique, 9 phases of the celestial demon progress. 100, costs 10,000 contribution points to unlock cultivation of the supreme, celestial demon body. Would you like to use 10,000 contribution points to unlock the supreme, celestial demon body? Without hesitation, Chu Ning chose affirmatively. Unlocking cultivation, supreme celestial demon body progress. 1. The waters churned, and demonic energy surged. Ji Qingqiu, lost in the embrace of Chu Ning's form, suddenly regained her composure, her expression one of astonishment. She witnessed the demonic patterns around him intensifying, proliferating in abundance. Was Ninger on the verge of a breakthrough? With his foundation already of the highest caliber, a breakthrough posed no issue. Ji Qingqiu smiled softly. Her disciple indeed would not disappoint her. But then her gaze sharpened once more. How could a breakthrough in the first realm produce such celestial phenomena? Unless he possessed the body of heavenly Tao. The extraordinary talent is no different. It is merely that talent is the foundation, while the body of the heavenly Tao is the embodiment. She, Ji Qingqiu, possesses the heavenly Tao's sword bone along with an exceptional talent, thus earning the title of the greatest force of destruction in the contemporary world. Unexpectedly, this disciple has awakened the body of the heavenly Tao. A surge of demonic energy suddenly arose, and within the luminous column, Chu Ning subtly revealed an unparalleled demonic might. Ji Qingqiu was instantly taken aback, immediately recognizing the nature of this heavenly Tao body, the supreme heavenly demon body. A millennium ago, the founder of the demon sect established it beyond the teachings of the Tao, Buddha, and the saintly masters, using this defiant physique, which instilled fear in the founders of the 3 teachings. Now, with the decline of the demon race, the remnants of the demonic bodies have transformed into the demon sect, guarding it for millennia. Little did one expect that the supreme heavenly demon body would re-emerge. The heavens stirred, the 9 celestial bodies shifted, the stellar phenomena rotated, and the grand transformations unfolded. In the Confucian holy land of the Eastern Hauran continent, the heavenly Tao Academy, the esteemed sage of etiquette turned pale with dread. One demon lord from the demon sect had already wreaked havoc. To think another heavenly Tao body had appeared. This is intolerable. The sage of the Yin-Yang school must deduce the identity of this individual. One Ji Qingqiu is already terrifying enough. If another arises, our Confucian school shall surely be annihilated. In the Western Lotus Flower continent, the Buddhist holy land, the pure land of the West, the beads held by the 36 Buddhas shattered simultaneously. Amitabha. The demon sect has given rise to another sacred body. Let us hope this individual is not a bloodthirsty warrior to spare the world from suffering. Alas, it is unwise to forge enmity with the current demon sect. At present, we possess no 8th-tier practitioners, so we shall observe the situation. In the northern Qingming continent's Taoist holy land, atop the white jade capital, a Taoist priest smiled faintly. Not white. I retract my previous words. Now, your generation has a worthy adversary. A young man in robes, holding a floating dust, exhibited no emotion in his eyes. The demon sect as spawn is hardly worth mentioning. With you as my disciple, my Taoist sect shall surely flourish for a millennium, destined to eradicate the demon sect. As the extraordinary phenomena subsided, Chu Ning slowly opened his eyes. His aura had intensified countless times compared to before. Upon merging with the supreme heavenly demon body, he had reached the pinnacle of the first realm, achieving a breakthrough directly. Chu Ning, spirit root, superior spirit root, realm, second realm. Subtlety, technique, heavenly demon 9 forms, perfection. Physique, supreme heavenly demon body progress. 1 agile, subtle, knowing one's fate. In the lower 3 realms, Chu Ning had now crossed the first threshold. Reaching the understanding of fate grants Chu Ning the opportunity for longevity. With 5,890 contribution points remaining, he could elevate the supreme heavenly demon body further. Chu Ning now faintly sensed that with just 1 punch, he could annihilate his former self purely through physical prowess. The gap between the realms is astonishingly vast. Ji Qingqiu gazed at him with admiration and embraced Chu Ning tightly. Ninger, I perceive that you have entered the second tier with the strongest form, unparalleled and unprecedented. Should you maintain such standards at each realm, your strength will undoubtedly be unmatched. Moreover, you have awakened the body of the heavenly Tao, which has brought me immense joy. Chu Ning was instantly taken aback. This time, he was entirely unadorned. Opening his eyes, he could see everything, still unshielded. Master, that's enough. Ji Qingqiu suddenly realized something and, with a hint of embarrassment, retreated into the water. They had agreed to maintain a pure teacher-student relationship, yet it was she who had faltered first. Ninger, do you know what lies within the depths of the 10,000 demons abyss? Chu Ning, also submerged, raised her head above the surface. What? Ji Qingqiu replied with a smile. The heart of the 10,000 demons abyss is not this azure pool, but rather the 10,000 demons treasure ground. What is that place? Chu Ning inquired. Ji Qingqiu continued with a smile. The 10,000 demons treasure ground is a secret realm where disciples from various sects can participate in challenges. It is filled with the magical shadows left by generations of disciples from the demon sect. Rather than mere combat, it serves to enhance one's skills. My intention is for you to train there, to confront the predecessors from various factions. Chu Ning understood. In that case, I shall heed your words and go there. Ji Qingqiu chuckled. There is no need to rush. Today, focus on your breakthrough and return to solidify your foundation. There will be time later. By the way, several of your senior sisters have ventured to the 10,000 demons treasure ground and fought against peak cultivators of the same realm, gaining substantial experience that will further strengthen their foundations. My cultivation level is vastly superior to yours, and I fear engaging in combat with you might undermine your resolve. Recalling the earlier scene where she had been beaten into submission, Chu Ning instinctively shrank her neck. Her master was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, since her master had said so, she was determined to make the journey. I will not disappoint you, master. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu smiled faintly, clearly pleased, and reached out to pat Chu Ning's head. However, Chu Ning quickly dodged. Master, I shall take my leave now. Please rest. Ji Qingqiu's hand froze momentarily, a sudden wave of disappointment washing over her. Why did Ninger refuse to let her touch her head? No matter, I shall return with you. With that, she vanished in a flash. On the shore, Ji Qingqiu had already donned her attire. Chu Ning awkwardly remarked, Master, could you turn around? I need to get dressed. After a moment, Ji Qingqiu conjured a sect standard long sword from thin air and lightly stepped onto it. Come up. Chu Ning hesitated. Master, such a small sword seems unable to support two people. Ji Qingqiu replied nonchalantly, It matters not. You need only hold on to me. But master, is it appropriate for us to be so close? Chu Ning firmly rejected this intimate behavior. Today, her master had explicitly stated their intention to maintain a teacher-student relationship. Given their genders, it was best to keep a respectful distance. Otherwise, should others witness it, her master might become the subject of ridicule. Ji Qingqiu felt an even greater sense of loss. Why did she feel this way upon hearing those words? Ninger actively maintained this distinction between genders. Was she not supposed to be pleased? Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together, her gaze downcast, unable to conceal her inner disappointment. It matters not. As teacher and student, we are guiltless and can naturally be open and unashamed. After much hesitation, Chu Ning finally embraced her. Pressed against her master's back, she lifted her head, inhaling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to Ji Qingqiu. Despite her efforts to suppress her feelings, the earlier scene in the pool echoed in her mind. Master, what if I feel guilty? Chu Ning murmured softly, leaning against Ji Qingqiu's body. Ninger, what are you saying? Nothing. After returning, I must not allow this to happen again. I must maintain a distance from my master, or I will surely disappoint her. Chapter 21. The sisters' envy rises. No matter what, Chu Ning could not deceive himself. Despite his constant reminders that before him stood his master, the first person in this world to treat him like kin, he was still young and impetuous, a man in his prime. Holding Ji Qingqiu like this stirred feelings within him, especially after witnessing such sights at the Billowoten. How many people in the world could claim to have seen such things? How could he ensure that he remained pure of heart? Genuinely regarding his master as merely a mentor? No, absolutely not. His master had been so kind to him. If he were to harbor inappropriate thoughts, it would surely sadden her. Upon reaching the summit of Mount Wanding, the two descended swiftly. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of Ji Qingqiu, and throughout their journey on the sword, he had felt little else, only glancing down at the ground, fearful of falling. Ji Qingqiu spoke calmly. It's getting late, Ninger. You should rest. Chu Ning nodded in agreement. Observing Ji Qingqiu's silhouette, he suddenly called out, Master. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning continued, Tomorrow, I shall venture into the 10,000 demons treasure land for cultivation. I wonder if you would accompany me. Chu Ning quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied, There's no need, master. I can go by myself. Ji Qingqiu hesitated momentarily, but seeing Chu Ning's insistence, she nodded. Once you arrive at Wanmagu, the elders will inquire about your identity. There are no restrictions on challengers, so you may go as you wish. Thank you, master. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chu Ning tossed and turned. Hadn't he sought eternal life? Why was his mind now so preoccupied with his master? The images from the water pool lingered in his memory, especially the moment Ji Qingqiu embraced him without reservation, her gaze piercing. On the snow-capped peaks, a lone winter-sweet flower bloomed. Cursed system. Chu Ning suddenly recalled something and hastily rummaged beneath his pillow. In the moonlight, a blue bellyband lay quietly there. Chu Ning pressed his lips together. Had it not been for the theft of the bellyband, his thoughts would not have devolved into this. The master he once revered had now become the source of such base desires. He decided to descend the mountain for a few days of cultivation and reflection, hoping that upon seeing his master again, he would feel much better. The following morning, Chu Ning descended the mountain, unwilling to linger any longer above. He intended to meditate and cultivate below, waiting until he could see his master without those lingering feelings before returning to the mountain gate. Meanwhile, the youngest disciple to achieve the third realm in the demon sect's history was born. Countless elders gathered to witness the presence of Zhou Yujin, who wielded the sixth sword of the seven killers formation, all offering their respect. Achieving the third realm in just a month and a half. And given the depth of his aura, it was clear that he possessed profound roots. The terror of his divine talent was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. It was said that those blessed with such gifts would encounter no turbulence or obstacles on their path, merely progressing through each realm with unmatched strength. Within my sect, there are currently 6 individuals with divine talents, and just yesterday, a being embodying the Tao was revealed, truly a formidable occurrence. Haha, within this cosmic cycle, the eradication of the 3 teachings is but a matter of time. Zhou Yujin, upon seeing the assembly, clasped her hands in salute and swiftly soared towards the summit of Mount, winding on her sword. The foremost task following her breakthrough was to seek an audience with her master. At last, she had the opportunity to meet her mentor and become the true disciple of the world's foremost force of destruction. Disciple Zhou Yujin pays her respects to master. Zhou Yujin bowed deeply, filled with reverence. Before her, a figure materialized. Ji Qingqiu regarded Zhou Yujin with a discerning gaze and nodded slightly. Such a rapidly enlightened practitioner is indeed unprecedented, and her foundation is surprisingly solid. After speaking, he casually produced a martial technique and handed it to her. This is the sect's inherited swordplay, capable of integrating with demonic arts. The legacy of our sect's sword masters has culminated in this set of sword techniques, which can merge the practitioner with the sword, capable of shattering all laws. You should practice diligently, and should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to consult me. Zhou Yujin's face lit up with joy as she hastily accepted the technique. Thank you, master, she exclaimed as she rose, her gaze sweeping across the summit, only to suddenly notice something peculiar. Why was there a pot in that corner? It appeared as though there were signs of habitation. Had her master forsaken the grains of the earth? Suddenly, she sensed something and bit her lip. Master, I have no inquiries regarding my cultivation, but there is one matter. Ji Qingqiu nodded. Feel free to ask. Not long ago, I heard that master has taken in a new disciple. You have yet to meet him. As he has descended the mountain today, you both entered the sect together and may exchange insights in the future. Zhou Yujin felt as if struck by lightning. Master, do you mean to say that this disciple resides here at the summit of Mount Winding? Ji Qingqiu, with an expression of calm indifference, nodded. Zhou Yujin's heart plummeted. With her divine talent and rapid cultivation, upon arriving at the sect, she had not even glimpsed her master's face. Nor had she been granted the right to reside here, although she had heard that her master's previous disciples also did not dwell at the summit. Why was this last disciple afforded such privilege? What merit did he possess? Had he toiled as she had? Why was it not her? She longed to reside here, to spend each day with her master, basking in the beauty of nature and sharing insights on cultivation. Yet the figure before her was the most formidable demon lord of the age. She dared not press further, merely managing to force a smile. I imagine this junior brother possesses extraordinary talent. I would like to meet him. May I inquire where he has gone? Ji Qingqiu, taken aback for a moment, chuckled softly. It should be junior brother, not junior sister. He has gone to the land of 10,000 demons for cultivation. By the way, it would be beneficial for you to challenge yourself in your own cultivation as well. Zhou Yujin hardly registered the latter part of his words. Her mind was a void, her expression gradually stiffening. A male disciple? Her master had actually accepted a male disciple, and he resided in the same cave. How could this be? It tarnished her master's reputation. If outsiders were to learn of this, her esteemed master would be subjected to ridicule, losing all dignity. This was absolutely unacceptable. In Zhou Yu's eyes, a fiery wrath ignited, yet he concealed it before Ji Qingxiu. It was imperative to teach his junior brother a stern lesson, compelling him to retreat in the face of adversity. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Chu Ning made his way to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Under the cover of night, the surroundings appeared unremarkable. However, upon arrival, he was met with a daunting landscape of craggy mountains, where the peaks were adorned with grotesque faces of demons. What lay before him was not merely an illusion, but a towering accumulation of white bones. Should Chu Ning ascend upon his sword into the sky, he might behold a visage of unparalleled ferocity. The Valley of 10,000 Demons, the resting place of the demonic ancestors, was indeed the most saturated locale of demonic energy within the sect. Observing such a sight, Chu Ning furrowed his brow but felt no discomfort. Is not the path of cultivation built upon layers of bones? If one cannot endure such sights, then discussions of cultivation and immortality are utterly futile. Not far off, a steward of the sect stood at the crossroads, directing the steady stream of cultivators en route to the Valley of 10,000 Treasures. Chu Ning's eyes brightened as he hastened to join the throng. The demon sect, it seemed, possessed a commendable degree of humanity. After several days of cultivation, he would return when his mind was tranquil and free of distractions regarding his master. Chapter 22. Reunion with Elder Fong Siyuan. The Valley of 10,000 Treasures is situated at the heart of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. In terms of location, it corresponds to the cranial region of the demonic ancestor's remains. The ancestor's unparalleled strength ensured that his remains protected the demon sect, with each part having transformed into a cornerstone of the sect's development. The Valley of 10,000 Treasures, in particular, is a designated area for disciples of the demon sect to enhance their combat abilities. Specific zones are established for the lower and middle realms beneath the status of a sage, attracting thousands of disciples daily, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon reaching the Valley of 10,000 Treasures, Chu Ning received a demonic crystal from the sect steward. This artifact meticulously records the levels of trials, allowing one to challenge the next tier directly if they can surpass the demonic shadows of the current level. Holding the crystal in his hand, Chu Ning marveled at the boundless mysteries of the cultivation world. Now that he had the time, he was determined to explore these intricacies thoroughly. Although he currently occupied the second realm, he had yet to grasp its secrets. It would be far more beneficial to engage in trials of the first realm to enhance his practical skills. Master, what brings us to the Valley of 10,000 Treasures? Behind the elder followed several disciples, personally selected for their mid-tier spiritual roots, possessing not only exceptional talent, but also commendable temperament. Yet, they were undoubtedly lacking compared to the youth he had encountered before. The elder, one of the 72 elders of the Outer Gate, was Fong Siyuan, currently at the 5th realm of ocean observation. Alas, that youth had tragically perished at the hands of the demon sovereign. With a sigh, the elder turned his gaze toward the disciples before him and smiled gently. The Valley of 10,000 Treasures is the finest trial ground within the entire sect. Upon entering, one can encounter the demonic shadows of our predecessors, some of whom are esteemed figures of our time, while others have long since departed. Yet, during their era, they were the most distinguished prodigies of the demon sect. To contend with them not only enhances your combat proficiency, but also offers profound insights into cultivation, making this the most optimal venue for your trials. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the disciples turned pale. The prestigious disciples of the demon sect challenge us to battle? Master, how can we possibly face them? We are merely at the first rank. Fong Siyuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Naturally, you are to contend with the prodigies of the first rank from years past. Do you believe that the cultivators beyond our sect are merely the outer disciples you have trampled upon? To ascend to the inner sect, one must endure such trials. Noticing the lingering fear in several disciples, Fong Siyuan furrowed his brow. Those standing at every realm are beings you can only aspire to. If you cannot even confront these demonic apparitions, how can you hope to tread the path of the Supreme? Upon hearing this admonition, the expressions of the disciples brightened slightly. Their gazes rekindled with resolve. Master, we understand. Today, we shall see just who these prodigies of the demon sect truly are. Seeing this, Fong Siyuan's face broke into a smile. But in the next moment, his expression froze, as if he had seen a ghost. It was that youth. At that moment, Chu Ning also noticed Fong Siyuan. Within the sect, he had hardly met anyone, save for the kindly elder who had offered him comfort before he joined. Thus, he was deeply impressed. Senior. He hurried forward, clasping his fists. Senior, it has been a long time. The elder was momentarily taken aback, clearly in disbelief. You are that youth. I remember your name is Chu Ning, correct? Did you not perish? Chu Ning replied. When did I die? I seem to have forgotten. Senior. Are you mistaken? Fong Siyuan too was astonished. Indeed, did you not offend the demon lord? few survive her wrath, especially when you had not yet begun your cultivation. Observing your aura, you have now embarked on the path of cultivation. The elder was even more perplexed. During the spirit root assessment, this disciple was clearly deemed a useless root. As the name implies, a useless root is just that. While demonic techniques can indeed refine spirit roots, such transformations do not occur swiftly. A useless root typically requires a decade or more to enhance its quality. Thus, Feng Xiyuan had advised Chu Ning to cultivate diligently. Moreover, ordinary low-grade spirit roots need 2 to 3 years to transcend the divide between mortals and immortals. How could this youth have advanced so rapidly? Chu Ning smiled and explained, I do not know the demon lord, nor have I offended her, but I have indeed embarked on my cultivation journey. Feng Xiyuan took a deep breath, then rejoiced. Excellent. I indeed did not misjudge you. There are no useless spirit roots, only useless cultivators. Young man, continue onward. I look forward to seeing you stand among the pinnacle of the demonic path. Chu Ning awkwardly scratched his head. As for being a pinnacle of the demonic path, I shall certainly strive to cultivate earnestly. Behind him, Feng Xiyuan's disciples, Yi Fan, Lin Chun, and Zhou Zheng, examined Chu Ning with curiosity. Master, do you know him? Feng Xiyuan smiled. During the sect selection, he entered the sect alongside you all. Although deemed a useless spirit root, he has evidently embarked on the path of cultivation now. How delightful. Chu Ning also smiled. I owe much to the elder's guidance. Otherwise, my cultivation would not have progressed so smoothly. Ah, where is this? Upon hearing about the low-grade spiritual root, the three couldn't help but chuckle. A low-grade root, isn't that merely suitable for becoming a servant disciple? After all, such roots are rarely nurtured, destined only to toil as laborers in exchange for spirit stones, a fate shared by many outer disciples. Even if they do cultivate, how far can they truly go? Meanwhile, their own roots are of a superior quality. However, seeing the teacher's enthusiasm for this disciple, they refrained from commenting. Although they all share the same initial realm, in a year or two, they would surely reach the next level, and the gap would only widen over time. By the way, Feng Xiyuan suddenly inquired with curiosity, Chu Ning, what brings you here today? Are you searching for someone? Chu Ning shook his head, explaining, I have come here today with the intention of undergoing trials and strengthening my abilities. After all, my master has said that this place is excellent for enhancing one's skills and solidifying the foundation. The elder nodded with satisfaction and then turned to admonish the three. Look at this person. The trio, who had initially looked down upon Chu Ning, felt particularly disgruntled at being scolded. However, respecting their teacher, they dared not voice their displeasure. After all, no matter how arrogant, he was still a low-grade spiritual root. What use was that? Feng Xiyuan patted Chu Ning on the shoulder and smiled. Today, I have brought along a few newly accepted disciples to participate in the trials as well. What a coincidence. Chu Ning clasped his fists in a respectful gesture towards the three, saying, if there is an opportunity after the trials, we might engage in some sparring. Despite their disdain, they still returned the gesture out of courtesy. Following that, Chu Ning turned to Feng Xiyuan. Senior, may I ask a question? I just heard the steward outside mention that this place can suppress realms. Feng Xiyuan, looking puzzled, nodded. Indeed, it can suppress up to 2 realms. But if one's cultivation is too high, entry will be restricted. Why do you ask? Chu Ning chuckled lightly. I have just broken through to the 2nd realm and wanted to confirm if I could enter the 1st realm trials. Now that I have your word, I am at ease. With that, he took his leave. Feng Xiyuan and the others stood there, dumbfounded. The 2nd realm? Hadn't he just joined the sect a month ago? He didn't even possess celestial or divine talent. How could he have reached the 2nd realm so swiftly? Chapter 23. The Demon Sovereign's First Seat? I shall dominate. The expressions on their faces were akin to seeing a ghost. Meanwhile, Chu Ning had already entered the 1st realm trial ground. Watching the vanishing figure, Yi Fan twitched his lips. Master, that person must be boasting. How could a low-grade spiritual root possibly step into the 2nd realm? Indeed, another echoed. Even inner disciples require half a year, unless he possesses celestial or divine qualifications. What a joke, to boast so shamelessly just because of his familiarity with the teacher. At that moment, even Feng Xiyuan found it hard to believe. This disciple was not as he seemed. Could it be that he was exaggerating to showcase his extraordinary nature in front of his disciples? Such disciples were not uncommon. Yet there seemed to be no need for such pretense. At least in Feng Xiyuan's view, it was unnecessary. The elder sighed. Well, it matters not. You all go on to participate in the trials. In the enchanted realm of the Wanma treasure land, nestled within the confines of the One Realm trial arena, Chu Ning found himself enveloped in a solitary chamber. The arena, designed to create individual spaces for disciples, facilitated a one-on-one challenge. The essence of the One Realm cultivation primarily revolves around the enhancement of both physical prowess and spiritual awareness. Although Chu Ning had advanced to the 2nd realm, He remained somewhat unacquainted with its intricacies, and thus heeding Ji Qingqiu's guidance, he ventured into this space, perhaps in hopes of mastering more. The oppressive constraints of his current realm rendered him devoid of any techniques, evoking sensations reminiscent of his experiences in the One Realm. Yet, this was precisely what Chu Ning sought, for such trials genuinely foster genuine improvement. Before him stood a formidable disciple with a tiger's head, emanating an extraordinary aura. I am Yin Hu, the chief disciple under the 36th Elder Wang Enyi of the Demon Sect. Who dares to challenge me? The sheer intensity of his presence was akin to facing a true master, leaving Chu Ning momentarily astonished. Could this truly be a formidable opponent? With a respectful clasp of his hands, Chu Ning introduced himself. I am Chu Ning, disciple of Ji Qingqiu from the Demon Sect. In an instant, a powerful punch whistled through the air as the massive tiger paw hurtled towards him. Startled, Chu Ning quickly evaded, yet the fierce apparition of Yin Hu relentlessly pursued him. Was the battle already underway? Chu Ning swiftly acclimated to the rules of engagement. Was it customary to commence hostilities immediately following introductions? This was indeed rather intriguing. The tiger-like figure before him unleashed a barrage of ferocious strikes, undoubtedly a demon cultivator of the sect, possessing an inherently robust physique. Each move was executed with lethal intent, a true display of martial prowess. However, Chu Ning's own physical capabilities were equally formidable, empowered by the heavenly demon 9 forms and the augmentation of the demon elephant. Coupled with the supreme heavenly demon body, his corporeal strength held its ground. While his power was commendable, his speed lagged slightly. Having narrowly escaped Ji Qingqiu's blade, Chu Ning regarded his opponent as if engaging in a mere child's play. The teachings of his master had evidently not been in vain. Outside the trial arena, Fang Xiyuan observed a disciple exiting in mere moments, his lips twitching in disbelief. Not a single blow withstood. Zhou Zheng wore a grimace. That brute wasted no time and landed a punch that nearly shattered my bones. How is one to contend with that? Let us see how your fellow disciples fare. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Zhou Chen emerged, his countenance illuminated with joy. Teacher, I triumphed in one match. Alas, the subsequent opponent was too formidable, and despite being of the same realm, I was felled by a single blow. Fang Xiyuan's face brightened with delight. No matter. Your ability to conquer a level after just over a month of training is indeed commendable. The future is promising. Inside, the earlier levels consist of random demon apparitions, yet their strength remains exceptional. Your junior likely encountered a fist master who perished centuries ago, while you faced an equally impressive opponent. I wonder how far Yi Fan will progress. Curiosity piqued, both disciples inquired, Teacher, are the later challenges fixed? Indeed, he replied. It is said that the final 3 levels are reserved for the most gifted individuals of that era. Few have triumphed through the trials, especially against those 3. And who are these 3? Fang Xiyuan responded, a proud smile gracing his face. In the 7th layer, the 3rd disciple of the demon lord, Luo Yu, currently presides over the boundary of the eastern Hauran continent, where the southern barbarian wilderness meets Confucianism, residing in the realm of the saints. In the 8th layer, the chief disciple, Jiang Kaikai, governs the border between the southern barbarian wilderness and the northern Qingming continent, also within the realm of the saints. And who is the final individual? Naturally, it is the demon lord himself. The last layer of this 6-layer trial is marked by the demon lord's shadow. The few individuals present displayed expressions of yearning. After all, he is the most formidable force of this era, having wielded a sword since childhood, reigning as the strongest in every realm, without exception. By the way, has senior brother Yi Fan yet emerged? Not yet. It is likely that he can endure for a considerable time. If he can hold on until the 3rd layer, he will have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Suddenly, they all thought of Chu Ning. Master, what about that disciple we spoke of earlier? Has he left? Fang Xiyuan gazed at the stone gate, hesitating. Not at all. He is still inside. Zhou Chen mercilessly mocked. Haha, I bet he will crawl out in a pitiful state soon. Just a braggart. Fang Xiyuan frowned, but said nothing further. After a series of battles, although there was pressure, it was not insurmountable. Relying on his current foundation and Ji Qingqiu's teachings, coupled with an understanding of demonic techniques that had reached perfection, his strength was extraordinary. Upon reaching the 7th layer, he declared, I am Luo Yu, the 3rd disciple of the demon lord. Who dares to approach? Seeing the woman wielding a long sword, Chu Ning did not dare to be arrogant. The first 6 layers had indeed featured sword users, but the aura emanating from this individual with a sword felt distinctly different. A disciple of the demon lord? Chu Ning furrowed his brow. Since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. He wondered if his sword could match hers. He was determined to engage. 3 hours later, Master. As Yi Fan emerged, the others hurried forward. Yi Fan laughed heartily. I managed to clear 4 layers. but encountered an exceptionally powerful swordsman on the 5th layer, seemingly a disciple of the Demon Lord. I truly could not match him. However, to have fought against a disciple of the Demon Lord was exhilarating. Hearing this, Fang Xiyuan was overjoyed. You surpassed 5 layers. Yi Fan, you possess such remarkable talent. Hitting the 6th rank in the future is certainly within reach. I shall assist you in healing your wounds now. Moments later, Yi Fan's injuries healed, and his fellow disciples joyfully recounted their gains from the day. Master, are we not leaving yet? Indeed, I now feel invigorated. Those once great prodigies of the demon sect are not invincible. I long to return to my training. Fang Xiyuan glanced at the grand door. Let us wait a moment longer. Seeing Yi Fan's confusion, Zhou Zheng and Lin Shun explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan displayed a hint of disdain. That disciple with the wasteful spiritual root? He has likely been expelled long ago. I can only wonder where he has gone. Fang Xiyuan's expression grew grave as he shook his head. Regardless of the disciple, they can only emerge from here. Either he has been stuck on a layer for too long, or he has progressed further than you. With all his might, Chu Ning unleashed the first level of the bewildering demon style, shattering the Demon Lord disciple's shadow before successfully advancing to the next layer. Damn it! Who in the world is this person? I have never encountered such ferocity. It is no wonder that my master suggested he engage in combat. The preceding opponents were already formidable, yet upon facing the disciple of the Demon Sovereign, one could hardly perceive him as human. Chu Ning, with all his buffs fully activated and his sword techniques unleashed, still emerged victorious only after sustaining significant injuries. As the chamber shifted, a new figure appeared before him, the chief disciple of the Demon Sovereign, Jiang Kaikai, a diminutive girl wielding a long sword taller than herself. Yet, her presence exuded an intensity that surpassed even that of the 3rd disciple. In an impulsive moment, Chu Ning pondered, should I utilize 890 contribution points to enhance my supreme celestial demon body? Without hesitation, he decided, given that you are the chief disciple of the Demon Sovereign, it would be unreasonable for me not to take advantage of this opportunity. After all, it merely augments my physical strength, nothing more. Regardless of the identity of the shadow before him, there existed a code of conduct. As long as he refrained from disclosing his name, he could not be harmed. How impressive it is to be the chief disciple of the Demon Sovereign. Chapter 24. Oh dear. The disciple has challenged his master. Having just battled the 3rd disciple under the Demon Sovereign, Chu Ning felt an overwhelming pressure. The challenge posed was on an entirely different level compared to the previous 6 layers. Despite sharing the same realm, how could there be such a vast disparity in lethality? This was likely the reason why Ji Qingxiu had summoned him here. Chu Ning, cultivation, 2nd realm. Inconspicuous, spirit root, superior spirit root, technique, celestial demon 9 forms, complete. Physique, supreme celestial demon body progress, 59, contribution points refund, 90, originally. The supreme celestial demon body had a mere progress of 1. After an investment of 800 points, it had surged to over half its potential. Chu Ning immediately felt that his physique had increased several-fold compared to before. Though he could not ascertain the exact extent of his newfound strength, it was undoubtedly significantly enhanced. This physique was utterly extraordinary. Now, even when facing the chief disciple of the Demon Sovereign, he felt he possessed the capability to stand his ground. I have indeed activated a cheat. I am the disciple of Ji Qingxiu, Chu Ning. He had anticipated that the shadow would attack recklessly. Yet he was taken aback by an unexpected observation. For some reason, he sensed a flicker of movement in the shadow's eyes, as if it were alive. In the Daqian dynasty, situated at the juncture of the southern barbarian wilderness and northern Qingming continent, stood a petite girl brandishing a 5-foot heavy sword, the blade towering over her. Jiang Kaikai closed her eyes in concentration, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. In the realm of saints, her spirit resonated with the universe, and her perception reached unprecedented heights. It seemed that this shadow was a remnant left by her master 500 years prior. Was this the new disciple that Ji Qingxiu had taken under his wing? Although she could sense its presence, she was unable to interfere, merely observing the duel between her younger self and her junior brother as if through a projection. This junior brother was indeed powerful, yet it felt as though her past self had been too weak. Suddenly, the girl clutched her forehead, her expression twisting in embarrassment, clearly mortified. Was such clumsy swordplay truly employed by her? How utterly disgraceful. Fortunately, the challengers were all at the same realm. Otherwise, she would have been the subject of ridicule. However, Jiang Kaikai discovered that this young man, despite being of the 2nd realm, when his cultivation was suppressed, exhibited strength that was not at all inferior to hers at the 1st realm. The crux of the matter lies in his formidable physique, which is exceedingly overpowering. After an arduous battle, Chu Ning's eyes nearly glowed crimson within the confines of the secret chamber, as if he had been consumed by fervor. To exchange injury for a kill? What a cunning strategy. The young girl gasped in astonishment, witnessing the shattering of the demonic shadow, a hint of admiration gracing her countenance. It appears that this disciple of my master is indeed quite formidable. Within the grand hall, a young emperor clad in a dragon robe entered. Honorable Lord, news has arrived from the border. It seems there has been a disturbance in the continent's barrier. Jiang Kaikai repressed her smile and slowly rose. This matter pertains to the barrier between the two continents. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your efforts, Honorable Lord. Inside the secret chamber, Chu Ning was marred by countless wounds, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could a small girl wielding a large sword be so terrifyingly powerful? He must be using some form of enhancement. And yet, he nearly faced defeat. It is rumored that the disciples of the Demon Lord possess extraordinary innate talents. To be so abnormal at merely one realm is unfathomable. As the demonic shadow dissipated, the scene before him transformed abruptly. It was no longer the prior's secret chamber, but a serene bamboo grove. In the distance, the ethereal sound of a zither floated gently towards him. Who was his opponent? Chu Ning turned his gaze immediately. A youthful girl, still untouched by the ravages of age, cradled a long sword, her eyes closed in concentration within a quaint pavilion. Clad in simple, unadorned garments, she exuded a rustic charm that could not conceal the delicacy of her features. With such a visage, a mere change of attire would render her a sought-after beauty. Yet, Chu Ning was struck with a sudden realization. This girl seemed extraordinarily familiar. By heavens, Master! The girl with the sword spoke slowly. Her youthful eyes, innocent yet brimming with ambition and hope, clearly reflected her newfound aspirations on the path of immortality. I am Ji Qingqiu. Her voice, cool and youthful, caused Chu Ning's heart to tremble. This was the master from when she was at the first realm. The gaze, the demeanor, the expression, how adorably charming. Was there a rule in this trial ground? If names were not spoken, the demonic shadow could not engage, correct? Chu Ning, disregarding his injuries, rose with urgency. The gaze of the demonic shadow shifted from innocent to sharp, and upon seeing Chu Ning, softened slightly. This disciple indeed possessed exceptional talent. Having triumphed through 8 levels to stand before her. With her strength, she could fully manipulate the demonic shadow as if her true self were present. Yet, her power was constrained to the first realm. It seems that engaging with Ninger at this level would yield greater insights. However, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for his injuries. Perhaps she should personally check on him later. Why has Ninger approached? Was he not taught that when facing a swordsman, if one is unguarded within 10 paces, they may face a fatal strike? Yet, seeing that Chu Ning did not appear to harbor intentions of combat, she too was intrigued by his intentions. With a curious expression, Chu Ning examined the youthful Ji Qingqiu, who had remained unchanged over the years. A surge of paternal affection swelled within him. How adorable! Ji Qingqiu suddenly appeared taken aback. Adorable? Ninger, this place is where we engage in a contest of wits with my true self. Shouldn't you be focusing your thoughts on confronting the true enemy? Yet, in the next moment, Chu Ning extended a mischievous hand and pinched Ji Qingqiu's cheek. Startled, Ji Qingqiu widened her eyes and turned back to stare at Chu Ning in disbelief. How intriguing that this shadow could still respond. Chu Ning, too, felt a wave of novelty. The sensation in her hand was entirely distinct from the previous rigid and lifeless shadows, akin to the youthful Ji Qingqiu herself. With a chuckle, Chu Ning remarked, I never imagined my master was so endearing in her youth. In her recollections, the master always appeared aloof and ethereal. Seeing this innocent side of her was a first. Chu Ning playfully pinched her cheek again, exclaiming in wonder, this feels just like a real person. Ji Qingqiu, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, recognized that the original shadow could never exhibit such traits. It was due to her soul projection and the immense power of her soul that the shadow seemed indistinguishable from reality. Thus, apart from Chu Ning, no one else could experience this sensation. The crucial point was that this perception could even reach her true self, as if Chu Ning were genuinely pinching her cheek. Ji Qingqiu's face flushed with warmth, prompting her to offer a gentle reminder. However, Chu Ning merely smiled. I certainly cannot match my master in combat. Nor would I wish to. It's a delightful surprise to encounter my master in such an adorable version, so let us not fight. Let us take a break. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback. But the projection of my true self is here to challenge you and refine your skills. What is the meaning of this? In the next instant, Chu Ning took the young girl's hand, feeling a wave of emotion. So cool and refreshing, it feels wonderful. I've never held my master's hand before. Ji Qingqiu thought to herself, realizing that Ninger was quite attached to her. Yet, it dawned on her that she had indeed never held her own hand. It seemed that she longed for this connection. Looking down, she saw Chu Ning continuously squeezing her small hand, giggling foolishly. Ah, Ninger. However, In the following moment, Chu Ning's gaze suddenly fixed upon Ji Qingqiu's face, intently focused on her lips. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare such an action towards her aloof master. But this was merely a shadow, and so vividly real. Chu Ning extended a finger and unexpectedly touched Ji Qingqiu's lips. Inside the cave, Ji Qingqiu's cheeks flushed crimson. At that moment, the youthful Ji Qingqiu also blushed. Chu Ning was taken aback. Can she still blush? What would happen if I did something else? Suddenly, Chu Ning's heart raced, her gaze deeply fixed on the girl. Some emotions are destined to remain unexpressed. Even if expressed, they serve merely to sustain this relationship. Aware that this was not the true Ji Qingqiu, yet still feeling an unsettling turmoil within her heart, Chu Ning's journey had been nearly frantic, all in an effort to suppress the restlessness of her affections for her master. Perhaps it would be better to invest her feelings here. After all, she was still her master. In the next moment, Ji Qingqiu found herself frozen in place. The youthful visage was now so close, their lips nearly touching. What transpired in that fleeting instant was entirely unforeseen by Ji Qingqiu. Your curiosity regarding my youthful appearance is understandable. However, why must you kiss? The sensation reverberated throughout the cave, and for the first time in over 1,000 years, Ji Qingqiu found herself kissed by another, and that person was her disciple. Coming to her senses, Ji Qingqiu's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively pushed Chu Ning away. Ninger, I am your master. We agreed to maintain a pure relationship. This is hardly pure. The astonished expression on Chu Ning's face was one of utter disbelief. You are. Master. Chapter 25. A conversation with Ninger is essential. Chu Ning dared not linger any longer. Upon realizing that the person before her was indeed her true master, she immediately turned to flee. Only a master would call her Ninger. It was evident that such a title could not be uttered by a youthful version of her master. The response from her master was clearly a reaction to the kiss. When did she even arrive? The truth eluded her. Meanwhile, Ji Qingqiu sat there, brow furrowed and cheeks aflame. Just yesterday, in the water pool, Ninger had declared that she harbored no thoughts towards her. Yet why did she react this way upon seeing the youthful form of her master? This was not a lack of feelings, but seemed rather premeditated. Had Ninger already? Ji Qingqiu was at a loss. She gazed at Chu Ning's retreating figure, but made no attempt to stop her. After their conversation yesterday, they had agreed to maintain a relationship of purity and integrity. Yet now, Ji Qingqiu felt a pang of disappointment in her heart, as if she were reluctant to adhere to that agreement. Why did her heart race so swiftly when treated in this manner by Ning? Chu Ning, you finally emerged. How many levels did you conquer? It was nearly dusk when Chu Ning finally left the trial grounds, her mind in turmoil. That was her master indeed. She had intended to leave her feelings there forever, to regard her master solely as a master from that moment onward. But unexpectedly, Chu Ning was overwhelmed and felt an urge to curse. The disciples following Fang Xiyuan observed Chu Ning, battered and bruised, and exchanged knowing smirks. Teacher, it seems he spent far too long on the first level, exhausting himself unnecessarily. Just look at his injuries. Brother Yi Fan managed to reach the 4th level unscathed. Clearly, this individual possesses no real skill, merely boasting. At that moment, all Chu Ning could think about was her master, the kiss, and the realization that her master had discovered her feelings. What she had initially believed to be a mere illusion had transformed into reality. Chu Ning felt as though she could weep. Her purity was genuinely lost this time. My apologies, senior, but I have matters to attend to. Noticing Chu Ning's distressed departure, Fang Xiyuan was left bewildered. What was the matter with this disciple? Yi Fan stepped forward, sneering. It seems he has boasted too much and now cannot admit the truth. I doubt he even made it past the 1st level. Fang Xiyuan remained silent, watching Chu Ning's silhouette disappear, and sighed. This disciple had once shown great promise. He could hardly have imagined that he would devolve into such a state. Very well, let us return. With that, the elder prepared to lead the other disciples away. At this moment, a resounding bell echoed both inside and outside the trial grounds, accompanied by the voice of the leader of the 10,000 Demons Treasure Land. The time limit for today has expired. All disciples are to prepare to leave the 10,000 Demons Treasure Land. The best disciples of each secret realm were announced. For the 6th realm disciple, Zhao Wujing, it was the 6th level. For the 5th realm disciple, Lin Heng, it was the 7th level. Fang Xiyuan's eyes dimmed, and he felt a pang of frustration within. Indeed, the path of cultivation transforms one profoundly. The disciples are no longer the same as they once were. But suddenly, he heard something. For the 3rd realm disciple, Zhou Yujin, it was the 8th level. For the 1st realm disciple, Chu Ning, Fang Xiyuan abruptly raised his head, astonished as he turned to look. The 9th level. The crowd was taken aback in disbelief. Among the disciples of the sect, those who could surpass the 6th level were the most gifted. To reach the last 3 levels was a testament to extraordinary talent. not just in spiritual roots, but also in aptitude. Throughout the centuries, how many could truly reach the 9th level across various realms? How many could break through the defenses of the Demon Lord's disciples and meet the Demon Lord in person? Without exception, all had become paragons within and beyond the sect. At this moment, Yi Fan, Lin Shun, and Zhou Zheng wore expressions of despair. There are always greater talents beyond our own. The world is vast. Only after leaving the 10,000 demons treasure land did they realize the true difficulty. Although the opponents ahead were prodigies, they were still capable of putting up a fight. However, those behind them possessed unfathomable strength. Being of the same realm, the feeling of being utterly suppressed beneath their feet was deeply felt. Having broken through to the 4th level, Yi Fan recognized that his limits were reached. Perhaps with diligent cultivation, he could advance to the 5th level. Yet Chu Ning had directly entered the 9th level. He was facing the Demon Lord. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would prove himself as a contemporary prodigy. A fleeting realization crossed Fong Siyuan's eyes, and he let out a bitter smile. It turned out he had misunderstood. That disciple was not jesting, it was genuine. Achieving the 2nd realm in just a month. Even with inferior spiritual roots, he could still become a leader in the path of demons. At this moment, countless individuals within the 10,000 demons treasure land had heard Chu Ning's name, breaking through the 9th level to meet the Demon Lord. Who is this remarkable individual? Whose disciple is he? Quite extraordinary. As Chu Ning left the 10,000 demons treasure land, reflecting on the recent events, he felt a surge of indignation. How could this have happened? Master, did you not have a word to say? Chu Ning wished to believe it was merely an illusion. That the figure he encountered was not his master, but rather a more humanized manifestation of the demonic shadow, offering a subconscious reaction. Yet, the youthful Ji Qingxiu seemed unfamiliar with Chu Ning. She would never call him Ninger. If only he had known better than to kiss her. The thought of his master, such a delightful master, brought him to tears. Ding. Sign-in task initiated. Chu Ning immediately felt a jolt of energy. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his emotions. Returning home was no longer an option. He had no idea how to face his master. The previous day's shared bath had been an attempt to escape his master, and now, having shared a kiss, he was at a loss for how to confront the situation. Surely, his master would be angry, perhaps even banishing him from the sect? Yet, why does this benevolent master evoke such unwarranted thoughts within him? Thoughts he cannot help but entertain? I find myself to be such a treacherous disciple. Having some tasks to engage in now is undoubtedly advantageous. Chu Ning hastily checked. Proceed to the flowering woods in the demon domain for sign-in. Task reward. 10,000 contribution points. There were no additional tasks, but at this moment, Chu Ning felt a sense of fulfillment. The progress of the supreme demon body could be maximized. Facing the Demon Lord's 3rd disciple, Luo Yu, had been a tremendous strain, requiring nearly all of his strength to prevail. However, once the progress of the supreme demon body was enhanced, he would stand a chance against the formidable Jiang Kai. What if the progress were fully realized? Chu Ning mused, pondering the overwhelming potential. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he sought a tranquil spot in the wilderness to meditate and recuperate. Entering the 2nd realm allowed him to harness the energies of heaven and earth. The supreme demon body directly transformed this energy into demonic essence, enabling Chu Ning to recover swiftly, with visible healing of his wounds. Moreover, having entered the 2nd realm, his perception and physique had significantly strengthened, allowing him to perform some simple techniques. This was indeed beneficial. After his rest, it was already late into the night. Returning home was out of the question. He could not face his master. He decided to head to the flowering woods first. Atop the summit of Mount Ding, Ji Qingxiu stood before the cave entrance, gazing intently at the path leading up the mountain, her expression a tapestry of complexities. She felt the need to have a conversation with Ninger about this matter. If one were to describe her feelings as anger or resentment, that would not be entirely accurate. Rather, deep within, there was a flicker of happiness. Regardless of the reason, it was imperative that she address it face to face. However, after waiting for quite some time, there was still no sign of Chu Ning's return. Was Ninger not coming back tonight? Chapter 26. Am I truly not innocent with my master? Since entering the demon sect, Chu Ning had encountered few individuals, aside from his master. The most vivid impression was of the elder he met on the day he joined the sect, though he did not recall the name. Nevertheless, he found that elder to be quite amiable, and he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing him yesterday. Then there was his senior uncle, Mu Li. His master had mentioned that his senior uncle seemed to be a fox spirit. Upon this thought, Chu Ning shuddered. No wonder she was so frivolous. The key was that every time she appeared, it was during moments when Chu Ning was troubled regarding his master, making it even more difficult for him to think clearly. Suddenly, Chu Ning realized something. Hadn't his senior uncle mentioned something about bathing with his master at Bailuo last night? If she had said it to him, She must have communicated it to his master as well. How would his master perceive this? Would she not think he had intentionally come to spy on her while bathing? Chu Ning was filled with indignation. No wonder his master spoke such words. It was all his senior uncle's fault. What a coincidental turn of events. Now, Chu Ning felt even more embarrassed to return to face Ji Qingqiu. Perhaps while his master and senior uncle were bathing, they mentioned him, saying how they had taken on such a disciple. Yet, in an instant, that disciple had committed such an audacious act as to spy on his master bathing. Even now, I am still in shock. Alas, it is all my master's fault. I shall never speak to him again. And I am to blame as well. After a night of travel, the surroundings began to transform. The presence of human cultivators seemed to diminish, while an array of rare beasts emerged. If it were merely this, it might have been tolerable. However, Chu Ning distinctly witnessed a female demon with a human head and serpent body glide past him. The demon merely cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ning, seemingly startled, before hastily departing. Goodness, a serpent demon. Where there is a serpent demon, there must be a Su Xian, cough cough. Chu Ning curiously surveyed his environment, intrigued. Was this not the territory of the demon sect? Why then were there demon clans present? Moreover, those demons appeared to harbor no animosity towards humans. In fact, they exhibited not a trace of hostility, merely a hint of fear. Regardless of their size, all manner of creatures scurried away upon seeing Chu Ning, not even pausing to exchange pleasantries. Chu Ning tightened his grip on his sword, filled with perplexity. Could it be that humans are perceived as terrifying by the demon clans? Suddenly, he spotted a massive stone not far away. The stone towered 3 men high, inscribed with the words, Demon Domain. So, he had entered the demon domain. No wonder so many creatures roamed here. With this revelation, Chu Ning began to comprehend. Since his master was a fox spirit, it was plausible that the demon sect also housed demon cultivators, and the demon domain might indeed be a part of the sect. The Wanhua forest lay within the demon domain, not far off. He must hurry to check in or something. Is that human cultivator mad? Is the demon domain a place where humans can recklessly intrude? Truly, he seems unafraid of death. Little do they know. After the demon lord established the boundaries of the demon domain and the human realm, both parties were forbidden from trespassing into each other's territories, where they would face dire consequences. If this individual is so audacious, then we shall teach him a lesson. Fools, can't you see what sword he wields? That is the sword of extermination, a disciple of the demon lord. Quickly, alert our kin along the way not to act rashly, and consult with the demon sovereign on how to proceed. In the Wanhua forest, within Mu Li's abode. Upon receiving the news, Mu Li initially paid it little mind. How to deal with a rule-breaking human cultivator was a matter of course. Those who disrupted the order faced death. Was it necessary to seek her counsel for such trivialities? However, when she learned that this individual might be her senior disciple's pupil, Mu Li instantly perked up. The sage's divine ability. A master of the mountains and rivers. In her vision, she saw Chu Ning making his way toward the Wanhua forest where she resided. Could it truly be Ning? What could this lad possibly want from her? After all, who in the world was unaware that the Wanhua forest was her domain? A smile crept across Mu Li's lips, her eyes gleaming with amusement. That day, Chu Ning had adamantly claimed he would not spy on his senior sister while she bathed, leading her to believe he was a genuine seeker of the Tao. Little did she know, he was indeed a seeker, but of a path unlike any other. Heh. What do you men think? Am I not aware? Why pretend to be so earnest? If you have intentions towards your master, simply express them outright, rather than donning such a solemn facade. You nearly led me to believe there would be no spectacle to witness. Although struck by lightning later, Mu Li was still thrilled to witness the relationship between the two. Thus, if Chu Ning dared to confront her, she would respond with charm. You have seen everything you shouldn't have, and you have taken all the advantages from your senior sister. What else can you say? Meanwhile, at Chu Ning's location. Check-in. Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in and earning 10,000 contribution points. Upon seeing the contribution points credited to his account, Chu Ning felt an increased sense of security. After enhancing the supreme demon body, there were still quite a few points remaining. As for the improvement of his spiritual root, that seemed a distant prospect. 10,000 contribution points would only be attainable through some extraordinary task. With this thought in mind, Chu Ning lifted his gaze. As he looked around, he was met with a sky full of peach blossoms, with the ground carpeted in fallen petals, resembling a sea of flowers, a truly stunning sight. The flower forest was indeed aptly named. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chu Ning's mind. He had no particular destination in mind. Perhaps he could cultivate here for a couple of days? After all, the scenery rivaled that of the peak of Winding Mountain, making it undeniably a suitable place for cultivation. Little disciple. Chu Ning felt a jolt of surprise, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and slowly turned around. Master uncle, you can no longer frighten me. Having been intimidated by both you and Master too often, I have developed a resilience. Mu Li chuckled, eyes sparkling as she scrutinized Chu Ning from head to toe, teasingly inquiring, "What brings you to my flower forest? Have you grown weary of your master, and come seeking a change of flavor with your master uncle?" Chu Ning maintained a stoic expression. "Master uncle, as members of the same sect, it would be best to refrain from such remarks." Mu Li's smile deepened. Oh. But when you said that to me the other day, you claimed to have no feelings for your master. Yet just after that, you were caught peeping at the Bailuo pond, truly a devoted little disciple." The corners of Chu Ning's mouth twitched as he hurriedly defended himself. "Master uncle, how did you find out? That was merely a misunderstanding." Mu Li nodded vigorously, mischief dancing in her eyes. "Oh, I understand. It was just like the misunderstanding with the belly band." Chu Ning replied, "It's fine. Master uncle has consumed more salt than I have rice, so you certainly won't spread it." Chu Ning fell silent. The previous incident with the belly band, now this bathing peep. He had already been nailed to the pillar of shame. It was no wonder his master questioned him about his feelings. In the eyes of outsiders, they were far from innocent. "Master, I have wronged you. I have sullied your reputation." Moreover, it was likely that he truly was not innocent now. He was indifferent to such matters, but if he tarnished his master's name. Chu Ning felt a surge of anger and despair, yet in the face of this enchanting fox spirit, who was undoubtedly many levels above him, he recognized she was one of the few he could converse with in the demon sect. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning spoke slowly, "Master uncle, do you truly believe that my relationship with master is not pure?" Chapter 27. Master uncle's suggestion to confess to your master. Upon hearing this, Mu Li was momentarily taken aback. "In my eyes, it's not pure. To anyone else, it could never be perceived as innocent. My senior sister has dedicated herself to cultivation for many years. When has she ever treated a disciple with such kindness? Look at the other disciples. None of them even qualify to reside at the Mount of Ascendancy. Yet you, not only have you settled in, but you also pilfered your senior sister's undergarment. What did she say about that? You visited her while she bathed last night, and not only did she remain silent, but she was also willing to engage in an open and honest conversation with you in the water. Anyone observing the two of you would surely question your innocence." However, upon hearing this, Mu Li appeared somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Ning looked somewhat troubled. "Regardless of your thoughts, master, I genuinely held no such intentions towards my teacher at the outset. I am indifferent to how this unfolds. But if it tarnishes my teacher's reputation and subjects her to ridicule, that would be the gravest of mistakes. Wouldn't that cause her sorrow?" Mu Li, upon hearing this, fell into a long silence. "How strange. Could it be that I have indeed misjudged you? Never mind. Come in and let us converse." In the quaint courtyard of blooming flowers, the two sat across from one another. Mu Li brought forth a jar of wine and passed it over, attentively listening to Chu Ning's account. After finishing, she found it utterly bewildering. "So, it seems I misjudged you? You do not harbor feelings for your master. Yet, can you truly explain the undergarment incident and your visit to the Billaoten last night?" Chu Ning anticipated that her senior would steer the conversation in this direction, so she decided to embrace her situation. "What my senior thinks is her concern. I am simply at peace with my conscience." Mu Li let out a scoff, her eyes narrowing, clearly skeptical of Chu Ning's words. But today, Chu Ning came to her and spoke these things in person to clarify her misunderstandings. Not wanting her senior sister to be judged by others? What a jest. The current demon lord does as he pleases. After all, he is merely a man. Even if the two became partners, who could dare to voice an objection? Yet, Chu Ning's behavior remained rather peculiar. Engaging in actions that betray her senior while professing her unwavering respect and reverence for her teacher is truly fascinating. After pondering for a while, Mu Li suddenly smiled. "Ninger, you have not been in the sect for long, so you may not fully understand your master." Chu Ning nodded thoughtfully. Gazing at Mu Li, "My master is not one to speak much, so I truly do not know her very well." Mu Li replied with a gentle smile. "Your senior sister has been cultivating within the sect for many years and has indeed taken on numerous disciples. However, her purpose in accepting disciples is to nurture successors for the demon sect, as mandated by the sect itself. Therefore, while she has many disciples, including you, there is truly no one quite like you. The other disciples primarily seek to enhance their cultivation and strength, aspiring to become pillars of the demon sect. Thus their interactions with your master are merely academic. But you are different." Chu Ning took a sip of wine, somewhat confused. "We are all disciples. Why am I any different? Or is it that my unclear intentions have rendered this teacher-disciple relationship unique?" Mu Li smiled with her eyes narrowed. "I have never witnessed my senior sister exhibit such kindness towards outsiders. She not only imparted her skills, but also assisted you in refining your foundation. Furthermore, the way she gazes upon you is markedly different." Chu Ning paused, perplexed. "In what way is it different?" Mu Li pondered deeply. It bears a semblance to the affectionate regard an elder holds for a younger kin. Isn't that rather normal? There is also a hint of the indulgence an elder sister might show towards her younger brother. Perhaps it's simply a matter of our age difference? Additionally, there exists the perspective of a woman gazing upon her beloved. Chu Ning hastily interrupted. Uncle Master, there is no need to delve into that. Initially, I intended to discuss this matter with you, only to find it rather futile. Mu Li let out a soft huff, evidently displeased. What I speak is merely the truth. Having accompanied your master for many years, how could I not understand her? Had it been anyone else who pilfered her undergarments, they would have been swiftly dealt with. It seems she regards you quite differently. Otherwise, she would not have taken you as her disciple. Chu Ning fell silent, contemplating for a protracted moment. In retrospect, it appears their meeting indeed bore such an essence. Even to say that yesterday, he truly kissed his master, yet she remained unfazed. How did a once harmonious master-disciple relationship transform into this? All commenced with the theft of her undergarment. It is entirely my fault. Woe is me, my intentions were impure. I am guilty. Uncle Master, let us refrain from mentioning this matter of the undergarment in the future. Mu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you have stolen your senior sister's lingerie? How could you act thus? And you did not even confide in me. Chu Ning was at a loss for words. Uncle Master, I somewhat regret entering this with you. Mu Li chuckled. Regardless, I know my sister's character. So I share this with you. How you choose to interact is entirely your affair. Whether you maintain a proper master-disciple relationship or venture into becoming partners in a more intimate sense, it matters little to me. Of course, no one would dare speak ill of it, but it depends on whether you possess the capability for such a relationship. Chu Ning sighed. I merely seek longevity. I truly had no such intentions. Mu Li suddenly grew curious. By the way, what prompted your descent from the mountain today to come here? Did you think I had arranged something for you both yesterday? She clarified, somewhat disgruntled. I made no arrangements. You declined to go. And not a soul did I mention your entry into the Valley of 10,000 Demons. If you inquire, you will find it true. That was entirely your choice and has nothing to do with me. If you seek to assign blame, it ought to rest upon your own shoulders. Chu Ning shook his head. Yesterday's events were merely a coincidence. Mu Li nodded vigorously, smiling as she said, coincidence and misunderstanding, as your uncle master is well aware. Right? Alas, I suspect we shall never clarify this in this lifetime. What a coincidence. I was merely here to fulfill a system task. Observing Mu Li's curious gaze, Chu Ning felt somewhat troubled. However, considering that his uncle master, though not entirely serious, was quite reliable, he slowly voiced his inner turmoil. It was that yesterday, Ji Qingqiu had directly inquired whether he harbored feelings for her. Mu Li was left dumbfounded. Senior sister is being too outrageous. What sort of woman speaks such words to a man? Is she not clearly drawing a line between you two? If she truly harbored no feelings for you, she likely would not have spoken at all. It is precisely because of her feelings that she chose to express herself. She may be a fighter, but she is otherwise uninformed. Ninger, do not be anxious. Chu Ning swiftly interjected. I also concur with my master's viewpoint. After all, as a master and disciple, we should embody integrity and clarity. However, it appears that you are entangled in unclear thoughts, which makes it difficult for you to achieve that, correct? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning nodded in agreement. So, Master Uncle, do you possess any strategies? I fear that such discussions. Mu Li immediately chuckled. If it is unclear, then let it be unclear. Among all the men and women in the world, does it truly necessitate that a man's desire for a woman must culminate in intimate actions? This seems rather normal, does it not? Chu Ning's lips twitched. Master Uncle, as a woman, perhaps you should refrain from such audacious remarks. Mu Li smiled gently. It is perfectly natural for a refined lady to attract a gentleman's interest. Emotions cannot be easily controlled, so one should simply follow their heart. However, if one desires to maintain purity, it would be wise to exercise some restraint and avoid engaging in inappropriate actions, such as stealing undergarments. Master Uncle, I assure you I shall not steal again, Chu Ning replied earnestly. Moreover, I suggest you voice your feelings, since you harbor unwholesome thoughts towards senior sister. It would be more forthright to be candid. Once you both acknowledge your sentiments, maintaining a respectful distance will naturally ensue, thus preserving the integrity of your master-disciple relationship. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he could not deny his improper feelings for Ji Qingqiu. He had been striving to suppress them, to the extent of his impulsive actions towards her, all in an effort to bury his thoughts and avoid future contemplation. Yet now, his master was already aware. The incidents involving stolen undergarments, bathing, and kissing could no longer be explained away as misunderstandings. If that were the case, why not be straightforward? By doing so, both parties would be aware of the situation and could maintain their distance. Chu Ning took a deep breath and looked at Mu Li with uncertainty. Master Uncle, Will this approach suffice? Mu Li nodded vigorously. Indeed it will. However, what Chu Ning failed to notice was the slight upward curve of her lips. Ninger, since you truly harbor unwholesome thoughts for your master, why not take the initiative? Seeing your sister's feelings towards you are still vague. After all, she has not had a partner for over 1,000 years and cannot comprehend such matters. If you openly express your feelings, who knows what may happen? Hee hee. Chapter 28. Is it acceptable to first be master and disciple? Although Chu Ning felt somewhat uncomfortable with the idea, upon reflection, he found it quite reasonable. After all, acknowledging his improper thoughts towards his master might lead her to understand and even teach him ways to sever his emotional ties. Aren't cultivators meant to transcend desire? Even if it proves impossible, their relationship could still be preserved, as clear boundaries would prevent excessive intimacy. In this manner, he need not worry about his filial piety towards his master becoming distorted, allowing him to act with greater openness. Although things have now soured, upon this realization, Chu Ning resolutely made up her mind to proceed. Taking a swig from the jar, her eyes reignited with fervor. Mu Li, smiling warmly, spoke. In that case, Ninger, shall I summon your master? Chu Ning hesitated momentarily, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Should we wait a bit? Wait for what? You may wait, but your master cannot. At the summit of Mount Wending, Ji Qingqiu had endured a long night of anxious anticipation. The chilling mountain breeze tugged at her garments, accentuating her ethereal beauty. After departing from the abyss of 10,000 demons, where had Ninger ventured, she could sense that the sword of extermination remained within the sect, thus it had not fled. Yet, it seemed that Ninger either dared not return or was unwilling to do so. The memory of the bathing at the azure pool was still vivid. Although she yearned for Ninger's response, her heart sank upon receiving it. Should she have refrained from uttering those words to Ninger? If Ninger truly harbored feelings for her, how would such words resonate? Would it lead to disillusionment? Yet, her intent was not to convey such a notion. What Ji Qingqiu wished to express was that their relationship should maintain a pristine and untainted master-disciple bond, engaging in cultivation and discourse together, savoring tea and playing chess amidst the clarity of nature. However, her words seemed to imply a desire to sever that bond. It felt as if, once spoken, Ninger would voluntarily descend the mountain, as if to evade her. Yet now, everything had changed. The thoughts that could once be unraveled with time now felt impossibly tangled. After all, just yesterday, Ninger had kissed her within the abyss of 10,000 demons. Though it was merely a shadow, it was still a projection of her spirit. She vividly felt the warmth of Ninger's lips. Ninger's reluctance to return was understandable. In truth, she too hesitated to face Chu Ning, uncertain of how to explain the situation. How had it come to this? At that moment, Ji Qingqiu suddenly received a message. Sister, Ninger is with me and is on the verge of inebriation. Why not let him stay here tonight? The journey is long, and he surely cannot walk further. If he needs care, leave it to me. Ji Qingqiu's eyes widened in confusion. Ninger, how did he end up with Mu Li? And he had been drinking? The mere thought of that vixen sent a shiver down her spine. That enchantress had once openly declared her interest in Ninger. What if she took advantage of him? Ninger was her disciple. In the small courtyard of the Wanhua forest, Chu Ning was left dumbfounded. Master Uncle, please refrain from making such easily misunderstood remarks. What are you afraid of? Can your master really skin me alive? Her voice suddenly diminished, as Mu Li clearly felt herself being scrutinized. Looking up to see Ji Qingqiu's frosty expression, she chuckled nervously. Sister, you've come. Her voice faded, until Chu Ning could no longer discern Mu Li's figure. How far had she strayed? Indeed, was Master Uncle courting disaster? With Mu Li gone, only the master and disciple remained. Each harbored their own thoughts, their gazes locking in a moment rife with complexity. Chu Ning respectfully clasped her hands and bowed, addressing Master. Ji Qingqiu withdrew her gaze, her expression betraying evident anger. After departing from the land of 10,000 demons yesterday, why had she not returned? Had she not warned her to steer clear of that vixen? A barrage of questions left Chu Ning momentarily speechless. Observing her silence, Ji Qingqiu's eyes darkened, her demeanor one of despondency. Was it possible that she had deliberately concealed her meeting with her master's uncle? The thought of Mu Li's earlier remark about wanting to consume Ninger weighed heavily on Ji Qingqiu's heart. Could that vixen truly intend to harm Ninger? Yet, if Ninger harbored feelings for Mu Li, did she possess any right to intervene? After all, she was merely a master, not a soulmate, unable to dictate with whom her disciple associated. Yet yesterday had unfolded so differently. Even if there were feelings involved, why Mu Li? It should have been her. Ninger was undeniably her disciple. How could she be taken by another? Not even by her junior apprentice. Chu Ning bit her lip, meeting Ji Qingqiu's gaze. Disciple merely encountered my master's uncle here by chance, having inadvertently wandered into the demon realm. As for returning, Chu Ning lifted her head to meet Ji Qingqiu's eyes. I do not wish to return. I seek to evade my master. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu's heart raced, her face reflecting confusion and disappointment. Why would she wish to avoid her? Before Ji Qingqiu could finish her thought, Chu Ning shook her head. Today, I fortuitously ran into my uncle and intended to clarify these matters with you afterward. Furrowing her brow, Ji Qingqiu inquired, what matters? Chu Ning smiled gently. The relationship between master and disciple should, as you said, be pure and untainted, free from any unsavory entanglements. While you may have always viewed me in such a light, I find it impossible to regard you with the same clarity. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing at these words. Ninger, what do you mean by this? Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning confessed, I acknowledge that I harbor impure thoughts towards you, master. Every time I see you, I am filled with yearning. Perhaps due to past transgressions against you. I must now candidly admit that I indeed have feelings for you. Ji Qingqiu's mind went blank, utterly stunned. Yet, she hoped to maintain a pure master-disciple relationship, for you have been so good to me over the years. This is what I wanted to convey. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The two locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, until Ji Qingqiu's cheeks flushed, breaking free from her stupor and hastily averting her gaze. Ninger, what you are saying is... Chu Ning nodded, an unprecedented resolve shining in her eyes. Yes, precisely that. Ji Qingqiu's face grew even warmer, astonished that her disciple would express such sentiments. Ninger truly harbored feelings for her. It was no wonder she had acted as she did yesterday. Her heart raced, and she hesitated to gaze upon Chu Ning. After all, Ninger was her disciple. Ji Qingqiu, who was tirelessly sorting through her thoughts, realized that clarity was not easily attained. The revelation that her disciple harbored such feelings was indeed overwhelming. Ninger, your sentiments are known to me. Chu Ning exhaled in relief. It was reassuring that her master understood. This eliminated any fears of misinterpretation. With everything laid bare, she truly harbored no ill intentions towards her master, merely a struggle to rein in her own thoughts. She believed that as long as her master comprehended the situation, misunderstandings could be avoided. A soft voice drifted from Ji Qingqiu, who stood with her back turned. Ninger, I do not harbor any disdain for you. In fact, I find you rather exceptional. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. This did not seem to be the words of her master. Wasn't she supposed to insist on maintaining a pure and innocent relationship? Yet, they were indeed master and disciple, and although Ji Qingqiu did not care for superficial titles, the notion of a romantic partner was still a delicate matter. Ji Qingqiu's cheeks flushed deeper, her embarrassment evident. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to express her thoughts. Perhaps we could revisit this topic at a later date. For now, let us remain as master and disciple, shall we? Chu Ning was rendered speechless. What? Master? That is not my intention. Stunned, she hurriedly sought to clarify. Master, did you perhaps misunderstand? I meant... Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, her voice barely audible. I understand. I comprehend your feelings. Her face was crimson. Chu Ning, bewildered, exclaimed, Master, why does it seem as if I have not grasped your words? Ji Qingqiu quickly interjected. You need not elaborate. Let us simply remain as master and disciple for now, and we shall discuss the rest at a future time. The esteemed demon lord clenched her fists, her resolve hardening as she emphasized to Chu Ning that such behavior, as exhibited yesterday, was utterly unacceptable. She found herself unable to remain composed in the face of such matters. Her very first disciple, whom she intended to nurture with great care, was harboring thoughts of her. Wasn't this all happening far too swiftly? She could hardly process it. Even if it were to be a matter of pursuing a deeper relationship with Ninger, it must be approached gradually. It could not be rushed. Chu Ning's eyes widened in confusion as she sought to clarify Ji Qingqiu's misunderstanding. Master, that is not what I meant. Ji Qingqiu paused for a moment. Huh, what do you mean? Chu Ning stammered, Master. I meant to convey that while I certainly hold affection, it is not of the romantic variety typically associated with men and women. Rather, it is the bond of respect and admiration that exists between a master and her disciple. Who would not admire a woman such as you, Master? I certainly do, but it is solely rooted in my respect and appreciation for you, nothing more. Yet, Ji Qingqiu's expression remained one of unmistakable disappointment. The meaning of Ninger remains ambiguous. Is it a reflection of dissatisfaction with the true self, or is Chu Ning also puzzled? Should I express affection or indifference? Clearly, if I like him, it is evident, as my mind would not entertain such whimsical thoughts about my master otherwise. Moreover, who could resist such a splendid elder sister? Yet he is my master. Master, your disciple holds no discontent towards you. It is indeed affection. However, Ji Qingqiu suddenly smiled, moving forward to embrace Chu Ning, gazing down at him with a tender expression. No need for explanations. I comprehend your sentiments. As master and disciple, we must not perceive our relationship through the lens of romantic affection. Thus, consider me merely your master. The essence of my thoughts aligns with yours. Even if we were to become partners in the path, it cannot be at this moment. Nevertheless, Ninger, in the future, feel free to express your feelings directly, without such convoluted expressions. These matters are not my forte. With a gentle gaze, she softly proposed, you regard me as your master, and I view you as my disciple. Is this arrangement satisfactory? Chu Ning, overwhelmed with emotion, lifted his gaze, tears brimming. Master, you finally understand. Yet, why must we specify a present? Shouldn't it be a perpetual state? Ji Qingxiu chuckled, ruffling Chu Ning's hair. Because Ninger, for now, you must remain a disciple, not a partner. Naturally, I respect your wishes. Chu Ning replied, why does it seem that Master still doesn't quite grasp? I truly have no intention of becoming your partner. Though you are indeed quite handsome, and I find you delightful. And this face wash. Abruptly, Chu Ning extricated himself, blushing and panting. Master, it's best we refrain from such interactions. He feared sleepless nights. It felt far too intimate, far too inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxiu appeared slightly perplexed. Why is that? Since we are master and disciple, our hearts can remain clear and serene. Who could possibly say anything? Chu Ning's lips twitched. Master, even in clarity. It should not be like this. What then do you believe it should be? Brewing tea and discussing music, perhaps, or listening to the snow and inquiring about swords. Ji Qingxiu sighed. Yet I am only proficient in the sword. I lack skills in other areas. Chu Ning quickly interjected. Then let our future lessons focus solely on sword practice. There is no need for anything else. To me, you are the finest master in the world. Ji Qingxiu's smile blossomed. While others may not perceive this sentiment, merely thinking it to be flattery, for millennia, she had received countless praises. It was only when Ninger expressed it that her heart was truly warmed. Very well. Since we are only master and disciple now, there is no need for you to avoid descending the mountain with me. If there is anything on your mind, feel free to speak with me. After saying this, Ji Qingxiu surveyed the myriad flowers in the forest. In the future, refrain from visiting this place. Your presence here is uncomfortable for me, especially with that enchantress about. If she were to truly take an interest in you, confronting an eightfold nine-tailed celestial fox, you would likely be left with nothing. Such a scenario is absolutely unacceptable. Ninger belongs to me. Chu Ning nodded fervently. I will heed your advice. By the way, has the way I address you changed? Never mind, it is no longer important. Now, I find myself in a state of candidness with my master. Having expressed my concerns regarding him has indeed alleviated much of the weight upon my heart. As for the events of yesterday, let us simply forget them. It is time to embark on a new chapter in our master-disciple relationship. Upon learning of this, my master will undoubtedly understand that we shall intentionally maintain a certain distance, thereby averting any recurrence of past occurrences. Ninger, it is time for you to return. Ji Qingxiu drew forth a sword and positioned it horizontally before us, lightly stepping upon its tip. Then, he embraced Chu Ning, who, upon regaining her senses, found herself in his arms. Chu Ning's breath quickened at once. Master, I could just run back. It won't take long. It seems rather imprudent to waste time like this. You performed admirably in the demon treasure land. Upon your return, I shall assist you in refining the second heavenly demon image and teach you what you wished to learn earlier. Hearing this, Chu Ning realized she could not refuse, and hastily replied, then I shall hold on to you, master. There is no need for that. With a wave of his sword, they soared away, leaving Chu Ning flustered, her face buried in Ji Qingxiu's embrace. Such a situation felt entirely improper, lacking in purity and transparency. Yet, having already spoken so openly with her master, she hoped there would be no misunderstandings. Moreover, it was her master who initiated this, so surely it could not pose any issues, could it? However, unbeknownst to Chu Ning, Ji Qingxiu's typically stoic countenance bore a faint flush, and a hint of tenderness gleamed in his eyes. Ninger, I am aware of your feelings. Yet, my power is formidable, and I am perceived as the leader of the demonic path, a target for the scorn of many. Should you become my companion, the hearts of the world would turn against you, a burden you could scarcely bear. Strengthen yourself further, and before that time, I shall protect you, aiding you in becoming a true paragon of the world. Those from the Tao, Confucian scholars, and even the virtuous gentlemen shall find themselves unable to catch a glimpse of your shadow. Until then, it is best for us to remain as master and disciple. Ha! My foolish disciple actually believed it. After their departure, Muli burst into laughter, clearly satisfied. My elder sister has endured a millennium of cultivation, appearing emotionless. Yet she harbors feelings. She merely keeps a distance from others, warding off any who might covet her. As for you, my naive disciple, you are the only one capable of eliciting genuine affection from her. She is not adept in discerning the line between master-disciple affection and romantic feelings. Had you not spoken those words, perhaps you could have truly maintained a master-disciple relationship. But now, you have expressed your desire for her. How then could she not perceive it as romantic? In the future, you will call her master, and she will address you as husband. Yet, Muli suddenly sensed something amiss. What did it mean that yesterday's actions must not be repeated? What had transpired between the two of them unbeknownst to her? Chapter 30. The Cheongchi Demon Image. Within Zhou Yujin's cave dwelling, a woman sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, cultivating in tranquility. 3 ethereal images of the heavenly demon coiled around her, swiftly coalescing spiritual energy into demonic energy. After an indeterminate period, Zhou Yujin exhaled deeply and gradually opened her eyes. Her aura formidable. At this moment, she had firmly established the foundation of her third realm. With her divine talent, she faced nearly no barriers in her cultivation. Before reaching the realm of the 7 saints, her cultivation speed was nothing short of extraordinary. In merely a month and a half, she had firmly established her foundation in the lower 3 realms. The 4th realm might pose a challenge, yet she estimated that within 6 months, she would surely achieve it. With this thought, Zhou Yujin rose from her dwelling and gazed towards the summit of Mount Winding, contemplating whether her master would be pleased. Just yesterday, she had traversed the first 8 layers of the 3rd realm of the 10,000 Demons Treasure Land. However, that senior sister was truly formidable, far beyond her capabilities. It was a pity that she was just 1 step away from seeing her master. Nevertheless, perhaps it was time to pay a visit? With this in mind, Zhou Yujin summoned her sword and soared through the air towards Mount Winding. Within the confines of Chu Ning's dwelling, he reclined upon his bed, his upper garments removed. Behind him, Ji Qingxiu observed the body before her, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through her gaze. Master, have you begun your healing? She inquired. Why does this disciple feel there has been little change? He could only sense Ji Qingxiu's hands gently exploring his back. This hardly resembled a healing process, did it? Upon hearing his words, Ji Qingxiu quickly regained her focus. I was merely examining the injuries you sustained yesterday. It appears there are only minor issues. Chu Ning understood. In truth, he had already recuperated yesterday, so there was not much to worry about. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere as neither of them knew how to continue the conversation. After all, both were reminded of the events that transpired in the 10,000 Demons Treasure Land. Ji Qingxiu's cheeks flushed slightly. The disciple's feelings towards her were now unmistakably clear. Having been expressed openly, having agreed to maintain a master-disciple relationship, she deemed it unnecessary to complicate matters further. Channeling demonic energy into Chu Ning's body, she gradually repaired the damaged meridians and bones within him, thus eradicating any lingering injuries. Feeling the changes within his body, Chu Ning smiled and dressed himself. Thank you, master. Though, was it truly necessary to undress for healing? He shrugged, conceding that his master must have her reasons. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly. Now that you have stepped into the 2nd realm, you may begin to condense the celestial demon avatar. The first avatar of the gluttonous demon, should it reach your level, would be a terrifying existence capable of devouring the heavens and spitting forth the sun. The strength of the avatar is contingent upon the cultivator. As the cultivator's power increases, so too will the avatar's might. What form will your 2nd avatar take, Ning? The two exited the dwelling. The noise was too great for the small space to contain. Chu Ning seated himself on the ground. Drawing upon his prior experience in condensing the celestial demon avatar, he no longer required Ji Qingxiu's guidance. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to circulate his demonic techniques. Ji Qingxiu slowly released demonic energy, increasing the concentration of the ambient demonic aura. As Chu Ning's body began to manifest demonic patterns, Ji Qingxiu stepped back slightly. In the distance, a figure approached at an astonishing speed. From afar, Zhou Yujin caught sight of Ji Qingxiu, and her expression brightened instantly. The mere thought of seeing her master filled her with joy. Yet, her expression suddenly froze. The man beside her master could not possibly be that junior disciple with mediocre talent and strength who resided with her master. Zhou Yujin's fists clenched tightly. How infuriating! Upon perceiving the arrival of Zhou Yujin, Ji Qingxiu did not deter her. Observing her disciple descend and pay respects, Ji Qingxiu merely waved her hand, signaling that no excessive formalities were necessary. You had previously inquired about your junior, and this is Chu Ning. Zhou Yujin furrowed her brows, glancing at Chu Ning, who was currently channeling the heavenly demon form. Master, judging by his aura, he is merely at the 2nd realm? How can such a trivial 2nd realm adept possibly be a disciple of my master? What merit does he possess? Beyond his appearance, what else can he boast of? That he could surpass me? Ji Qingxiu nodded. He has just recently broken through, and while he may fall short compared to you, he is nonetheless commendable. Hearing this, Zhou Yujin could hardly contain her joy. Indeed, this disciple is inferior to her. However, upon hearing the name Chu Ning, She paused momentarily. Was he the one who entered the 9th level of the first realm's secret domain yesterday? Zhou Yujin pressed her lips together, her expression intricate. Although there are distinctions in realms within the secret domain, each realm must contend with the prodigious disciples of their time. It is not the case that defeating a 6th realm secret domain guarantees victory over a 1st realm one. The prodigious disciples of different eras possess various techniques and strengths. Yet, without exception, they are all prodigies. The challenges are as daunting as scaling the heavens. Master, yesterday I surpassed the 8th level. Did you receive the healing elixirs and magical artifacts that the Grand Elder sent on my behalf? Zhou Yujin nodded. I have received them all. Ji Qingxiu pondered for a moment and explained. The disciple at the 8th level of the 3rd realm is your senior sister, Jiang Kaikai. In her time at the 3rd realm, she single-handedly fought over 100 peers of the same realm within the sect, showcasing formidable prowess. It is not disappointing to have lost. It was merely a refinement of skill, and fixating on victory and defeat can tarnish one's path. Zhou Yujin looked at Ji Qingxiu and slowly inquired. I have heard that the 8th level of the 1st realm was also surpassed by the eldest senior sister. Did my junior brother manage to win against her? His physical prowess is indeed impressive. He triumphed by means of exchanging injury for kill. Zhou Yujin, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at Chu Ning, her fists instinctively clenching. Did he meet the master? Ji Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing slightly. After surpassing the 8th level, he had no combat capability left and directly exited the secret domain. There were certain things she found difficult to articulate. This was a matter that even Chu Ning, who had committed the act, hesitated to discuss. It was a secret shared between them. But if Ninger were to engage in such behavior again in the future, what then? Zhou Yujin took a deep breath. At this moment, her resentment towards Chu Ning was nearly boundless. How could he, a disciple with lesser talent than hers, and one who entered the fold later, reach the 9th level? She was acutely aware of the difficulty of that secret domain. There was no possibility of coincidence. It seemed that the master favored disciples who could break through the 8th level and enter the 9th, correct? Master, once my junior brother achieves breakthrough, may I engage in a contest of suppressed realms against him? Given our similar ages, I believe we would both show progress. Ji Qingxiu nodded. That is permissible. She felt no qualms about it. Her thoughts did not mirror the complexities Zhou Yujin entertained. Her perception of Chu Ning was distinct and bore no relation to his talent or strength. It stemmed purely from the fact that this disciple harbored unworthy intentions. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger ignited in Zhou Yujin's eyes. If I were to defeat you in front of my esteemed master, he would undoubtedly comprehend the disparity between us. I dare say he might even favor me more. A surge of demonic energy surged forth, and both individuals turned their gazes. Zhou Yujin furrowed her brow, observing the intricate demonic patterns manifesting on Chu Ning's body. These patterns crystallized, gradually coalescing into a fearsome and chilling image. With her extensive scholarly background, Zhou Yujin instantly recognized the representation of that image. The ancient ferocious beast, Qiongqi. Chapter 31. Testing the sword at Mount Wending. It resembled a tiger, capable of flight with wings, and bore horns akin to a divine ox, known as Qiongqi. Ancient myths recount that this creature could discern the truthfulness of human speech, relishing in the straightforward while shunning those who spoke falsely. How could this celestial demon form manifest one of the ancient 4 fiends, Qiongqi? Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly upon witnessing this. It seemed that this time, there would be no need to expend excessive demonic energy. After all, the previous instance involved Tao Tai. Should it not have sufficient demonic energy to consume, it would become unruly. Ji Qingxiu glanced back, noticing Zhou Yujin's astonishment, and smiled as she explained. Your junior brother possesses an impressive grasp of demonic arts. It appears he requires no instruction from the main body. The deeper the understanding, the more formidable the celestial demon form becomes. Zhou Yujin pressed her lips together upon hearing this. What had her junior brother conjured during the last celestial demon manifestation? Tao Tai. Zhou Yujin's eyes widened in shock. Was that not the second of the ancient 4 fiends? Just who is this junior brother of hers? Upon completing the celestial demon form, Chu Ning also proceeded to fully cultivate the supreme celestial demon body. Would you like to use 100 contribution points to enhance the supreme celestial demon body? Without hesitation, Chu Ning agreed. This supreme celestial demon body provided a formidable enhancement to his physique, considered a life-saving technique. To refrain from enhancement would be a grave loss. Moments later, the demonic patterns on Chu Ning's body became even more pronounced. Zhou Yujin, coming back to her senses from her astonishment, incredulously remarked, has he not already manifested the celestial demon form? What is this now? Ji Qingxiu pondered briefly. Could it be that his supreme celestial demon body had reached a new level? The heavenly path body, supreme celestial demon body? Using 100 contribution points. The progress of the supreme celestial demon body has increased by 41. Chu Ning gradually returned to his senses. After fully cultivating the celestial demon body, he experienced virtually no rejection from the heavenly spiritual energy. He could convert spiritual energy into demonic energy to refine his body and meridians without the need for demonic arts. Chu Ning, cultivation level, second realm, subtlety, spiritual root, superior spiritual root, technique, 9 celestial demon forms, perfected. Physique, supreme celestial demon body progress, 100, can use 10,000 contribution points to advance the supreme celestial demon body to the transformation realm. The supreme celestial demon body can still be advanced? Chu Ning slowly opened his eyes. With over 5,000 contribution points remaining, it was evidently insufficient. However, Chu Ning was not anxious. After all, having manifested the celestial demon form and simultaneously enhanced the celestial body, he felt as if the world had transformed. Now he could wield demonic energy. By the way, can he conjure a new celestial demon form? Conjure. Before their eyes, 2 canine figures appeared. One, a large black dog, and the other, a peculiar creature adorned with horns. Chu Ning squatted down, examining the canines. Master, can the enhancement of the celestial demon form also elevate my cultivation level? Behind her, Ji Qingxiu also looked over, nodding with a smile. This is indeed the case. The combat prowess of the magic figure you have condensed is not particularly strong at present, serving merely to enhance yourself. Once you reach the 4th realm, it will become a formidable asset in your battles. Chu Ning understood. No wonder the black sphere had transformed as it did earlier. Suddenly, the large-mouthed dog seemed to sense the overwhelming demonic aura and dashed towards Ji Qingxiu with exuberance. The dog, panting eagerly, gazed at her with a fervent desire. Ji Qingxiu, puzzled, released a wisp of demonic energy. The dog opened its mouth wide, greedily consuming it. The purity of the demonic energy was exceptionally high, and within moments, the dog was satiated, lying on the ground and wagging its tail. Observing this, Zhou Yujin cast a covetous glance. Her junior brother's talent is indeed extraordinary. How enviable. At that moment, the horned dog suddenly lifted its head, as if sensing something, and leaped into Zhou Yujin's embrace. The young woman gasped in surprise, startled, and hastily stood up, but the dog relentlessly pursued her. Chu Ning, get this creature away. Chu Ning was equally perplexed. Are these 2 dogs not mine? Why does one favor my master while the other favors this senior sister? He swiftly summoned the heavenly magic elephant, and seeing this, Zhou Yujin finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her expression was tinged with resentment. Why did that creature suddenly rush towards me? Ji Qingxiu provided an explanation. This creature can discern the truth in human words, gravitating towards those who speak falsehoods. Perhaps you just uttered a lie? The 2 turned their gazes towards her. A lie? What did Zhou Yujin just say? Junior brother's talent is strong, and I envy him. Could it be that Zhou Yujin's eyes widened in realization, and she immediately clarified? What I said was the truth. Indeed, junior brother's talent is exceptional. So what if I envy him? For some reason, Chu Ning felt an inkling. It seemed that this senior sister was being dismissive. Nevertheless, he quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Junior brother Chu Ning, greetings to senior sister. For some reason, this senior sister seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Zhou Yujin took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure, her demeanor as frosty as ever. Zhou Yujin. Ji Qingxiu appeared unconcerned, simply saying with a smile, weren't you just about to spar with your junior brother? Since he has also condensed the heavenly magic elephant, you can certainly guide him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujin's gaze sharpened. Very well. Chu Ning was bewildered. Huh, a spar? When did this happen? I seem to be unaware. He looked towards Ji Qingxiu, who smiled slightly in response. It matters not. Since she is your senior sister, she will surely hold back. I shall suppress your senior sister's realm, and you 2 shall contend with the strength of the 2nd realm. Zhou Yujin. Master? The master actually referred to this disciple in such a manner. Truly, he dotes on this disciple. No wonder she can reside on Mount Wending. She merely possesses a bit of talent. Does she have the heavenly Tao body? She even possesses a divine grade talent, surpassing him. It seems today she need not hold back, for she must show this insufferable junior brother who truly deserves the master's favor. Please, master, help me suppress my realm. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly, casting a spell that suppressed Zhou Yujin's realm. The latter abruptly drew her sword, the demon-slaying sword among the 7. It appeared that the disciple wielded the sword of immortal slaying. Come, today, I shall impart some guidance to you. Chu Ning was utterly bewildered. I just finished my cultivation, and now we are fighting? Moreover, it seemed that senior sister was ready to strike without hesitation, as if she intended to kill him. Wait, we are comrades, right? Surely, guidance doesn't necessitate such measures. Ji Qingxiu smiled lightly. No worries. Chu Ning sighed. It seems there is no way to avoid this. He unsheathed his sword with resolve. Immortal slaying, demon slaying. I shall test my sword on the summit. Not far away, the sect elders seemed to have caught sight of this scene. Hastily approaching on the wind, yet they dared not enter the boundaries of the summit, merely observing from a distance. Are these the two disciples of the demon lord? Oh, so that is Chu Ning, the genius who entered the 9th level yesterday. It turns out he is a disciple of the demon lord. No wonder. A row of elders glided through the air, gathering to watch. The number of onlookers increased, yet they skillfully refrained from encroaching upon the duel. Chapter 32. What's wrong with sword cultivators? Isn't physical strength enough? Chu Ning found it peculiar. Why did it seem that this senior sister harbored significant animosity towards him? He had never provoked her before. Although perplexed, Ji Qingxiu had declared it a contest. That should imply no issues, right? However, the situation exceeded Chu Ning's expectations entirely. In merely a single exchange, Chu Ning was abruptly sent flying several meters away, as Zhou Yujin unleashed her maximum potential. Even though her realm was suppressed, Zhou Yujin had long advanced to the 2nd realm before Chu Ning. Her extraordinary spiritual root aptitude made cultivation effortless, allowing her to solidify her foundation over a longer period. And her breakthroughs were far superior to those of others with lesser talents. Chu Ning had only recently broken through. He was now facing a peak practitioner of the 2nd realm. Damnable woman. Behold my sword. This strike was evidently fueled by emotion. As Zhou Yujin aimed directly for the vital points, Chu Ning furrowed his brow. If he did not showcase his true abilities soon, he feared he might fall here today. The demonic figure suddenly coalesced, enhanced by a dual demonic manifestation, the demon-slaying sword. Clang! The swords clashed with a resounding echo, and Chu Ning immediately began to channel his demonic arts, empowering his supreme demonic form, forcefully repelling Zhou Yujin. Even her face displayed surprise. This is merely a recent breakthrough to the 2nd realm? Yet if it remains at this level, Chu Ning would surely be defeated within 3 moves. Zhou Yujin promptly raised her sword to the heavens, her fingers transforming into a sword point, demonic energy entwining, before suddenly striking with her blade. Damn, this is unfair. Chu Ning cursed under his breath. He had yet to learn this technique. While a practitioner of the 2nd realm could harness demonic energy as an offensive means, Chu Ning had only just crossed over. He was undoubtedly inferior to Zhou Yujin, who had already entered the 3rd realm. Sword energy suddenly descended, and Chu Ning hurriedly dodged, witnessing the stone wall behind him shatter violently. Had that strike truly landed upon him, it would have been disastrous. Damn it, so we are playing for keeps now, are we? Chu Ning gritted his teeth. Although his mastery was not on par with Zhou Yujin, he swiftly discerned the woman's vulnerabilities. Her physique was undoubtedly weaker than his. With that realization, he resolved to seize the opportunity for close combat. Advancing once more with his sword, he sought to deny Zhou Yujin the chance to unleash her sword chi. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their swordplay nearly evenly matched. After all, he had not trained under the demon lord's 3rd disciple and chief disciple without merit. Both women were formidable swordsmen. Zhou Yujin furrowed her brow. Though she managed to counter his sword technique, she could distinctly feel the extraordinary strength behind Chu Ning's blows. This man possessed remarkable physical prowess. And before she could contemplate a strategy to break the deadlock, he suddenly gained the upper hand and forced her back. Recognizing this, she abandoned her thoughts, surged forward, and thrust her sword. However, Chu Ning's eyes narrowed as he swiftly evaded the strike, his speed multiplying several times. Zhou Yujin hesitated momentarily, envisioning the sword techniques Chu Ning might employ next, devising a plan to counter him. Yet, to her surprise, he abandoned his sword. With the unparalleled might of the supreme demon body, he unleashed a devastating punch, augmented by 2 layers of demonic might. Almost everyone watching failed to perceive this tactic. In the distance, the sect elder sighed in astonishment. Is that a technique of a physical cultivator? Isn't the demon lord a sword cultivator? Shouldn't his disciples also wield swords? It became clear that, although Chu Ning's realm was slightly inferior and his proficiency less than Zhou Yujin's, he had no intention of merely competing in swordsmanship. He employed swordplay as a ruse, catching her off guard with a physical attack instead. No, it was not merely a technique of a physical cultivator. It was a testament to his formidable physique. From atop the mountain, he struck with immense force. Zhou Yujin's eyes widened in shock. Unprepared, she instinctively shielded herself. Yet, the punch landed fiercely. The impact of his solidly grounded strike sent Zhou Yujin hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall. In that moment, Zhou Yujin felt as though her wrist might shatter, eliciting a cry of pain. Since he had resorted to lethal moves, and given that Chu Ning's realm was inferior, she resolved to exploit other tactics. Clearly, even though Zhou Yujin anticipated an opportunity for Chu Ning to engage closely, she remained oblivious to the strength of his physique. Another punch surged toward her, halting just before her face. The force of the punch whistled through the air, tousling her hair. Zhou Yujin stared in terror. Unable to fathom the consequences had the punch struck her, Chu Ning refrained from delivering the blow, instead standing firm and sheathing his sword. Sister, I concede. Ji Qingqiu, witnessing this, pressed her lips together, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. You have taught me swordsmanship, and it is only natural that we should compete with sword techniques. However, Ninger, relying solely on swordplay is not equitable, given that you can wield sword qi, she remarked. Ji Qingqiu pondered. Indeed, initiating with sword qi seems excessively oppressive for Ninger. She then began her assessment. Ninger's swordsmanship is on par with yours. Yet in terms of realm, he does not match Yujin. If he were to rely solely on realm to dominate without underestimating his opponent, he would not be your match. The esteemed one previously cautioned you of his formidable physique. During your confrontation with your senior sister, he employed a strategy of trading injuries for kills, which you seem to underestimate. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been as such. Zhou Yujin cast a complex glance at Chu Ning, retrieved the long sword from the ground, and nodded. The disciple comprehended. Ji Qingqiu waved his hand nonchalantly, and their injuries were completely healed, even the shattered stones upon the mountain restored to their original state. Witnessing this, Zhou Yujin cast a lingering glance at Chu Ning before departing. There shall be no next opportunity for you. Upon finishing his words, he soared away on his sword, transforming into a streak of light. High above the clouds, the assembly of elders expressed their satisfaction. The two new disciples of the Demon Lord are indeed remarkable. It seems our sect may produce another sage within a century. Haha. The flourishing of the demon sect is indeed promising. Remember, the disciples of our sect in recent years have been quite commendable. Within this cycle, the eradication of the three teachings is merely a matter of time. With that, they dispersed. Atop the mountain, Chu Ning let out a sigh. Has he unwittingly made an enemy of that senior sister? Yet, initiating with lethal moves, who could withstand such aggression? To endure that sword qi with mere flesh would likely result in severe injury. At such moments, one cannot afford to indulge in the tender sentiments. Ji Qingqiu smiled and said, Ninger, your performance today was commendable. Once you familiarize yourself with the second realm, such techniques will become attainable for you. Moreover, with your superior physique, you will have even more options at your disposal. Chu Ning sighed again. I hold no grudge against my senior sister. My master compelled me to engage with her, and now she must surely harbor resentment. Your master is not like that, Ji Qingqiu responded, suddenly finding amusement in his words. You need not concern yourself with such matters. As fellow disciples, minor frictions are inconsequential. In the future, as you traverse the path of cultivation, you shall look back and find it quite amusing, wondering why you let such trivial matters vex you. She affectionately ruffled Chu Ning's hair, her expression tender. As the journey ahead grows ever more distant, the time spent in cultivation now becomes exceedingly precious. There is no need for concern. In the future, it will all be resolved. Did you not wish to learn those minor spells? Today, I shall teach you. Chapter 33. Does innocence matter? For Chu Ning, he genuinely wished to avoid conflict. Initially, it was agreed to engage in a friendly spar. Yet, to commence with lethal moves, such was hardly a spar. And Zhou Yujin's hostility was unmistakable. He had inadvertently offended his senior sister upon their first meeting. Chu Ning sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Engaging in brawls is not something one from a law-abiding society would readily embrace. Previously, he ventured into the abyss of 10,000 demons solely to maintain his composure. Moreover, if a conflict was necessary, a friendly exchange would suffice, with restraint exercised. What transpired today was far from that. Simply put, the path to immortality should not be fraught with such troubles. With a solid foundation, one ought to progress steadily and outlive all adversaries. That is the correct approach. However, upon hearing his master Ji Qingqiu's words, Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Does that mean I can learn the technique of traversing back and forth? Your realm is still too far behind. For the time being, it is not feasible. Oh, is sword mastery also not feasible? After reaching the third realm. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu smiled. The power of space can only be mastered after breaking through to the seventh realm. Ninger is only at the second realm. It is likely to take another century, perhaps even less, given Ninger's talent. 70 or 80 years might suffice. The breakthrough speed is swift in the lower three realms. But once one reaches the third realm, it is essential to immerse oneself in profound cultivation, causing progress to slow significantly. Especially upon reaching the fourth realm, one must prepare for the fifth realm by condensing the spiritual sea within. The larger the spiritual sea, the greater the strength. Most cultivators strive to condense their spiritual sea as a foundation for their future path to sanctity. In the seventh realm, one may be referred to as a sage. The term sage derives from Confucianism but does not carry the same connotation as the Confucian sage, who is a scholar of profound literary attainment. In a broader sense, a sage refers to one who has attained the seventh realm and broken through the void. Transitioning from the sixth realm to the seventh requires talent, opportunity, and foundation, a formidable chasm. The right timing, environment, and human connections are indispensable. Lacking any one of these elements makes achievement impossible. Hence, the number of sages in the world is exceedingly rare due to the formidable challenges involved. However, Ji Qingqiu firmly believes in Chu Ning. Since Ninger is pursuing longevity, achieving sagehood is an inevitable path toward that goal. She will certainly devote herself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. As night fell, Chu Ning utilized his newly acquired techniques to cleanse and prepare the pork, then kindled a charcoal fire for roasting. The experience after reaching the second realm is indeed different. Chu Ning felt a surge of excitement and suddenly turned to Ji Qingqiu, who sat nearby. Master, at what realm can one attain longevity? Ji Qingqiu replied with a smile. From the moment one embarks on the path of cultivation, the enhancement of the physical body is, in essence, the beginning of prolonging life. In a true sense, a mortal can extend their lifespan at the third realm. By how many years can one extend their life? Chu Ning pondered, estimating it to be around 100 years. However, no one has truly taken the time to verify this. Yet, it is certain that longevity is achievable. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ning rounded it to 50 years, which still feels insufficient, as he has yet to explore the vast world. Naturally, he aspires to ascend to higher realms. Curiosity sparked within him. Master, how many years can your current cultivation extend your life? Ji Qingqiu reflected for a moment. I have lived for a considerable time already, and I will continue to live for many more. However, I do not know how many years I truly have left. If I were to perish, it would not be due to the nearing end of my lifespan. It would undoubtedly be in the pursuit of the grand path, as is evident. To me, lifespan feels ethereal and imposes no restrictions. Chu Ning, upon hearing this, gazed at her with anticipation. Longevity, the gift of life bestowed by cultivation. A sudden mountain breeze arose, stirring the flames of the roasting meat, and Ji Qingqiu effortlessly dispelled the wind from the mountain peak, allowing the bonfire to burn brighter. Chu Ning, fully focused on roasting the meat, smiled upon witnessing her deftness. Master, with your exceptional swordsmanship and formidable strength, and considering that Master Mu Li mentioned you have numerous disciples, it seems you must hold a significant position within the demon sect. Why not relocate to a more favorable mountain gate? At this, Ji Qingqiu paused, momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Ninger was still unaware of her true identity. It should not be the case, for if one has encountered Mu Li, why did she not take the initiative to mention it? This implies that Mu Li remained silent. And given Ning Er's limited interactions with outsiders, being either immersed in cultivation or sword practice, it is quite natural for her to be unaware. Yet, she does not concern herself with such trivialities, for ultimately, Chu Ning will come to know. It is tolerable. However, I, her master, prefer to avoid dealings with outsiders, relishing the tranquility of this place. Matters pertaining to the sect are best managed by the elders. My sole duty lies in nurturing successors for the demon sect, and then retreating to delve into the profound path of celestial phenomena. Alas, I have not made significant breakthroughs in centuries. Naturally, the elders are well aware of the crucial importance of the sect's top combatants, hence they refrain from intruding. For who would dare to engage the demon lord in idle chatter, especially given her notoriously irritable temperament? Only Chu Ning perceives the kindness of his master towards him. And indeed, she is good to him. What? Does he wish to reside in a more splendid cave dwelling? Chu Ning shook his head, expressing that it was not a matter of great importance, merely a source of curiosity. One might wonder why there are only he and senior sister Zhou among his master's many disciples. He does not mind their shared abode, for being with his master is a blessing. Yet, he cannot help but feel pity for her, a solitary figure, with previous disciples seemingly vanished. Ironically, the one disciple left at her side harbors impure intentions, preoccupying himself with mischievous deeds. They have all grown up, each with their own responsibilities, guarding the borders of the continent to prevent the so-called righteous paths of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism from encroaching upon the southern barbarian wilderness, while also undergoing their own trials. A flicker of thought crossed Ji Qingqiu's mind, though it was but a fleeting moment. Some reflections on the sect, and some concerning Chu Ning. She should have been more perceptive of her disciple's feelings earlier. It is his affection that drives him to pilfer her undergarments and spy on her during her baths. Is it not? Indeed, Ji Qingqiu, who has had little experience with such emotions, finds herself intrigued, not entirely averse, but it largely depends on the individual in question. That day by the pool, while Ning Er was cultivating, he had even touched her. She was taken aback, astonished to discover how pleasing it felt. At this moment, Her mind wandered. Would Ning be willing? Suddenly, Ji Qingqiu smiled. If I do not permit you to meet your uncle, would you feel displeased? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback by her words and quickly shook his head. It was not that he spoke ill of his uncle. Muli always seemed somewhat unseemly, and their meeting today was purely coincidental. Oh, then why did you venture into the demon domain? Are you not aware that it is the territory of the demon race, where human beings are forbidden to tread? Chu Ning paused, shaking his head. I am not well informed about this matter. My understanding of the demon sect is still rather limited. My visit was merely for the scenic beauty. Indeed, it was a pretext, not a mere sightseeing trip. Not being well informed is of no consequence, for the demon sect encompasses vast territories. Once you reach the third realm and master sword control, there will be no place in the heavens or on earth that you cannot traverse. However, I can enlighten you on these matters. Ning, come closer. Chu Ning was once again taken aback as he observed the mere half-meter distance between them. Is this not close enough? Well, since my master has spoken. Thus, Chu Ning shifted his body slightly. Ji Qingqiu glanced at him, then sat down beside him, pressing close to his form, and began to gently rub his head while slowly speaking. Chu Ning exclaimed, Master. Ji Qingqiu appeared unperturbed. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Ninger, she felt an irresistible urge to tousle his hair. After all, what harm was there in affectionately ruffling her own disciple's hair? In that instant, Chu Ning's mind went blank. Master, wasn't he agreed that we would maintain a teacher-student relationship? What is this sudden behavior? Ninger, the meat seems to be burning. Master, it's truly difficult for me to focus on grilling the meat like this. Fear not, it is still edible. Simply listen to your master recount a tale. Chu Ning inhaled the unique scent and warmth emanating from his master. At that moment, he found himself unable to discern whether this could be construed as pure. Master, you must have confidence, right? Then it must be innocent. No problem. Chapter 34. The Master's intentions at such a time. Who cares about meat? With his master holding him, Chu Ning felt a strong sense of rejection within his heart. Although he indeed harbored a twinge of admiration for Ji Qingqiu, where could one find such a beautiful and gentle elder sister? However, given his master's formidable prowess, it was entirely reasonable that he could not push her away. At that moment, Chu Ning continuously engaged in self-psychological counseling, attempting to convince himself. Ding. Mission assigned. Please sign in at the Great Li Dynasty. The route has been provided. Mission reward, 10,000 contribution points. Suddenly, Chu Ning snapped back to reality. Being so close to his master felt remarkably comfortable. He truly did not wish to part. Yet, a new mission had indeed been issued. He cleared his throat, waiting for Ji Qingqiu to finish speaking before slowly raising his head. Master, I'm hungry. May I start grilling the meat? Could you allow me to? Ji Qingqiu nodded and subsequently released her grip. Chu Ning sighed in relief. The meat was burnt. The outer layer was certainly inedible. He turned to retrieve the sword of extermination, slicing the meat. Seeing this, Ji Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle. The sword had been entrusted to Ning. How he chose to use it was his prerogative. However, if the elders of their sect were to witness this, they would likely scold him. Slicing meat with a celestial sword? As the meat neared completion, Chu Ning offered a piece to Ji Qingqiu, who accepted it with a smile and began to chew thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Chu Ning's attention shifted to the system. The Great Li Dynasty? Did Master just mention that her second disciple, Luo Yu, is there? His second senior sister was not to be underestimated. She had proven formidable in the past. It appeared to be a border dynasty at the junction between the southern barbaric continent and the eastern Han continent. Tasked with monitoring the actions of Confucian scholars at the frontier, Chu Ning checked the route. Distance too great to display. Goodness! He exclaimed. What is this? How am I supposed to get there? Noticing Chu Ning's agitation, Ji Qingqiu looked on with curiosity. Just then, a long sword streaked through the sky, hurtling towards the mountain peak. The Fuyo sword, your senior sister's treasured blade. Chu Ning looked up to see the exquisite blue sword floating before them. A shadowy figure abruptly materialized, its features obscured. Disciple Luoyue pays respects to Master. Ji Qingqiu spoke in a calm tone. Have you come to convey an urgent matter via sword communication? The disciple replied. If there were no pressing issues, I would not dare to disturb you, Master. To be brief, there have been complications at the junction between Confucianism and the southern wilderness, rendering it impossible to ascertain the identities of Confucian disciples. Several students have crossed the boundary and have been ruthlessly slain. I have been unable to uncover the cause, hence I beseech you to investigate. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu frowned but refrained from further comment. Very well, I shall depart on the morrow. The shadow bowed respectfully and then vanished. The sword swiftly soared away, its form barely visible. Ji Qingqiu hesitated slightly. The speed of sword communication indicated the severity of the situation. Moreover, given the nature of boundary affairs, she could not simply disregard them. A visit was imperative. Ninger, you have also seen that there are issues with your senior sister, and I must attend to them. In the past few days, Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly interjected, is it the Great Li dynasty at the border? Ji Qingqiu nodded. A hint of curiosity in her expression. What of it? Of course, I must go there to sign in. She exclaimed. This troublesome system only provides the location without the exact position, right? I have my master. Moreover, isn't today fortuitous? I wish to see the outside world. Can you take me along? Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment. Since entering the sect, the disciple had been diligently practicing and had not ventured beyond its confines. Furthermore, she had yet to fully appreciate the beauty within the sect itself. Did he aspire to immortality merely to gaze upon more scenery? With this thought, Ji Qingqiu did not refuse. Very well. Chu Ning was instantly elated. Not only will I sign in, but I will also have the chance to enjoy the scenery. Besides, isn't this our first journey together? Is there anything you need to prepare? Chu Ning shook her head. In that case, let us set off immediately. With a flick of her finger, the Zhuxian sword at Chu Ning's waist suddenly unsheathed. Riding the sword, they would traverse the skies at an even swifter pace, arriving in approximately 2 days. What sword is this? Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Qingqiu enveloped her in an embrace, disrupting her train of thought. This. While I am aware that we may be flying together on the sword, will it not be difficult to extricate ourselves if we remain this way? Pure intentions, master. Chu Ning quickly protested. I can simply support you. This is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu's eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. What is it? Do you not enjoy this arrangement? Chu Ning replied, Master, why do you wear such an expression? Is it not delightful for us to maintain a pure relationship? Do you not find it charming? The disappointment on her master's face was something she wished to avoid at all costs. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning gazed resolutely. I do enjoy it. Ji Qingqiu's expression brightened, and she affectionately ruffled Chu Ning's hair. With a surge of energy, they soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the mountain gate behind them faded from view. 1,000 miles in a single sword stroke was merely a testament to her mastery of sword riding. Upon reaching the border, she found herself ensconced in but a fleeting moment. Traversing the void in search of spatial routes, the chaotic currents of space posed no hindrance to her. However, it was preferable to ride the sword alongside Ninger. Initially, the scenery unfurled before Chu Ning's eyes, revealing a breathtaking vista. The moonlight bathed the undulating mountains beneath her feet, painting a picture of exquisite beauty that transformed in mere moments into a myriad of splendid images. This was merely a glimpse of the night. She could scarcely fathom what awaited at dawn. Indeed, the realm of cultivation was remarkably beautiful. The splendor of the landscape was matched only by the enchanting visage of Ji Qingqiu, whose delicate features, perpetually serene, appeared even more captivating under the moon's gentle glow. Chu Ning gazed, entranced, her eyes fixed on the ethereal beauty before her. Noticing her rapt attention, Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together. That gaze bore a resemblance to Ninger's when she beheld the youthful figure of the girl within the secret realm. A fleeting thought crossed Ji Qingqiu's mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she turned her head away. As I have stated before, one must not behave as we did that day. Chu Ning was taken aback, her heart racing. Master, you misunderstand. I had no thoughts of. Yet, as the words fell from her lips, Ji Qingqiu took hold of Chu Ning's hand. It is not that, but I recall you have a fondness for holding hands. Having completed this act, Ji Qingqiu appeared to seek Chu Ning's approval, asking, is this agreeable? Chu Ning was momentarily bewildered, staring dumbfounded at the flawless, cool hand within her grasp. I never suggested I wanted to kiss you, master. I was merely taken aback. At that moment, pressed against her master's chest, holding Ji Qingqiu's delicate hand, she was questioned about her satisfaction. How could she possibly be dissatisfied? In truth, she was exceedingly pleased. Regardless of propriety or innocence, could her master truly be unaware? Having lived for so many years, surely Ji Qingqiu understood these nuances. Given that her master had permitted this, it would be inconsiderate for Chu Ning to maintain any reservations. With this thought, she too grasped Ji Qingqiu's hand firmly within her own. Your hand is quite cold. Allow me to warm it. Ji Qingqiu responded with a barely audible acknowledgement, though a kiss seemed out of the question. For fear of losing control over her chaotic thoughts, a sensation unlike any she had previously encountered, which could potentially jeopardize her path, holding hands was not entirely unreasonable. Surely, such an act between teacher and disciple was quite justifiable, especially considering he was Ninger. At this moment, Chu Ning's mind was awash with a multitude of thoughts. Initially, she had intended to simply fulfill her role as a disciple. Despite her master's charm and kindness, her intentions remained rooted in respect for their teacher-student relationship. When had her feelings shifted? Was it during their playful moments? Perhaps during their shared bathing? Or was it when she candidly expressed her feelings to her master? Regardless of when it began, Chu Ning now sensed something amiss, profoundly amiss. If her master truly regarded her as a disciple, would she act in such a manner? Ji Qingxiu had asserted that this place was not a den of vice, but a proper sect. Having lived for so many years, could she truly be oblivious to the implications of their connection? It is indeed true that Master Mu Li once mentioned that his master is not particularly adept at handling emotions. However, a lack of skill does not equate to a lack of understanding. Being held in an embrace could be interpreted as a precautionary measure to prevent a fall while flying on a sword. While one might argue that kissing is off limits, holding hands is still permissible, is it not? Such gestures cannot possibly indicate complete ignorance. Clearly, this implies a substitute for a deeper connection. Yet, the sentiment expressed remains unchanged. Pondering this, Chu Ning's eyes slowly widened. Could it be that master? She hastily quelled her restless emotions. No, it cannot be. How could master harbor such thoughts? Nevertheless, her grip tightened slightly. Perhaps master was simply feeling cold. It must be that, in the demon sect, within the myriad blooms of the forest, a certain vixen eagerly anticipated observing the relationship between the master and disciple, wondering if they had taken their intimacy to the next level. However, the scene at the mountain peak was utterly desolate. Where are they? Could it be that they truly became involved? Mu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Although Sister's Cave concealed their presence, other areas remained visible. If they were not at the summit, they could only be in Sister's Cave. She had merely mentioned it in jest. Who would have thought it would manifest into reality so swiftly? Mu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. How commendable of her disciple. Chapter 35. The inn in the small town. Chu Ning's greatest obsession with cultivation lies in the pursuit of immortality. Secondly, it must involve soaring through the skies, riding the winds on a sword, vanquishing demons amidst the realms. Am I not, in fact, a demon? In the distant horizon, a faint blush of dawn began to unveil a more magnificent panorama of mountains and rivers before Chu Ning. Beasts roamed freely, and immortals soared on clouds. On a towering peak, two venerable elders clad in white and black were engaged in a game of chess. Upon noticing the two flying by on their swords, they paused to observe and offered respectful nods from afar. As they passed a small nation's rice fields, countless farmers looked up in awe at the sight of the immortals, their eyes filled with envy. Ji Qingxiu deliberately lowered their flight altitude while maintaining their pace, wishing for Chu Ning to behold as much as possible. In this moment, Chu Ning felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. Had he not entered the demon sect, perhaps he would have been one of those gazing up with longing from below. Master, is there a barrier between Donghauran continent and the southern barbarian wilderness? What purpose does it serve? Chu Ning couldn't help but feel perplexed. The existence of barriers between continents seemed rather unusual, while the southern barbarian wilderness posed no issue. Did this not inhibit interaction between the continents? Furthermore, from what the third senior sister implied, it seemed several Confucian cultivators attempting to smuggle themselves had been cut down. Chu Ning felt no sympathy. One must consider that those who are pitiful often harbor their own faults, or else they would not be subjected to such precautions. Ji Qingxiu provided an explanation. Since the inception of their teachings, Confucianism has developed its doctrines of benevolence and kindness as the foundation for scholarly pursuits. The sage, the foremost master of Confucianism, derives his strength from the number of adherents to the Confucian lineage. Aside from him, most of the current Confucian saints follow a similar path of cultivation. The Donghauran continent has been thoroughly enveloped by Confucian teachings. If the southern barbarian wilderness were to succumb to this encroachment, it would spell self-destruction for our demon sect. As she spoke, Ji Qingxiu's gaze revealed a hint of severity. Moreover, the so-called doctrines of Confucianism were not, as they claimed, capable of ushering in an era of peace for all time. In the past, several nations of the southern barbarian wasteland had adopted their teachings, yet the once thriving dynasty, which had been inherited for millennia, succumbed to internal chaos due to cumbersome rituals. The native cultural lineage proved incompatible with the foreign influences, leading to a gradual disintegration from within. The principles of Taoism and Buddhism followed a similar trajectory. Subsequently, my master ordered all sects of the three teachings from the southern barbarian wasteland to vacate the continent, erecting barriers and dispatching disciples of the demonic sect to guard these borders, all aimed at curtailing their sphere of influence and mitigating their impact. Chu Ning pondered for a moment. From the perspective of the demonic sect's interests, such measures were indeed necessary. For the local dynasties and their populace, the very places where they had thrived were also the origins of their cultural lineage, which was, to a certain extent, the most suitable environment for their existence. The absence of these influences would not hinder their survival. However, my master only restricted the disciples of the three teachings. Those who practiced their methodologies would be detected and obstructed by the barriers, while ordinary citizens, cultivators, and merchants were not subjected to such limitations. Chu Ning comprehended the intent. A resolute resistance against foreign culture was mandated to prevent contamination of the native cultural soil, while commercial exchanges for profit remained open. Ultimately, the primary aim was to thwart the followers of the three teachings from amassing power through increasing numbers of believers, a stance with which Chu Ning wholeheartedly concurred. Nevertheless, he found it quite astonishing. The southern barbarian wasteland appeared to be even more expansive than the three continents. Could it be that the barrier was established solely by his master? Initially, he doubted his master's strength, but later came to see her as remarkably formidable. Yet now, the notion of erecting barriers across an entire continent seemed implausible. Was it not on the order of hundreds of thousands of miles? Ji Qingqiu chuckled lightly. Such a feat was beyond her solitary capabilities. It was established using the remains of the demonic ancestor, in conjunction with the elders of the sect, and assistance from other sects as well. With over 10,000 cultivators at the 6th realm of Wangchuan, more than 30 saints at the 7th realm, and 3 formidable masters at the 8th realm, they collectively devised the most magnificent formation in existence. Of course, the concept of the formation originated from her mind. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, as if relieved. Upon hearing this, it indeed sounded more plausible. Had his master accomplished it alone, she would have to be the strongest in the world. Ji Qingqiu said nothing further. It was rather amusing to keep her disciple in the dark. In truth, she had not concealed much. It was merely that her disciple had never inquired or investigated. It was Ninger who had unwittingly remained in the dark, and it had nothing to do with her true self. As they continued their journey, dusk fell. Ji Qingqiu expanded her consciousness to survey the surroundings and soon obtained her answer. They were in the central region of the southern barbarian wasteland. Approximately 100,000 miles from the Great Li dynasty. There was no need to rush, as they would arrive by the morrow. Chu Ning exclaimed, 100,000 miles. He gasped in astonishment. No wonder the system did not provide a location. The journey thus far must have exceeded 100,000 miles. If a location had been given, he would have been unable to reach it without his master. Glancing around, he noticed what appeared to be a small town. Shall we rest here for the night? Ji Qingqiu nodded in agreement. After a sleepless day and night, one's spirit may improve after a period of rest. Chu Ning explained, Master, I'm actually quite well. Even in cultivation, one should not go against human nature. Moreover, your realm is not high. It suffices to follow the natural way. Then, Master, shall we find an inn? Very well. Suddenly, Chu Ning cast a glance at Ji Qingqiu, feeling inexplicably flustered. Her heart racing. What's wrong? Nothing. Do not think too much. Staying at an inn does not mean sharing a room. The two had been traveling on foot before entering the town. In the mortal kingdom, there was no need to be overly conspicuous. The town was vibrant and bustling, with cobbled streets adorned with moss, and the residences were arranged neatly, creating a pleasing sight. As they walked along the path, Chu Ning inquired local folks about the presence of an inn, soon being directed to one nearby. The inn was modest and unpretentious. The innkeeper greeted them with a signature welcome. Welcome. Are you here for a meal or lodging? Chu Ning replied. Is it customary for all innkeepers to say the same? Do you have a room available for one night's stay? The innkeeper scrutinized the two, his gaze briefly widening upon seeing Ji Qingqiu, but he quickly averted his eyes. These two were evidently extraordinary. Years of observing others had allowed the innkeeper to discern not only their remarkable identities, but also the complexity of their relationship. He immediately wore a warm smile. Of course. However, we only have one room left. Chu Ning was taken aback, glancing around the seemingly empty inn. What? Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow slightly, and turned to look at Chu Ning. Ning, did you perhaps imply something to the innkeeper? The inn was clearly only hosting 3 guests. Chu Ning, flustered, hastily clarified. Master, I did nothing. It was he who suggested it. With that, Chu Ning glared at the innkeeper. We are a legitimate master and disciple. 1 room each is sufficient. The innkeeper suddenly felt awkward, having thought to play matchmaker for a bit of extra income. Unexpectedly, he misjudged the situation. Sighing, he said, I apologize. I just remembered there is 1 more room. Chu Ning's lips twitched. The innkeeper had truly grasped the subtleties of human interaction. Let us take 2 rooms. Very well, please follow me. We also offer beverages. Let me know if you need any. Chu Ning could no longer hold back, and stepped forward to grasp the innkeeper's shoulder. We are truly master and disciple. The innkeeper looked utterly bewildered. I merely suggested some drinks. I meant no offense. Did the guest perhaps overthink it? Chu Ning felt so embarrassed that he wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Please, lead us to our rooms. Chapter 36. The disciple asks, Master, are your hands cold? In truth, Chu Ning was not like this. It was indeed Ji Qingqiu's presence that triggered a flurry of thoughts in his mind. He feared that his master might misunderstand. While ascending the stairs, Chu Ning cautiously glanced at Ji Qingqiu. As usual, there seemed to be no issue. This reassured him. As long as his master did not misconstrue the situation. Why are you so flustered? You have done nothing wrong. Upon hearing Ji Qingqiu's words, Chu Ning couldn't help but slap his forehead in realization. Indeed, he hadn't committed any wrongdoing. The matter concerning the inn's room was never hinted at by him. It was entirely the young attendant's presumptuousness. Nevertheless, the young attendant was quite dedicated. Alas, this is my master. What am I lamenting? Standing before two adjacent guest rooms. They exchanged glances. If you're hungry, you may request the innkeeper to prepare some food. Doesn't master eat? Ji Qingqiu shook his head. I seldom partake in such meals. The only times I do are when you cook, Ninger. I shall forego any food here. Chu Ning was taken aback. Does this imply that master only eats his cooking? Rest early. We must continue our journey tomorrow. Understood, master. Inside the room, Chu Ning settled comfortably on the bed. The accommodations were certainly better than those at the demon sect. Yet, ISNT cultivation about enduring hardships and refining one's heart? If master does not mind, what right does he have to complain? However, there was something rather peculiar about master these past few days. Reflecting on last night's events, Chu Ning found himself in a state of bewilderment. It was one thing to sit together while roasting meat, but why did master sit so close and even embrace him? In fact, that wasn't too unusual. Master had often provided him with facial cleansers, and leaning shoulder to shoulder was not out of the ordinary. But what truly perplexed him were master's words when he held his hand. Do you know I enjoy holding hands? Chu Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, covering his face. It was the same phrase uttered during their hand-holding moment in the infinite demon treasure's secret realm. Who would have thought that his youthful-looking master was already a master? Such situations are awkward for anyone involved, especially since they had held hands and even shared a kiss. But what was master's attitude? During their swordplay, when he mistakenly thought master would kiss him, she did nothing but turn her face away. She even remarked that kissing was not permissible, yet holding hands was acceptable. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Although master appeared youthful, she must be of considerable age. It was not a matter of disdain for age. Cultivators, especially women, are perpetually 18 at heart. Yet, having practiced for so many years, she must possess extensive knowledge and experience. Moreover, she had a close relationship with her enchanting fox spirit junior sister. With such a high-level master uncle, could master truly be oblivious to everything? So why engage in such actions? Was it because he was her disciple? But what kind of disciple engages in such behavior? Constantly hugging and holding hands? Suddenly, a realization struck Chu Ning. Could it be that master perceives him as a child? All these gestures were merely to amuse him, to ensure he was happy and focused on his cultivation? It must be so. There was no way master could harbor any deeper feelings for him. That would be utterly absurd. After all, it was master who first proposed the master-disciple relationship. She certainly wouldn't make such a mistake. The torment. It was impossible to calm his mind. While master may regard him as a child, he could not view himself as one. How could anyone remain indifferent to such a beautiful, gentle elder sister who treated him so kindly? His focus on cultivation was slipping away. Suddenly, Chu Ning sprang to his feet, taking a deep breath. It was still early, and he wasn't hungry. Perhaps a breath of fresh air would do him good. Suddenly, Chu Ning noticed a pavilion within the room, seemingly intended for viewing. In the adjacent chamber, Ji Qingqiu felt her thoughts becoming more animated. The way Ning Er had just fervently defended his innocence was rather endearing. She had initially wished to ruffle his hair, but, observing Ning Er's serious regard for their master-disciple relationship, she refrained, fearing it might embarrass him in front of others. From the moment Chu Ning uttered her first words, Ji Qingqiu sensed that there was no ulterior motive behind them. It appeared that Ning Er, much like herself, was somewhat inexperienced when it came to matters of love. She, too, found the concept rather foreign. For millennia, she had sought transcendence and wisdom, achieving the status of the world's foremost in the eyes of humanity. Yet she persistently treaded the unyielding path of enlightenment. When would it come to an end? Would it be upon breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm? Yet, she had heard whispers of realms beyond that, and despite a millennium of cultivation, fatigue had never found her. However, after encountering Chu Ning, she unexpectedly discovered a newfound vibrancy in life. The pursuit of enlightenment was indeed a quest, a lifelong dedication to seeking higher realms and understanding the cosmos, which was her own path as Ji Qingqiu. Yet, it seemed that along this journey, there was room for embellishments, much like her feelings for Ning Er. Such pure affection perhaps blurred the lines between a partner and a disciple. She understood clearly what constituted a master-disciple relationship, yet the nature of a partner eluded her. Nevertheless, after hearing Chu Ning confess his feelings for her, clarity began to dawn. If she couldn't comprehend it fully, so be it. She would simply embrace her current feelings towards Ning Er and provide him with what he desired. Whether it was the transmission of knowledge in their master-disciple dynamic or the daily interactions of a romantic partnership, if she felt affection, she would give freely. This, perhaps, represented another form of cultivation for her. A gentle warmth suddenly flickered in Ji Qingqiu's gaze. With nothing pressing to attend to, she decided to accompany Ning Er. She became aware of her surroundings and strolled towards the pavilion. The two adjacent pavilions were not far apart, offering a view of a small pond behind the inn, adorned with blooming lotus flowers, and as night fell, it exuded a certain poetic charm. Chu Ning turned to see Ji Qingqiu, and his tumultuous thoughts began to settle. "Master, are you not resting? I can forego rest if it pleases me," she replied. "Indeed, Master, given your elevated realm, and considering I am merely at the second stage, I hardly feel fatigued from absorbing the essence of the world. How much less so for you?" Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. Diligent cultivation is always commendable. Indeed. The two fell into a moment of silence. Chu Ning found his gaze unable to fixate on the lotuses in the pond, as he was preoccupied with thoughts about his master. He pondered the implications of Ji Qingqiu's actions, struggling to comprehend them. "Master, may I ask you a question?" "You may. Do you see me as a child?" Ji Qingqiu regarded Chu Ning with curiosity. "What prompts this sudden inquiry?" Chu Ning felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After all, the master always held the disciple in such a manner. Was it not akin to treating the disciple as a mere child? Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. "Then allow me to pose a question to you. On that day in the abyss of 10,000 demons, did you perceive that demonic shadow as the current me or the me of yesteryears?" Chu Ning abruptly raised his head, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Was this even a question? It was undoubtedly the master of the past. Although that version of the master appeared slightly younger and more innocent, the likeness remained unchanged. It was precisely because he recognized the master that he could not help but approach him. Why did the master suddenly bring up this matter? A revelation flashed through Chu Ning's mind, albeit somewhat absurd. He had inquired whether the master considered him a child. Thus, the master's words were not a question, but rather an answer. This answer hinged upon him, didn't it? If he did not regard the demonic shadow as the present master, then Ji Qingqiu did not see him as a child either. Chu Ning's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. Did this imply that the master's feelings towards him were similarly profound? He bit his lip, his voice trembling. "Is it true or false, master?" "Well," Ji Qingqiu responded, "the evening has grown late, and the chill by the water is quite intense." Curiously, he glanced over. "Disciple, do you wish to inquire whether my hand is cold?" Chapter 37. There's a lingering feeling that the master has an interest in me. After uttering those words, Chu Ning felt a wave of regret and guilt wash over him. This was his master, the only person in this world who had shown him such kindness. Even though he harbored some ambiguous suspicions, he always felt that the master had some interest in him as well. But what could he accomplish by asking this question? Did he truly wish to become a rebellious disciple? Chu Ning felt his heart in turmoil, knowing he should refrain from asking, as it would yield no answers. Yet he found himself unable to resist. At that moment, he continued to gaze intently at Ji Qingqiu, his emotions in disarray. However, Ji Qingqiu merely smiled at him, his eyes crinkling with mirth, yet he said nothing. This reaction only heightened Chu Ning's anxiety. What was the master's silence all about? Was it genuine or a rejection? He wished for a definitive answer, even if it meant suppressing his restless heart. After a brief moment, seeing that Ji Qingqiu remained silent, Chu Ning could no longer contain himself. "Master, you must provide an answer," he implored. "What troubles you?" asked the master. Chu Ning, steeling himself, fabricated an excuse. "It is merely out of concern for you, master, that I wish to inquire." Concern for me?" Ji Qingqiu chuckled lightly. "Could it be that you wished to take my hand, and thus concocted this pretext?" Chu Ning was rendered speechless in embarrassment, caught in his own deception. He wished he could flee. Had he known it would lead to this, he might have refrained from asking. Yet, he feared that if he did not inquire, he would be unable to sleep that night, his mind consumed with thoughts of the master. The master had not responded, which could only mean rejection. But before he could voice his thoughts, Ji Qingqiu stepped forward. Chu Ning's heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed hard. He was indeed going to take his hand. This was a proactive gesture on his part. Though unspoken, the intention was unmistakable. It was clear that he was on the master's mind. At the same time, he yearned to discern whether the master harbored feelings for him as well. Was it possible? Chu Ning clenched his jaw in resolve. His words had barely left his lips when the master approached, leaving no room for hesitation. Anxiety coursed through him, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. To take her hand. Was he still a man if he didn't tea? What if the master was present? After all, holding hands was hardly an outrageous act. With resolve, Chu Ning stepped forward, prepared to grasp her hand. Yet, Ji Qingqiu turned swiftly, a gentle breeze wafting by as she entered the room. "Your master senses your turmoil. I fear the anger may harm you." Allow me to help you channel your energy. Please, have a seat. Chu Ning stared in astonishment at Ji Qingqiu. Isn't this for holding hands? You're here to assist with energy flow. He felt on the verge of tears, as he was in perfect health, with no energy to channel. His heart, however, was in dire need of guidance. After mustering the courage to engage in a rather audacious act, he discovered it was not to be. Ji Qingqiu regarded him with a look of confusion. Why are you standing there in a daze? Come here. With a sigh, Chu Ning acquiesced. Master, I'm coming. A subtle smile graced Ji Qingqiu's lips. Indeed, Ninger's reaction and demeanor were precisely as she had anticipated. She had merely indulged a whimsical notion, emulating Mu Li's flirtatious charm, and was taken aback by her endearingly naive disciple. Chu Ning approached the bedside, his head bowed, unable to meet Ji Qingqiu's gaze, feeling guilty once more. Had he known, he would have refrained from asking. Master, what should I do? With a serene expression, Ji Qingqiu replied, remove your clothing. Understood, master. Chu Ning's head snapped up. Is undressing part of channeling energy? Ji Qingqiu nodded, her face unchanging. Similar to the methods of physicians in the mortal realm. I possess some knowledge myself. First, I shall identify the blocked meridian, and then assist you accordingly. It is quite straightforward. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning pondered. Indeed. It seemed old doctors did such things. Was it not massage? Yet, massage typically did not require undressing. Surely, it could be done through clothing. Considering their profound understanding of the human body. But the master was a cultivator, not a mere physician, nor a masseuse, but one who sought to uncover the blockages. However, he felt no obstructions elsewhere, save for a slight heaviness in his heart. How could she perceive it? Regardless, stripping before a female master felt rather inappropriate. Chu Ning resolutely declined. I find this rather improper. Perhaps we should forego it. Ji Qingqiu regarded him with puzzlement. You need only remove your outer garment. It's not as if you must undress completely. What are you thinking? But only removing the top seams. Since we are master and disciple, let us not dwell on such trivial distinctions. You are my disciple, and as your master, it is my duty to assist you with these minor concerns. Chu Ning felt skeptical. Her words seemed akin to dismissing a child, and he was no fool. Yet, his master would not act inappropriately. She was, after all, his master. Resolving himself, Chu Ning took a deep breath. The bond between master and disciple was pure and honorable. Besides, what was the harm in a man removing his shirt? Hesitating, he gradually unfastened his outer garment. Master, what is it? The disciple felt as though the master was gazing intently at him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Having cultivated to the second realm, Chu Ning's physique had solidified to an impressive state. He was no longer the frail figure he once was. Though he may not rival the muscular men with their bulk, he still possessed a commendable physique, complete with defined abs and a chiseled silhouette that was aesthetically pleasing. Chu Ning shook his head and set aside the garments in his hands. It's nothing, he murmured. Just lying here. Chu Ning complied. Previously, he felt no embarrassment in being shirtless. After all, what man fears the gaze of others? Yet now, with his master beside him, an inexplicable heat seemed to envelop the air. The master was there to help him channel his meridians. What was he thinking? Let us begin, master. Ji Qingqiu nodded, her gaze sweeping over Chu Ning's chest, assessing him from top to bottom. Ninger, your physique appears even more robust than before. A sense of unwavering devotion towards the path of inquiry stirred within her, momentarily shaken. Slowly, she extended her hand and rested it upon Chu Ning's chest. The touch was cool, sending a shiver through him. Master, I think we should proceed swiftly. Ji Qingqiu remained silent, continuing her examination from above to below, her actions leaving Chu Ning feeling peculiar. Was this truly an inspection of his meridians? It seemed the meridians were not primarily located on the back. He couldn't shake the feeling that the master was perhaps seeking an excuse to touch him, though there was no evidence to support this notion. After all, her perpetually stoic visage bore an air of earnestness. Ninger, why does your heart race so? What do you think, master? I have already confessed my feelings for you. Now, with you sitting beside me and examining my meridians, how could my heart not race? However, amidst such trivial concerns, Chu Ning grappled with more significant thoughts. At that moment, he inexplicably recalled the candid exchanges he shared with his master at Biluo Pond. In this reclining position, should certain sensations be detected by her, he could very well contemplate jumping into the river to escape the impending embarrassment. Again and again, Chu Ning felt increasingly odd, unable to endure it any longer. Master, are you truly examining my meridians? Why do I feel as though you cannot tear your gaze away from my body, your hands wandering? Ji Qingqiu sensed a hint of impropriety and withdrew her hand. Indeed, Ninger's physique was sufficiently robust, making it hard to resist. Well, I have just examined you and found no issues. Chu Ning. After such an extensive examination, she declares there are no problems? Ji Qingxiu slowly rose, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. In that case, you should rest early. We embark on our journey tomorrow. Just as she intended to leave, Chu Ning suddenly stood, grasping Ji Qingxiu's hand. Ji Qingxiu was taken aback. Ninger, what is this? Chu Ning inhaled deeply, observing Ji Qingxiu's silhouette. Master, you have yet to answer my question. What question? Is your hand cold, and should I warm it? Ji Qingxiu felt a tumult within her. She could not fail to grasp the implication behind his words. What coldness, what warmth? Was he not inquiring whether she might take the initiative to hold his hand in the future? The inquiry pertained to her true sentiments. Ji Qingxiu pondered for a moment, exhibiting a trace of helplessness. Since you have already taken my hand, why pose such questions to your master? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly transformed by astonishment. To his surprise, his master truly reciprocated. He tightened his grip on Ji Qingxiu's hand. The disciple, not in haste to rest, thought it might be prudent to warm his master's hand a little. Chapter 38. Would he be able to hold his master's hand henceforth? Silence enveloped them, an extraordinary stillness. The two looked into each other's eyes. With a confirmed answer, Chu Ning felt a newfound confidence within him. He was uncertain what compelled him, perhaps the desire to grasp the hand he had not held moments ago, or perhaps the knowledge of Ji Qingxiu's stance emboldened him. At that moment, it was Ji Qingxiu who felt at a loss. Since the instant he had taken her hand, her heart had been thrown into disarray. Ninger, what are you? Chu Ning broke into a smile. Your hand is quite cold, master. I merely wish to consider your comfort. Ji Qingxiu pursed her lips, sensing that her disciple had echoed her earlier sentiments. She had touched him to regulate his meridians, and he was now holding her hand to warm it? A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over Ji Qingxiu. Was this a subtle indication from Ning'o? After all, they were master and disciple. Given that relationship, it was entirely reasonable for the disciple to warm his master's hands, just as she had recently tended to his meridians. Chu Ning's expression remained cheerful, as if he had surmised that Ji Qingxiu's previous actions were far from mere meridian adjustments. It was evident that her excuses were transparent. He had felt stifled, yet the real blockage was not in his meridians. Then, should not the disciple strive to learn from the master? Chu Ning's heart felt lighter, and his spirits lifted considerably. If Ji Qingxiu were entirely indifferent to him, he would certainly not pursue this emotional path further. However, her recent actions and demeanor suggested a departure from typical master-disciple conduct. Would a conventional female master be so unfazed by a male disciple's kiss? And yet, here they were, holding hands. In that case, he would follow his master's inclinations and heed his own desires. Ji Qingxiu shook her head, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Chu Ning would not grant her that opportunity. Her cheeks gradually flushed, realizing that things had escalated, and her disciple had grown bolder. She sought a swift excuse to extricate herself. Was it customary for master and disciple to behave in such a manner? Yet today, she had even held his hand while riding her sword. At present, the two occupied the same room, which did not bode well for their innocence. Chu Ning's gaze was sincere. Innocence is not solely determined by one's intentions. If the heart is pure, then where is there not clarity and brightness? Ji Qingxiu fell silent, finding herself unable to refute this notion. There was a semblance of truth to it. As long as their hearts remained untainted, their status as master and disciple was irrelevant. She extended her other hand to gently ruffle Chu Ning's hair, laughing softly. Put your clothes on. I shall take you to the window to gaze at the moon. Chu Ning felt an inexplicable surge of elation. He had not been mistaken. She had indeed chosen to stay. But wait, why was he excited? This was his master. Never mind. All that needed to be said had been spoken, and all that needed to be done had been accomplished. The notion that two individuals could merely be master and disciple, with the disciple apologizing to the master before retiring to sleep, is utterly absurd. Chu Ning swiftly donned his attire, fearing that Ji Qingxiu might flee, and hastily grasped his right hand. Unexpectedly, in 2 lifetimes, the first woman he had developed feelings for turned out to be his master, who perhaps harbored some affection for him as well. Yet, the master had not confessed, and he remained uncertain. Nevertheless, whether acknowledged or not, their hands were intertwined, and that was sufficient for him. In the serene ambience of the pavilions, the moonlight cascaded down, deepening the night. A few beams shimmered on a small pond, rendering it a mirror of brilliance. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the soft rustle of insects and the gentle flow of water, enhancing the enchanting scenery. Immersed in this moment, the earlier splendor had faded from view, and it was only the two of them, hand in hand, leaning against each other, that embodied the essence of clarity and tranquility. Neither spoke. They only held each other as hands, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. Chu Ning reveled in this moment, his heart and mind blossoming with enlightenment. Ninger, Ji Qingxiu suddenly broke the silence, enveloping Chu Ning in a warm embrace. Regaining his senses, Chu Ning quietly savored the warmth and sensation emanating from Ji Qingqiu, lifting his gaze to inquire, "What troubles you, master? That day in the heavenly demon's domain, why did you act thus?" "Because I care for you, master," he continued. "But you are the kindest soul in my life. If I were to disregard our master-disciple bond and act recklessly, I fear I would come to regret it." Ji Qingqiu responded with a gentle hum. "Does this mean that in the future, I may hold your hand, master? If you so desire, what can I do?" Chu Ning was evidently dissatisfied with this answer. "What I mean is, master." His words were abruptly silenced by Ji Qingqiu's hand over his mouth. Ji Qingqiu replied nonchalantly, "We are master and disciple. Focus solely on warming my hands." After a prolonged gaze, Chu Ning finally grasped the implication. "Indeed, we are master and disciple," he mused. Yet it seems this relationship has morphed into something quite different. A ripple of thoughts stirred within him, pondering what his master might be contemplating at that moment. The night passed without incident. The following day, the master and disciple departed from the inn. As they were leaving, Chu Ning handed a coin he had brought from his hometown to the innkeeper's assistant. Although the assistant had been of little help, Chu Ning hoped that this kind-hearted individual would retain his warm disposition. He resolved to return here whenever the opportunity arose. The assistant bid them farewell with enthusiasm, clearly delighted. They continued their journey on their flying swords. "Is your hand cold, master?" Ji Qingqiu glanced up at the blazing sun and then at Chu Ning. Yet, Chu Ning remained unfazed, still holding on. After achieving his aim, he secretly rejoiced within. Ji Qingqiu, though somewhat helpless, felt an unusual lightness of spirit. It seemed that being away from the sect and traveling alongside Ning offered a refreshingly different perspective. At the border of the southern barbarian wilderness, a faint ink-colored barrier loomed in the distance, resembling a division between two worlds, towering and seemingly endless, vast, and unfathomable. Upon entering the territory of the Great Li dynasty, Chu Ning promptly signed in, earning a substantial contribution of 10,000 points. The sword was hastening towards the border at an astonishing speed. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared ahead, intending to obstruct their path, led by a formidable man clad in armor who bellowed with fury, "Who dares approach? No one is permitted to fly within the capital of the Great Li dynasty." Ji Qingqiu, seemingly disinterested in the group, merely thought a command, and their magical abilities were abruptly sealed, rendering them unable to stabilize their flight, causing them to plummet from the sky. It was at this moment that she, accompanied by Ning, tempered her temperament. Those who dared to obstruct her path in the past typically met a grim fate. Chu Ning observed with a hint of astonishment. "Master, what has happened to those individuals? Their insufficient cultivation led to this unfortunate outcome when they attempted to forcefully wield their swords," she explained. "That is why I instructed you to wait until your third realm before practicing." Chu Ning nodded in agreement. "I understand, master." In a mere quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the boundary of the continents. A barrier stood between the two lands, yet it only prevented the Confucian disciples from the opposing Donghauran continent, allowing all others to pass without hindrance, as if the barrier were non-existent. This scene truly allowed Chu Ning to grasp the formidable power of immortals. Such an ability was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, the woman responsible for this astonishing display furrowed her brow, as she too had failed to discern the issue with the barrier. However, her disciple would not deceive her, leading her to conclude that the Confucian practitioners had devised a method to traverse the border. If that were the case, it would pose significant complications. In the distance, a figure approached swiftly. Upon reaching Ji Qingqiu, the tall woman bowed respectfully. "Disciple greets the master." Ji Qingqiu replied coolly. "Speak of the barrier situation." In recent days, Confucian disciples had frequently appeared near the Great Li dynasty, practicing their teachings without being detected or hindered by the barrier. In recent years, the barrier had never malfunctioned, and regular inspections revealed no issues. Nonetheless, these Confucian disciples indeed came from the other side. "I dared not act independently, and thus sought the master's presence," she added. Before them stood Chu Ning's senior sister, Luo Yu, the third disciple of Ji Qingqiu. Chu Ning regarded her with curiosity, having become quite familiar with her during their encounters in the secret realm. As for the barrier, Ji Qingqiu had previously mentioned it was constructed using the remains of the demon ancestor, indicating that the source was indeed the problem. Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow. "Are there any survivors?" "A few individuals remain imprisoned," came the reply. "Take me to them." Just as Ji Qingqiu was about to depart, she seemed to recall something. "I must attend to certain matters. You may wander about, but do not stray too far." Chu Ning inquired with some confusion, "Master, may I not accompany you?" "There is no need for you to follow. The methods of interrogating Confucian practitioners and extracting memories from their souls can be rather gruesome. It is best that you do not witness it." For millennia, the three teachings and the demon sect had been locked in an unyielding conflict, each determined to eradicate the other. In dealing with these disciples of Confucianism, there is no need for compassion. It would be a liberation for them to reincarnate sooner rather than later. Her goodwill is reserved for those who truly deserve it. Luo Yu cast a curious glance at Chu Ning. You are called Zhou Yujin? I have heard from the disciples of the demon sect that master has taken on a student by that name. Chu Ning sighed. Sister. That name clearly belongs to a woman. It belongs to the sixth sister. Oh, Xiao Qi. I have not heard your name before. Junior brother Chu Ning. You are indeed Xiao San. That does sound like a man's name. Luo Yu chuckled. I still have matters to attend to with master. Feel free to wander. With the Zuzhen sword in your possession, no one will dare to trouble you. Having said that, Ji Qingqiu and Luo Yu vanished in a flash. Chu Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Well, there must be a reason for not taking me along. Perhaps my cultivation is too low to be of assistance. I might as well meander about. At the border, a magnificent fortress stood tall, belonging to the Great Li dynasty. This area, situated at the frontier of the Great Li dynasty and the southern wilderness, was guarded by the third disciple of the demon lord, fortified with considerable resources, making the local cultivators far more numerous than in other regions. Almost everyone visible was a cultivator. However, in a city teeming with cultivators, could mortals coexist with these celestial beings? A bearded giant squatted by an old man's stall, seemingly interested in a wine gourd. How much? 30 taels. Are you out of your mind? 30 taels could buy your life. The old man remained unfazed. Then how about 28 taels? The giant was immediately incensed. Can you speak properly, old man? You price a mere gourd so high, thinking I won't dare to confront you? With that, he raised his massive sword in a mock threat, though it never actually fell. Alas, the old man collapsed, clutching his chest in feigned agony. He struck me. A celestial struck me. The giant panicked and hurried to assist the old man. Is 28 taels acceptable? Please, don't lie there. What 28 taels? Did I not just say 100 taels? The giant exclaimed, what the hell? As he tossed a low-grade spirit stone, snatched the wine gourd, and fled. Chu Ning couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What on earth is this? Is that old man some kind of recluse? He looks just like a con artist. Yet, in the next moment, two cultivators clad in the garb of the demon sect flew in on their swords and landed before the stall. We recently patrolled and discovered signs of violence. Is that true? The old man smiled amiably. No trouble at all, esteemed Celestial. I'm just a humble old man with no issues. The two cultivators nodded slightly. Chu Ning understood. Since this place was guarded by the demon sect, the fortress was under their jurisdiction. This must be the demon sect's way of asserting dominance over other cultivators. But was such protection of the common folk genuinely characteristic of them? Shouldn't the demons be oppressing the people and exploiting the countryside, rather than being perceived as benevolent celestial beings? As the two cultivators turned to leave, Chu Ning curiously approached to inquire further. Old man, was the person who just purchased your gourd a cultivator? Upon noticing the attire adorning Chu Ning, the elder's face instantly brightened with a smile. Ah ha ha, you too are an immortal master. Indeed, that man was unmistakably a cultivator. These practitioners tend to be affluent. Feel free to set your price. They can take it or leave it. After all, this old fellow doesn't rely on this for sustenance. However, if one encounters someone with a fiery temper, they can always threaten that the immortal sect favors us mortals. If I firmly assert that he intends to resort to violence, he will inevitably be apprehended and imprisoned. Chu Ning's lips twitched. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The old man burst into hearty laughter. What is there to fear? Should that man dare to take my life, within 10 days, his head will surely adorn the city wall. Have you seen those heads displayed up there? They are all from individuals who dared to challenge the order. It wasn't always like this. In my youth, when I encountered those cultivators, I could only kneel in submission, fearing to provoke the immortal masters. However, ever since the establishment of the city under the governance of the immortal sect, the situation has transformed. All thanks to the esteemed demon lord. The immortal master is a disciple of the demon sect. Does that mean the immortal sect is affiliated with the demon sect? Is the demon sect's reputation truly so favorable? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning nodded thoughtfully. Did I not previously criticize the demon lord? Perhaps I shall refrain from such remarks in the future. It seems the realm of cultivation espouses equality for all. This demon lord is indeed remarkable. After finishing his inquiries, Chu Ning prepared to turn away, but the old man suddenly spoke. Immortal master, with your ethereal robes and sword at your side, you embody the essence of a celestial being. Why not purchase a wine gourd? As the saying goes, the bright moon and pine winds, snow mud and red furnace. Long sword on the winds, beautiful women and fine wine. Cultivators often carry a wine gourd, and I think this red gourd compliments you splendidly. Chu Ning chuckled. You certainly possess a gift for persuasion, old sir. The elder smiled in return. Ah, who hasn't he dreamed of transcending to immortality? Yet, not everyone has the opportunity. In my youth, I pondered such aspirations, but alas, it was not meant to be. Nevertheless, I do not possess 100 taels of silver. You have admitted to deceiving me. How could I be so gullible? The elder waved his hand dismissively. Immortal master, that is a rather harsh judgment. To deceive? One must consider their target. That man earlier was clearly a fool. If not him, then who else? All these items were procured from distant lands. For you, I shall offer it at cost. 5 taels will suffice. There isn't much to it, merely an aesthetically pleasing piece. Gazing at the red gourd before him, Chu Ning felt a flicker of desire. It must be said, this old man truly understood the human heart. Imagining himself soaring through the skies on a sword with his master, sharing a fine wine, it was indeed a splendid vision. Very well, I shall buy it. The disparity between 5 taels and 100 was indeed significant. Receiving the red wine gourd, the old man also presented a strap to be tied around his waist. The gourd was entirely crimson, smooth and rounded, of excellent quality. 5 taels were not a loss. Now, let us procure some wine. I just encountered a tavern not long ago. As Chu Ning was about to turn, he suddenly heard a notification. Detected a mundane, sword-nourishing gourd. Sword-nourishing gourd, when placed with a long sword. It can gradually elevate the quality of the flying sword to match that of the gourd. Contribution points may be used to elevate the sword-nourishing gourd to celestial quality. Chu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. When did the system acquire this function? As fortune would have it, nothing could obstruct the impending stroke of luck. Chu Ning gazed at the 2 remaining items before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he produced all his savings. Old man, I shall take the remaining gourds. The old man instantly beamed with delight. That is splendid. I can return home now. It's a deal. Once made, it cannot be undone. Chapter 40. The lizard man. After acquiring the 2 gourds from the old man, Chu Ning did not look back. He turned and fled. The sword-nourishing gourd. It has the potential to enhance the quality of swords, allowing one to simply toss a sword inside for gradual improvement. Although this particular one is of mortal quality, what if this nourishing gourd were of celestial grade? Would it not be possible to effortlessly produce several celestial swords? Finding a secure location, Chu Ning began to examine the 2 remaining gourds. One was black, the other purple. Regrettably, the black one was merely an average-looking wine gourd. Yet, he had spent only 15 taels of silver to acquire 2 sword-nourishing gourds. What a tremendous profit. Speaking of which, if this sword-nourishing gourd can detect enhancement, why can't my sword be improved? Surely, I could expend contribution points to elevate it to celestial quality. Spiritual artifacts are categorized from the bottom up as mortal, medium, superior, spiritual, and celestial, with divine artifacts exceeding even that. However, divine artifacts are exceedingly rare, seemingly existing in but a few, serving as the treasured relics of the 3 teachings. Thus, celestial artifacts already represent the pinnacle of the contemporary world. If my flying sword could reach celestial quality, my strength would surely increase even further. Yet, in his ignorance, and with his master's identity still a mystery, Chu Ning was unaware that Ji Qingxiu had gifted him his first sword, a celestial one. Presently, Chu Ning regarded the 2 sword-nourishing gourds. He decided to keep the red one for himself, while the purple one could be gifted to his master. After all, the purple one would suit his master quite well, and he found himself anticipating the sight of his master wielding it. With that in mind, he resolved to attempt an enhancement. Would you like to use 1,000 contribution points to enhance the quality of the sword-nourishing gourd? Without hesitation, Chu Ning affirmed that any enhancement was indeed beneficial. It was likely that this sword-nourishing gourd had gone unnoticed by those cultivators due to its mortal quality, and he had only discovered its intricacies through the system. Using 10 contribution points, enhancing sword-nourishing gourd to medium quality. Using 100 contribution points, enhancing sword-nourishing gourd to superior quality. Chu Ning continued to invest contribution points. Using 1,000 contribution points, enhancing sword-nourishing gourd to spiritual quality. Seeing the favorable results, Chu Ning decided to stop there. Celestial quality would likely require 10,000 points. Sword-nourishing gourd, pinnacle of spiritual quality, capable of nurturing swords to the pinnacle of spiritual quality, with a maximum of 5 flying swords. At that moment, the red wine gourd in his hand had been utterly transformed. Though it still appeared to be an ordinary wine gourd, it was fundamentally different. The leap in quality marked a complete transformation, occurring 3 times over. Without further ado, Chu Ning elevated the gourd he intended to gift to his master to the pinnacle of spiritual quality as well. It was a gesture of filial piety from a disciple. His master had cared for him so much. What harm was there in gifting a gourd? After all, his master wielded a sword. What could be better than nurturing it? Once he accumulated more contribution points, he could enhance it to celestial quality. For now, such an enhancement was not prudent, as there remained much more for Chu Ning to improve. At present, he glanced at the panel. Chu Ning, spirit root, Superior Spirit Root. Cultivation. Second Realm Mastery. Technique. Heavenly Demon 9 Figures. Complete. Body. Supreme Heavenly Demon Physique Progress. Complete. Can be advanced to Transformation Realm with 10,000 contribution points. He had expended 220 points to enhance the Sword Nurturing Gourd, leaving him with 11,990 contribution points. It was clear that the remaining points should be invested here. The Sword Nurturing Gourd did not enhance his combat power. It merely served as a vessel for nurturing flying swords. True strength lay in the enhancement of one's own capabilities. Chu Ning soon located an inn and commenced his cultivation. He directly invested 10,000 contribution points. Almost instantly, he entered a state of meditation. He felt as if the meridians within his body were being reshaped. Countless warm currents flowing through him, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, causing the doors and windows of the inn to tremble. The Supreme Heavenly Demon Physique significantly augmented his physical form and strength. It was through this physique that he had battled his way through the 8th layer of the secret realm to reach the 9th layer. Now, at the 2nd realm. If the Supreme Heavenly Demon Physique had only brought him this far, it would be a disservice to what Ji Qingxiu had described as the body of Heavenly Tao. While there were indeed methods for growth, relying solely on physical training and the purging of demonic energy was not the only option. Why not utilize the advantages at hand? Suddenly, a transformation enveloped Chu Ning. His skin began to take on a dark purple hue, adorned with intricate, unfathomable runes, reminiscent of an esoteric tome of heavenly principles, symbolizing the formidable nature of his current form. Gradually, his body hardened and solidified, even his face becoming covered in a layer of demonic armor, resembling a fearsome beast. After a considerable time, as he sensed the newfound power within, he took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the shocking transformation of his skin. What on earth is this? Chu Ning hurried to the mirror, and the reflection that met him was far from his original appearance, now covered in scales and a head resembling that of a malevolent spirit, nearly causing him to spiral into despair. A lizard man. I admit, my power now surpasses what it was before by several folds. With this strength, I could face that senior sister who nearly defeated me without taking damage in return. But this looks utterly hideous. In the state of the demonic physique, Chu Ning exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance and gravitas, akin to a demon lord descending upon the world. Yet, the pressing question remained. Could his master still find him appealing? Damn it, perhaps I should have refrained from advancing. But in the next moment, a thought struck him. The Supreme Heavenly Demon Physique, it seemed, could be deactivated at will. With a mere thought, the demonic form dissipated. Chu Ning was overjoyed. With the enhancement of the Transformation Realm's Supreme Heavenly Demon Physique, he could now control the transformation at will, serving as a powerful trump card for everyday practice. It was far better to focus on swordsmanship, if only to maintain a semblance of elegance. He glanced down at the 2 sword nurturing gourds. Given the current level, the upper limit of nurturing flying swords with these gourds would yield 5 celestial swords at once. What could his opponents possibly do against that? If they couldn't contend with him, he could simply transform into his demonic form and instill fear in them. Elated, Chu Ning casually stowed the gourds into his storage bag, preparing to head out for a drink. It must be said, the elder's words piqued his interest. Under the moonlight, he wielded his sword alongside his master, clasping her hand and savoring a sip of wine, his thoughts wandering. Regardless, it was time to procure more wine. Within the confines of the Sword Gate prison, Ji Qingxiu directly extracted the souls of the 3 imprisoned Confucian disciples, delving into their memories. At her disciple Luo Yu's level, this would typically yield results, yet it seemed that these souls were shielded by some barrier. For her, however, this posed no challenge. Moments later, Ji Qingxiu discerned the reason. They had been tampered with by the practitioners of the Yin-Yang school, seemingly dispatched to set up something across the continents. Luo Yu frowned upon hearing this, but the great continent barrier, unless a sage were to descend, any interference would be futile, wouldn't it? Is this not akin to courting death? Ji Qingxiu shook her head. No, these Confucians are not prone to such folly. It is merely the nature of their arrangement that eludes investigation. With that, she shattered the souls, their bodies dissolving into a mist of blood. The Yin-Yang practitioners severing these souls aimed to thwart any investigation by their true selves, presumably to benefit the demon sect. The demon sect still had its master, and the Confucians, despite their full might, could gain no advantage, particularly against the Yin-Yang school. Luo Yu scoffed. The mere Yin-Yang school. Either senior sister or second sister could annihilate their entire lineage at will. What schemes could they possibly concoct? Regardless, we must investigate further, dispatch more disciples to monitor the situation. As for these Confucian disciples who have meddled, I have already discerned their methods. Adding a barrier atop the existing one should suffice. Let us expedite this matter. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu appeared puzzled. Is the master anxious? Ji Qingqiu replied coolly. Your junior brother is unfamiliar with this place. I fear complications may arise. Then I shall assist the master. Chapter 41. Is the master teasing me? In the evening, within the streets of the prison city, Chu Ning observed the common folk and cultivators, his curiosity momentarily sated. This indeed was a unique locale. Due to the demon sect's governance, the populace and the cultivators existed on equal footing. Even that elder dared to challenge the cultivators. Indicative of a strong confidence in the demon sect's control. This approach must be a means to win hearts and minds. After all, the demon sect was the foremost sect of the southern barbarian continent. Yet, who exactly was the demon lord to entertain such thoughts? Perhaps he would understand upon meeting him in the future. Pondering this, he lifted the wine from the sword-raising gourd and took a sip. It was the most expensive local wine available, yet it still fell short, lacking the quality of the wine gifted by his uncle. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Learning to drink at such a tender age? What will become of you when you grow up? Master, I believe we must discipline the junior disciple. He neglects his cultivation to venture out for wine. Chu Ning turned around to find Luo Yu chuckling at him. Beside her, Ji Qingqiu remained unfazed, even finding a hint of charm in Chu Ning's demeanor as he wielded his sword and drank. Chu Ning forced a sheepish smile. A small sip elevates the spirits. It does not hinder my cultivation, for I only ventured out after my practice. Upon hearing these words, Ji Qingqiu's expression abruptly shifted. The master discerned that your supreme celestial demon physique has made significant progress, and the transformation is indeed remarkable. Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. The supreme celestial demon physique? Is that not the Taoist body of the demon ancestor from years past? Could it be that the recent phenomena from the sect were a manifestation of your awakened constitution? I could perceive the Taoist fluctuations even in the grandly capital. Is this truly the case? Chu Ning smiled slightly, responding that he was merely fortunate, having awakened suddenly, but felt that his physique had only become somewhat more robust. With little else to note, Ji Qingqiu, perplexed, interjected, what do you mean by little else? Were you not able to surpass the 9 realms in the celestial demon treasure land? As cultivators, we need not be modest, especially since you are my disciple. Luo Yu was again taken aback. Does this mean he has surpassed me? I can accept that. But the master has always said that the former senior sister's talent was not inferior to the masteress. How could he have surpassed her as well? Having cleared 9 realms, and even outperformed the master? Chu Ning was about to correct her, yet Ji Qingqiu had already spoken. Indeed, he has surpassed her. After being kissed by Ninger that day, what thoughts could she entertain about combat? She was the one most eager to flee, thus. It can indeed be said that he prevailed. Chu Ning felt a sense of helplessness but refrained from commenting further, merely casting a rueful glance at Ji Qingqiu. As cultivators, one must remember that there are always others beyond oneself. It is wise to remain humble. Otherwise, one might attract the attention of some child of destiny, becoming an adversary. Moreover, he is the demon lord of the demon sect, undeniably a quintessential antagonist. For the sake of longevity, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Luo Yu, lost in thought for a moment, displayed a hint of emotion on her face. Who would have thought that the junior disciple could be so exceptional? It appears he has only just reached the 2nd realm. In that case, diligent practice is essential to clear all 6 layers of the secret realm. For that would truly mark him as an unprecedented disciple. Chu Ning could only acquiesce, finding this senior sister to be quite commendable. Ji Qingqiu cast a glance at Luo Yu. If there are no further matters, investigate that disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. This sect will remain here for the next few days to guide you in your path to sanctification. Your foundation is now sufficient, and there is no need for further accumulation. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu respectfully bowed. Thank you, master. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and departed. Ji Qingqiu's gaze then fell upon Chu Ning. Do you have something to say? Chu Ning was taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. Did master send my senior sister away just to speak with me? Ji Qingqiu shook her head. Her tasks are indeed significant. She came along with me primarily to converse with you. She is easygoing, so there is no need for formality in her presence. Once she attains sanctification, let her spar with you. Chu Ning's expression was immediately replaced by confusion. When the master and senior sister Luo mentioned sanctification, he believed he had misheard. Sanctification? The realm of saints? Is that not the state that requires the right timing, location, and harmony of people to achieve, as the master had previously mentioned? Senior sister is able to attain sanctification? How? Master, did you just say that senior sister Luo is entering the realm of sanctification? Chu Ning swallowed hard. What is the current realm of my senior sister? Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow and replied, naturally, she has reached the realm of Wangchuan. After 3 centuries of cultivation, she is poised to attain the status of a sage. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. 300 years of cultivation meant her master must be even older. But that was not the crux of the matter. Chu Ning understood well the principle that cultivators remain eternally youthful at 18. However, the pivotal issue was that for her senior sister to ascend to sagehood, it required guidance from her master. Did that imply that her master surpassed her senior sister? Forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire about the realm of my master? Chu Ning was dumbfounded, realizing for the first time just how formidable her master truly was. Previously, she had merely sensed this strength, having spent time in close quarters with her master and witnessing her impressive abilities. Did this mean her master was also a sage? Or perhaps even beyond? Suddenly, Ji Qingxiu narrowed her eyes and smiled at Chu Ning without uttering a word. Noticing this, Chu Ning took a deep breath. If her master chose not to divulge, it was of little consequence. She would eventually come to know. Indeed, it is time for Ninger to see the world and not remain in ignorance. Go out and inquire about your master. Surely your doubts will be resolved, Ji Qingxiu suggested. The more straightforward the question, the less inclined Chu Ning felt to pursue it, as it seemed to amuse her master. After all, hearing her disciple murmur complaints about the demon lord was one thing, but the revelation that the demon lord was, in fact, herself would surely elicit a rather amusing expression. What matters do you wish to discuss with me? Ji Qingxiu inquired. This prompted Chu Ning to remember and hurriedly retrieve a purple sword nurturing gourd from her storage pouch. Offering it to her master. With a puzzled expression, Ji Qingxiu accepted it, but her countenance shifted upon examining it closely. A nurturing gourd? Judging by its aura, it seemed to be a pinnacle-grade spiritual nurturing gourd. For sword cultivators, the importance of such an item is immeasurable. Sword cultivators wield the greatest destructive power, ranking at the very pinnacle of martial prowess. However, with great power comes the risk of damaging one's treasured sword, particularly high-grade flying swords, which, if broken, incur significant losses. Within the sect, sword cultivators often spare no expense to acquire or forge a high-grade flying sword, which can be a daunting task in a short time frame. Yet, with a nurturing gourd, one can cultivate and select suitable flying swords, ensuring a reliable weapon and maintaining their lethal capabilities. In the demon sect, nurturing gourds were not uncommon. But a pinnacle-grade spiritual nurturing gourd was a rare treasure indeed. Ji Qingxiu smiled and ruffled Chu Ning's hair, saying, "What a marvelous item. Where did you procure it?" "I bought this one for 15 taels from a street vendor. It was the same for this disciple," Chu Ning replied. After speaking, she cast a peculiar glance at Ji Qingxiu, having expected her master to be astonished upon recognizing the item. To her surprise, Ji Qingxiu displayed no reaction at all. A pinnacle-grade nurturing gourd could nurture 5 flying swords at once. Surely, the lack of surprise stemmed from the fact that it was not an immortal-grade item, as one could eventually cultivate immortal-grade flying swords. Immortal-grade swords, how many existed in this world? The fact that her master did not even furrow her brow seemed astonishing. Sighing, longing for the praise she had hoped to receive from her master, Chu Ning lifted her wine gourd and took a sip. Ji Qingxiu chuckled softly. Surprise certainly abounds. Ninger presenting such exquisite items to me fills my heart with joy. Once I return, shall I teach you the art of nurturing the sword gourd? Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although aware that this was the sword gourd, its usage remained a mystery to her. Should I place my own Zhuxian sword within, nurturing it to the pinnacle of spiritual quality? Just as she was about to speak, the crimson wine gourd in her hand was suddenly snatched by Ji Qingxiu. Chu Ning initially assumed her master favored it, but in the next moment, she watched Ji Qingxiu raise the gourd to her lips and take a sip. The flawless, white jade-like collarbone, coupled with her delicately lifted chin, was breathtaking. A few drops of wine cascaded down her neck, which Ji Qingxiu casually wiped away. After savoring the taste, she wrinkled her brow. The flavor was rather poor. I shall request some better quality from your uncle upon returning to the sect. With that, she returned the gourd. Chu Ning stood there in a daze. Had her master truly tasted from this gourd? Ji Qingxiu maintained an impassive demeanor. Is that so? How could I be unaware? This seemed implausible. Her master must have known. After all, she was present when her disciple had taken a drink. Surely, her master had seen. Chu Ning followed closely behind Ji Qingxiu, repeatedly stressing her point, while Ji Qingxiu steadfastly denied it. With her heart racing, Chu Ning could not resist grasping Ji Qingxiu's hand. Surely, her master was being deliberately coy. Chapter 42, Chu Ning's Bewilderment, the Spirit of the Immortal Sword. As they walked in silence, Chu Ning found herself devoid of any desires for places to visit. Where would you like to go? I shall take you for a stroll, her master offered. But what could she possibly desire now? Her master was certainly being intentional, yet refused to acknowledge it. Chu Ning cast her gaze upon the wine gourd, deliberately taking a sip in front of Ji Qingxiu. With her master, any destination would suffice. Ji Qingxiu scrutinized Chu Ning for a moment. Chu Ning swallowed nervously, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Did her master have no reaction? What reaction? The wine gourd had been sipped by both master and disciple. Upon reflection, the mouth of the gourd held a slight sweetness, though she could not discern if it were merely an illusion. Nonetheless, Chu Ning believed it to be sweet. Ji Qingxiu chuckled softly. What have I consumed? Chu Ning thought to herself, feeling utterly exasperated. It was clear her master was being intentionally playful. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to address it. Surely, she could not inquire in her master's presence if she harbored feelings for her. Such a question would brand her a rebellious disciple. Master, has the barrier on the continent been repaired? It is not a troublesome matter. Some mice have infiltrated, but their intentions remain unclear. Your senior sister has gone to investigate, though it seems the Yin family is quite cautious. The Yin family? Chu Ning pondered, somewhat perplexed. The three teachings, Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, each hold dominion over their respective continents. The current location, on the border of the Great Li dynasty, faces the Confucian faction. Shouldn't the Yin family be more closely aligned with Taoism? Suddenly, Ji Qingxiu chuckled. I had thought you were oblivious to all matters, yet you seem to possess considerable knowledge. Chu Ning felt as though he were being mocked by his master. However, he seemed to realize that he did not possess much knowledge to begin with. Ji Qingxiu explained. In the early days, the Yin school indeed resided in the northern Qingming continent. However, their sought-after path and cultivation methods were akin to those of the Taoist sect. Back then, the great celestial lord of Taoism sought to recruit them into the fold, but the founder of the Yin school refused. Consequently, they faced suppression and targeted attacks. And it was only through a deal with Confucianism that they migrated to the eastern Han continent. Yet, their power has since waned, reduced to mere scheming rats that rely on cunning. Hearing this, Chu Ning nodded and looked up, noticing that passers-by often cast curious glances his way, some filled with envy, others with suspicion, making him feel quite uncomfortable. If it were about a Tao partner, it would be acceptable. After all, who could find a Tao partner as charming as he? But this was his master, and he sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Chu Ning worried that someone might recognize his master. When there were few people around, it was manageable, but this was still the city. What if an acquaintance recognized them? You actually let your disciple hold your hand and even give you face wash? The reputation of his master was paramount. He himself was indifferent. Master, perhaps we should find a more secluded place? After Chu Ning spoke, he distinctly felt Ji Qingxiu tighten her grip on his hand, momentarily taken aback. A secluded place? Chu Ning panicked and quickly clarified, Master, I didn't mean that. I'm just concerned about your reputation. Ji Qingxiu suddenly smiled. What do you wish to do in a deserted area? Clearing his throat, Chu Ning quickly regained his composure. Naturally, to learn the usage of the sword nourishing gourd. Where shall we go then? Chu Ning replied, I recently opened an inn for cultivation. Very well. Chu Ning sighed in relief. He couldn't shake the feeling of being guilty, as if he were doing something wrong. He merely wished to find a quiet place to hold hands and savor the time spent with his master. Yet, wasn't that something not typical for a master and disciple? Nevertheless, the mere thought of being alone with his master, with only her by his side, filled Chu Ning with excitement. He had long since become an unconventional disciple. At the inn, Ji Qingxiu examined the sword-nourishing gourd in her hand, then took out a standard long sword from their sect. Weapons could not be easily altered in size. They were forged in a specific manner, and their quality could not be enhanced. After all, how could a weapon made of mundane iron be elevated at will? Yet, this sword-nourishing gourd was capable of such feats, which made it invaluable. A top-tier spiritual sword-nourishing gourd could elevate a mundane long sword to the pinnacle of spiritual quality within approximately 10 years. Chu Ning was taken aback by this revelation. How much? 10 years. Ji Qingxiu shot him a peculiar glance. Do you expect to produce one in a day? Moreover, nurturing a flying sword also requires the investment of spiritual stones. A decade for a pinnacle spiritual sword is already quite commendable. Currently, there are only about 100 people in the southern barbarian wilderness capable of forging a pinnacle spiritual long sword, and it requires high-quality materials. Whereas this only necessitates spiritual stones. After speaking, Ji Qingxiu infused spiritual energy into the sword-nourishing gourd, and the long sword was immediately absorbed into the gourd. Thus, it was settled, within the nurturing sword gourd, the spiritual energy was abundant, and for the time being, there was no need to invest spirit stones. Chu Ning nodded slightly, and upon hearing this, he retrieved the Zhu Xian sword from his waist, eager to experiment. How does one insert it? Is it to infuse spiritual energy? Chu Ning quickly grasped the method, taking up the Zhu Xian sword and attempting to insert it into the gourd. However, for reasons unknown, the gourd's opening exhibited a profound resistance, as if it were entirely unwelcoming. Ji Qingxiu chuckled softly. If your sword were truly inserted, I fear the sword's aura would immediately rend the nurturing sword gourd to shreds. Chu Ning was taken aback. Why is that? Is it possible that I am misusing the technique? The quality of your sword surpasses that of the nurturing sword gourd. It possesses a spirit of its own. How could it be restrained by the gourd? Unless it were a divine grade nurturing sword gourd, even a celestial grade would not suffice. Chu Ning was once again astonished. He slowly lifted the long sword in his hand, gazing at it in bewilderment. So, Master implies that this sword. Ji Qingxiu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Celestial grade. The corners of Chu Ning's mouth twitched. This sword is truly celestial grade, yet I have wielded it as if it were an ordinary sidearm, never sensing any difference, only that it feels somewhat comfortable to use. Master, you are not deceiving me, are you? How can this be a celestial grade weapon? It has yet to recognize you as its master. It is only natural that you cannot perceive it at present. With that, Ji Qingxiu traced her finger along the sword's blade. The sword erupted with a demonic light, suddenly transforming into a petite girl. Chu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment as the girl swiftly turned around, her expression shifting dramatically. Without uttering a word, she lunged at Chu Ning and delivered a swift kick. What do you take me for? You dare to insult me with that shabby nurturing sword gourd. And to think you previously used me to slice flesh. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Chu Ning was immediately flustered. Oh no. It has turned into a person. Master, save me. Ji Qingxiu chuckled, deftly sealing the sword's spirit and returning it to Chu Ning. The latter was left trembling, still in shock. Is this the sword spirit? Why had I never realized it before? Ji Qingxiu explained with a smile, given your current strength. How could you possibly control a sword spirit? The cultivation of this sword is exceedingly difficult. It is born with a spirit and with considerable intelligence. It is reluctant to be wielded by anyone. Once your strength increases, you may attempt to communicate with it. Chu Ning remained incredulous about everything that had transpired. He had wielded this sidearm for so long, merely considering it a reasonably good magical artifact, especially since it had been gifted by his master. Now, with master declaring it to be a celestial sword, how foolish he had been to think of enhancing this celestial sword to the pinnacle of spirit quality. Had it truly been inserted, it would have cleaved the gourd, and perhaps even him along with it. That girl seemed rather fierce. Chu Ning hastily stowed away the sword, daring not to entertain any further thoughts. Raising his head, he gazed at Ji Qingxiu, swallowing hard. Having just become her disciple, his master had bestowed upon him a celestial sword. Divine-grade weapons are exceedingly rare, and celestial swords are the pinnacle of such craftsmanship. He had been directly gifted the finest sword in existence. Master, who exactly are you? Ji Qingxiu affectionately ruffled Chu Ning's hair. Go back to the sect and inquire for yourself. Regardless of who I am I not simply your master? Chu Ning sighed deeply, his expression one of sorrow. The disciple is somewhat apprehensive about your esteemed status. Being your disciple must indeed be quite daunting. Ji Qingxiu's smile broadened. If it's so stressful, how can you still dare to hold your master's hand? She coughed lightly. Let's not dwell on that. Let's continue discussing the sword nurturing gourd. Chapter 43. The disciple's heart is pure. What more is there to say about the sword nurturing gourd? It could indeed be utilized to cultivate a few flying swords. However, you currently possess a celestial sword. Although its spirit is sealed, it suffices for your needs. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, taking a sip of wine to steady his nerves. His master's words had left him slightly flustered. Holding the master's hand was initiated by the master herself. After all, previously, it was merely the shadow of a demon she was holding, not her true self. Suddenly, Chu Ning recalled something. The master had just mentioned that cultivating a celestial grade spirit embryo is exceedingly difficult. Since the system can detect the sword nurturing gourd, why can't it identify the celestial grade Excalibur? Even if it is sealed, that shouldn't be the case, should it? Ji Qingxiu nodded thoughtfully. All creations of heaven and earth can be forged into various weapons, magical artifacts, and armors, all of which possess celestial grade potential. Once forged, is there room for growth? Generally speaking, there is none. But swords are an exception due to the existence of the sword nurturing gourd. Ji Qingxiu explained with a smile. There was a renowned Taoist who, before his ascension, planted 7 gourds, which were the original sword nurturing gourds of the world. The sword nurturing gourds found across the 4 continents today can be said to have been cultivated from those of the Taoist ancestor. Chu Ning suddenly realized something profound. The forging of a sword is inherently tied to its material. Excluding the existence of a bug-level entity like the sword nurturing gourd, enhancement is virtually impossible. For instance, a piece of scrap iron will only yield a firewood cutting knife. No method can elevate it due to material constraints. However, the sword nurturing gourd, originating from the Taoist ancestor, possesses inherent growth attributes. With growth potential, there lies an opportunity for enhancement through contributions. Chu Ning began to understand that his spiritual root, cultivation method, and physique all shared similar traits, which is why he could progress. However, the contributions required for each enhancement were substantial, particularly concerning his physique. He pondered on how to elevate the sword-nurturing gourd to divine quality, which could potentially lead to the cultivation of divine flying swords. Goodness! With the 3 teachings and the demonic sect having only a few items, he, Chu Ning, possessed one. Remarkable. Ji Qingxiu, noticing the change in Chu Ning's expression, became curious. What is the matter? Do you wish to acquire another celestial grade sword? Chu Ning smiled and shook his head. One from you is ample. However, according to your teachings, if the sword-nurturing gourd reaches divine quality, could it also enhance the Excalibur to divine quality? Indeed, Ji Qingxiu confirmed, prompting great joy in Chu Ning. Yet, soon a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Even if it were possible, nurturing a divine flying sword would likely consume all the spirit stones of the entire demonic sect and require several millennia. Chu Ning felt a twinge of regret. The cost was rather steep. He might not live long enough to wield a divine flying sword. But an idea struck him. Master, could you possibly grant me one of those sect standard long swords? Ji Qingxiu appeared puzzled but ultimately acquiesced, retrieving one for him. Chu Ning directly placed his earnings into the sword-nurturing gourd. Sword-nurturing gourd, pinnacle of spirit grade. Cultivable flying swords. 4. Flying sword. Common iron sword, cultivable. Indeed, a flying sword devoid of growth attributes can be cultivated within. As long as the contribution value is sufficient, one can create celestial grade and divine grade weapons at will. However, this task is rather meager, offering only 10,000 each time. Enhancing spiritual roots is insufficient, improving techniques is inadequate, and cultivating flying swords in the sword-nurturing gourd is still lacking. Could they not present more exhilarating tasks? Ji Qingxiu began to ponder. Why was Ning troubled again? Sometimes, she could easily decipher Chu Ning's thoughts, such as his desire for hand-holding or hugs, which she could tease him about. But now, she found it hard to read him and was unaware of the cause of his mood. Ji Qingxiu wished to share in Chu Ning's emotions. In the next moment, Chu Ning suddenly inquired with curiosity, Master. Master, your cultivation is at least that of a sage. Why do you not wield a celestial sword, but instead use this inferior sect flying sword? Ji Qingxiu pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was because she felt no significant difference. The lethality of a sword cultivator indeed relies on the sword, yet she did not require such. But why is that? It relates to my innate qualities. With the heavenly Tao sword bone, I possess a body of the heavenly Tao. Coupled with divine grade talent, I am unparalleled in history. In my hands, all things can become swords, and the power I wield is no different from that of a celestial sword. This is due to my innate abilities. Celestial swords hold no benefit for me, so I have gifted a few to my disciples. Now, I am truly impoverished, having not a single celestial sword left, relying solely on the sword-nurturing gourd gifted by my disciples. Master is indeed formidable, likely no less than that demon sovereign. Ji Qingxiu smiled with her eyes squinted, embracing Chu Ning and ruffling his hair. If no one provokes our demon sect, my prowess is of little consequence. All cultivators seek the Tao, content to cultivate in their own little corner of the world. However, if someone covets what you possess, your fists must be strong, as the principles of cultivation dictate. Naturally, Ninger, you have your own thoughts. This is merely my own path. Chu Ning indeed yearned for longevity. Who does not crave such? Yet, with heightened cultivation and strength, wouldn't longevity be a mere byproduct? The key is that others would not dare to provoke him, thus ensuring greater tranquility. He felt he was starting to be influenced by his master. After spending each day in such close companionship, it would be strange if he were not affected. The softness behind him pressed closely against his back, and Chu Ning's thoughts grew somewhat muddled. Never mind. As long as his heart was clear, it was all well. But my heart is not entirely innocent. Chu Ning lifted his head, intending to say something, only to suddenly meet Ji Qingxiu's gaze. Master, you aren't watching me all the time, are you? Ji Qingxiu's eyes were gentle, and she remained silent. The exquisite beauty was so close, and the faint fragrance wafted toward him, causing Chu Ning's heart to race a few beats faster, unable to resist the urge to bite his lip. It was always the master embracing the disciple. Chu Ning ventured cautiously. May I hug you, master? Ji Qingxiu chuckled softly. Are you going to ask if I'm cold? I suggest you take a look at the sky. It is not yet evening, and your reasoning is insufficient. Chu Ning's eyes brightened. Does that mean it would be acceptable in the evening? Not at all. We are teacher and student. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. But if the master can embrace me, why can't the disciple embrace the master? That seems rather unjust. Ji Qingxiu pondered for a moment, a hint of distress on her face, before suddenly arriving at an answer. As you said last night, purity of heart signifies purity. When I embrace you, it is naturally in the capacity of a master, hence it is innocent. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. Is this explanation not a bit far-fetched? The disciple's heart is also quite pure. Is that truly the case? But if your heart were pure, would you desire to embrace your master? Ji Qingqiu smiled, her eyes twinkling as she observed the flustered Chu Ning, finding it particularly amusing. Chu Ning scratched his head. So, when the master embraces the disciple, is her heart also pure? Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly, opting not to answer. Once more, Chu Ning's expression reflected his indignation. He could not believe that his master would hold him without harboring any thoughts. How could he explain what had transpired the previous night? Oh, as long as I maintain that I am innocent, the master has no evidence against me. After all, he is unable to prove whether the master is innocent. With this thought in mind, Chu Ning, without a second word, directly embraced her. Ji Qingqiu was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Ninger, what are you doing? Chu Ning lifted his head, his expression sincere. Disciple, I am pure of heart. Very pure. Ji Qingqiu sighed deeply. Alas, Ninger has gone astray. Could it be that she learned this from that vixen? Should we cast that vixen out of the sect? Chapter 44. Ninger can only belong to her. In the inn, the time spent alone together was exceptionally leisurely. The rebellious disciple, embracing her master, no longer wished to let go. The master was fragrant and soft, and Chu Ning yearned to hold her forever. Especially the tender affection bestowed by the elder sister was a sensation Chu Ning had never before experienced. The desire to be with his master every day grew stronger. Of course, this was undoubtedly for the purpose of cultivation, to allow the master to impart her teachings more effectively. Ji Qingqiu was initially taken aback as well. Her embracing Ninger could be justified as a master showing concern for her disciple, which made sense. However, for the disciple to repeatedly declare her innocence while engaging in such rebellious acts was perplexing. The blushing young woman reached out to ruffle Chu Ning's hair. The disciple is far too attached to her. Why do I feel as though you are a child? Chu Ning nestled against Ji Qingqiu's chest, mumbling indistinctly, before my master. Am I not merely a child? Ji Qingqiu sighed in resignation. Your reasoning is indeed quite outrageous. Even a child should not behave in such a manner. Nevertheless, after all, this is Ninger. Now that you have entered the second realm, you must diligently study the control of demonic energy to acquire more techniques. How can one cultivate properly if one spends the entire day like this? Chu Ning smiled, releasing Ji Qingqiu as he took out the Zhuxian sword. Running his fingers along the blade, a dense demonic energy enveloping the sword entirely. Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted slightly, seemingly in awe. After competing with senior sister Zhou, he returned and learned all the practical techniques that the demonic arts could offer. Though somewhat lacking in innate talent, he possesses a commendable quality of spiritual root. Having just broken through to the second realm, he has already condensed the image of the heavenly demon, significantly enhancing the level of his demonic form, which is indeed far superior to that of an ordinary practitioner at the same stage. His comprehension of demonic arts has reached perfection, allowing him to learn with remarkable speed. Thus, when it comes to competing with Zhou Yujin, he finds himself at an advantageous position in this regard. Ji Qingqiu nodded with a smile. In that case, let us practice together under my guidance. Chu Ning paused for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head. I cannot bear to strike my master, let it be. If my master intends to attack me, how could I possibly retaliate? Ji Qingqiu sighed. Oh you. Yet, in the next moment, the world shifted. In a matter of moments, Chu Ning found himself immersed in a bamboo grove. The melodious sound of a guqin wafted through the air, emanating from the very bamboo forest designated for his competition with Ji Qingqiu. With a casual wave of her hand, several shadowy figures of talented disciples from various sects materialized before Chu Ning. The disciple's cultivation is of utmost importance. Once training is complete, intimacy may be permissible. But under the current circumstances, how could that be allowed? These figures were shadows from the second realm of the heavenly demon treasure land. Chu Ning was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. Master, can you truly summon the shadows from the heavenly demon treasure land? Not quite, she replied. This is merely a replication. These shadows are somewhat stronger than those within the heavenly demon treasure land, yet they remain at the second realm level. Chu Ning indeed recognized several familiar figures. Sister Luo Yu is among them? The third disciple of the demonic sovereign, and also the third disciple of my master. Chu Ning suddenly looked up, as if struck by a realization. Could it be mere coincidence? He dismissed the thought, surveying the familiar faces alongside the unfamiliar ones, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety. Although he had mastered their techniques, he still felt somewhat unprepared for actual combat. Master, I have only just broken through a few days ago. Must I contend with these elite disciples? Ji Qingqiu shook her head. I believe you have ample preparation. There is no need to squander too much time here. It is essential to solidify your foundation and strive for a breakthrough. Chu Ning chuckled. That is not my intention. I merely wish to inquire if there are any rewards. Ji Qingxiu face-bombed. Ning'er was never one to seek such benefits before. Now, you are actively asking for favors? Although she would not hesitate to grant him something, she added, upon returning to the sect, you may retrieve suitable armor from the treasure house. Chu Ning smiled and shook his head. I do not desire that. In an instant, Ji Qingxiu understood. Looking at Chu Ning's expectant face, she felt an increasing sense of helplessness. Indeed, your words suggest a desire for more. How did it come to feel as though the initiative had gradually shifted to the disciple's hands? Initially, she intended to guide Chu Ning's cultivation, yet now, aside from training, his thoughts seemed to linger on her. If you can achieve 9 consecutive victories, I shall grant you one condition of your choosing. Chu Ning gulped. 9 matches? Upon glancing back, it was no surprise to find the young girl, sword in hand, seated beneath the pavilion. However, she appeared to lack much of her previous vivacity. This was merely an illusion, not the master. The true master stood right before her. Could it be that even this figure must be confronted? This is outrageous. One could discern without hesitation that the master's illusion was the most formidable, the essence of the first and second realms utterly incomparable. Victory seemed implausible, did it not? With a sense of grievance, Chu Ning turned to Ji Qingxiu, asking, Master, could we perhaps negotiate for the 8th level? Ji Qingxiu squinted and smiled. No. If you cannot surpass the 9th level, then the conditions are void. I shall do my utmost, replied the disciple. Ji Qingxiu retreated into the pavilion, casting a glance at Chu Ning, who was already engaged with the first illusion, before regaining her focus. There was no need for excessive concern. Only a few of the subsequent illusions posed any real challenge. Jiang Kaikai and Luo Yu had a penchant for participating in these contests, which was why the illusions remained, while the other 3 disciples had opted out. Yet, among the many disciples, these 2 were undoubtedly the strongest, promising an intriguing spectacle. Ji Qingxiu chuckled softly, doubting Chu Ning's chances of victory. At least this illusion standing here was invincible within the same realm. This was not mere self-aggrandizement. Her innate talent and exceptional aptitude made Ji Qingxiu's cultivation remarkably smooth. Even in her mortal form, she could exude the essence of the sword. Her strength in the second realm was such that she could slay third-realm prodigies without reason for Chu Ning to triumph. Did Ji Qingxiu not realize what Chu Ning desired? She could easily perceive the thoughts directed toward her by her disciple. The bond between master and disciple had transformed. Their relationship was still strong, yet it seemed to be veering into uncontrollable territory. Let it be. She was rather engrossed in it all. Suddenly, her gaze shifted, focusing on the youthful reflection of herself. The resemblance was striking, yet the youthful figure radiated a vibrant innocence, showcasing an entirely different charm. Ji Qingxiu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why should Ning'er prefer her? Though it was indeed her, she was not the same. The illusion and the true self could not be equated. Despite having experienced the entirety of the illusion's perceptions upon the descent of her divine soul, a lingering discontent remained. Was it possible that Ning'er preferred the version of her from years past? If that were the case, she would have to consider obliterating all these illusions. Clearly, in matters such as this, whether it be her junior sister or others, or even her past illusions, Ji Qingxiu was unwilling to concede even a fraction. Ning'er could only belong to her. Yes, her disciple. Chapter 45. Lizard Man, Transform. The solid foundation that Chu Ning had established provided her with immense advantages. A single breakthrough propelled her into the formidable second realm. Currently, what she lacked was merely familiarity with the realm and an understanding of the intricacies of spells. In the initial battle, she faced numerous setbacks, yet she still emerged victorious through sheer audacity. I do not solely practice swordplay. This was causing Ji Qingxiu considerable distress. All were sword cultivators. Why did they persist in engaging in fistfights? While physical cultivators possessed formidable strength, they were as inconsequential as blank paper when faced with the lethal prowess of sword cultivators. No matter how robust one's physique, the true self could sever it with a single stroke. Ji Qingxiu's words served as a gentle reminder, prompting Chu Ning to restrain his urge to engage in a brawl. After all, possessing a formidable physique is undoubtedly an advantage, allowing for swift victories by switching tactics. The sooner he concludes these encounters, the quicker he can secure his master's promise. However, since the master has suggested otherwise, he shall wield the sword. In an instant, the bamboo grove was illuminated with dazzling sword light. Ji Qingxiu appeared somewhat satisfied. The swordplay that Chu Ning exhibited was personally imparted by her, and she was well aware of its caliber. While the enhancement from his physical prowess is indeed an advantage, it is crucial for Ning'er to focus primarily on the path of the sword, ensuring a balanced approach. During their spar, Chu Ning was hardly preoccupied with the contest. Rather, he concentrated on the demonic shadows, honing his sword techniques to adapt to any situation. The 9 styles of Heavenly Demon are all lethal moves. Yet their efficacy depends on the wielder's understanding and interpretation of sword intent. The initial 3 opponents posed considerable pressure for Chu Ning. Nonetheless, engaging in swordplay yielded far greater insights and realizations. It seemed his master had grasped this principle. However, facing the subsequent 3 elite disciples from various sects was an entirely different matter. Their comprehension of realms far surpassed Chu Ning, and their swordsmanship was quite remarkable. There was no alternative but to resort to physical prowess. At this juncture, having utilized every conceivable technique of the second realm, any inability to succeed stemmed from a lack of understanding. The same sum of silver can yield varied results, depending on how it is spent. Ji Qingqiu watched intently, her gaze unwavering. Ninger's progress was indeed rapid. Chu Ning himself was unaware of how much time had elapsed in this realm. As he continued to fight, completely engrossed in swordplay and cultivation, he eventually emerged victorious with great difficulty against the 6th opponent. Rather than rushing, he chose to sit in meditation, reflecting on the details of his recent encounters, gaining profound clarity. One could only admire these gifted individuals. His victory was a testament to his exceptional circumstances. It is hard to fathom how vastly talent and aptitude can create such disparities even within the same realm, let alone as one ascends further. Without diligent cultivation, one is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, striving to glimpse the moon. Having embarked on the path to immortality, one is but a fleeting insect before the vast sky. Yet, in the current context, Chu Ning certainly does not resemble a mere insect among peers. Perhaps he could be considered a half-hero, given his unique advantages. Ji Qingqiu appeared behind Chu Ning, extending her hand to assist in his recovery, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. To have recently entered the second realm and achieved 6 consecutive victories is indeed no small feat. It is reasonable to predict that in another half-month, the first 6 levels will not pose much challenge for him. Thus, today's endeavors shall conclude here. Ding. Sign-in task has been issued. Please proceed to the border of the Great Li Dynasty's Sword Gate to sign in. Task reward, 10,000 contribution points. Has it already been the second day? Chu Ning understood, yet he merely smiled at Ji Qingqiu's words. What if the disciple has yet to exhaust all his means? Ji Qingqiu's eyes flickered slightly. Has the master perceived an improvement in your unparalleled heavenly demon body? Chu Ning sighed. Master, could you not retain a hint of mystery to allow your disciple to showcase his abilities? Such revelations diminish the thrill. Ji Qingqiu smiled faintly, saying, Master merely harbors some conjectures. As for the means you may employ, I am unaware. Once he had sufficiently regulated his breathing, Chu Ning stood up, his wounds completely healed, restored to his peak condition. Determination shimmered in Chu Ning's eyes. Shall I practice with senior sister Luo Yu first? Certainly. Ji Qingqiu stepped aside as the shadow of the demon gradually lifted its head, raising the Fuyo sword in its hand. The demon's eyes suddenly opened as it elevated the sword, and a fierce aura erupted from the Fuyo record, suddenly aimed at Chu Ning. The intensity of this aura was on an entirely different level. The might of the celestial sword. Chu Ning momentarily froze. Master, did senior sister Luo cheat? The celestial sword. Their talents are remarkable. They received the celestial sword's acknowledgement at the second realm. Wielding it is not an arduous task. Chu Ning glanced at the celestial sword in his hand. Why not unseal my restrictions, master? It seems unfair that they possess celestial swords while I do not. Very well. Suddenly, Chu Ning felt a shift in the celestial sword he held. It contained a boundless sword energy, no less than that wielded by Luo Yu. It appeared that an opportunity had arisen. Yet, in the next moment, the celestial sword broke free from his grasp, leaping to Ji Qingqiu's side and transforming into a maiden. Humph. With your meager talents, you wish to wield me? Go fight on your own. A streak of sword light suddenly cleaved towards Chu Ning, who instinctively dodged, leaving a deep trench on the ground where the sword energy had struck. The wielder of the sword was evidently more skilled than Chu Ning. This was utterly infuriating. Without a weapon, how could he possibly contend? Luo Yu surged forward, and without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning turned and fled, the surrounding sword energies falling like rain. Impossible to evade. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning resolved, without a sword, I shall rely on my physical prowess. Transforming into a lizard man, the demonic form erupted forth, with demonic energy swirling around him, manifesting like a demon lord descending upon the world. Chu Ning charged forward without a second thought, and for a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Not far away, the initially displeased Zhu Xian observed Chu Ning with surprise. Is that the celestial demon body? Isn't he a sword cultivator? Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. Ninger has awakened the supreme celestial demon body. It seems he has made significant progress, much stronger than before. Zhu Xian scoffed. Isn't this merely the path of body cultivation? He is not a sword cultivator. Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. Who says a demonic body cannot wield a sword? In this instance, his combat power surpasses that of his original form, continuously converting spiritual energy into demonic energy. As long as he desires, he will never exhaust his strength. If one cannot break his demonic form within the same realm, they will inevitably be worn down. The little girl paused for a moment, squatting on the ground and muttering, "This person is too foolish. He cannot unleash my strength. What does it matter if he has a demonic body? He will still be reduced to mere flesh for this fellow. He has never respected this sort of mind. Perhaps the true form has not revealed your identity to him?" The little girl was taken aback, her mouth twitching slightly. "Are you implying that he does not know I am a celestial sword? He does not even know who the true form is?" Zhu Xian was taken aback. "This fellow is surprisingly foolish. Why would the master take him as a disciple?" Ji Qingqiu gazed at Chu Ning's silhouette, contemplating. Initially, she felt a sense of destiny, but now it seemed somewhat disconcerting. The last two words left the little girl from the extermination sect utterly bewildered. She stared blankly at Ji Qingqiu, swallowing hard. With the demon lord taking an interest in this individual, would her defiance lead to a lifetime of confinement? Perhaps it was best to allow Chu Ning to make use of her. After all, even with this advantage, she might still find it challenging to surpass the formidable Luo Yu, who wielded the demon suppression blade. In the next instant, a figure suddenly shot forth. Following closely was another dark silhouette with crimson eyes, its fists enveloped in demonic energy, which it used to shatter the demonic apparition completely. The little girl was taken aback. The celestial demon body was surprisingly powerful. Even with the celestial sword, victory seemed attainable. This man appeared far from foolish. It was no wonder he was a disciple of the demon lord. Meanwhile, outside the sword gate, Luo Yu sneezed suddenly. Something felt amiss. A contingent of disciples from the demonic sect approached, reporting, "My lord, we have discovered that the Confucian disciple is setting up something. It appears to be a type of array stone, potentially an auxiliary formation used by the Yin-Yang school for calculating celestial events." Luo Yu's expression changed dramatically. "Take me to see it." Chapter 46. The disciple worries about her master feeling cold at night. Within the secret realm, Chu Ning's aura remained undiminished. The advantages of cultivating demonic techniques were substantial, enhancing strength in all aspects, whether it be physical prowess or offensive capabilities. With prolonged practice, it also solidified the foundation. However, a notable drawback existed: the need for the conversion of spiritual energy into demonic energy. No cultivation method is flawless. Disciples of the demonic sect inevitably possess greater lethality compared to those from the 3 teachings and 100 schools. Yet, the limitation lies in the fact that once demonic energy is depleted, it cannot be replenished in a short span. This meant being out of resources, reduced to mere physical attacks. Yet, the unparalleled might of the supreme celestial demon body lay precisely here. It directly converted spiritual energy into demonic energy, resulting in the two being indistinguishable. Moreover, the enhancement in lethality was even more pronounced, defying reason. After activating the supreme celestial demon body and battling against Luo Yu's demonic shadow, the next challenge was Jiang Kaikai, standing firm at both the first and second realms. She was likely the most exceptional prodigy beneath her master. Jiang Kaikai, still a petite girl, wielded the massive open heaven sword. Chu Ning felt unprecedented pressure. She was even stronger than Luo Yu, who wielded the celestial sword. Her strength was simply beyond comprehension. As a peak second realm sword cultivator, could my lizard armor withstand such force? Hey. Chu Ning turned around, and extermination stood before him. "Given your reasonable prowess, I suppose I can lend you my assistance." Chu Ning was overjoyed. He had witnessed the might of the celestial sword. Unlike his master, who could conquer without it, he was not quite so formidable. While he was powerful on his own, having an external aid would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, there was a condition. The girl glared at him fiercely. "If you dare to use me for your own ends again, be prepared to face my wrath. Do not think that the demon lord is always by your side." Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. What demon lord? Extermination transformed into a flash of light, landing in Chu Ning's hand. Brimming with spirituality, the sword energy surged forth, rendering him akin to dual swords compared to his former self. Is the celestial sword, now imbued with a sword spirit, truly this formidable? Chu Ning's aura intensified further, as demonic figures enveloped him, his demonic form enhancing his powers and elevating his presence to a new echelon. The demonic energy was almost palpable, as the Zhu Xian sword became suffused with it, transforming from a celestial sword into a demonic one. Ji Qingqiu gazed at Chu Ning, who resembled a demon lord, with a sense of anticipation. Given Ninger's current talents, she might very well reach the level of the ancient demon ancestor. Furthermore, This supreme heavenly demon body likely possesses the ability to decipher the hidden treasures left behind by the demon ancestor within the demon sect. In an instant, a massive beam of sword light surged towards Jiang Kaikai. Yet, the demonic shadow merely raised the celestial sword and effortlessly deflected it. One was endowed with divine talents, while the other was a vessel of the heavenly Tao. In comparison, Chu Ning's level was markedly superior. After all, talent is merely talent. Yet the physical body can be continually enhanced. However, Chu Ning had only recently entered the second realm. He recalled that Jiang Kaikai had reached the pinnacle of the second realm when she left her demonic shadow. Thus, it was quite normal for him to falter. His capabilities were already sufficiently formidable. Ji Qingxiu contemplated whether to negotiate, perhaps proposing that if Ning could endure for the duration of an incense stick, she would grant him a favor. At this stage, the demonic shadow was exceedingly daunting and difficult to contend with. Moreover, the demonic shadow had an unreasonable characteristic. As long as Ji Qingxiu's demonic energy persisted, the shadow she replicated would never tire. Therefore, Ning's once proud physique was not as extraordinary as it seemed. Pondering this, she grew curious about how long Chu Ning could endure. If it were for the time of an incense stick, she would indeed grant him a favor, considering the opponent was rather overwhelming. The weight and defense of the Kaitian sword ranked first among the 7 swords. As long as it focused on defense, there was no chance of being breached. Likewise, the massive sword body imparted immense power and weight, making it arduous for opponents to counter. It was unlikely that victory could be achieved. Ji Qingxiu propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the current form of Chu Ning, somewhat entranced. He did possess a certain aesthetic, though not as appealing as her Ning. What are you staring at? Ji Qingxiu dismissed the figure seated across from her. His presence was bothersome. The time of an incense stick passed swiftly. A grave expression was evident on Chu Ning's face. Was this opponent overly formidable? Even with all his advantages, he still could not secure a win. If all else failed, he could take a break and further enhance his supreme heavenly demon body. Yet, at present, Chu Ning did not feel fatigued. He simply could not achieve victory, not that he would face defeat. He pressed on. 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks, half an hour. 1 hour. Chu Ning became increasingly adept with the Zhuxian sword, his mind teeming with various techniques and strategies. The sword practice was fundamentally about mastering the techniques. Yet he refused to believe that, as a person with an advantage, he could not overcome this demonic shadow. Ji Qingxiu's astonishment grew. To withstand such a formidable Jiang Kaikai during her peak for such an extended duration was truly remarkable. This supreme heavenly demon body was indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that the demonic shadow could engage in battle with Chu Ning for an entire year if it so desired. If it were a fair competition, Jiang Kaikai would have been defeated long ago. After all, who could wield demonic energy to summon a celestial sword as effortlessly as Chu Ning? Does one truly believe that celestial swords can be wielded at will? Jiang Kaikai, at the second realm, could only utilize demonic energy to unleash the sword's power for no more than 10 strikes. Yet, Chu Ning wielded it continuously, never showing signs of fatigue. Enough. The shadow of magic dissipated in an instant, and Chu Ning's sword strike missed its target, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Still intoxicated by the battle, Chu Ning felt an insatiable yearning. Master, let us continue. I am certain I can win. You have already triumphed, the master replied. Chu Ning, perplexed, felt the celestial sword hum in his hand. If that shadow were the true body, it could not squander demonic energy to wield the celestial sword so freely. It is only due to your formidable demonic form that this is possible. Otherwise, in just a brief moment, that person would have been slain by you. Scratching his head, Chu Ning reverted to his demonic form. Is that so? Ji Qingxiu approached with a smile, ruffling Chu Ning's hair. I had not mentioned this before, but if you could endure for the time of an incense stick, you would have prevailed. Chu Ning paused, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes. No master would do that. All right, to compensate you, how about I grant your request? Zuzhen inquired curiously, what request? Children should not meddle in adult matters. Be cautious lest I have my master seal you. Chu Ning retorted boldly. Zuzhen replied, oh, so this is your attitude once you've used up your time, is it? There will be moments when the great demon lord is absent. Chu Ning chuckled. Didn't he the master say I would surpass the 9th level? Ji Qingxiu replied nonchalantly. You cannot surpass the shadow of my magic. Chu Ning smiled, taking Ji Qingxiu's hand. So, master, does this mean you initially had no intention of granting my request, but later relented? Zuzhen exclaimed in surprise. Aren't they master and disciple? Ji Qingxiu's lips curled into a subtle smile. What do you think? Though Chu Ning longed to be close to his master, the fervor of battle surged within him. Since his master had granted permission, the outcome of his victory seemed inconsequential. Suddenly feeling a surge of competitive spirit, he declared, I also wish to witness just how powerful Master was in the past. After all, an outright admission of inferiority would be too disheartening. Before his master, his ambition ignited. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly, releasing the shadow of magic. The shadow, sword in hand, was instantly recognizable to Chu Ning. The Zhejian sword? This was once Master-S sword. With a mere thought, Ji Qingxiu commanded the shadow to slowly draw the sword. Unlike other shadows of magic, this one was distinct, even surpassing the formidable Jiang Kai. Ji Qingxiu's strength was of a caliber that was beyond mere mortals. Chu Ning felt an overwhelming sword intent enveloping the surroundings. In astonishment, he turned to observe the bamboo grove, where every leaf resonated with the sword's essence. Each strand of sword intent far surpassed what Chu Ning could unleash with the Zhejian sword. The very flora seemed to bear arms. If a battle were to commence, it would be akin to confronting hundreds of thousands of sword intents in a realm beyond comprehension. Forget it. I'm not fighting anymore, Chu Ning exclaimed, burying his face in Ji Qingxiu's embrace, a pained expression on his face. Master, I cannot fight. This is too powerful. Ji Qingxiu gently ruffled Chu Ning's hair. It matters not. If you regard your master as an adversary on the path of enlightenment, your heart's pursuit will stagnate. I merely wish to show you what it is like at its zenith. Suddenly, Ji Qingxiu added, yet it pales in comparison to what I can offer. Chu Ning nodded vigorously. Then, does what master just said still hold true? Ji Qingxiu inclined her head slightly. Indeed, it does. As the two returned to their own room, the night had fallen, enveloping everything in darkness. Chu Ning held Ji Qingxiu a bit tighter, concerned that the cold night might chill her master. Is it permissible for me to hold master while we sleep? Chapter 47. The infiltration of the Yin-Yang family. The individual in question is Chu Ning. May I hold you while we rest? The atmosphere instantly thickened. Ji Qingxiu's expression mirrored the tension. Wasn't this the very jest she had made with Ninger during the day? How had Ninger taken it so literally? She lowered her gaze to find Chu Ning's eyes brimming with sincerity, as if he genuinely feared for her comfort. Ji Qingxiu chuckled, half amused and half reproachful. What kind of master-disciple relationship involves sleeping in each other's embrace? Absolutely not. Chu Ning tightened his grip even further. Master has already agreed to my request. Can you truly go back on your word? Yet she had not promised him everything. Such behavior was far too improper, too unbecoming of a master and disciple. Ji Qingxiu firmly rejected the notion. Chu Ning contemplated negotiating further, but it was evident that Ji Qingxiu had no intention of relenting. He sighed. To think my master is so untrustworthy, I have come to see the truth. Ji Qingxiu smiled with her eyes narrowed playfully. I only agreed to one condition. Not to everything you desire. Moreover, does such conduct even reflect a master-disciple bond? Absolutely not. Chu Ning countered. At this moment, our relationship is indeed quite master-disciple. No matter how she reasoned, this was not permissible. There was no room for negotiation. It appeared that there was truly no opportunity left. After all, sleeping in each other's embrace was undeniably inappropriate. Even if Master harbored feelings for him, such an arrangement was impossible. Chu Ning released Ji Qingxiu and turned back to the bed. In that case, I no longer require the condition you offered. It was regrettable that he had exerted himself so fervently for his master's terms, only to receive a lament from her. Ji Qingxiu approached with a gentle gaze. Did you truly believe such tactics would sway me? Perhaps they might work on other women, but not on me. Chu Ning immediately inquired. Then how might I win over master? Ninger was being quite candid. Just days prior, they had discussed their master-disciple relationship. And now his mind was solely occupied with the thought of sleeping beside her. Rebellious disciple. Ji Qingxiu, without uttering a word, extended her hand to grasp Chu Ning's. This night, I shall remain by your side, but do not overstep your bounds. Chu Ning pondered for a moment. Perhaps this arrangement was not so bad after all. Though they could not sleep in each other's embrace, holding hands was delightful. With such a gentle older sister by his side, especially one who was also his master, he was certain to sleep peacefully. Chu Ning took a sip from his wine flask and smiled brightly at his master. Would you like to taste this wine, master? Ji Qingxiu closed her eyes and calmly responded. Such methods are rather crude. Chu Ning scratched his head, swallowing the drink. He had learned this from an esteemed elder in the palace, yet it seemed his master saw through him at a glance. Indeed, interacting with his master required a gradual and sincere approach, did it not? One day, his master would surely experience the taste of the wine in his mouth. Of course, his master would also allow him to cuddle while sleeping. Just days ago, Chu Ning was preoccupied with thoughts of longevity and cultivation. But now his mind was consumed with how to confront his master. Goodness, those flirtatious tactics were ineffective. His master was rather difficult to deal with. Master, may I take a rest? Chu Ning was indeed fatigued. After the fervor of battle waned, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Moreover, With his master mending both his external and internal injuries, he felt particularly comfortable and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chu Ning stretched and rose. His master's hand still held his. A sense of pride swelled within him as he noticed his master seated beside him, eyes closed in meditation. How could one not think of cultivating at such an early hour? Wasn't he supposed to show filial piety towards his master? However, he suddenly felt his heart race. Mischievous thoughts began to stir. Ji Qingxiu slowly opened her eyes. What is it? Chu Ning jolted in surprise, hastily retreating a few steps, awkwardly smiling. Master, I just noticed a little bug on you, and was about to shoo it away. Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly. Has the bug gone? Yes. Chu Ning quickly scratched his head to mask his embarrassment. Given his master's prowess, she likely hadn't been asleep at all. But wouldn't that be preferable? After all, he was already acting like a rebellious disciple. What was there to hide? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A woman's voice came from outside. I sensed the presence of the exquisite sword here. Is it perhaps my master? Come in. Luo Yu pushed the door open, intending to immediately share her discoveries from the previous night with Ji Qingxiu, but was taken aback to find the two alone in the room. Master and junior brother? Together on the same bed? Although his master merely sat at the edge of the bed, it was still. Luo Yu momentarily found herself bewildered. Master, did you spend the night with junior brother? Chu Ning quickly leapt off the bed to explain. Sister Luo, my master was guiding me in my cultivation. We absolutely did nothing inappropriate. The exquisite sword suddenly let out a cold snort. Chu Ning grew anxious. Master, I believe it's best to keep this sword's spirit sealed. Its presence is too disruptive. What if our relationship is exposed? Ji Qingxiu, unfazed, slowly rose and regarded Luo Yu, whose expression was a mixture of shock and complexity. Have you uncovered the details? Yes. I have discovered that those Confucian disciples have set up formations in several locations after crossing the border. Luo Yu quickly replied. The barrier set by my master not only prevents the Confucian disciples from crossing the border, but also obstructs and influences the celestial timing. Those formations are meant to mitigate such effects. Perhaps the Yin-Yang family sage intends to calculate something through this, though the specifics remain unclear. The individuals of the Yin-Yang family would not engage in such nonsensical actions, especially with the Confucian sect's involvement. Luo Yu instinctively felt that this matter was far from simple. Ji Qingxiu furrowed her brows. What could be calculated? Even if they could discern something, what actions could they possibly take? Not to mention that the Confucian disciples could not cross the Great Continent barrier. Even if they attempted a forceful breakthrough, they would be met by the elite disciples of the demon sect guarding it. Given the current strength of the Confucians, it was inconceivable that they would provoke a conflict with the demon sect. It is essential to understand that this barrier was merely erected to obstruct the flow of Confucian teachings to the south, not because the demon sect feared the Confucians. Ji Qingxiu seemed to sense something, her gaze landing on Chu Ning. The supremely divine demon body, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, was inherently formidable, and it was entirely reasonable for the Confucians to be wary, especially given the significant disturbance at the time of awakening. They would undoubtedly have been alerted. Could it be that the Confucians had set their sights on Ning'o? Regardless, precaution was paramount. I shall accompany my true self to examine the formation further, attempting to reverse the cosmic flow to discern the identity of the one who harbors intentions. At the Great Continent barrier, the various formation stones had already been identified. The 7-star formation, corresponding to the 7 stars in the sky. Indeed, they intended to calculate something. Observing this, Ji Qingxiu hesitated not and directly activated the formation. In a brief span, she discerned the intricacies of the formation and began to reverse the cosmic flow. The celestial timing fluctuated unpredictably. And at the location of the Yin-Yang sect in Eastern Hauran continent, an elderly man with a long beard suddenly squinted and smiled. Ji Qingxiu had indeed fallen into the trap. I can only delay Ji Qingxiu temporarily. Should she become aware, there would be no opportunity left. Brother Lu's son, act now. Another elder nodded slightly, initiating the formation that had been carefully arranged. The heavenly Tao body, the supremely divine demon body. A millennium ago, the heavenly Tao body of the demon ancestor. The subsaint. This individual is named Chu Ning, the 7th disciple under Ji Qingxiu. This person, Lu Sun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale with shock. How could Ji Qingxiu perceive it so swiftly? What level of strength does she possess now? Chapter 48. Eliminate Chu Ning, and let the Yin-Yang sect flourish. The white-haired elder donned in a Taoist robe had already stained the corners of his garment with blood. A fearsome sight. That demon had sensed my calculations and actually reversed the celestial timing, redirecting the heavenly secrets back to me. The heavenly secrets were evidently within this individual's influence. I suspect this demon has likely approached the threshold of a half-step celestial phenomenon. The elder in Confucian robes furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Sun, Do you know that after the fall of the demon ancestor's body, there remained a legacy within? It is said that whoever can obtain this legacy can break through to the celestial phenomenon. Both Lu Sun and Lu Ye turned their attention towards him. As the only two remaining saints of the Yin-Yang sect, their development on the eastern Haoran continent had certainly been smoother since leaving the northern Qingming continent. Yet they remained subservient to the Confucians. The elder before them was one of the three saints of the Confucians, a sub-saint. The elder continued, saying that this legacy had not been discovered by the demon sect for millennia, and it is said that only the supremely divine demon body within the heavenly Tao body can perceive and accept it. The expressions of the two men gradually grew solemn. Now, a single Ji Qingqiu can already exert pressure across 3 continents. What shall we do if, a millennium hence, an even stronger opponent than Ji Qingqiu emerges? Moreover, a millennium hence, it is highly probable that Ji Qingqiu, who has already attained the half-step celestial phenomenon, will come to comprehend the path of celestial phenomena. 2 celestial beings. Could they not sweep across the world, unifying the 4 continents? Upon hearing this, both individuals understood the implication of the sage's words. Lu contemplated for a moment. The myriad teachings and philosophies, coexisting with the demonic sect in the southern barbarian land, wield considerable influence. Although Ji Qingqiu is ferocious, her wrath is primarily directed towards the practitioners of the 3 teachings, unlike us old men, who laughed heartily. Lu, oh Lu, now that you have caught her attention through your divinations, do you truly believe that Ji Qingqiu will spare you in the future? Furthermore, you, of the Yin-Yang school, having sought refuge with my Confucian sect, still intend to align yourself with the demonic sect. What a farce. Lu Ye patted his senior brother's shoulder, shaking his head. What is the sage implying? You of the Yin-Yang school must send someone to eliminate that Chu Ning. The two immediately changed their expressions. Chu Ning is now the disciple of that demon. Even if we were to leverage all the connections of the Yin-Yang school, we could never hope to surpass that demon. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, the Yin-Yang school will undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of the demonic sect. Absurd. The elder's demeanor shifted abruptly, the oppressive aura of the 8th rank Wujing suffocating the two. My Confucian sect still possesses 3 individuals of the Wujing realm. Moreover, in the eastern Haoran continent, we hold the advantage of time, place, and harmony with the populace. As long as my Confucian sect protects you, how could Ji Qingqiu extinguish the Yin-Yang school? You need not worry. If you eliminate that Chu Ning, my Confucian sect will no longer restrict your Yin-Yang school from spreading your teachings and will promise to nurture one of your disciples to the rank of saint, ensuring the survival of your school. Lu's countenance darkened, ready to voice his outrage, yet was restrained by his junior. Is this truly the case? Within a century, I guarantee that your Yin-Yang school will produce a saint. I vow this by the heavenly principles today. Lu Ye clasped his hands in a bow. We shall accept this matter. The sage nodded slightly, leaving behind a token before vanishing. Lu Ye stepped forward to receive the token, furrowing his brow as he examined it. This item can conceal one's identity, realm, and the time of celestial phenomena. With it, it may be possible to disguise oneself and infiltrate the ranks of the demonic sect. The sage surely possesses grand aspirations. Lu clenched his fists and exclaimed, You are mad. Having drawn the ire of that demon through our divinations, we find ourselves ensnared, already having offended that fiend. Do you truly believe that the demon will not perceive my intentions, retaliating against my cultivation with the forces of celestial phenomena, and will grant us no opportunity to assassinate her disciple? Moreover, why do they not take action themselves? Lu Ye shook his head. The sage's words are not without merit. Should the demonic sect produce another capable of breaking through to celestial phenomena, the 3 teachings will inevitably face extermination, and the Yin-Yang school will certainly be excluded. Now, the sage has granted us an opportunity to develop here, which disrupts the established order. If the Confucian sect refrains from assassination, once this is discovered, it would ignite a direct confrontation between the Confucian sect and the demonic sect, providing the latter with an excuse to invade. Even if our Yin-Yang school is implicated, it would not draw in the conflict between the 2 continents. But must we not seek to obliterate our adversaries? Even if the sage swears by the heavenly principles, how could he truly ensure our preservation? Lu Ye smiled slightly. Our Yin-Yang school's ancestors were once capable of debating with the Tao ancestor, yet now we have been driven out of the Qingming continent, reduced to such a state. Although there are indeed 2 saints within our ranks, what good does that do us? Could it be that my senior brother is willing to watch the Yin-Yang family descend into despair without a chance for redemption? The 2 of us are destined to be estranged from the path of greatness. All we can do is seek opportunities for the Yin-Yang family. Lu Sun was suddenly taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Lu Ye laughed again. Your son is the only disciple of the Yin-Yang family in many years with the potential to transcend the boundless. With his extraordinary physique, if he can pass the threshold of a sage, he will surely attain the 8th realm. The celestial phenomena may even align in his favor. The Confucians will never permit such a person to exist, but now, with the vows of the lesser sage, this child has a chance to survive and to lead our Yin-Yang family to revival. The assassination of my junior brother will eliminate the threat posed by the Confucians and pave a path for our Yin-Yang family. Lu Sun's voice trembled as he gazed at Lu Ya with a mixture of emotions. But what if the Confucians are unable to stop Ji Qingxiu? As practitioners of divination, we can manipulate fate. At worst, we can stake the prosperity of the Yin-Yang lineage. Extremes always give rise to opposites, and that is the opportunity for my nephew. A chance for the resurgence of the Yin-Yang family. Sign-in successful. Reward, 10,000 contribution points. Remaining contribution points, 14,440. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ning began to ponder. It seems that the transformation of the supreme demon body can also be fully realized. Once the demon body reaches its peak, there will likely be nothing left to draw upon, which means it will be time to accumulate foundation for breaking through to the understanding of destiny. Xiao Qi, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Luo Yu asked from behind. Chu Ning came back to his senses and smiled, shaking his head. It's nothing, senior sister. Just matters of cultivation. Luo Yu nodded slightly. With our master present, any uncertainties regarding cultivation can be resolved by consulting him. Chu Ning smiled. I understand. Senior sister. Although Chu Ning had seldom asked their master about cultivation, this senior sister was quite amiable. By the way, senior sister, I have a question. Chu Ning glanced at the meditating Ji Qingxiu, lowering his voice considerably. I just want to ask about the exact nature of Master S. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, I have a question too. With curiosity, Luo Yu inquired. How come you are so close to our master? I have spent many years under his tutelage, yet I have never seen him treat anyone with such kindness. I won't mention you two being in the same room. But when you wielded your sword, you were holding on to him. Chu Ning immediately grew anxious. That was because I was only in the 2nd realm. I couldn't wield the sword properly. Observing Chu Ning's demeanor, Luo Yu squinted and smiled. That's not what I meant at all. Why are you so nervous? Initially, I suspected you of harboring secrets, but now I am certain. Quick, tell me, what exactly is your relationship with our master? From behind, Ji Qingxiu stirred, prompting Luo Yu to hastily step forward. Master, Ji Qingxiu replied calmly. The matters concerning the Yin-Yang family have been resolved, and there is nothing else here. Prepare yourself. I shall assist you in attaining sagehood. Luo Yu's gaze froze momentarily before she became invigorated, casting aside her earlier doubts. Thank you, master. Seeing this, Chu Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Has the truth been revealed? Did senior sister notice? That can't be. My relationship with the master is perfectly normal. What is wrong with holding on to him while wielding a sword? It was the same before. No, that is not right. Chu Ning finally recognized the problem. In a typical master-disciple relationship, such peculiarities do not exist. What he considered normal had long been perceived as abnormal by others. Chapter 49. The empty nest children slay the immortals. Chu Ning silently followed behind the two women. He was not particularly concerned about his senior sister attaining sainthood. In his understanding, a saint was undeniably powerful, but he had never witnessed the extent of such strength firsthand. His senior sister was on the verge of becoming a saint, and she ranked 3rd among her peers. How elevated must their master's realm be? Chu Ning swallowed hard. Luo Yu, the 3rd disciple of the demon lord, was something he had learned during their previous encounter in the heavenly demon treasure land. A disciple cannot casually refer to others as master or teacher, can they? Could it be that their master is truly the demon lord? Chu Ning fervently hoped not. After all, he had scolded the demon lord numerous times in the presence of his master, disparaging the former while praising the latter. If their master were indeed the demon lord, it would be quite the predicament. Being a disciple of the demon lord must entail serving as a model for the entire sect, or something to that effect. Chu Ning merely wished to remain close to his master, without the burden of such responsibilities. As they walked, Chu Ning suddenly sensed something odd. Why did the scenery shift with each step he took? Just a moment ago, they were at the boundary of the continent, and now he could not recognize his surroundings. Ji Qingxiu raised her head and surveyed the flat, expansive area around them. This location was undoubtedly ideal for transcending the tribulation. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. The disciples have developed some understanding of the path to sainthood over these years of cultivation. Even if Master did not come this time, I would have achieved a breakthrough, she remarked. Ji Qingxiu slightly inclined her head. In that case, I shall discuss the profound mysteries of sainthood with you, allowing you to gain greater confidence in your attainment. This time, I will protect you, she stated. Luo Yu expressed her respect and gratitude by bowing her hands. Thank you, Master. Ji Qingxiu turned her gaze toward Chu Ning. This area within 100 miles has been sealed by me. Ninger, you may cultivate here. It is likely that imparting the teachings will take some time. Chu Ning smiled. Master, rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. He sought out a vacant space not far from the two. His mind lingered on the recent display of power. Surely, it was something only his master could achieve. Was this the power of space? The ability to shift with each step? He needed to cultivate diligently as well. Just as Chu Ning intended to accelerate his progress in the heavenly demon body, a flash of sword light appeared at his waist. Beside him stood a small girl with a seemingly harmless smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Shouldn't we settle accounts? Zhu Xian's expression changed instantly, her demeanor turning fierce. Since my consciousness came into being, no one has dared to intimidate me. Not even the adults treat me like you do. You may have used me to carve flesh, but you also dared to insult me. Is it not time to settle this score? The girl, though petite, exuded an impressive aura. Chu Ning could clearly sense that he was no match for her. The transformation of the celestial sword into a sentient being, capable of manifesting as a humanoid, likely surpassed even Chu Ning's abilities. Nevertheless, feeling guilty, Chu Ning maintained his composure as he addressed the girl. You've seen my relationship with my master. I need not say more. Zhu Xian was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the previous night's events where the two individuals exhibited behaviors that were more akin to companions than master and disciple, causing her to hesitate. She cautiously turned to Chu Ning and whispered, Are you and the demon lord truly companions, or merely teacher and student? Chu Ning sighed deeply. Indeed. My master is the demon lord. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Zhu Xian clenched her fists and glared at Chu Ning. As a spirit of the sword, her intelligence mirrored that of a girl her age, yet she was becoming increasingly aware of the complexities of relationships as time flowed. Although she was unfamiliar with the interactions between companions, it was evident that the two were not a typical master and disciple. They held hands and embraced, which unmistakably indicated companionship. This was the reason for her inquiry. Chu Ning raised an eyebrow. You are merely a sword spirit. How dare you speak so boldly to your master? Have you lost your senses? Zhu Xian laughed heartily, hands on her hips. It seems you are the one who dares to challenge me. Yesterday, you treated me with utmost caution, unaware of the demon lord's identity. Now that you know, you wish to dominate me instead? Chu Ning scratched her head, realizing that this girl did not respond well to forceful tactics. In fact, she seemed even more eager to confront her. Chu Ning shifted her approach. Imagine this. If someone intends to strike you, would you allow them to do so without resistance? That would be foolish, wouldn't it? Furthermore, I can clarify everything you mentioned. I know you can explain, Zhu Xian retorted. But what was that uproar last night about? Chu Ning asserted confidently. I was merely concerned that you might jeopardize my plans. Zhu Xian was left speechless, as if struck by the truth of the matter. After all, last night, this person had indeed treated the demon lord with great respect. The girl suddenly widened her eyes. Aren't you the demon lord's disciple? How could you act in such a manner? With clarity and integrity, what issue could arise? Zhu Xian inquired. Seeing this, Chu Ning smiled gently. My relationship with my master is somewhat closer than the average master-disciple bond, which hardly requires explanation. Now, let us discuss your situation. Zhu Xian quickly regained her composure, now hesitant to confront Chu Ning, though still feeling somewhat dissatisfied. What is wrong with me? Chu Ning sighed. I am aware that you were once my master's treasured sword. I am currently at the second realm and cannot unleash your full potential. However, since my master entrusted you to me as a token of her faith, I shall ensure that you are well cared for. As for the matter of allegiance, I am indifferent. Yet, should you wish to be at my command, I shall certainly strive to utilize your strengths to the best of my ability. Zhu Xian squatted on the ground, tracing circles with her fingers. I was merely a sword in the hands of the demon lord during her youth. With her innate sword bone, all things can become swords. My utility is negligible, and I may even be a burden. Being beside her, I was the only one to awaken as a sword spirit, yet she has not wielded me for many years. It was only recently that I was sealed and handed over to you. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning understood. It seemed Zhu Xian was akin to a neglected child, having gone unused for years in her master's presence, leading to feelings of disappointment and perhaps even inadequacy regarding her identity as a sword. Naturally, Zhu Xian would feel unsettled after being treated in such a manner since coming into Chu Ning's possession. Enough. With a sigh, Chu Ning slowly spoke, from now on, I shall certainly ensure that master does not seal you away. Just make sure you do not flee at a critical moment. Since master has entrusted me with Zhu Xian, I shall not tarnish the honor of the sword of immortality. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ning and muttered softly. What grandiose words from a mere second realm cultivator. Just ensure that the demon lord does not seal me away. Chu Ning chuckled, relieved, having reached an agreement. It proved to be quite uncomplicated. Observing the petite girl before him, Chu Ning found her quite agreeable. As if he had acquired a small charm that could converse with him. Suddenly inspired, Chu Ning conjured 2 celestial demon images. Zhu Xian raised her head, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Dog. Just as Ergo regained his senses, he spotted the little girl Zhu Xian rushing towards him and immediately prepared to flee. Possessing a rudimentary intelligence, they quickly discerned the impending danger. However, they were already captured. Watching as Zhu Xian embraced the fierce beast, Chu Ning smiled. It seemed her intellect was akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, proud yet vengeful. Nevertheless, the level of threat appeared to be rather low. They had likely reached some form of cooperation. With the troublesome matters entrusted to the 2 dogs, he could devote himself to his cultivation. Seated on the ground, Chu Ning closed his eyes and focused his mind. Would you like to use 9,900 contribution points to enhance the supreme celestial demon body transformation? His body began to undergo a transformation, the demonic form reawakening. Progress of supreme celestial demon body transformation has reached 100. Detection of the celestial demon 9 images experiencing a moment of enlightenment due to the influence of the supreme celestial demon body. Upon reopening his eyes, Chu Ning found himself in an entirely different realm. A towering celestial demonic figure stood before him, seemingly the only entity in existence. Its crimson gaze peered down from the heights of the purple clouds, demanding, "Who dares to dispute my true name?" Chapter 50, Master. Disciple is afraid. A deafening roar echoed from the clouds, gradually enveloping the entire world, resounding with a thunderous intensity. Who are you to dispute my true name? However, the commotion before him caused Chu Ning to furrow his brow. This demonic form bore a resemblance to his lizard-like appearance. Could it be that this was also the supreme celestial demon body? In the next moment, the scene abruptly vanished. Chu Ning opened his eyes, returning to his original world. It appeared he had been drawn into some sort of illusion, seemingly due to the celestial demon 9 images and the demonic arts. Chu Ning immediately checked his status panel. Chu Ning, spiritual root, high-grade spiritual root, cultivation, 2nd realm, subtle stage, technique, celestial demon 9 images, perfection, celestial demon rotation method progress, 0. Chu Ning's expression shifted. It seemed that upon reaching the perfection level of the supreme celestial demon body transformation, the celestial demon 9 images had gained enlightenment? Yet, wasn't the celestial demon 9 images a technique that could be cultivated all the way to the heavenly images? He had never heard of it granting sudden enlightenment. At least, Ji Qingxiu had never mentioned it. She merely stated that the external sect's celestial demon 9 images technique had been simplified for easier cultivation. What he was currently practicing was the system's completed version, the orthodox technique. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Ning. Only those capable of growth and enhancement can truly benefit from the system's contributions, whether it pertains to one's innate roots and physique or the mastery of techniques. Perhaps the heavenly demon 9 forms of the demon sect is not the pinnacle of this art. There may still be further advancements to explore. Presently, the challenges before Chu Ning have multiplied. He seeks to elevate his spiritual root, refine the newly comprehended techniques, enhance the sword-nurturing gourd, and indeed, improve his physique as well. Unsurprisingly, upon examining the details of his physique, he discovers supreme heavenly demon body, transformational stage, progress, 100, can utilize 10,000 contribution points to advance to the ultimate stage. It appears that the supreme heavenly demon body holds significant potential for growth. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Ning. Could it be that the heavenly demon body he glimpsed in the illusion was merely the supreme heavenly demon body cultivated to the great completion stage? An unexpected excitement welled within him. Although its appearance might not align with conventional aesthetics, it exuded an undeniable ferocity. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he could simply crush them beneath his foot. What a delight that would be. Thus, the immediate task at hand is to enhance the progress of his techniques. Current progress of enhanced techniques has reached its limit. What? Chu Ning paused, scratching his head. It seems he needs to break through to the 3rd stage before further enhancements can be made. No wonder this panel felt locked, revealing only a name without any detailed description. Yet, curiosity piqued within him. Just how formidable could the technique derived from the insights gained after the heavenly demon 9 forms be? Currently, the benefits from the heavenly demon 9 forms are substantial. Could the heavenly demon wheel turning technique be related to the demon body? He glanced at Ji Qingxiu and Luo Yu, who were still deep in discussion. The exterminate immortals were engaged in a playful rivalry, while the Taotai and Xiongqi seemed to have no temper left to display. Chu Ning found these 2 creatures rather pleasing to the eye. With a breakthrough in his realm, he should be able to adjust their size, right? Otherwise, if they resembled the condensed demon forms, it would indeed be rather unsettling. Chu Ning held his breath, focusing his mind, opening the 6 meridians, and drawing in demonic energy. He sought to break through to the 3rd stage. Within the 3 teachings, there exists a saying, When a sage imparts the teachings, they speak like blooming lotus flowers, invoking the celestial timing, illuminating the hall with brilliance. Chu Ning intended to cultivate, anticipating a span of 3 months. One day, upon opening his eyes, he was suddenly struck by an extraordinary phenomenon, the demon sovereign imparting the teachings of the sage. At that moment, the heavens above were shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. Beside Ji Qingxiu, Luo Yu was entirely absorbed in the comprehension of the sage's path, her form radiating with golden light. This spectacle left Chu Ning momentarily dumbfounded. The thunderous presence extended for at least 100 miles, with no end in sight. Was the sage's thunder tribulation truly this formidable? Fortunately, he possessed the heavenly Tao body, alleviating any concerns regarding the thunder tribulation. Ji Qingxiu gradually rose, guiding Chu Ning away, her previously calm gaze shifting upon noticing him. Ninger, I sense that your demon body has made further progress. Even she, Ji Qingxiu, could not help but find her disciple somewhat formidable. Such rapid advancement. Was it truly possible to feel a presence of an entirely different caliber in just a few days? Transform your demon body for me to see. Chu Ning nodded, and in the next moment, his demon body manifested. Compared to before, Chu Ning radiated a dim, mysterious luster. Ji Qingxiu delicately plucked a flying leaf with her fingertips and hurled it with the force of the third realm. Clang. The sound was akin to the clash of metal. Resonating with a sharp clarity, Chu Ning rubbed her arm, feeling a twinge of pain. Ji Qingxiu took a deep breath. Just a twinge of pain? With Ninger's current demonic form, she could withstand the sword energy of a third-realm swordsman? Engaging in battles across realms seemed to pose no challenge at all. This remarkable progress was indeed formidable, nearly on par with her own achievements from years past. All right, revert back, she instructed. Chu Ning nodded and smiled at Ji Qingxiu, asking, Master, how do you find my progress? With time, you shall undoubtedly become the mightiest sage of our demonic sect, even capable of standing alongside me. Chu Ning fell into silence. I can only stand on the same line as my master by relying on my extraordinary abilities. Ji Qingxiu clarified. This evaluation is already the highest. If we disregard my status, you would be the unparalleled sage in the entire world, balancing both swordsmanship and body cultivation. Your offensive capabilities are extraordinary, undefeated among peers, capable of slaying foes across realms. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning felt a sudden expansion of her heart and joyfully clasped Ji Qingxiu's hand. Strength matters little. What truly matters is being close to my master. My demonic form has finally made some progress. Shouldn't there be some reward from you, master? Ji Qingxiu feigned ignorance and glanced toward the distant Luo Yu. Your senior sister is about to undergo the thunder tribulation. Master, focus your thoughts. Although you need not endure the thunder tribulation, you can still witness the might of this thunderstorm up close and gain some insights. Master, are you intentionally pretending not to hear? Ji Qingxiu sighed lightly. Once your senior sister completes her breakthrough, we shall return to the sect. Chu Ning was elated. So, does that mean we can go back to the sect? Ji Qingxiu helplessly ruffled Chu Ning's hair. Ninger, do you believe what you desire is entirely innocent? There is no need for such audacity in your thoughts. Chu Ning squinted and smiled. Whether it is innocent or not, isn't that for you to decide, master? Do you think my intentions are pure? Ji Qingxiu gazed intently at Chu Ning, pondering for a long while. Perhaps it is innocent. Then I assert it is certainly innocent. Does this mean we can return to the sect? Indeed. As the thunder erupted magnificently, colossal bolts seemed poised to engulf the entire plain. Chu Ning understood at that moment why her master had brought them to witness this tribulation. Could a mere human withstand such power? Within a 10-mile radius, a single bolt of lightning descended, leaving the ground barren and charred. Chu Ning and Ji Qingxiu stood at the edge of the tribulation, observing. She could almost sense the sheer magnitude and force of this thunder. The culmination of centuries of arduous cultivation, if pushed further, could truly manifest as a celestial phenomenon, commanding the might of heaven and earth. Yet, this thunder was not singular. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bolts had already struck down. Regardless, her senior sister would be unable to witness this. Panic-stricken, Chu Ning leapt into Ji Qingxiu's embrace. Master, I'm afraid. Ji Qingxiu's body suddenly stiffened. Afraid of thunder? Yet just moments ago, you seemed so engrossed, quite unlike someone who fears it. Realizing this, she couldn't help but chuckle, gazing affectionately at the frightened Chu Ning seeking solace in her arms. Indeed, children are still children. Chapter 51. Is it true that a high level of cultivation allows one to tease their disciples? Thunder rumbled through the air, and flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened skies. The terrifying power of the saintly thunder tribulation is such that without a sufficiently robust physique and cultivation, it would be utterly impossible to withstand. Ji Qingxiu did not worry about Luo Yu. She could discern her disciple's capabilities. However, As she gazed at the dazzling lightning before her, her mind wandered to another matter. When did Ninger become so unabashed? After all, she had initially been quite resistant, caught in a state of desire without the courage to act. Yet, it had not been long since then. Now, both the desire and the courage had emerged. Officially, they were still master and disciple. Yet, in private, feeling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her master, Chu Ning raised her gaze to the countenance, so close at hand. She yearned to kiss. Ji Qingxiu sensed this, as if she had intuitively grasped her disciple's intentions. Emotional entanglements posed the greatest obstacle to cultivators. One must concentrate on their practice. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning clearly felt indignant. What about the master? Was her affection merely one-sided? Without the master's previous displays of intimacy, how could he have transformed from a devoted disciple into one who constantly yearned for his master? Surely, the master must bear some responsibility as well. Chu Ning did not accept this assertion. However, Ji Qingxiu's response was straightforward. My cultivation is high. Chu Ning found herself momentarily at a loss for words. So, high cultivation equates to teasing one's disciple and stirring their heart, does it? Though she felt a sense of injustice. If her master truly were the demon sovereign, then this assertion seemed devoid of any flaw. Unable to contain herself, Chu Ning inquired. Zhu Xian told me that master is the demon sovereign. Is that true? Ji Qingxiu chuckled softly. Since you already possess the answer in your heart, why seek further clarification from me? Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning prepared herself mentally. Yet her composure wavered. This statement was an acknowledgement. A disciple of the demon sovereign. No wonder she had previously referred to herself as the true self. When had this change occurred? Perhaps when she confessed her feelings to her master. It felt as if a blow had struck her forehead, leaving her filled with confusion. Since her master was the demon sovereign, why did she choose to accept her as a disciple? Was it not the case that the master only accepted those with divine talent? Ji Qingxiu found this question rather intriguing. Who said that? Was it not the common gossip among the sect members? Ji Qingxiu replied nonchalantly. I had no intention of cultivating disciples, but the elders of the sect insisted, lest the lineage be left unfulfilled. As the sect leader, it is only natural to select those with exceptional talents to cultivate. Otherwise, must I constantly oversee their practices? Moreover, these disciples are nurtured as the pillars of the sect, and those with inferior talents are simply not viable. Chu Ning nodded thoughtfully and pressed further. Then why did master choose to accept me as a disciple? Is cultivating a successor the same as nurturing a disciple? Chu Ning was somewhat perplexed, yet suddenly recalled the words of her senior uncle Mu Li, who had said that among the disciples, only Chu Ning was unique. It was not about talent. It was simply a matter of wanting to cultivate her as a disciple, the kind of direct transmission. A sense of guilt inexplicably washed over Chu Ning. The master truly regards me as his disciple, yet I have surreptitiously glimpsed him bathing. Now, I find myself feeling shameful towards you, master. I am uncertain whether you are a demonic lord or if you intend to cultivate me as your favored disciple. At this moment, Ji Qingxiu gazes at Chu Ning with a narrowed smile. How is it that I am now embracing my master? Chu Ning feels a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that perhaps he has indeed shown a lack of respect for his teacher. Ji Qingxiu sighs and playfully tugs at Chu Ning's cheek. Did I not mention that it matters not who I am? I will always be your master? Why must you concern yourself with my identity? The disciple merely feels a bit overwhelmed. Do you wish to cease being my disciple? Chu Ning fervently shakes his head, exclaiming that he certainly wishes to remain. Yet he feels unworthy of his master's guidance. His master has treated him so kindly, and to act as a wayward disciple is truly shameful. Am I even worthy of being called a person? Will you not wish to embrace me in the future? This question sends Chu Ning into a flurry of contemplation. While professing respect for his master, he is simultaneously engaged in actions that could be deemed disrespectful. It is indeed a contradiction. However, after a brief hesitation, Chu Ning promptly declares his desire to embrace. In fact, he holds his master even tighter. His master is a demonic lord, undoubtedly carrying great burdens. Yet, to abandon the affection for his elder sister simply because of this pressure is out of the question. He still wishes to defy convention. Cough cough. Yet, Chu Ning remains perplexed. Why would his master acquiesce to such requests? Ji Qingxiu feigns confusion. What have I agreed to? The notion of holding hands or embracing. When did I ever consent to that? It appears that the master has never explicitly stated such things. The initiation of physical contact was always direct. But upon noticing the subtle smile curving Ji Qingxiu's lips, Chu Ning becomes anxious. Master, do not tease me. You are aware of my feelings for you. Allowing me to behave in this manner, does it not suggest that you too harbor feelings for me? Ji Qingxiu's expression remains calm and unperturbed. These actions are entirely your own and do not reflect upon me. Moreover, you have already claimed that if your heart is pure, then you are innocent. Now, if you find yourself lacking in purity, what concern is that of mine? Chu Ning retorts, "Is it truly fair for you to disavow responsibility, master?" Ji Qingqiu chuckles lightly. "I am not shirking my responsibilities. My heart is indeed pure. It is you, Ninger, who seems to be in a quandary." Chu Ning quickly interjects, "I too am quite innocent in my heart. Then all is well, is it not?" Clearly, this was not the response Chu Ning sought. His master must harbor affection for him. Otherwise, why would he have provided him with facial cleanser? Even the Zhuangxian can perceive the abnormality in their relationship. Zhuangxian, playing with a dog nearby, turns his back to the pair, yet the astonishment on his face is unmistakable. Such a master-disciple relationship is truly alarming. The dog appears to be on the verge of being squished. Is the abnormality solely Chu Ning's fault? Did not the master himself ignite the flames of passion within his heart? But why does the master refuse to acknowledge it? Suddenly, Chu Ning recalls something. During the Bai Luo Tan, did not the master suggest they first establish a master-disciple relationship? Could it be thus? Hesitating momentarily, Chu Ning tentatively speaks. "Master?" Ji Qingqiu gazes at him with a look of curiosity. "What is it? Did the master mean to first establish a master-disciple relationship?" Ji Qingqiu chuckled lightly. "I cannot comprehend your words, but I am aware that your senior sister has successfully completed her tribulation and is now solidifying her cultivation. Should you continue to cling like this, I shall not shield you." Chu Ning hastily released his grasp. As anticipated, a purple beam of light suddenly surged into the sky. The thick clouds dispersed swiftly, replaced by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Is my senior sister also a heavenly body? Has it stirred the celestial phenomena? Ji Qingqiu shook his head. A sage can indeed influence the heavens. A sage recognized by the world, when condensing the heavenly demonic image, will naturally provoke celestial phenomena. Before long, the anomaly dissipated. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the space before them. In the next moment, Luo Yu burst through the void. "Master, I have successfully attained the status of a sage." Chu Ning inhaled deeply. It turned out the master had never deliberately concealed anything. His methods had always been the direct application of sage powers. It was merely that Chu Ning had been oblivious. He even thought the master lacked renown. But was it not for the sake of cultivation? At this moment, although Chu Ning felt a twinge of anxiety upon learning of his master's identity as the demon sovereign, that feeling soon transformed into exhilaration. Even as the demon sovereign, the master had promised to return to the sect and fulfill his conditions. A demon sovereign would not be one to break his word. Chapter 52. Something is amiss with this senior sister. Strengthening the foundation through diligent refinement. One need not force the subsequent levels. Simply walk your own path in cultivation as fate permits. Luo Yu respectfully clasped her hands together. "I shall obey, master." Witnessing this, Ji Qingqiu smiled. Luo Yu's expression inevitably reflected surprise. In the past few days at the Sword Gate, had she ever seen her master smile? During her time in the demon sect, she had never witnessed Ji Qingqiu's smile. Luo Yu's gaze could not help but drift toward Chu Ning, who was playfully teasing a dog with the little girl. Little Seven must be hiding something. His relationship with the master is certainly unusual. Unable to restrain herself, Luo Yu spoke. "Master, may I have a moment alone with my junior brother? It will not take long." Ji Qingqiu did not refuse, but suddenly recalled something and advised. "Ninger has been rather restless lately and neglecting his cultivation. It would be beneficial for you, as his senior sister, to guide him." Luo Yu laughed. "After just 3 days of cultivation, my junior brother's momentum has already surged far beyond before. Can we call that neglecting his practice? It is more akin to rapid progress and diligent effort." However, regarding his restlessness, she had her suspicions but needed confirmation, feeling somewhat impatient. When had the master ever referred to her as disciple? Had he ever called her anywhere? None of the other senior and junior sisters had received such treatment. The disparity was glaring, leaving her feeling slightly bitter. Yet, upon contemplating certain possibilities, a sweet sensation washed over her. He. Luo Yu dared not say more, fearing Ji Qingqiu might strike her, and swiftly pulled Chu Ning away. The demon dog looked up in bewilderment. "Huh, where did he go?" "Master, Chu Ning is missing." Oh. Since 500 years ago, when Ji Qingqiu took in his disciple Jiang Kai, 6 out of the 7 disciples, including Chu Ning, possessed extraordinary talent. Gazing across the expanse of the continent, 6 divine beings have emerged over the course of 5 centuries. As long as they do not succumb to premature demise, their ascendance to the realm of sages is a foregone conclusion. The demonic sect, of course, would never allow such a phenomenon to transpire. With the addition of another sage-level combatant, Ji Qingqiu finds her spirits lifted. The strength of her disciples is of paramount importance. Should they prove formidable, they could bear the weight of the demonic sect, allowing her to follow the path of other venerable ancestors within the continent, relinquishing her position as sect master to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Matters of the sect would then be entrusted to her disciples and the elders, emerging only when the situation demands her intervention. It appears this is the current state of affairs, Ji Qingqiu muses. Yet, she remains the nominal sect master, and at times, she must make an appearance. Previously, this did not seem burdensome. Now, however, she contemplates that it would be better to relinquish this title sooner rather than later. For an early abdication would bring about greater tranquility. Once free of the responsibilities of leadership, aside from addressing any significant crises that may arise, she would have little to worry about. Perhaps she could wander the realms with Ninger instead. As for internal dissent within the sect, she feels no anxiety. Not to mention the existence of the 36 elders of the inner sect, all of whom she once taught, and who remain loyal to the demonic sect, alongside a formidable 8-realm fox spirit overseeing matters. The fox spirit, without a doubt, would not betray her, though she might take an interest in her disciples, necessitating a firm prevention of any interactions. Even if troubles did arise, as long as she remains, the demonic sect shall not falter. Thus, whether she occupies the position of sect master or not makes little difference. Embracing the role of a hands-off overseer would indeed be quite delightful. Ji Qingqiu's contemplative demeanor inspires a profound respect in the nearby Zhu Xian, for such a demeanor surely indicates a significant enlightenment in her cultivation. At an inexplicable mountain peak, Chu Ning gazes around in bewilderment. Was I not playfully teasing Zhu Xian? How did I end up here? Sister Luo? Chu Ning's expression is one of confusion. Is it really you, sister? Luo Yu beams with a smile. Master instructed me to admonish you, stating that you have not been diligent in your cultivation lately, and that your disposition has become restless. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's displeasure is palpable. Of course, I have been diligently cultivating. During these past few days of your cultivation, I have been consistently engaged. It was during my discourse with Master that the mention of prior times was made. Luo Yu narrows her eyes, scrutinizing Chu Ning. It is precisely when you are alone with Master. Chu Ning feels a twinge of embarrassment, clasping her hands together to maintain her composure. Naturally, I am also cultivating. Luo Yu nods in agreement, expressing her sentiments. I see. But why does Master say you are restless? Is it not because you think of unwholesome matters when you are with him? Chu Ning is momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching as she regards Luo Yu. Sister, do you know Master Mu Li? Why do I feel that your conversational style resembles his? I do know him. My relationship with Master Mu Li is quite close. No wonder, as they say, one is influenced by their surroundings. You speak of Master in such a manner. Do you not fear inciting his ire? Yet, Chu Ning reflects. Even if such slander were to exist, it seems her own transgressions are far greater, considering the circumstances. Luo Yu chuckles, giving Chu Ning a reassuring pat on the shoulder. There is no need for apprehension. I am merely curious about the apparent favoritism your master shows you compared to others. Initially, I believed that there was no deeper relationship between you and your master, but upon reflection, it seems that within Confucianism, regardless of one's lineage or connections, one would be stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard. Surely, the demon sect would not do that? No. It is merely a matter of addressing each other properly. You call me senior sister, and I call you grandmaster? Chu Ning took a couple of steps back, his expression wary. Senior sister, I advise you to be kind. My relationship with the master is innocent, nothing like what you suggest. Upon hearing this, the young woman appeared dejected. Oh, is that so? I had thought you were rather special. She sighed deeply. I have heard from Uncle Mu Li that the master has devoted himself to cultivation for millennia without ever experiencing love. I thought perhaps you could evoke such feelings in him, but it seems I was mistaken. Actually, I had no ulterior motives. Even if you were special, would I dare to harm you? This is the demon sect. Whatever the master decrees is absolute. If the master wishes for you to become a companion, who in the world would dare to utter a word against it? It is truly unfortunate, then, that since your relationship with the master is clear, I shall say no more. Chu Ning initially felt compelled to speak up, as he sensed that Ji Qingqiu had something to reveal, but now, curiosity overtook him. What do you mean? Luo Yu replied earnestly. What are the master's preferences? Have you not noticed that he spends his days either cultivating or in contemplation? No. He also teases his disciples. Yet, upon reflection, it indeed seemed that way. He was wholly devoted to his path, embodying the essence of a recluse. He realized she did not truly understand the master, while the master had a firm grasp on him. However, since you have no ties with the master, I shall refrain from speaking further. Chu Ning's demeanor was righteous, almost making him appear virtuous. No, I believe it is prudent for me to listen, he countered. After all, it is only natural for a disciple to honor their master, and understanding their preferences to bring joy to the master is indeed a commendable pursuit. Luo Yu's smile widened. Then I shall tell you, when there is progress, I shall send word for you to attend the wedding feast. Chu Ning corrected her, senior sister. My devotion to honoring my master is not as you imply. Very well, she replied. Before long, Luo Yu led Chu Ning back to Ji Qingqiu's side. Chu Ning felt somewhat dazed. How far had they traveled back and forth? Was the power of a sage truly so formidable? Luo Yu, shedding her earlier playful demeanor, bowed respectfully. Thank you, master, for assisting your disciple in breaking through to the sage realm. I shall dutifully guard the sword gate, preventing any Confucian disciples from stepping foot inside. Ji Qingqiu waved her hand dismissively. You may go. Luo Yu vanished in an instant. She turned to Chu Ning and spoke gently. In that case, let us return to the sect. Is there no rush? Ji Qingqiu asked, somewhat puzzled. Compared to her, wasn't Ninger more eager to return to the sect? Chu Ning smiled. It seems the great Zhou dynasty is on our way back to the sect. Why not take a moment to explore the imperial city of the great Zhou? Ji Qingqiu appeared lost in thought for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. What have you and your senior sister discussed? Chu Ning clasped Ji Qingqiu's hand and implored. Come on, master, it's on the way anyway. Sigh, do as you wish. Chapter 53. Master, does this taste right? In truth, Luo Yu had said little. She merely mentioned that master hailed from the great Zhou dynasty in his youth, which was distinct from ordinary mortal dynasties. It was an immortal dynasty influenced by sects of cultivators, allowing it to endure for a millennium. Since the rise of the demon sect led by Ji Qingqiu, the influence of the demon sect had rapidly expanded. Larger sects either submitted to the demon sect as its vassals or faced annihilation, while smaller factions sought to align themselves with local dynasties for resources such as spirit stones. The previous Great Li dynasty was one, and the Great Zhou dynasty they were now heading to was another. After a journey, they finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Great Zhou dynasty as dusk approached. The massive city gates loomed majestically, resembling a tiger or leopard standing guard. Here, cultivators held a lofty status, traveling on swords while local commoners knelt and hailed them as immortals. Chu Ning observed a few individuals with a similar aura to his own, perhaps in the third realm, yet their prestige far surpassed that of those he had encountered at Swordgate Pass. The diverse customs and traditions across regions painted a vivid tapestry of the cultivation world. The two did not choose to fly on swords, but instead walked into the city. The streets were adorned with vibrant flowers, and the wide avenues were lined with opulent mansions, where elegantly attired officials and wealthy individuals exuded an air of grandeur, far more luxurious than the places they had previously visited. As Chu Ning surveyed the city, he was captivated by the scenery, glancing up to see the sun nearing its descent. Master, shall we find an inn first? Ji Qingqiu regarded the now unrecognizable architecture of the city with a neutral expression. There was no urgency about finding an inn. They could stroll around the city first. Chu Ning nodded, and the two continued their way into the city. The number of street vendors began to increase, and colorful lanterns illuminated the roadside. After sunset, the streets filled with more citizens, creating a lively atmosphere that was a stark contrast to the earlier quiet. The noise unsettled Ji Qingqiu, who preferred tranquility for her cultivation. The city no longer resembled its former self, and she felt little inclination to dwell on the past. The only remnants of her memory were the dilapidated houses and graves outside the city. After so many years and generations, those graves would have surely been leveled. In truth, Ji Qingqiu was more inclined to visit those places, though she knew it mattered little whether she did or not. It seemed more worthwhile to rest with Ninger at an inn. Yet, at present, Ninger appeared to be quite intrigued. Chu Ning was indeed captivated. The imperial city was undoubtedly bustling, and with cultivators and immortals cohabiting, it was evident that the emperor too sought longevity through cultivation. As one of the mightiest dynasties in the Central Plains, it was certainly not to be underestimated. However, his attention was clearly drawn to something specific. Suddenly, he spotted a vibrant stall bustling with activity, filled with eager customers. A sign nearby proclaimed osmanthus, indicating the sale of osmanthus cakes. Senior sister mentioned that master had once enjoyed these. Throughout their journey, he had encountered numerous sights, yet none had captured his attention due to the lack of patrons. It was evident that the flavor was likely subpar. However, the current establishment, bustling with a queue, left little room for doubt regarding its appeal. As if sensing her disciple's thoughts, Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. Your senior sister is indeed attentive to such details, but I have not expressed any discontent. Since we are here, we might as well enjoy the scenery. The landscapes of mountains and rivers possess their own unique allure, just as the capital has its charm. Beauty can be found in every corner, and at this moment, she was in high spirits. Chu Ning smiled, and, noticing the throng of people around them, took Ji Qingqiu's hand and moved closer. Master, it seems we will have to wait for a while. Ji Qingqiu nodded. If you are interested, I shall accompany you. There is no need to rush. Passers-by were inevitably drawn to the pair waiting in line, including a sword-wielding immortal who paused for a moment. Many gazed longingly from afar. For the striking beauty of the woman in black robes made her the center of attention wherever she went. Yet, none dared approach. This was not due to any legal restrictions. As in a dynasty that revered strength, the law only constrains the weak. Even if one were to commit a crime, would the authorities dare intervene? They might even assist in covering it up. Yet, these two were clearly not ordinary individuals. The enchanting woman exuded an air of mystery. But as cultivators, they could sense the swirling spiritual energy around the man. He appeared to be perpetually absorbing spiritual essence at an astonishing rate. He must possess a superior spiritual root, and there seemed to be an underlying intimidation in his demeanor. Thus, the woman adorned with a violet gourd could not be an ordinary person either. Her ethereal presence suggested a cultivation level far beyond their own, a realm they could hardly comprehend. Survivors in the realm of cultivation are invariably wise. Provoking others recklessly could lead to fatal consequences. It seemed they were merely indulging in the human experience, perhaps as partners exploring the mundane world, definitely not to be trifled with. However, the seemingly formidable Chu Ning did not engage in any deliberate display. The uniqueness of his demonic form lay in its constant conversion of spiritual energy into demonic energy, fortifying his foundational cultivation effortlessly. With the advantage of a superior spiritual root, his progress in cultivation was indeed akin to a leisurely endeavor. It was for the best that no one sought to provoke him. He pondered the inevitability of lustful intentions arising in the realm of cultivation. Yet by that time, it would likely be the instigators who would find themselves in peril. His master's ability to create an atmosphere of equality and harmony within the sword gate suggested a preference for order and decorum. Perhaps when the time came, it would not be the provocateurs who met their demise, but rather those uprooted entirely. After a quarter of an hour, the two successfully purchased osmanthus cakes, priced at 1 tael of silver per pound, somewhat exorbitant. Nevertheless, upon tasting a piece, Chu Ning found it truly delightful. "Master, would you care for a piece?" he offered, nonchalantly disregarding the curious gazes from those around them. Previously, many had gathered around the stall selling osmanthus cakes, their attention captured by the pair, the man with a transcendent appearance and the woman of unparalleled beauty, hand in hand, embodying a celestial couple. However, upon hearing the term master, nearly every gaze turned towards them, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and intrigue. "You're holding your master's hand. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate?" However, in the next moment, the crowd witnessed a scene where a long sword appeared. The woman lowered her head to savor the pastry, her eyes twinkling with delight as she playfully tousled the man's hair, gradually walking away. The previous sight left the onlookers feeling as though they had misheard. Such a pair resembled celestial lovers, perfectly matched and unforgettable for a lifetime. In contrast, their own companions seemed woefully inadequate. Once they had distanced themselves, Ji Qingqiu smiled and spoke. "Why the display earlier?" Clearly, she referred to the act of public feeding. While she could surmise that Ning had purchased this treat for her, the manner of its presentation in such a public setting was somewhat embarrassing. After all, such actions hardly resembled those of a master and disciple. When in the company of Ning, she often found it difficult to maintain her composure, especially under the scrutiny of a crowd that perceived them as a couple. There was no anger, only a sense of fluster. Chu Ning, holding Ji Qingqiu's hand, chuckled. "No one here knows the master, so why should we be seen merely as master and disciple?" Ji Qingqiu narrowed her eyes and smiled. "If we are not recognized as master and disciple, then what are we?" Chu Ning, taking a cue from Ji Qingqiu, resolutely avoided answering in that direction. Both understood the unspoken truth. After all, if they weren't seen as master and disciple, what else could they be? Ji Qingqiu sighed, casting a helpless glance at Chu Ning. "Your audacity continues to grow. Do you dare to tease your master now? Has your senior sister not chastised you at all?" She assured him that their cultivation would not be hindered. Chu Ning looked at Ji Qingqiu with a smile. And considering that the master has accompanied the disciple to enjoy the scenery, the disciple should also accompany the master. Senior sister mentioned that the master most likely wished to visit the great Zhou dynasty. Was the osmanthus cake suggested by your senior sister as well? Ahem, master. Are you implying that I should sell my senior sister? Haven't you already done so? Chu Ning retorted. Senior sister is a sage now. She surely wouldn't mind such trivial matters. Walking closely beside his master on the bustling streets of the city, their relationship appeared increasingly less like that of master and disciple. The atmosphere was notably humorous, as if they were both fully immersed in their playful banter. After a brief silence, Ji Qingqiu suddenly laughed. "Well, I usually don't think of it this way. Osmanthus cake is not particularly to my taste." Chu Ning promptly produced a piece of osmanthus cake and offered it to Ji Qingqiu. "Master, does this flavor suit you now?" Ji Qingqiu pursed her lips. Her heartstrings seemingly tugged, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Such audacity. What kind of master-disciple relationship is this? Yet, she couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness. As Chu Ning insisted on feeding her, Ji Qingqiu took a bite and then sighed, ruffling his hair. Ning, your feeding is guilt-free. No need for the master to inquire further. Let us find an inn. Chapter 54. A return to familiar grounds. A millennial vigil upon revisiting familiar territory. Ji Qingqiu felt little sentimentality, yet it did stir some long-buried memories. Having followed her previous master in her teenage years to seek enlightenment, she had distanced herself from the mundane world. She still recalled her parents preparing for her elder brother's wedding, their gratitude overflowing after receiving substantial gifts from the demonic sect, while her brother wept with heartfelt emotion. Looking back, Ji Qingqiu's appearance remained unchanged. Yet the old family home had been overtaken by neighbors who now used it to house livestock. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that her parents had long since passed away, and her elder brother, emboldened by the presence of a sister practicing in the demonic sect, had brazenly resorted to tyranny and plunder in their locality. Ultimately, a passing cultivator, unable to tolerate such injustice, severed the heads of the entire family and fled, leaving them displayed atop the city gates. The complexities of right and wrong, of grievances and enmities, hardly warrant debate. The affairs of mortals remain just that, mortal affairs. One must atone for their misdeeds, akin to repaying a debt. These memories, however, fail to stir any ripples in Ji Qingqiu's heart. She harbors no longing for the great Zhou dynasty, nor does she crave the osmanthus cake. Perhaps the origin of these events lies in Luo Yu's earlier sighting of Ji Qingqiu purchasing a bit of cake at the foot of the mountain. In truth, during her family's less prosperous days, her parents had simply made use of the blooming osmanthus outside to prepare a modest treat from the yellow flower at home. After all this time, the flavor eludes her recollection. Having tasted it, she found it unpalatable and chose not to indulge further. Now, by a twist of fate, a trivial misunderstanding has come to Ninger's attention, which Chu Ning has taken seriously, genuinely seeking the most exquisite taste. Ji Qingqiu finds herself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, her disciple is adorably naive. Yet, it is precisely this innocence that leads Ji Qingqiu to appreciate the pastries that Ning has offered her. Accompanying Ning to purchase them has sparked such sentiments within her. At this moment, Ji Qingqiu feels a flicker of joy and cannot help but ruffle Chu Ning's hair. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you somewhere special. Each occupied room in the inn remained uneventful. Chu Ning genuinely believed that Ji Qingqiu might have feelings for him, which is why he accompanied her. After all, his master seemingly possesses few interests. It would be nice for her to experience some other joys. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast, Ji Qingqiu led Chu Ning out. Is your master's family home still standing near the outskirts of the capital of the great Zhou dynasty? Chu Ning queried. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. After all these years, I have not sought anyone to restore it. I doubt it still exists. Chu Ning remained silent, simply walking alongside Ji Qingqiu. He felt a deep sense of contentment being alone with his master each day, wishing for such moments to last eternally. His thoughts were undoubtedly not pure. Purity in such matters would be absurd. They ventured to Hualin Township, a quaint village markedly quieter than the bustling capital. As they traversed the path, Ji Qingqiu followed her memories in search of her childhood home, drawing the attention of many onlookers along the way. Suddenly, Ji Qingqiu's expression changed slightly as she gazed at a distant small courtyard, momentarily lost in thought, her usual composure faltering. Chu Ning, following her gaze, also paused at the sight of the modest dwelling. It was a simple wooden house, with pristine steps beneath the eaves, and the courtyard was remarkably tidy. Far more so than any other farmhouse they had encountered on their journey. Surrounded by a fence that appeared to have been recently erected, the courtyard gate, standing at half a man's height, was secured with an iron padlock. Within the enclosure stood an ancient locust tree, its trunk thick enough to require 4 or 5 embraces, clearly having endured many years. The dilapidated house and the venerable tree presented a rather pleasant sight, yet it hardly seemed to have withstood the test of a millennium. Chu Ning felt a twinge of confusion. Was this the location of his master's former residence? Yet it appeared as though someone resided here. Ji Qingqiu seemed lost in thought, murmuring, "It is exactly as it was when my master departed." Chu Ning was taken aback. Hadn't the master mentioned that no one cared for it? Ji Qingqiu too was perplexed. Just as she intended to step forward, an elderly man, over 70 years of age and wielding a hoe, suddenly emerged. "Who are you? No one is permitted to enter here," the old man exclaimed. Ji Qingqiu cast a glance at him, feeling no anger, but instead began to calculate with her fingers. Moments later, she arrived at an answer. "Is it true that your ancestors belonged to the Wang family?" The old man paused, staring at Ji Qingqiu with an increasing sense of familiarity. After a prolonged moment, a spark of recognition ignited in his mind, and without a second thought, he dropped his hoe and retreated into the courtyard. Chu Ning, utterly bewildered, questioned, "Who is this person? Does the master know him?" Ji Qingqiu shook her head. "I do not know him, but perhaps I have seen his ancestors from many generations past." Chu Ning swallowed hard. The longevity of life indeed seemed extraordinary. While the generations of others had long since passed, the master remained ageless. Before long, the old man came rushing back, clutching a book in his hands. Comparing it to Ji Qingqiu before him, it was immediately apparent. "But, esteemed demon lord," he exclaimed, kneeling with a thud, "I am Wang Yong, and I humbly greet the demon lord." Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. "Your family has shown great dedication. Upon my return to this land long ago, you replicated my image for posterity, tending to this courtyard through the generations. It has now been a millennium, has it not?" Chu Ning stood in stunned silence. Could it truly be so? For 1,000 years, they had watched over this courtyard, generation after generation. The old man's eyes brimmed with tears. "From my ancestor Wang Jin to this humble old man, there have been 19 generations. My ancestor entrusted us with the duty to care for this courtyard, ensuring that if the demon lord ever graced us with his presence, he would find solace here. We have never faltered in this duty for 1,000 years." In truth, he was uncertain of the reality of this tale. Could the renowned demon lord Ji Qingqiu truly have originated from their small town? Yet each generation of their ancestors had diligently safeguarded this courtyard, with their final words always imparting the hope that if the demon lord ever arrived, it would be a chance bestowed upon their lineage. The old man had heard these tales since childhood, and as he grew, he married, had children, and witnessed his descendants flourish, some serving in the imperial court while others ventured into trade. They spoke of bringing the old man to enjoy prosperity. Yet he remained steadfast in honoring his ancestor's wishes to care for the courtyard. Little did he expect that in his lifetime, he would truly encounter the esteemed demon lord. Ji Qingqiu regarded the old man and spoke slowly. "Given your family's devotion, I shall grant you an opportunity. Speak. What is it that you desire?" The old man shook his head vigorously. "The young offspring of my family are relatively decent, and we have never lacked for wealth. Moreover, serving the esteemed demon lord is a privilege for me." "Lacking in wealth?" Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment before casually tossing a pill towards him. "Your lifespan is nearing its end in merely 3 years. This pill can refine your body and extend your life by 50 years. Your lifelong toil here shall be considered compensation for your efforts. In addition, you may select a disciple from your family to enter the demon sect as an inner disciple for training. Should there be no one with spiritual roots in your family, I shall grant your lineage everlasting wealth and prosperity." The old man's expression brightened, and he bowed deeply once more. "I am grateful to the esteemed demon lord," he exclaimed, before hastily unlocking the door and ushering the two out, leaving them in peace. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu felt a twinge of nostalgia. While her parents and relatives did not evoke memories, it was the Wang family that stirred something within her. Years ago, upon witnessing her family's land being occupied for livestock, they had knelt in fear after realizing that she had ascended to the saint realm after 4 decades of cultivation. However, Ji Qingqiu had simply walked away, with no intention of retribution. To her surprise, the Wang family had rebuilt their small courtyard and ensured their descendants looked after it, perhaps out of fear. Gazing at the quaint courtyard, Ji Qingqiu hesitated, uncertain whether to enter. Sensing her trepidation, Chu Ning smiled and took her hand. "Master, no matter where one cultivates, it is all the same. Why not stay at your home for a few days before returning?" After a brief contemplation, Ji Qingqiu's face broke into a smile. "Very well." Chapter 55, confused, almost kissing. The small courtyard was clean and tidy, reflecting the old man's diligence. It appeared well maintained, showing signs of repair. The care of the courtyard by generations of descendants was indeed a significant opportunity. Being able to extend the life of an elder without spiritual roots by 50 years was already a stroke of fortune, and allowing their disciples to enter the immortal gate was an even greater blessing, especially as inner disciples. Even without spiritual roots, securing wealth and prosperity for future generations was the least one could expect, and this was precisely the opportunity Ji Qingqiu offered. Opportunities may vary in magnitude, but their worth is contingent on one's capacity to seize them. The two entered the house to inspect their surroundings. Basic living necessities were present, though bedding was conspicuously absent. If they were to stay, they would certainly need a set. The central room had doors leading to bedrooms on either side, along with a chair. Zhu Xian, transformed into a small girl, surveyed the room with curiosity. This is where the esteemed demon lord lived back in the day. Remarkably, this lineage of the old man has persisted for a full 19 generations. However, no one paid her any heed. The little girl observed as Chu Ning held the esteemed demon lord's hand, wandering about, and she fell silent for a moment. Forget it, she thought. I'd better not look further, lest I see something I shouldn't see. With that, she dashed out of the courtyard to explore. Inside the room, Ji Qingqiu smiled as she surveyed her surroundings. The Wang family had indeed put thought into their restoration, keeping it quite similar to how it had been when her master left. Chu Ning chuckled. It's fortunate we came, otherwise, master might have thought this courtyard was lost forever. In truth, I too held a similar sentiment. Within the confines of the room, Ji Qingqiu discovered a recliner and gracefully reclined upon it. The members of the Wang family tended to the house with a commendable adherence to decorum, and they did not reside within the courtyard, which posed no concern for Ji Qingqiu. A few days of rest here would be quite pleasant. Had she come alone, she might have merely strolled about and departed without hesitation. Yet, since she was accompanied by Ninger, she found herself contemplating these matters more deeply. Chu Ning nodded, an inexplicable excitement coursing through her. The home of her master from years past, and the prospect of sharing it with him. Before her, Ji Qingqiu appeared somewhat languid, the corners of her eyes gently descending. A refreshing breeze swept through the courtyard, bringing with it a coolness that coaxed her eyelids to flutter shut, and she inadvertently drifted into slumber. Observing her master, Chu Ning took a deep breath. It was likely that Ji Qingqiu, too, sought a moment of repose, especially in a place that once held so many memories. It must be said, her master was indeed a vision of beauty. The desire to draw closer was palpable. However, in that moment, Chu Ning wisely refrained from intruding, opting instead to exit quietly. After a brief respite, Ji Qingqiu slowly reopened her eyes. So much remained unchanged. Yet so much had transformed. In days of yore, she was accompanied by her parents. Now, it was Ninger by her side, on the path of enlightenment. If one's thoughts become overly convoluted, it can indeed tarnish one's spiritual resolve. Typically, Ji Qingqiu would not dwell on such matters. Yet, in her current cheerful disposition, she found herself reminiscing about her youth, devoid of sorrow, merely amused by the recollections. Outside, Chu Ning returned, arms laden with various provisions, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and a selection of meats and vegetables. Ji Qingqiu inquired with curiosity, "What is all this for?" Chu Ning, looking perplexed, replied, "Didn't Team Master say we would be staying here for 2 days? I noticed you seem to prefer not eating outside, so I thought I would cook." Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, refraining from rising, and instead began to arrange bedding in the adjacent rooms. After Chu Ning had set everything down, she busied herself in the kitchen. The skills of a cultivator are numerous. Fetching water and tending to the fire are mere trifles. However, the art of cooking cannot rely on magical prowess. The flavor would be amiss. Chu Ning prepared several simple home-cooked dishes, and by the time she finished, dusk had settled in. The daylight was gradually consumed by the night, leaving behind streaks of crimson on the horizon, while the night sky twinkled with stars, the Milky Way barely discernible. The master and disciple shared a small table, engaging in casual conversation about cultivation, techniques, and Ji Qingqiu's childhood. Yet, she remained tight-lipped about the past, regardless of Chu Ning's inquiries. Nevertheless, she savored the meal prepared by Chu Ning with great delight. As the night deepened and their bellies were full, it was apparent that Chu Ning had no intention of practicing. She chose instead to sit alongside Ji Qingqiu beneath the eaves. This evening, her master seemed markedly different, strikingly so. The usual cool demeanor had softened, revealing a gentler essence. The more Chu Ning observed, the more she felt an urge to play the role of a rebellious disciple. The small courtyard offered little in terms of picturesque scenery, save for the robust old locust tree below, its leaves cascading to the ground with each gust of wind. Ji Qingqiu appeared lost in thought. What occupied her mind? Chu Ning was uncertain, yet she inched her chair closer, drawn into the tranquil night, where the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars. Desiring to hold hands, Chu Ning's fingers stretched forth, only to be abruptly interrupted by Ji Qingqiu's voice. "Ninger," startled. Chu Ning immediately retracted her hand, a sheepish smile adorning her face. "What is it, master?" "I am quite pleased today," Ji Qingqiu replied. "It is good to see you happy, but perhaps revisiting this place has stirred some memories?" Ji Qingqiu shook her head, leaving Chu Ning perplexed. "That is not what I meant. The people from back then are rather hazy in my memory, only fragments remain, though they hold some significance. What brings me more joy is your company, Ninger." With a serene smile, Ji Qingqiu continued, "When you first became my disciple, you remarked that the pursuit of longevity was to behold more splendid vistas. After I departed from this place, I did not witness much, solely engaging in cultivation and inquiry, which often felt lacking. However, since you became my disciple and articulated that sentiment, I had a moment of insight, though it was not entirely clear at the time. Now, standing here, I perceive that the journey of cultivation indeed reveals many landscapes worthy of exploration. Curious, Chu Ning inquired, what vistas does Master speak of? Ji Qingxiu turned to gaze at her. Chu Ning scratched her head in confusion. Noting this, Ji Qingxiu chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that her disciple's intellect ebbed and flowed. It was natural for Chu Ning, who was no romantic sage, to struggle with this understanding. Yet, it was precisely this innocence that intrigued Ji Qingxiu, prompting her to extend her hand, beckoning Chu Ning closer. Suddenly, Chu Ning snapped back to reality, her heart racing uncontrollably. Had Master just flirted with her without her realization? How vexing. Yet, gazing at Ji Qingxiu before her, Chu Ning found her thoughts entranced. Throughout her journey, she had witnessed many sights, but none compared to the beauty of her master. Ji Qingxiu playfully chastised, "What are you pondering? I am your master. Such sentiments ought to be directed towards me." With a hint of mischief, she added, "If we were to venture out, no one would recognize our relationship as master and disciple." Ji Qingxiu momentarily appeared taken aback. With that, Chu Ning rose from her chair, leaning toward Ji Qingxiu, eager and anticipatory. Observing this, Ji Qingxiu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained still, fixated on Chu Ning. Their faces drew closer together when suddenly a voice echoed from the doorway. "You too." Zhu Xian stood at the entrance, utterly astonished. "You are master and disciple. How can you be so intimate?" But then, realizing something, she swiftly turned and fled, feeling like an outsider. The enchanting atmosphere shattered, the two locked eyes. "Master, should we continue?" Ji Qingxiu remained silent, her fingertips subtly twitching. Suddenly, the chair beneath Chu Ning cracked, collapsing with a loud thud. "Ouch!" Chu Ning exclaimed as she fell ungracefully, on the verge of tears. "Master, this chair is of poor quality." Ji Qingxiu's lips curled into a faint smile as she rose and walked back to her room, leaving behind a single remark. "This is your punishment, unruly disciple." Chu Ning lay flat on the floor, gazing at the moon overhead. Why was he taking so long? Hurry up and plant a kiss. Even if the god of extermination were to arrive, it would hardly matter. The crux of the matter was that he never expected this girl to come. He was utterly entranced by his master. His master was simply too beautiful, and the god of extermination was an utter nuisance. Perhaps it would be best to seal this sword after all. Alas. Chapter 56. The master is the disciple's motivation for cultivation. The night was deep and profound. Chu Ning, with no other choice, decided to retire for the night. No kiss had been exchanged, nor had hands been held. Not far from the door, the god of extermination stood in a daze, eyes fixed on that courtyard, her gaze wide and unblinking. How could this master-disciple pair dare to be so intimate? It was utterly terrifying. Were they not master and disciple? Indeed, they were. They called each other master and disciple all day long. Yet here they were behaving in such a manner. What a scandalous sight. The young girl cupped her face in her hands, listening intently. It seemed that the sounds from within had faded, and she cautiously approached. Seeing that the courtyard was empty, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Are you the daughter of the demon lord?" The god of extermination was taken aback, turning to look at the old man. "Daughter?" The old man, interpreting her surprise as shyness, chuckled. "I am merely here to tend to the demon lord's estate." Who would have thought the demon lord would return today, bringing along a daughter? If that were the case, then the man must be the demon lord's partner. He mused with a grin. The god of extermination recognized the old man. Her divine sense was not sealed, and she had witnessed the scene of the old man's arrival today. But what was he talking about? How could she possibly be the daughter of the demon lord? It was far more accurate to say that the master and disciple were partners. Ignoring him, the god of extermination entered the small courtyard, finding a quiet spot to transform into her sword form and rest. The old man scratched his head, pondering if he had misspoken. Confused, he decided it was best to just sleep. Originally, his lifespan was 3 years, but now it had been extended by 50. If family disciples possessed spiritual roots, they could enter the inner sect of the demon sect and become revered immortal masters. The opportunities left by the ancestor were truly remarkable. At dawn the next day, Ji Qingxiu rose and stepped outside, only to find the god of extermination resting on a chair beneath the eaves. A smile suddenly graced her lips. It brought her joy to see her disciple humbled, yet she sensed that continually allowing him to falter would not bode well. She had no intention of refusing him the previous day. It was merely that Ning Er's own sword had thwarted her good intentions. To whom could she lay the blame? Suddenly, her brow arched as she sensed someone approaching from behind. She feigned ignorance, cradling the god of extermination in her arms. From behind, a pair of hands wrapped around her, pressing against her back. Chu Ning chuckled softly. "Didn't the disciple mention that it's all right to embrace? Is that not so?" Ji Qingxiu sighed deeply. "When did the master ever say that?" "The master did say so, allowing the disciple to act as he pleased. Did you not? You did not seek the master's consent. The master did not refuse, did she? Ji Qingqiu stands somewhat taller than Chu Ning, exuding an aura of dignified authority. Yet, at this moment, she finds herself cradled in Chu Ning's arms, her cheeks slightly flushed, showing no sign of resistance. The fragrance emanating from her master is truly enchanting, and Chu Ning, unable to resist, nuzzles against Ji Qingqiu's back. The Zhuxian, feeling overwhelmed by the scene, decides to seal its senses, allowing the master and disciple to indulge in their affections without interference. Master, I wish to inquire about something, Chu Ning said. Ji Qingqiu responded, intrigued. Having practiced dark arts for many years, have you ever heard of a breakthrough in these techniques? Chu Ning continued, his curiosity piqued by the concept of the Tianma Luanzhuan Gong, a derivative technique following the Tianma Jiuxiang. Although he had yet to commence its cultivation, he was eager to comprehend its essence. Ji Qingqiu's eyes reflected a hint of perplexity. I have not heard of a breakthrough concerning Tianma Jiuxiang. The legacy of dark arts spans millennia. These techniques are foundational, are they not within your grasp? Or do you believe you have reached a level of completion that hints at a possible breakthrough? Setting aside concerns about spiritual roots and physical form, what astounded her most about Ninger was his astonishing aptitude for the Tianma Luanzhuan Gong. It seemed as if he was born to practice these dark arts. His understanding bordering on the extraordinary, even capable of manifesting the essence of ancient ferocious beasts, with the likes of Tao Tai and Xiongqi at his command. The potential was indeed terrifying. Just these two alone could rival a sage once Chu Ning ascended to that realm, and he would undoubtedly cultivate further. Do you truly believe there are secret techniques beyond the dark arts? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning refrained from immediate agreement, recognizing that he still needed to refine his skills before achieving a breakthrough. I merely have some insights, though I cannot articulate them precisely. I am still in the exploratory phase, he replied. Taking a deep breath, Ji Qingqiu remarked, indeed, the Tianma Jiuxiang appears to lack further potential, at least. I am unaware of any. However, if you possess some understanding, it must stem from your exceptional talent. Encouraged by this acknowledgement, Ji Qingqiu began to contemplate the matter of the Tianxiang realm. Now at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, she stood just a step away from the Tianxiang. Having stagnated in her exploration for centuries without a hint of progress, the only explanations she could conceive were flaws in the technique or deficiencies in the heavenly path. Yet the techniques were established by the Dark Ancestor and passed down through the ages. How could they be flawed? Thus, she had long harbored suspicions regarding the heavenly doctrine, especially since no figures of the 9th realm had emerged from the other 3 teachings. Yet, upon hearing Chu Ning's words, doubt crept back into her mind. What if, after all, Ninger was undeniably a prodigy in the cultivation of these techniques? Chu Ning smiled and declared, if I achieve a moment of enlightenment, I will inform you at once. You have treated me with such kindness, Master. How could I not share my findings? Your strength is, after all, a reflection of my own. Are we not done with our training today? How long do you intend to hold me? Chu Ning seemed reluctant to let go, his expression one of innocent grievance. My progress in cultivation is swift. It is only reasonable that I desire to embrace my master when I tire from practice. Is it not? It is unreasonable. The pursuit of cultivation should not be taken lightly. To be so lackadaisical in the early hours. How can you expect to focus on your training today? Chu Ning, with a sense of resignation, released his hold, feeling somewhat regretful. If the disciple wishes to cultivate, then so be it. Ji Qingqiu smiled gently, stating, it is merely a practice session between teacher and student. Gaining proficiency in sword techniques and comprehending the essence of the sword is beneficial. Hearing this, Chu Ning felt a surge of motivation. Yet, he suddenly sensed an unsettling dissonance. Hadn't his ultimate aspiration been longevity? Wasn't that his greatest driving force? Why now did he need to train alongside his master to feel inspired? Alas, he had indeed become complacent. Or was it that he had missed a kiss the night before? Contemplating this, Chu Ning raised his head and playfully asked, if I complete my sword practice, can I receive a kiss from my master? Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, evidently caught off guard by this unexpected turn of thought. How had the disciple's reasoning led him here? No, this wouldn't do. Last night, he had received a kiss without any disturbance from the exquisite sword. So should his master not compensate him? Who said that? Did I ever say you could kiss me last night? Ji Qingqiu pretended as if nothing had transpired. Chu Ning, filled with indignation, declared, if my master continues like this, then next time, I shall simply kiss you without asking. First, practice your swordplay. Master, is that acceptable? Shall we discuss it after I complete my practice? Then it is settled? Chu Ning immediately seized the exquisite sword, a grin spreading across his face. My master has promised, and one cannot go back on their word. I never agreed to anything. Ji Qingqiu responded calmly. Hurry and accompany your disciple in sword practice. Chapter 57. Just send me in previously. I taught you the 9 forms of the demonic sword, and now you have mastered them all. Next, I shall guide you in the path of the sword. In the small courtyard, Ji Qingqiu retrieved a long sword from his sword-nurturing gourd at his waist. The previously ordinary sword had, after only a few days in the nurturing gourd, attained mid-grade quality. A peak spirit-grade nurturing gourd could easily refine even the lowest-ranked longsword. With that, he directly exchanged the exquisite sword from Chu Ning's grasp. Chu Ning scratched his head, perplexed. Master, do I not need the exquisite sword? Ji Qingqiu maintained a serene expression, slowly explaining, the exquisite sword is indeed a celestial weapon, capable of significantly enhancing lethality. However, employing its power is merely leveraging the might of the celestial sword. It does not reflect your own capabilities. Prolonged use may hinder your understanding of the sword path. Diligent practice in swordsmanship is essential for you to grasp the essence of the sword. Holding the sect's standard long sword in his hand, Chu Ning could not help but notice the stark contrast. It felt like grasping a mere iron rod. What should I do then? Begin with the demon dispersing style, executing 3,000 strikes, thrusts, and slashes each. Your connection with the sword itself is not yet strong, and thus, you cannot unleash the true potential of the exquisite sword. Without hesitation, Chu Ning readily agreed. His master, the current demon's sovereign and foremost authority in swordsmanship, was undoubtedly formidable. Who could fathom the true extent of his power? Though simple actions like thrusting and slashing may not seem divine, his master's guidance surely held profound wisdom. Recalling the sword forms in his mind, Chu Ning promptly commenced. However, it was not long before Ji Qingqiu's brow furrowed in concern. Your swordplay merely mimics techniques, merely enhancing your proficiency. Such practice is unnecessary at this juncture. Chu Ning expressed his confusion. Then what should the disciple do? Focus intently on wielding the sword, and immerse yourself in the essence of the blade, Ji Qingqiu articulated. Unable to provide a more detailed explanation, merely offering a broad overview. After all, the fundamental understanding of sword intent had come to her the moment she grasped the sword. It required no instruction. Her innate talent was exceptional, so much so that certain matters need not be contemplated at all. The current dilemma lay in articulating it. Ning possesses commendable talent and comprehends well. Surely, he will discern it in due course. Chu Ning felt a sense of futility in hearing this. His lips twitched as he looked at Ji Qingqiu. How does one experience sword intent? Could you elaborate, master? I shall demonstrate for you. It is for you to comprehend on your own. Too much explanation may hinder your cultivation. Is that so? Indeed. Ji Qingqiu, maintaining her composure, used her fingertip to simulate the sword, illustrating the thrust, slash, and swing techniques. Each movement exuded a palpable sword intent, and one could faintly hear the sound of air being sliced. Incredible. Yet, I still cannot grasp it. He sighed, resigning himself to the task of introspection. His master surely intended for him to find joy in independent discovery. Chu Ning gradually calmed his mind, focusing intently on the longsword before him, replaying the techniques in his thoughts. This time, he felt a slight improvement. He would pursue this method. Ji Qingqiu nodded in subtle satisfaction before taking a seat nearby. This was her way of teaching. When it came to sword techniques, they were formulaic and quite simple. However, the elusive nature of sword intent proved challenging to convey. All she could do was attempt to describe it as best as she could. Simultaneously, during his practice, Chu Ning was wholly absorbed. Cultivation was for the sake of longevity, and longevity was to remain close to his master. How could he afford to be inattentive? In whatever endeavor, one must dedicate their thoughts to the task at hand. When practicing swordplay, one must concentrate solely on the sword. When enjoying the closeness with his master, one must relish it without distraction. Thus, his heart could be deemed serene. As the morning wore on, Ji Qingqiu shook her head. Ning exhibited commendable speed in other areas of practice. Why was he so clumsy in the way of the sword? After a morning's training, it seemed he had made only minor progress. This level of cultivation barely matched that of an inner disciple within the sect. It was not that Ji Qingqiu was demanding too much. Chu Ning possessed numerous abilities. Merely his demonic form rendered him invincible within his realm, and he could even contend with third-tier cultivators. Wielding an immortal sword, he could confront peak prodigies of the third tier, a formidable existence indeed. Yet, since he was training in swordplay, she placed particular emphasis on the path of the sword and wished to impart all her insights to Chu Ning, albeit in a gradual manner. If only Ning's swordsmanship would advance more swiftly, she could provide him with greater guidance, fulfilling her responsibilities as a master. Nevertheless, at present, Ji Qingqiu held a deep appreciation for him. When Chu Ning was engrossed in his practice, he bore a different visage, distinct from his usual endearing foolishness, exuding a certain charm in his concentration. Let us continue to practice. There is no need to rush. In the courtyard, Chu Ning's pace gradually slowed. He swung his sword freely, and given his physical prowess, he required little time. Yet, it bore no fruit. The essence of sword intent cannot be grasped merely through the frequency of wielding a sword. Rather, it is a profound reflection on the insights gained from previous strikes. Each interval between his sword swings spans approximately 15 minutes, devoid of any reliance on cultivation or the celestial sword, merely the act of swinging the sword itself. What is sword intent? What constitutes the path of the sword? To achieve mastery, one must possess exceptional qualities. The master, without employing any magical techniques, can manifest sword intent, surpassing even the methods of attack infused with demonic energy. This suggests that pure sword intent does not require the support of profound cultivation, but exists solely through the act of wielding the sword. This time, Chu Ning's meditative state extended longer than ever before, as visions of swordsmanship from the elite disciples he had sparred with flickered in his mind. With a tranquil spirit and a unified body and sword, he became one with the sword, and the sword became an extension of himself. At this moment, his intent embodied sword intent. With a mere thought, Chu Ning raised his hand and gently executed a sword strike. The force behind this strike was minimal, however. He discerned the trembling of the sword body accompanied by a resonant hum. There was a sound akin to the slicing of air. Ji Qingqiu, standing beside him, nodded in approval. Precisely so. Continue practicing until you complete the remaining exercises. Chu Ning nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. He could sense a hint of sword intent, albeit indistinctly. Could such a gentle motion truly possess lethality? What if he were to fully harness his understanding of sword intent during his peak? Would he not ascend to an even higher realm? Chu Ning pondered, feeling somewhat fatigued, not physically, but mentally. He craved the comforting embrace of his master to rejuvenate his spirit. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, resolving to focus solely on his sword practice. Why overthink? Once he completed his evening practice, he could indulge in a comforting embrace without hesitation. Motivation surged within him. As evening fell, Chu Ning filled a large tub with water, immersing himself to wash away the weariness of the day. Though exhausting, it felt invigorating. Just like in cultivation, moments of insight brought exhilaration. The path of the sword is no coincidence. The most potent sword cultivators possess undeniable strength. If one could truly master sword intent before unleashing their strikes, the concept would transcend entirely. The sword, capable of breaking through myriad laws, holds immense significance. Yet it is not solely reliant on the sword itself. It is also about sword intent. To wield a sword that cleaves mountains and rivers is not without merit. Is it? With a sense of awareness, Chu Ning savored the experience. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. He looked up to see a figure at the entrance. Master, I'm bathing. What is it? You have made commendable progress today. I have a medicinal liquid that will aid in restoring your spiritual strength. You may absorb it while soaking in the tub. You can retrieve it when you emerge. Chu Ning replied with a hint of exasperation. I've already stepped in, Master. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You could have left it at the door, and I would collect it afterward. No need for that. I shall bring it in. Chu Ning suddenly sensed something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. In the next instant, the door swung open. Chapter 58. My master actually kissed me. With a splash, Chu Ning dove underwater, leaving only his head exposed. Following the line of sight, Ji Qingqiu indeed approached, holding a vial of unknown potion, with naught but her bare skin. Chu Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. But wait, why should a grown man feel shy? It was undoubtedly the imposing image of his master that had inadvertently led him to assume the role of a timid disciple. With this thought in mind, Chu Ning shed his previous reticence, revealing half of his form above the bathing tub. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but it seemed as though his master's gaze flickered in his direction. Ji Qingqiu did steal a glance, but quickly diverted her attention. A master casting a glance was hardly an issue. Indeed, no issue at all. With her countenance as perpetually cool as ever, she approached Chu Ning, pouring the potion into the tub. The once clear water gradually shimmered with a faint green glow, and Chu Ning felt a warmth enveloping his body. Master, what is this? He inquired. It is merely a potion, one that nourishes the soul. Just focus on refining it. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Chu Ning's face. Yet the comforting sensation coursing through him was undeniable. It was indeed a substance that nourished the soul. But why had his master not presented it to him sooner? After all, he had just expressed his intention to take a bath, and had prepared for quite some time. Could it be that his master had forgotten? Nonetheless, Chu Ning did not dwell on it. What his master provided was surely beneficial. If masters were to betray their disciples, then trust would become a rare commodity. With his eyes closed and mind concentrated, he began the process of refinement. At that moment, Ji Qingqiu gradually lowered herself beside him, her gaze wandering from his face to the well-defined contours of her disciple's chest. After his training, the The transformation was indeed remarkable. His physique had become far more robust since their last encounter at the Biluo Pavilion. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she slowly reached out her hand. However, a sudden thought struck her. While refining the potion, Ninger would certainly sense the changes within his body. Though she was tempted to touch him, she restrained herself from doing so. She had come to understand him somewhat. If she revealed even a hint of affection, Chu Ning would invariably notice and respond in kind, often with more fervor than she had initially shown, such as with kisses and embraces. Yet, he would typically advance further than she would. Now, it seemed her disciple was inclined to express his affections toward her. Ji Qingxiu felt that their relationship was progressing rather swiftly. However, since her feelings had evolved beyond the initial discussions with Mu Li, there was no need for her to strictly adhere to the conventional master-disciple dynamic. Even if Ji Qingxiu was inexperienced in matters of love, having never had a partner, she was keenly aware that her previous actions had stirred something within Chu Ning. After all, what was the purpose of visiting his room at the inn late at night to discuss the unblocking of meridians? Perhaps initially, Ninger had not fully comprehended the implications, but it was certain that he would come to understand, drawing closer to her as a result. Ji Qingxiu found this quite agreeable. After all, is not the essence of cultivation to follow one's heart? She was not a reclusive ascetic. If feelings had begun to blossom within her, it was only natural to explore them further and discern the source of the matter. Given that it lay within Ninger, there was no need for excessive restraint. However, one must certainly not grant Ninger the nominal title of a Tao companion. Should that truly come to pass, she fears that the three teachings would undoubtedly cause immense trouble for Chu Ning. Yet, to deny the title of Tao companion, while occasionally offering small tokens of affection, is perfectly acceptable. And does she, Ji Qingxiu, not harbor any interest in such matters? After all, she indeed feels a certain stirring in her heart for Chu Ning. As for the reason, Chu Ning slowly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he found his master's face not far from his own, seemingly deep in thought. Ji Qingxiu leaned over the edge of the bath, her gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met, and an unspoken silence enveloped them, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Master, your presence here makes it difficult for me to continue bathing. The medicinal solution has been fully refined. Ji Qingxiu smiled as she cradled Chu Ning's face. Then you should continue bathing. I will step out. Chu Ning hurriedly intercepted her. Master, what is it? Ji Qingxiu turned her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Chu Ning's face revealed a glimmer of hope as he urgently inquired. Does what you promised during the day still hold true? Feigning ignorance, Ji Qingxiu asked, what matter? Chu Ning let out a light laugh, teasingly scoffing. With your elevated cultivation, how could you possibly forget? As your master, I am swamped with myriad responsibilities, she replied. But today, I am merely resting in this chair. Forget that. I shall be direct. This morning. Yet before Chu Ning could finish, Ji Qingxiu's expression suddenly shifted as she glanced behind him. Luo Yu? What brings you here? Chu Ning's mind went blank. Sister Luo Yu had arrived? How could she possibly know they were here together? I'm still bathing, and the master is right beside me. If this is misunderstood, he quickly turned to explain, but in the next moment, he felt a warmth on his cheek, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock. His master had kissed him. When he turned back, Ji Qingxiu had already risen to leave. Rest well. Chu Ning's heart was in turmoil. Master, that is not what I meant. I was just, with a loud bang, the door closed firmly. Chu Ning nearly wept. He meant to kiss his master. Not the other way around. He had longed to kiss his master for ages. If he could not achieve that, a gentle peck on the cheek would suffice. Oh, how despairing. Chu Ning collapsed against the edge of the bath, feeling utterly despondent. He should not have turned around. How could Sister Luo Yu possibly appear here? Clearly, it was a trick played by his master. With such profound cultivation and being the current demon sovereign, how could she deceive her disciple so shamelessly? With a long sigh, he could not suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. His master had kissed him. He was nearly drooling in delight. This only confirmed that his suspicions were indeed correct. His master must have feelings for him. At this moment, thoughts of the demon sovereign, the demon sect, and the proprieties between master and disciple faded away, leaving only the delightful notion that his master harbored affection for him. Though he did not manage to kiss his master, the fact that his master had kissed him was significant. Chu Ning reached out to take Ji Qingxiu's hand. Seeking a hug, such gestures could easily be interpreted as a master's care for her disciple. But for a master to kiss her disciple, that could only signify love. Chu Ning suddenly rose, filled with determination. I shall defy my master and betray my ancestors. However, he soon found himself engulfed in distress. His master's actions were merely an attempt to fulfill the words spoken earlier that morning, to alleviate his lingering thoughts. After all, they had shared a kiss. What more could there be? One must not be excessive. In short, there was no legitimate reason to dwell further on this matter. But what should he do? In an instant, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Eureka! Before Ji Qingqiu's door, Chu Ning, clad in a thin undergarment, hesitated for a moment before gently rapping on the door. Master, are you resting? A sound came from within. Not at all, what is it? Disciple seems to have injured his muscles and bones today. No amount of rest seems to help. I wish to ask Master to take a look. If only Master could help adjust my meridians, would that be possible? Chapter 59. I, Chu Ning, shall defy my master and betray my ancestors today. A long sigh echoed from within. On the bed, Ji Qingqiu, seated in meditation, displayed a hint of helplessness. It seemed she had employed this very tactic before. Now, it appeared to be turned upon her. One could not deny that apart from his swordsmanship, Chu Ning exhibited remarkable talent in all other aspects. Including matters of the heart, he was quite the imitator. Ji Qingqiu cast her gaze toward the door, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. I have sensed no issue with you. Rest for the night, and all shall be well. No, Master, I was truly prepared to cultivate. But suddenly I discovered my demonic energy was obstructed, as if my meridians were congested. Were it not for my cultivation, I would not have sought you out. I hope Master can assist me in alleviating this. Chu Ning elaborated as best as he could. Yet, since he began his cultivation, he had never felt any hindrance. The notion of congestion was utterly fictitious, but he endeavored to present the situation as grave as possible. Is it not serious if it hinders my cultivation? Master, you cannot turn a blind eye to this, can you? You cannot simply watch as your disciple is unable to cultivate. Ji Qingqiu remained silent for a moment. It was clear to her what Chu Ning intended by coming at such an hour, claiming his meridians were congested. Should she allow him entry? With a click, Chu Ning cheerfully entered. Master, I truly am unwell. Do you not think your words lack subtlety? Chu Ning pondered and rephrased. Then, my body is indeed in distress. Is that acceptable? Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly. If that is the case, I am even less inclined to believe you. If you are to concoct excuses, at least make them more convincing. Without hesitation, Chu Ning removed his upper garment. Ji Qingqiu's gaze faltered, and she silently averted her eyes. Ninger, what are you doing? Chu Ning defended his actions with conviction. Did not Master say that adjusting the meridians requires disrobing? Those were your words. Master, could it be that you were deceiving me? Ji Qingqiu was rendered speechless. However, Chu Ning had already seated himself beside her, grasping her hand and pressing it against his chest. Please, Master, help me identify where the obstruction lies, so that I may cultivate properly. A sudden tremor coursed through Ji Qingqiu's heart, and she could not help but feel her complexion flush. Her proactive approach was justified. At that moment, Chu Ning had failed to perceive her calm demeanor. Yet now, her disciple had already come to a realization. The reason Chu Ning rushed over tonight could not merely be to alleviate his meridians. He must have come with a purpose. Moreover, right from the outset, he spoke with such eloquence and conviction that even Ji Qingqiu found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had treated Ninger in precisely this manner on that day. However, now, as she sensed the warmth radiating from her disciple, Ji Qingqiu swallowed hard. In light of this, you shall recline. Allow me to examine your meridians. Chu Ning was overjoyed, though he managed to restrain himself. At this moment, he truly resembled an upright gentleman, a disciple who revered his master. Yet, aside from those debauched sects, few master-disciple pairs could be found like this, especially considering that the one before him was the demon lord. Observing Chu Ning lying down, Ji Qingqiu took a deep breath. The purifying heart incantation was of no use. What manner of individual had researched that? Was it a person from the Buddhist sect? It seemed to be ineffective when needed, yet suddenly useful at other times. Thankfully, the scholar of the purifying heart incantation had long since passed. Otherwise, Ji Qingqiu would not have hesitated to pay a visit to the West Lotus Isle to claim the head of that bald monk. After so many years of cultivation, how could one still be so restless? Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within her, Ji Qingqiu's expression remained remarkably composed, devoid of any disturbance. As her hand glided across Chu Ning's chest, her astonishment was undeniable. She had always held an interest in Chu Ning, and though she had refrained from touching him during their earlier bath, how could she remain unmoved now? Ji Qingqiu was indeed in the process of examining his meridians. Without this, she could not find tranquility. If she could not calm herself, trouble would surely ensue. She had already discerned the rebellious intentions of this disciple, who had been seeking opportunities to draw closer to her. Chu Ning inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of heat enveloping him. Was Master truly examining his meridians? No, he thought. He was perfectly fine. The disciple had come tonight merely to embrace his master and perhaps engage in a kiss or two. He had not anticipated a genuine examination of his meridians. His foundation was solid. Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow, her expression one of suspicion. Ninger, did you not claim that your meridians were obstructed? What is the issue with me assisting you in this? Could it be that your heart harbors ulterior motives? And you did not come merely for the examination? Chu Ning was rendered speechless. In just 2 sentences, the initiative had shifted back into Ji Qingqiu's hands. Once again, he found himself at a disadvantage. A sigh of relief escaped Ji Qingqiu's heart. Her true self was indeed astute. She had almost lost control of the situation. Today, she was genuinely assisting Chu Ning with his meridians. What more could her disciple possibly do? Clearly nothing. Once the examination was complete, she would allow Chu Ning to relax, perhaps employing a few spells to lull him to sleep swiftly. Otherwise, she truly did not know how to proceed. Seeing this, Chu Ning was equally at a loss for words. When it came to matters of the heart, he was evidently quite inept, unable to find an appropriate way to advance his relationship with his master. However, while he lacked the necessary skills, he could certainly be forthright. Why not just say it directly? After all, as a disciple, one ought to be bold. Absolutely. I shall not conceal even a trace of treachery. Master. Chu Ning grasped Ji Qingqiu's hand, lifting her gaze to meet hers. Ji Qingqiu's previously tranquil heart stirred once more. Indeed, a disciple would not remain passive. How? The sincerity in Chu Ning's eyes was laced with determination. The disciple harbors affection for the master. Ji Qingqiu's heart jolted, yet she quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips. I am well aware, dear disciple. Did you not express your admiration for me previously in the sect? Such feelings are entirely natural, and there is nothing amiss. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning hastily added, I do not speak of the affection inherent in a teacher-student relationship, but rather the romantic kind. With that, Chu Ning sat upright, facing Ji Qingqiu directly. Although this admission felt somewhat like a betrayal, it was necessary to voice it today, and the disciple yearned to know whether the master reciprocated these feelings. Despite Ji Qingqiu's actions clearly indicating affection, after all, one does not hold hands, embrace, or even kiss someone they do not like. Chu Ning still wished to hear her master utter the words, thereby shattering the metaphorical paper screen between them. The master is so enchanting. I long to kiss. I do not wish to remain merely a disciple. Thus, it is imperative to inquire. Today presents an opportunity. Ji Qingqiu's gaze grew complex. The disciple no longer wished to remain confined to the role of a student. A flutter of happiness and excitement coursed through her, mingled with a hint of anxiety. After all, how does one articulate such feelings? Ji Qingqiu found herself at a loss, instinctively reaching for a nearby purple gourd to take a sip of the wine. Once she set it down, however, it was seized by Chu Ning, who also took a mouthful. This act was originally hers, so Ji Qingqiu felt no particular concern. Perhaps Ninger merely desired a taste, a gesture of their closeness. Yet they were already close. How should this be expressed? Just as Ji Qingqiu pondered, Chu Ning, having taken a sip of the wine, hesitated to swallow. Waiting for the opportune moment, Ji Qingqiu's eyes widened in surprise. Unlike their previous encounter in the bath, this time it was a direct kiss, lips meeting lips. After this bold act, Chu Ning inhaled deeply, her gaze sincere as she looked toward Ji Qingqiu. I wish to inquire, Master, what flavor does this wine possess? Chapter 60. Does the rebellious disciple wish to embrace and sleep? The wine slid down her throat, warm yet bitter, with a hint of spiciness. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated her disciple's audacity to kiss so boldly. The sensation was akin to the first kiss, yet this time accompanied by the taste of wine. The flavor was far from pleasant. The inferior wine purchased at the Sword Gate was significantly inferior to that brewed by the fox spirits in the Wanhua forest. Yet that moment, the taste caused Ji Qingqiu's face to flush crimson as she hastily pushed Chu Ning away. Ninger, what are you doing? Did we not agree to maintain a teacher-student relationship? She truly did not foresee the situation escalating to this point. This rebellious disciple possessed considerable audacity. She felt she ought to be angry, indignant even, yet as she gazed upon that face, joy surged within her, akin to a timid deer racing in her heart. Indeed, she has fallen into obsession. Chu Ning is her inner demon. For a moment, the two of them, master and disciple, lay silently on the bed. Chu Ning sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere and felt a bit uneasy. Just as he was about to speak to ease the tension, Ji Qingqiu turned her gaze towards him. The beauty furrowed her brow, her complexion flushed with a captivating blush never before seen on Ji Qingqiu's face. Chu Ning was left utterly speechless, enchanted by her appearance. Was it not a bit unfair how stunning his master looked? Ji Qingqiu's chest rose and fell, evidently lacking her usual composure. How could she maintain her calm when her disciple had kissed her? If one disregards the previous incident with the demonic shadow, this was indeed their first encounter of such intimacy. Ji Qingqiu's mind grew increasingly muddled, yet she took a deep breath and fixed her gaze upon Chu Ning. You claim to have feelings for your master. Do you understand the gravity of such a declaration? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback before responding promptly. Your strength is formidable. Master, You need not fear any rumors. If my strength were sufficient, strong enough that no one would dare speak ill, who would then question the propriety of our actions? Rules are but constructs of humanity, mere constraints that bind only the weak. Ji Qingqiu's brow relaxed slightly. Her disciple was indeed becoming more like her. Once focused solely on longevity, he now shared her sentiments. If one's strength were great enough, who would dare utter a word of dissent? Strength is the only truth in this world. She had only occasionally discussed such matters with Chu Ning, not realizing that he was gradually mirroring her thoughts, a perspective that was indeed correct in this realm. With Chu Ning's current progress, reaching the second realm, he was already formidable among his peers. Should he break through to sainthood within the century, he would stand as one of the most powerful saints of the demon sect. And by then, who would still dare to gossip? Ji Qingqiu held a great deal of faith in Chu Ning. After hearing his words, Ji Qingqiu smiled. In that case, what is it that you admire about your master? Chu Ning chuckled. Perhaps it's merely a case of infatuation. After all, with a master as beautiful as you, it would be impossible not to be drawn to you. Ji Qingqiu sighed with a wry smile. If that is the case, does it mean you would be enamored with all beautiful women in the world? Chu Ning shook his head. You are different. In what way am I different? It is true that you are stunning. If I were to claim I didn't admire your beauty, it would be self-deception. However, I cherish even more the kindness you show me as your disciple. Orphaned and raised by neighbors in my village, I have no familial ties to you. Yet you treat me with such compassion. You are the kindest person in this world, and that is why I am fond of you. Ji Qingqiu pressed her lips together and reached out to gently tousle Chu Ning's hair. Then according to your logic, you should honor and respect your master in return for her kindness. Why, then, do you also harbor romantic feelings? Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Ning's eyes glimmered with determination. I do not wish for you to remain solely my master. I desire to be your partner. If not, I would regret it for a lifetime. This is no jest. With a master as beautiful as you, who treats me so well and harbors affection for me, how could I possibly just stand by? I wish to be your partner. I intend to defy convention, even if scolded by the master. One must adhere to this course of action. Ji Qingqiu's complexion flushed once more as she could not help but exclaim, You are quite transparent before me. Do you truly believe I would not discipline you? Chu Ning chuckled softly, leaning into Ji Qingqiu's embrace. Surely, a master must harbor affection for their disciple, and thus, the disciple's actions and words should pose no issue, even if it meant facing punishment. Ji Qingqiu gently enveloped Chu Ning, a smile gracing her eyes. As for being partners in the Tao, perhaps it was best to remain as master and disciple. Huh. Chu Ning suddenly lifted her head. That doesn't sound quite right. I have already kissed you, master, and you are holding me now. Shouldn't we be discussing the matter of becoming partners? Observing the bewildered expression on Chu Ning's face, Ji Qingqiu helplessly remarked, Given your current level of strength, entertaining such thoughts would likely lead to your demise by tomorrow. Chu Ning pondered for a moment, a wry smile escaping her lips. I must say, your esteemed position as a master complicates matters greatly. To pursue a partnership would mean making enemies of the three teachings. If only you were not the demon lord. Whether or not one makes enemies is inconsequential. I have my own backing. Who would dare obstruct someone who defies their master and ancestors? If I cannot best them today, I shall surely take their head another day. But if you were not the demon lord, then wouldn't it be possible? I think I begin to grasp your meaning, master. Ji Qingqiu chuckled softly at her response. What would you wish to do if I were not the demon lord? Chu Ning leaned closer to Ji Qingqiu's face. I wish to kiss you. Seeing that her master made no move to evade, Chu Ning's heart surged with excitement as she closed her eyes and leaned in. However, Ji Qingqiu, laughing, swiftly dodged, leaving Chu Ning searching for her lips in vain. Master, Chu Ning pouted. Having already kissed today, any further actions would only disrupt your cultivation. My cultivation shall remain unaffected. I am making remarkable progress. Ji Qingqiu chose to ignore her. I shall take my rest now. Chu Ning nodded and lay down beside her. I shall keep you company, master. Rebellious disciple, do you think my bed is a place for you? Why can't partners share a bed? I have stated we are master and disciple. The master insists on their roles, while the disciple insists on partnership. Surely, this is not contradictory? Chu Ning's words began to lose coherence, logic fading as her sole desire was to remain close. Ji Qingqiu, both amused and exasperated, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Then rest early. I shall make an exception today. Chu Ning nodded vigorously and leaned closer to Ji Qingqiu. If that is the case, may I hold your hand while we sleep? Ji Qingqiu offered no reply, allowing Chu Ning to take hold. Once that barrier was crossed, Chu Ning attempted to embrace her. Ji Qingqiu swiftly tapped her fingertip to Chu Ning's forehead, and in the next instant, the latter succumbed to slumber. With a long sigh of relief, Ji Qingqiu watched over her sleeping disciple, her gaze softening with warmth. Rebellious disciple, She mused, "You are still not satisfied." Seeking to hold hands as well. While her silence implied consent, it seemed Chu Ning had taken her permission a step further. Would she soon wish to sleep intertwined? Indeed. A sleeping disciple is the most obedient, allowing Ji Qingxiu a moment of tranquility. Turning onto her side, she gazed tenderly at the peacefully slumbering Chu Ning. Her heart filled with gentle affection. Ninger harbors affections for her, and she, too, cannot deny her fondness for Ninger. Since embarking on her spiritual journey, Chu Ning has been the sole individual, aside from her junior sister, who has shown genuine concern for her emotions, possessing the rare ability to perceive and respond to her feelings. To others, she is the formidable demon sovereign, yet in Chu Ning's eyes, she is merely a master, albeit one whose demeanor defies conventional expectations. After all, the boundaries of propriety have long been transgressed. Chapter 61. The matters of Qingxiu the night was not lengthy, and Ji Qingxiu found no need for rest. Yet, inexplicably, thoughts began to surface. Her elder brother was to marry, and the family lacked sufficient funds to construct a new home, prompting her father to consider selling her. Initially destined for a wealthy household in the imperial city, fate intervened when she encountered a cultivator from the demon sect, who recognized her exceptional potential and wished to take her under his wing. However, her father disapproved, demanding payment. In a casual gesture, the cultivator left behind a handful of spirit stones, a fortune beyond measure for her parents. Eventually, she entered the demon sect, wielded a sword, and in a single day of practice, her heart resonated with the sword's intent. The Grand Master proclaimed her to be of extraordinary talent, a paragon among the divine. She possessed a body attuned to the heavens, a rare prodigy destined for swordsmanship, and was thus taken as a direct disciple. Her cultivation was always intertwined with the sword. Upon entering the celestial gate, she had access to the finest resources and techniques, guided by those of saintly realms. In 3 days, she exhibited agility. In 10 days, she achieved subtlety. In a month, she grasped the essence of fate. Her pace of advancement was unparalleled, and her prowess in battle unmatched. Subsequently, she devoted herself to rigorous training for over 40 years, transcending into the 6th realm, with the entire sect rallying resources to facilitate her ascension to the saintly realm. The elders of the sect declared that with her, the demon sect need no longer suffer under the oppression of the 3 teachings. The Grand Master proclaimed that upon her ascension to sainthood, she would become the next leader of the sect, capable of shouldering its burdens and revitalizing its legacy. Indeed, as they foresaw, Ji Qingxiu's exceptional gifts and robust foundation propelled her to sainthood. Thereafter, she was regarded as the spiritual leader of the demon sect, a paragon for disciples, a beacon of hope for the elders, and a vessel of aspiration for the Grand Master. Yet, it seemed she would never truly be herself. Only during the quiet of night, in the company of her junior sister Mu Li, did she feel liberated from the rigid expectations of the demon sovereign. Merely a senior sister engaged in lighthearted banter, her presence was always imbued with high expectations. Everyone anticipated her to achieve greatness. The Buddhist sect's 8 ranks were vanquished. The 7 kills sword array and the demon sovereign's renown resonated throughout the realms, and the 3 teachings were eradicated from existence. It appeared she had indeed fulfilled these expectations. The Grand Master fell in battle, entrusting the sect to her in his final moments. Another wave of anticipation surged forth, urging her to expand the sect's influence. Yet she had already ascended to this position. It was her destined path, one she should naturally continue to traverse. Years slipped by, and as she transitioned from the 7th realm of sainthood to the 8th, she found herself pursuing the path of celestial phenomena. She once believed her life would be solely dedicated to this quest for the Great Way, but since that fateful encounter atop the summit, where a voice called her senior, her life was irrevocably altered. The disciples of the demon sect were unaware of their sovereign, her name perhaps obscure. Upon reflection, the world spoke of the demon sovereign's deeds, not of Ji Qingxiu's, understandably so. Upon witnessing this disciple's innate understanding of demonic arts, one might ponder guiding the outer sect disciple. However, the disciple promptly knelt and called out for their master. Should one accept this? After all, it was merely a matter concerning a single disciple, and offering a few words of guidance seemed trivial. The disciple then dashed down the mountain, leaving Ji Qingxiu nearly in tears from the disciple's foolishness. There were still accommodations within the cave, so she allowed the disciple to stay. Soon, she discovered the disciple possessed an exceptional character and remarkable talent, advancing rapidly even with a mid-grade spiritual root. That evening, the disciple remarked that longevity was meant for witnessing more vistas. Ji Qingxiu felt as though she were in a different realm, reflecting upon a millennium. Vistas? What constituted a vista? With one sword in hand, she had slain those who dared claim supremacy, vanquishing the 3 teachings and myriad schools that would not dare cross the threshold of her domain. They had only heard her name and refrained from offense. This was her vista, yet it felt as though it was not. She appeared to cherish moments spent with Mu Li, sharing drinks and conversations, savoring the future's promise. Of course, it was not due to any affection for Mu Li. How could she harbor feelings for a woman? It simply seemed that the grandeur of the Tao was not as splendid as it seemed. While this did not alter her resolve, it subtly stirred her thoughts, revealing that perhaps this was not the life she desired. Lost in contemplation, the disciple suddenly uttered a statement, expressing a desire to visit her chamber. She was taken aback. What could this disciple possibly want? Training? To seek the demonic energy that only they could perceive? Ji Qingqiu sensed something amiss with the disciple, though she could not pinpoint the exact disturbance. The following day, to discern the truth, she orchestrated a ruse. The disciple arrived, and instead of poisoning her as she had anticipated, they stole her undergarment. Ji Qingqiu was bewildered, uncertain of how to address the disciple's peculiar behavior. Yet, the disciples swiftly progressed in their cultivation. Could it be that the demonic energy resided within her garment? Did merely inhaling it enhance their strength? At that moment, Ji Qingqiu felt an even greater sense of unease. Later, the disciple spied on her while she bathed. Oh, how she wished to slay him. This disciple was not seeking enlightenment. Rather, he was preoccupied with her. Although she had never experienced such emotions or had a partner, instinct told her that the disciple was merely deceiving her. Then the disciple began to manifest a demonic form. Surely, the demonic energy could not truly dwell within her garment? Upon further reflection, Ji Qingqiu realized that the garment was meant to envelop. Did this imply that the energy was contained within her? Her thoughts became increasingly convoluted, and clarity eluded her. Yet, amidst this turmoil, her heart began to transform. Was there not a bond between master and disciple? The disciple then confessed to feelings of guilt. How could she have misheard? She feigned ignorance, for they were, after all, master and disciple. Subsequently, within the sacred grounds of the demonic realm, the disciple kissed her. Ji Qingqiu's heart was thrown into disarray. The disciple was genuinely unaware of her true identity. Their intentions were not driven by her status or strength, but simply for her sake. In that moment, her heart was a tangle of emotions, yet she could not definitively ascertain whether she truly cared for the disciple. After all, they were master and disciple. What if it were merely a simple attachment? Yet later, as time passed, she increasingly affirmed not only the disciple's intentions, but also her own feelings. After a millennium of cultivation, no one truly cared about her thoughts, only for their own interests, sect affiliations, prestige, and future aspirations, even in their pursuit of the great Tao. Except for Mu Li, the disciples genuinely cared about her feelings. This night, when a disciple confessed his affection, it was for her beauty, yet Ji Qingqiu felt no disappointment. After all, her appearance was undeniably remarkable. The disciple further stated that his fondness stemmed more from her concern for him. She, too, cherished the disciple, not least because of his sincere regard for her inner world. As she often remarked, regardless of her identity, she would forever be the disciple's master. In Chu Ning's eyes, whether or not she was the demon lord, he would still care for and admire her, yearning to stand beside her, to cultivate earnestly in her presence. A rebellious disciple, perhaps, but his feelings were genuine, albeit seemingly absurd. Nevertheless, it was the only crack in her nearly flawless heart of Tao, now mended by Chu Ning. In the stillness of the night, moonlight poured through the window, illuminating the room. Ji Qingqiu turned to gaze upon the face of her disciple. He admired her beauty. How could she not be captivated by his charm? Handsome, kind-hearted, gifted, with an almost unblemished heart of Tao. Truly, they seemed destined to be companions in the path of Tao. Suddenly, a smile graced Ji Qingqiu's lips as she lifted Chu Ning's chin, tasting his essence briefly. Not quite as before, she mused, letting out a soft sigh. Had she awakened him? Perhaps it was best left undisturbed. Waking him would only lead to mischief. As the night deepened, the moon shone brightly, the tranquility enveloping the world. Chapter 62. Indeed, this is our daughter. Chu Ning slowly opened his eyes. Was it dawn? A familiar scent wafted nearby. Ah, the fragrance of his master. After such a long embrace, he was naturally accustomed to it. Chu Ning sat up to survey the room, realizing with astonishment that it was not his own. Had he spent the night in his master's quarters? Could it be that they had shared a night together? Chu Ning was taken aback. How could he have fallen asleep at such an opportune moment? All he remembered was kissing his master and engaging in conversation before drifting off. Now, with his mind racing, he felt on the verge of tears. He had wished to hold his master through the night. Sounds from outside interrupted his thoughts. It was Ji Qingqiu's voice. She seemed to be conversing with someone, an elderly man from the Wang family, perhaps. Chu Ning quickly dressed and stepped outside, where he found Ji Qingqiu engaged in discussion with the old man. Will the demon lord be departing in a few days? Rest assured, old man, I lack for nothing in this life. My son has achieved success, and with the elixir bestowed by the demon lord, I might live for several more decades. This courtyard shall be entrusted to me. Although the demon lord's visit was hasty, I have only some cured meats to offer, nothing of great value. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. The old man suddenly noticed Chu Ning stepping out of the house and chuckled. Is this the partner of the demon lord? I haven't seen that little girl today. Is she the daughter of the demon lord? Both Ji Qingqiu and Chu Ning were taken aback, exchanging glances. Daughter? Before Ji Qingqiu could finish her thought, Chu Ning stepped forward and spoke first. Indeed, she is our daughter. Ji Qingqiu sighed. Well, let Ninger say whatever she wishes. It doesn't really affect anything. Chu Ning smiled and said, I am Chu Ning. Your family has been taking care of my wife in this courtyard for quite some time. I truly appreciate your kindness. The old man quickly shook his head. Serving the demon lord is only natural. You are being too courteous. In that case, I shall not disturb you further. I hope you will not disdain these cured meats, he said before taking his leave. Suddenly, the sword at Chu Ning's waist transformed into a humanoid form, its expression decidedly unfriendly. Chu Ning, you just claimed someone as your daughter, didn't you? You must be joking. The sword's spirit, Zhu Xian, exclaimed angrily, hands on its hips, teeth gritted. Chu Ning dismissed Zhu Xian's threat entirely. I merely spoke. If you wish, you may call me father as well. I see you need a beating. The little girl was incensed, charging forward with claws outstretched. Without hesitation, Chu Ning dodged behind Ji Qingqiu, exclaiming, Wife, save me. Zhu Xian froze in place, its expression bewildered. Just yesterday, you called me master, and today you call her wife. I truly cannot comprehend you both. It seemed that while it possessed intelligence, it still believed itself akin to humans, even daring to identify as one. But it was evident that there remained a significant gap between it and true humanity. If it were Chu Ning, it certainly would not dare to make such a proclamation, likely fearing a swift reprimand from the demon lord. Why is the demon lord not angry? In fact, he appears to be laughing. Without another word, Zhu Xian turned and left. This place was not meant for beings like it. It was merely a sword, unable to endure such sights lest its spirit shatter completely. What exactly were these two masters and disciples up to? In the courtyard, the atmosphere between the duo felt somewhat peculiar. Perhaps it was due to the misunderstanding the old man had. Ji Qingqiu could anticipate that Chu Ning would unabashedly acknowledge their partnership, and she had no inclination to refuse. After all, the old man had no connection to the celestial realm, so it mattered little what he said. In short, who else would know? Yet, the term wife rendered Ji Qingqiu utterly speechless. Chu Ning, grinning, nestled behind Ji Qingqiu and called out once more, wife. Ji Qingqiu felt goosebumps rising on her skin. Call me master, she insisted, as she truly could not accept this. It felt too abrupt. They were merely to address each other as master and disciple, mainly out of habit. Noticing her discomfort, Chu Ning quickly changed his tone, cheerfully calling her master. Only then did Ji Qingqiu feel somewhat satisfied. Seeing that her master showed no resistance to his earlier behavior, Chu Ning realized that the kiss from the previous night had not been in vain. When the time comes to act, one must act decisively. Hesitation leads to defeat. He had no regrets about the kiss. Master, when did your disciple fall asleep last night? I don't recall. We were chatting, and then you fell asleep, Ji Qingqiu replied. Chu Ning was filled with confusion. What could be the reason? Was it that your disciple was too weary yesterday? After all, having just shared a kiss with the master, the disciple should be filled with joy. So how could he feel drowsy? Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu found it difficult to maintain his composure. Ninger, please prepare some breakfast. It just so happens that some cured meat was delivered by the Wang family, and I recall there are some vegetables in the kitchen. Chu Ning suddenly realized. I understand now. It was you, master? He recalled that yesterday, the master had tapped his forehead. Otherwise, he would never have fallen asleep. With this thought, Chu Ning was even less willing to let go. There's no one like the master. Ji Qingqiu, feeling helpless, remarked, if it weren't for my insistence that you rest. Wouldn't you have delayed your cultivation today? The disciple's current state wouldn't be affected by a lack of rest, master. You did it on purpose. Didn't you? You're afraid I might continue to kiss you? Ji Qingqiu's face grew increasingly flushed. If this continued, he might very well flee. Speaking so openly in broad daylight was undeniably a bit embarrassing. Ninger, I believe it's best we focus on breakfast first. Chu Ning had a clear goal. After the meal, will you grant me another kiss, master? The early bird catches the worm. Today, Chu Ning, feeling a bit indignant, boldly declared. I feel somewhat shortchanged from yesterday. If you do not agree, I shall not let go. Sighing, Ji Qingqiu turned to face Chu Ning and saw him unhesitatingly lean in for a kiss. Only then did he feel a sense of satisfaction and release. I will go prepare the meal. Watching Chu Ning's exuberant retreat, Ji Qingqiu quietly sat down, his complexion slightly reddening. He and T intended to kiss him. Yet the disciple was simply too clingy. Moreover, having succeeded once yesterday, how could he easily give up? If he refused, it seemed Chu Ning would cling to him all day. Indeed, he was just a child. Ji Qingxiu suddenly had a realization. Ninger is only 18 years old. Isn't she? I am over 1,000 years old, enough to be her ancestors several times over. So, in terms of seniority, in the realm of cultivation, age is seldom mentioned. She would simply consider herself a bit younger. However, if this continued, what would happen upon returning to the sect? The others in the sect need not worry. No one dared to casually approach the Ding Mountain. If necessary, she could delay it until nightfall or within the confines of the cave. But why was she even contemplating this? Upon returning to the sect, naturally, there would be no more kisses. Ninger must concentrate on her cultivation. That would be the best course of action. Perhaps she could give Ninger some opportunities today. Moreover, if Mu Li were to witness this, he would undoubtedly tease her about it. Oh dear, didn't someone claim they weren't interested in being a Dao partner? She could almost predict what that vixen would say. Presently, she found that vixen quite superfluous. Not only did she love to gossip and mock her, but she was also quite beautiful. What if that vixen tried to entice Ninger? Should she cast her out of the sect and into the boundary sea? Ji Qingxiu pondered deeply, occasionally chuckling at herself for entertaining such thoughts, yet she couldn't help but dwell on them. Before long, Chu Ning called out from the kitchen. Master, the meal is ready. After eating, you should resume your cultivation and continue to delve into the sword path. Very well, master. But what if I finish my cultivation and then receive a kiss? That is out of the question, master. Chapter 63. The Return from the Boundary Sea in the Demon Sect, within the council hall. A congregation of elders gathered together to deliberate on the future development of the Demon Sect for the next 60 years. Currently, our sect boasts over 400,000 disciples and more than 100 subordinate sects. With a formidable assembly of more than 30 saints at our command across the entire southern barbarian continent, the sect leader has undeniably emerged as the foremost force of destruction in this era, and alongside him stands the esteemed Demon Lord, a powerful figure of the 8th rank. While the ancestral master of Sword Mountain maintains a favorable relationship with our sect. Thus, we possess 3 formidable warriors of the 8th rank. In the past, when the 3 teachings united to assault our demon sect, the former sect leader fell in battle, and countless disciples met their demise. This grudge must be avenged. How could the souls of the former sect leader and those who perished for our cause rest in peace otherwise? The elders of both the inner and outer sects convened, and at the head of the assembly sat a venerable elder with a stern countenance, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. The matter of subduing the 3 teachings is inevitable, yet the sect leader believes it prudent to wait until we ascend to the celestial phenomenon. The Taoist Baiyu capital is said to possess the power to suppress the celestial phenomenon, though we cannot ascertain the truth of this claim. Even if we were to launch an assault on the 3 teachings, it must be when our victory is assured. Otherwise, the stability of our demon sect would be jeopardized. The assembly unanimously agreed, when suddenly one elder recalled an important matter. Had not the sect leader's 3rd disciple recently broken through to the realm of the saint? Indeed, considering the 3rd young master, the sect leader already has 3 saints under his tutelage. The remaining 4 disciples include 2 who have reached the 6th realm, having the potential to ascend to sainthood within mere decades, and 2 exceptionally gifted new disciples who are bound to break through to the saintly realm within a century. After a moment of contemplation, the assembly proposed a plan. Let the remaining 2 disciples of the sect leader serve as the benchmark. Should they attain sainthood, it would serve as the criterion for our demon sect to launch an offensive against the 3 teachings. The 7 newly emerged saints, all disciples of the Demon Lord, are undeniably the most lethal sword cultivators. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on the faces of the elders, who could not help but envision that scene, the Demon Lord accompanied by his 7 disciples. This prospect is promising. Once the sect leader returns to the sect, I shall report to him. If he consents, we will immediately consolidate our resources to facilitate their ascent to sainthood. It is said that the sect leader has returned from the borders of Swordgate, yet he has not yet arrived at the sect. Perhaps he is engaged in further cultivation elsewhere. We shall manage the affairs of the sect without disturbing his training. This is excellent. Should the sect leader attain the celestial phenomenon sooner, the unification of the demon sect under his leadership will be an assured reality. The positions within the assembly of elders are divided according to the sect's hierarchy, with the inner sect comprising 36 elders and the outer sect 72. Among the outer elders, Fang Xiyuan, despite being at the 5th realm, possesses the qualification to partake in such high-level discussions. Recently, Fang Xiyuan overheard several elders discussing the Demon Lord's recent acquisition of 2 disciples who had engaged in a trial of swords at Mount Wending. One of them, Zhou Yujin, he had witnessed personally being escorted there during the grand selection of the sect. The other, named Chu Ning, sent shivers through Fang Siyuan's heart upon hearing the name. Chu Ning is a disciple of the Demon Lord. How could he have achieved this with a subpar spiritual root? Fang Siyuan was left bewildered and could not fathom the circumstances, only knowing that this was a unique opportunity bestowed upon Chu Ning. It was astonishing to think that a mere junior disciple who entered the sect has now acquired such an extraordinary fortune. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. Fortunate was the day when I treated that disciple with kindness. Now, one might regard me as a predecessor to Chu Ning. Perhaps, in the future, my own disciples may also forge connections with Chu Ning. Such bonds could indeed prove beneficial for their destinies. Thus, one must concede that my judgment is commendable. In our external dealings, harmony is paramount, though, of course, those disciples from the demonic sect who do not sit well with me are exceptions. Just as the elders were engaged in deliberations, a disciple unexpectedly arrived with news. He announced to the elders that the fifth young master and his companions had returned from the Sea of Realms and had now reached the gates of the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face brightened with joy. The Sea of Realms is fraught with peril, and our sect has been striving to delve deeper into it. The fifth young master had braved the dangers to venture there, and one wonders what discoveries he has made. Regardless, the fifth young master is indeed a benefactor of our demonic sect, and today is an opportune moment for us to welcome him back. The assembly rose in unison. Following the Grand Elder, outside the gates of the demonic sect, a group of disciples led by song, she wore expressions of delight. Their journey to the Sea of Realms had yielded an unexpected bounty. The spirit stones from the sea contained an abundance of spiritual energy, far surpassing the finest stones found on the continent. Moreover, they had procured over 100 spirit-grade weapon molds and a single celestial-grade mold. Such a windfall would undoubtedly yield generous rewards from the sect, paving the way for breakthroughs in their cultivation. As they conversed, over 100 elders soared through the sky in unison. This impressive display drew numerous disciples from both inner and outer sects to witness the event. Upon seeing this, Songshi stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple Songshi pays respects to all esteemed elders. Our expedition to the Sea of Realms yielded over 300,000 spirit stones, alongside 100 spirit-grade weapon molds and 1 celestial-grade mold. With great enthusiasm, Songshi elaborated for quite some time. The elders exchanged astonished glances. Such a bounty. Indeed, the Sea of Realms is a remarkable place. It appears our demonic sect must dispatch personnel to explore it further. Following this, the Grand Elder stepped forward, casually extracting a spirit stone from the sea. After crushing it and absorbing its spiritual energy, his expression changed dramatically. Truly, the spirit stones from the sea are imbued with exceptionally potent energy, far superior to that of the finest stones. Such resources, if utilized for the advancement of our sect, would undoubtedly elevate the demonic sect to new heights. Fifth young master, this matter regarding the Sea of Realms should be reported to the sect leader. I believe he would be eager to send disciples to further explore such resources, the Grand Elder remarked. Songshi nodded slightly, his face alight with joy. This was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the resources of the sea. Should we dispatch more disciples, the potential for greater treasures is boundless. Is that so? How fortuitous that we are here today to discuss the future of the demonic sect. The Grand Elder continued. Fifth young master and his companions have endured much. Let us proceed into the sect and prepare a grand celebration to welcome them. The disciples following Songshi were equally invigorated. Once the celebration concluded, rewards would surely follow. Whether in spirit stones, techniques, or spirit weapons, perhaps they could even acquire essence from the celestial demon to fortify their physical prowess significantly. However, at that moment, Songshi suddenly spoke up. Grand Elder, aside from these resources, I have matters I must personally report to my master, so I shall abstain from participating in the celebration. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of curiosity. Is it regarding the Sea of Realms? It is of great significance and must be reported directly to our master. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Very well. However, our sect leader is currently away from the sect. I shall convey your message on your behalf. Let us participate in the celebration first. Songshi hesitated at the words, but ultimately acquiesced. In that case, I express my gratitude to the Grand Elder. The young master has returned after many years and has become so courteous. The fifth young master, who once tugged at my beard, seems to be nowhere to be found. Esteemed guests, the fifth young master and others have ventured to the Sea of Realms, and the resources they bring back will be sufficient to sustain our demon sect for a decade. Everyone shall be honored disciples. Let us welcome our esteemed disciples into the sect. The entire sect will celebrate, and both inner and outer disciples shall receive an additional year's worth of cultivation resources. With the mountain gates wide open, the Grand Elder personally led the way into the sect. Disciples at the foot of the mountain bowed in respect. The few individuals accompanying Song Shi were witnessing such grandeur for the first time and were filled with joy. Young master, why do you seem somewhat peculiar today? Is your mood not well? Song Shi shook his head. It is nothing, merely some thoughts that crossed my mind. The disciple, upon hearing this, paid it no mind and did not notice the subtle smile at the corner of the woman's lips, choosing instead to savor the present joy. Chapter 64. The beautiful moments fleeting the events occurring within the mountain gates were still unknown to the two of them. In recent days, Chu Ning had been diligently honing his swordsmanship, spending his leisure time in cultivation and exploration. The foundation of his second realm was gradually approaching perfection, and a breakthrough to the third realm was imminent. Occasionally, they would stroll through the imperial city, contrasting the bustling metropolis with the tranquil life of the small village. Upon returning from the imperial city, the peacefulness of their courtyard felt especially serene. Ji Qingxiu would also take Chu Ning to explore the nearby areas. As it was his request, sign in, contribution points. We cannot neglect our tasks, though it is only 10,000 each time, as the saying goes. Many a little makes a mickle, and it proves quite useful. For Chu Ning at this moment, the system's assistance had become somewhat limited. The demand for contribution points was excessively high. To elevate a spiritual root, it required 100,000 points to reach the celestial grade. Upgrading the sword nurturing gourd needed 10,000 points to reach the celestial grade, yet even that held little value for Chu Ning, unless he could gather 100,000 points for the divine grade. Thus, he chose to reserve his resources for enhancing his demonic form and techniques. Only after breaking through to the third realm could he elevate them, and for now, it was a matter of accumulating resources in advance. Each time they returned from their travels, the two would return to their little courtyard. Return to the sect? Why would we do that? Once back, would we find opportunities to be close to our master every day? What if the master sees? What if the senior sister notices? The opportunities would clearly diminish. In any case, Chu Ning resolutely refrained from mentioning a return to the sect. For him, cultivation was the same regardless of the location. Ji Qingxiu was also unhurried. Matters of the sect were naturally handled by the elders, and she found joy in resting here. Previously, she had no deep attachment to this place. Her parents and relatives had not treated her kindly, thus she held no sentimental longing. However, now, accompanying Chu Ning in his cultivation, living a carefree life with simple meals, she found a certain charm in the experience. The small courtyard seemed to be a cherished memory shared solely between her and Chu Ning. Naturally, when the disciple was not engaged in cultivation, she often behaved rather unruly, though not excessively so. Chu Ning took great pleasure in lingering behind her, embracing her for extended periods, reluctant to let go. His attachment to her was profound. In the twilight hours, Zhu Xian perched beside Ji Qingxiu, observing Chu Ning's practice in the courtyard with a burgeoning curiosity. Master, there are certain matters I find perplexing, it inquired. What is it? Since you and he are considered partners in the Tao, why do you continue to refer to each other as master and disciple? Zhu Xian blinked at Ji Qingxiu, clearly struggling to comprehend. Presently, it was indifferent to such nuances. It had already witnessed Chu Ning stealthily kiss Ji Qingxiu. Initially, the two would embrace when they thought Zhu Xian was absent, with the disciple surreptitiously kissing the master while checking for onlookers. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Ning seemed to have disregarded Zhu Xian altogether, treating it as if it were invisible. Let them be. Who could compete with the affection shared between the two of you? It is of no consequence to me. I am well aware of the circumstances between you. Yet, could you not at least maintain some semblance of discretion? Feeding the demon lord at the dining table while I am still present. What is that about? The contradiction of calling you master while engaging in such treacherous acts is utterly beyond my understanding. Without a hint of embarrassment, Ji Qingxiu casually explained, we are indeed master and disciple, and thus it is only natural to refer to each other accordingly. What is there to misunderstand? Zhu Xian bowed its head in silence. Perhaps the issue did not lie with it. It was simply that the relationship between the master and disciple was inherently unconventional. It chose not to inquire further, realizing it would be futile. After all, it was merely a sword, content to observe quietly. Upon completing his cultivation, Chu Ning took a deep breath. Master, I believe the breakthrough to the third realm is not far off. Should I suppress it to solidify my foundation? Ji Qingxiu shook her head. Your demonic physique has already surpassed this realm. Your foundation is more stable than that of the first realm. There is no need for suppression. You may break through directly. Chu Ning nodded, rising to approach her. Zhu Xian, witnessing this, silently turned away, preferring not to see. However, suddenly, a hand landed on its head, ruffling its hair. Zhu Xian turned around to find Chu Ning, sporting a smile. Without hesitation, it swatted the hand away. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Zhu Xian retorted indignantly. You actually took that old man's words to heart, did you? Do you really consider me your daughter? I am centuries older than you. Chu Ning had his own perspective. Look, you have always followed the master, right? So, in a sense, you could be considered the master's daughter. As the master's partner. Does that not make you my daughter as well? Chuckling, Chu Ning suddenly noticed the cold smirk on Zhu Xian's lips. Do you truly believe that if I were to strike you now, the demon lord would intervene on your behalf? Ji Qingqiu chuckled lightly. As your master, I am merely an observer in this matter. You must resolve it among yourselves. Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock. You won't help me? In the next moment, he turned and fled, with Zhu Xian hot on his heels. Who do you think you are to treat me like your daughter? It's already generous enough for you to use my sword, yet you dare to overstep? I've found you rather displeasing for quite some time. As she observed the amusing chase between the two, Ji Qingqiu's lips curled into a smile. This playful banter resembled a light-hearted father-daughter interaction. The once solemn Zhu Xian had gradually become more vivacious, perhaps influenced by Chu Ning's cheerful demeanor. If given the choice, she might not be so eager to return to the sect. Staying here offered her a welcome respite from daily constraints. It would be best to relinquish the position of sect leader to someone more virtuous. Suddenly, Ji Qingqiu's thoughts shifted. She raised her hand just in time to catch a communication talisman. Master Demon Lord, the fifth young master has returned to the sect, bringing with him countless rare treasures from the Sea of Realms. Moreover, he wishes to discuss crucial matters concerning the sea with you. Please return to the sect promptly. Ji Qingqiu crushed the message with a sigh. Why was it that during her time in the sect there were no such disturbances? Yet now that she wished to accompany Ninger, matters seemed to multiply? Regardless, since it pertained to the Sea of Realms, a return to the sect was inevitable. You two should cease your antics. It's time to head back to the sect. In the courtyard, Chu Ning, tugged by her ear and pleading for mercy, finally caught her breath. Honestly, I can't seem to win against her. It was quite embarrassing. She couldn't even best her own sword. Chu Ning estimated her strength to be around the third or fourth realm among cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian released her grip with a satisfied huff. Though it often regarded her with a daughterly gaze, it found her quite entertaining. Without Chu Ning, it likely would have remained the reclusive sword spirit, too timid to converse with Ji Qingqiu in such a manner. Remarkably, this girl had even transformed the demon lord, rendering him surprisingly gentle. If it could remain by their side, being called daughter wouldn't be so bad after all. It was merely a sword, and fostering a closer relationship with the demon lord was quite advantageous. Rubbing her ears, Chu Ning felt puzzled. Why the sudden urge to return to the sect? Can't we stay a bit longer? Ji Qingqiu replied with a smile. You've already stayed for 5 days. How much longer would you like to remain? Ideally, I'd like to stay forever. Once we return to the sect, we'll revert to master and disciple. Aren't we already master and disciple? Right now, I consider you my partner. Zhu Xian looked at her disdainfully. You are quite audacious, saying whatever comes to mind. I truly do not understand what the demon lord sees in you. Is it really fair for you to belittle me so? Are you questioning my master's judgment? Zhu Xian was rendered speechless and immediately fell silent. Ji Qingqiu sighed in exasperation, muttering a soft reprimand at her rebellious disciple. Additionally, she instructed to inform the Wang family. Should he be willing to assist, she would leave behind some rewards. Such diligent individuals are indeed hard to come by. Chu Ning nodded with a smile and turned to the small courtyard to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, she returned with the elder in tow. Is the demon lord really leaving now? Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly. There are matters within the sect to attend to. Did Ninger brief you on everything? The elder nodded vigorously. The esteemed elder has already conveyed that this modest individual has but this fleeting aspiration in this lifetime. Rest assured, Master Demon Lord, the courtyard shall remain unchanged, just as it is now, upon your eventual return. Ji Qingqiu casually left behind a tome of external sect cultivation techniques, providing a brief introduction. Although you lack a spiritual root, diligent practice of this method can indeed strengthen your physique, serving as a means to pass the time. I entrust the courtyard to your care. The Master Demon Lord need not say such things. It is merely my duty. Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Ninger, let us return to the sect. Under the watchful gaze of the elder, the three soared away, their figures becoming distant shooting stars, with the sword of extermination transforming into a flying sword in the far horizon. In response, extermination had its own interpretations. That old man always regarded me as one of your daughters. Would this not spare him from unnecessary thoughts? Chu Ning smiled and nodded. So, you truly see yourself as one of our daughters? What a fanciful notion. Dare you utter such things again, and I won't hesitate to drop you, leaving you to taste the dirt. Clinging to my master, even if you were to throw me, I would not fall. Enough of this banter. Is it truly worth quibbling over such matters? It is indeed, for a family is best when whole and harmonious. Ji Qingqiu sighed deeply. Let the disciples be. Chapter 65. Dare you claim purity with your senior sister? Atop the summit of aspiration, Zhou Yujin stood before the sealed mountain gate, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Why has Master not returned after such a lengthy absence? Moreover, Master left in the company of that junior brother. Zhou Yujin's fists clenched tightly. Why bring along that junior? It should have been her. Clearly, her talents surpass his. She is undeniably superior. That day was merely an accident. Her loss was due to carelessness. Were she to give her all, she could dispatch that junior brother in less than 3 moves. Indeed, Zhou Yujin now harbored a strong desire to behead Chu Ning. Next time they sparred, she would hold nothing back, ensuring he would pay the price. What price would that be? Suddenly, a sound emerged from behind. Imbued with charm and mirth, Zhou Yujin's heart jolted in alarm, and she quickly turned. Master, allow me to explain. Master uncle? Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Yujin exhaled a sigh of relief. Mu Li chuckled. Indeed, it is not master but rather master uncle. You must feel fortunate that master did not overhear. Zhou Yujin pressed her lips together, clearing her throat to regain her composure. I have met master uncle. Mu Li nodded slightly, her curiosity piqued. It seems you have been visiting here daily. How much do you miss your master? It is only natural for me to think of my master, though I have a few questions to address. Mu Li nodded vigorously. Your earnestness in seeking knowledge is commendable. What you ask of her would be no different from asking me. Never mind, master uncle. I shall consult master instead. Zhou Yujin discreetly declined. This master uncle may appear somewhat frivolous, yet Zhou Yujin recognized her as the second strongest in the demon sect. If she were to teach cultivation, she would certainly not fall short, and both could potentially reach the 8th tier of strength. Each possesses their own understanding of cultivation, and insights from Mu Li could serve as a means of enhancement. But could master uncle ever compare to master? Master can only be master. She is irreplaceable. Mu Li suddenly turned her gaze. Ah, your master has returned, and your junior brother as well. With her high cultivation, Mu Li could see far away. She noticed a certain disciple loosening their grip around their master's waist, shifting to a supportive stance. It seems the senior sister has spotted me and offered a reminder. Did you expect it? I saw it first. Mu Li couldn't help but narrow her eyes. This master-disciple duo had left the sword gate long ago. Where had they been, and what had they done during this time? Surely it was something unsavory. She had always known her little nephew was quite ambitious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujin's expression brightened immediately. Has my master returned? Observing the change in Zhou Yujin's demeanor, Mu Li felt a twinge of confusion. Why is it that hearing about your master brings such joy? How much do you think of your master? The two arrived on the mountaintop, gliding on their swords. Chu Ning wiped the blade clean and sheathed it. Uncle, senior sister, you are here as well? Zhou Yujin didn't even glance at Chu Ning. I have met the master. Ji Qingqiu slightly nodded, raising her hand to lift the restrictions of the cave. I heard that song she has returned and has matters to report to me. Has he mentioned anything to you? Both Mu Li and Zhou Yujin shook their heads in response. Hearing this, Ji Qingqiu casually summoned Song Shi, then turned to enter the cave. Zhou Yujin had some knowledge of Song Shi, but had never seen him in person. Apart from her master, she held little interest in others. Song Shi's return had made quite an impression within the sect, as he walked with the title of an honored disciple, becoming the center of attention wherever he went. She had no desire to pay him a visit. She had joined her master not to build camaraderie with these senior brothers and sisters. Yet at this moment, her gaze towards Chu Ning was laced with undeniable hostility. Where have you been with the master these past few days? Do you not understand that as the sect leader, if the master is away for too long, it will disrupt the operations of the sect? How can you be so indifferent to such significant matters? Do you not feel ashamed as the master's disciple? Chu Ning scratched his head in confusion. Huh, the master? Isn't at the elders who handle the sect's affairs? If there were matters concerning the sect, wouldn't both junior brother and master return together? Zhou Yujin's expression remained stoic. I am asking where you and the master went. Chu Ning cleared his throat and spun a kind-hearted lie. The master was assisting senior sister San in achieving her sacred status at the sword gate, and I accompanied her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yujin's expression softened slightly, though she ignored Chu Ning thereafter. Staying with senior sister San was not a concern. She worried more about Chu Ning being alone with the master. If something were to happen, she might truly have to deal with Chu Ning. After all, he was a man, and she currently had little tolerance for men, especially Chu Ning. She most certainly did not wish to see him alone with the master. Having evaded suspicion, Chu Ning sighed in relief. He hadn't been discovered, until suddenly, he sensed Mu Li's expression was rather playful, causing his own expression to stiffen. Did she notice when he exhaled just now? Surely his uncle wouldn't pick up on anything, would he? As expected, Mu Li wasted no time pulling Chu Ning aside. Speak the truth with your uncle. Where have you and the senior sister been during this time? Chu Ning maintained his composure. I have already mentioned that it is with my master. Do you take me for Zhou Yujin? She is of lower cultivation and cannot perceive it. My cultivation is high. Your senior sister entered the Saint Realm half a month ago. Do you still wish to deceive me? Upon witnessing the scheme being directly exposed, Chu Ning's face flushed with embarrassment. Master Uncle, lower your voice, lest senior sister hears us. We merely traveled together. We did not stay at an inn or anything of the sort. We didn't stay. You lied to me. Mu Li snorted coldly, seeing through the facade. If you dare to continue deceiving me, Master Uncle would not hesitate to employ soul-seizing techniques. And you would clearly reveal all that has transpired between you and senior sister during this time. Chu Ning suddenly recalled something. Earlier, Master had specifically instructed not to divulge this period's events to that vixen. That vixen? Is she not Master Uncle herself? If soul-searching were to occur, would it not expose all the tender moments shared with Master? Compared to that, the situation was trifling. Realizing this, Chu Ning quickly shook her head, visibly flustered. Master's words ought to be heeded, though not always. However, if Master Uncle were to find out, it would likely become quite bothersome. We did stay. Mu Li's spirits lifted. And then, we each had our own room. Mu Li narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression perilous. Do you think Master Uncle would believe that? I swear by the heavens. It was indeed each having our own room. A smile returned to Mu Li's face. Now that you have sworn, why not add another clause? Asserting that you and senior sister are completely innocent, that nothing occurred between you? What do you say? Chu Ning fell silent, her hands clasped in her sleeves. Mu Li chuckled and patted Chu Ning's back, nearly causing her to choke. My little junior is truly commendable. I knew you would not remain idle. Fear not, for I am your Master Uncle. Ask me anything you do not understand. I shall offer you guidance and wish you success soon. Chu Ning became flustered, hastily imploring. Master Uncle, please stop. Senior sister is still here. Zhou Yujin observed the two, her expression curious, yet she did not intervene. She was waiting to inquire about the master and to savor the fragrance that clung to him. Each time she caught a whiff, it was enough to leave her exhilarated and sleepless for days. A figure rushed towards them, landing atop the mountain. Upon seeing this, Mu Li smiled and waved. Song Shi. Long time no see. You are still alive? Song Shi clasped her fists in greeting. I have matters to discuss with the master, so I shall not disturb you. Chu Ning looked on with curiosity. Fifth senior sister? Master Uncle, what is with that expression? Mu Li scratched her head, momentarily perplexed. How could this girl change so much in just a few years? Change so much? Chu Ning's lips twitched. Normally, no one greets another in such a manner. Who says to someone upon meeting that they are still alive? If it were me, I would ignore you. Mu Li shook her head, explaining. I have a good relationship with her. Each time she returns, she always asks if I am still alive. This time, she did not ask. So I had no choice but to inquire myself. Unexpectedly, she has completely ignored me. Mu Li sighed deeply and gazed at the sky, pondering the unpredictability of worldly affairs and the fickleness of human hearts. Little apprentice, you won't disregard me in the future, will you? Chu Ning replied coolly. As long as you refrain from speaking of strange matters concerning me and master, it will suffice. The nearby fox spirit let out a disdainful snort. Uncle Master is only trying to assist you. Can't you comprehend that? Dare you claim you have no interest in senior sister? Chu Ning suddenly coughed violently. Uncle Master, if you continue like this, I shall inform Master. Please, let us discuss this amicably. At the mountain gate, Song Shi bowed respectfully. Disciple Song Shi seeks an audience with Master. Chapter 66. The affection of Cheonchi. Are you suggesting that within the Sea of Realms, resources are abundant, far surpassing those of the continent? The spirit stones of the Sea of Realms are as numerous as the stars, and the spiritual energy is plentiful. Do you wish to expedite the exploration of the sea? Ji Qingqiu's expression remained frosty as her eyes fixed intently on Song Shi. Song Shi clasped her hands in greeting. Based on my years of investigation into the Sea of Realms, this is indeed the case. The sea is an ancient forbidden domain. I am well aware that only after the seals loosened could we enter. It became evident that the cultivation environment within the sea is superior to that of the continent. If we can seize it early, we may conquer the 3 teachings within a century. Should you doubt my words, you may inquire with the accompanying disciples for verification. Haha, Ji Qingqiu smiled slightly. As you are a disciple of my true self, if your words cannot be trusted, whose can? This matter shall be considered for now, and we will revisit it in the future. Song Shi nodded slightly. By the way, Master, were those 2 individuals outside earlier new disciples of yours? Indeed. Without further inquiry. Song Shi said, then I shall greet them. Very well. Outside the cave, Chu Ning unleashed the sword of extermination and released 2 hounds. Mu Li found it amusing. Your sword spirit treats the Taotai and Cheonchi like mere pets. You are quite bold. Be cautious that as your cultivation level rises, these 2 may turn against you. The 2 hounds suddenly looked towards Chu Ning with expressions of apparent fear, vigorously shaking their heads. You jest. There are 2 demonic beings atop this mountain. Retaliating against this person would be tantamount to seeking one's own destruction. Currently, There are still those in the world who can consolidate their demonic likenesses, and they have yet to truly witness the world. If they were to turn against their host, wouldn't they be torn apart? Moreover, the laws of the great Tao dictate that if they are formed into demonic likenesses, they cannot retaliate against their host. That is sheer nonsense. Chu Ning observed the two hounds with curiosity, wondering if they could actually comprehend human speech. Did Master previously mention that demonic likenesses possess intelligence? Is that true? Well, somewhat. The heavenly demonic likeness can condense the essence of all beasts in the world, and the four fiends are also considered beasts. Their original forms have long since perished. Yet their ranks are too elevated, having been imprinted by the heavenly Tao. When you consolidate a demonic likeness, you grant them a chance for rebirth, allowing them to re-emerge in the world. Such elevated existences will undoubtedly possess intelligence, albeit limited, and their temperaments will resemble yours, tending to be rather docile. Thus, no matter how they are handled, they won't become agitated? Muli chuckled. They wouldn't dare to become agitated. At that moment, Song Shi exited the cave, a smile gracing her face. Junior brother, I am Song Shi, and I have yet to inquire about your name. Chu Ning hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting. I am Chu Ning. He, the junior sister, Zhou Yujin, paid no heed, simply expressing disinterest by mentioning a name. Unexpectedly, the master accepted 2 disciples this year. Upon meeting them today, they indeed appeared extraordinary, suggesting future exchanges. Chu Ning nodded slightly, but at that moment, she suddenly noticed Xiongqi breaking free from Zhu Xian without a word. Hey, where do you think you're going? The young girl felt a surge of anxiety, rushing to catch the dog, only to see Xiongqi leap into Song Shi's arms. Song Shi regarded the creature with a puzzled expression. Is this your pet? Why does it look so peculiar? Chu Ning replied awkwardly. This is my magical statue. It generally does not grow too fond of strangers, but it seems to be somewhat attached to Zhu Xian, unless, Xiongqi favors those who speak their mind and becomes close to the reckless. When senior sister Zhou lied previously, the dog had taken a liking to her. Why did senior sister Song receive the same attention from the dog merely by greeting it? Upon hearing this, Song Shi scrutinized the dog with a strange expression. It merely appeared as a dog with horns, nothing particularly extraordinary, resembling a tiger with a horned head. Xiongqi. Her expression shifted slightly, and she quickly returned the dog to Zhu Xian. Chu Ning was somewhat perplexed. Does senior sister not like the dog? Not at all, Zhu Xian replied, unfazed. The dog, when held, displayed a reluctant demeanor, causing Zhu Xian to curse in frustration. If they don't like you, why follow them? If you continue this way, I won't care for you anymore. The dog looked aggrieved, while another nearby dog wore a smug expression. Seeing this, Xiongqi became furious, baring its teeth at Tao Tai. Is this Tao Tai? Song Shi's pupils subtly shifted. The spirit of the celestial sword, the magical statues of Xiongqi and Tao Tai. What remarkable talents does Chu Ning possess? Zhou Yujin also seemed to possess extraordinary gifts. Song Shi's gaze swept across the surroundings, but she did not linger too long. Meanwhile, Muli observed with increasing curiosity. I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me. Have you been possessed by some beings? Song Shi smiled slightly. What do you mean, Master Uncle? Muli found the conversation dull and turned away with a slight smirk. Yet it is said that the hearts of old acquaintances can change easily. As Master Uncle departed, Chu Ning visibly exhaled in relief. It was preferable for him to maintain distance. He felt he could hide nothing from her, as fox spirits were indeed like that. He couldn't fathom what those who coveted fox spirits were thinking. It seemed akin to being toyed with. Zhou Yujin turned to seek Ji Qingxiu, entering to discuss cultivation. How long have you anticipated this? Song Shi beamed at Chu Ning. Junior brother, you haven't been in the sect for long, have you? Chu Ning nodded. I joined the sect 2 months ago. What level of cultivation do you currently possess? Second realm. Then perhaps senior sister can offer you some guidance. Is there any aspect of your cultivation that feels stagnant? Chu Ning shook his head. Guidance. Ji Qingxiu wouldn't need to advise him on that. Does he look like someone who lacks knowledge? Only in swordsmanship does he seek some direction. But with a master's guidance, there are also rewards to be had. Why seek others? However, this senior sister possesses an air of peculiarity. From the implications of Master Muli, it seems she shares a close bond with him. Why then? Does she immediately take an interest in me? Chu Ning's pupils dilated in surprise. Could it be that this woman harbors thoughts of me? I must keep my distance. Senior sister, unless there is something of importance, I shall retreat to my sword practice. It is not that Chu Ning is self-absorbed. Rather, he perceives a certain disconnect between himself and others. Yet she approaches him with familiarity. Any hint of impropriety must be avoided, with intentions to deceive and undermine. None can intervene. Song Shi nodded, revealing little else in her expression. However, she observed Chu Ning practicing his swordplay from a distance, her eyes widening in astonishment. A practitioner of the second realm exhibiting such sword intent? The demon sect truly stands as the foremost authority in swordsmanship. One can only surmise that the Taoist lineage pales in comparison. Furthermore, this individual not only possesses formidable swordsmanship, but also remarkable innate talent. Could he be a body of heavenly nature? Songshi turned her gaze towards Ji Qingqiu's cave. Her eyes filled with trepidation. The most lethal force of the current age can only be genuinely appreciated in direct confrontation. Yet, even so, what change could this bring? A faint smile curved her lips as she turned to depart from the mountain gate. With the newly encountered Zhou Yujin, that makes 3. Chapter 67. Where has the demon lord gone? Who are you? Among Master S 7 disciples, Chu Ning has now met 3 face-to-face. There's the inexplicably hostile Zhou Yujin, residing at the intersection of the southern barbarian wilderness and eastern Hauran continent, and the newly met Songshi. Yet, it is Songshi who evokes a sense of strangeness in Chu Ning, particularly with the apparent affection displayed by Qiongqi towards her. This creature typically maintains a distance from others, merely a dog. With the last individual it showed fondness towards being Zhou Yujin. If Zhou, the senior sister, truly harbored animosity, then her flattery would indeed be insincere, and Qiongqi's affection would be understandable. But what of Songshi? There were no compliments exchanged, merely simple conversation. What deception could she possess? Moreover, Master Mu Li also finds this curious, a matter worth inquiring further. Chu Ning committed this observation to memory and focused intently on his sword practice. After grasping the essence of sword intent, his understanding of the 9 styles of the heavenly demon deepened further. The more he delved into his training, the more he appreciated just how formidable the sword techniques derived from the Master's demonic arts truly are. It is evident that the Master is indeed a genius. Atop the summit, the aura of demonic energy was palpable. Ji Qingqiu deliberately emanated this energy to assist Chu Ning in his cultivation. Now, Chu Ning approaches the threshold of the 3rd realm. An early breakthrough would undoubtedly be beneficial. The extermination of immortals is not merely a game of fetching dogs. With the improved relationship between Ji Qingqiu and Chu Ning, there was no longer a need for constant transformation into a sword body. The little girl, unbeknownst to where she procured a broom, transformed into a maid sweeping outside the mountain gate. Perhaps she found the inactivity tedious. Seeking tasks might alleviate her boredom. Typically, she is accompanied by 2 dogs, occasionally rewarded with a few spirit stones, which suffice as her rations. The gluttonous Taodai consumes a greater share of spirit stones, and after a hearty meal, it sprawls contentedly across the table. The mountain gate exuded a newfound vitality, a sight that delighted Ji Qingqiu. Within the sect, the Grand Elder Wenyuan sought repeated audiences with Songshi, striving to obtain comprehensive information regarding the vast sea, paving the way for the demon sect's ambitious expedition. Beyond the 4 great continents lay the boundless expanse of the vast sea, a realm that was both sea and not sea, where even the lightest feather could not float, and where living fish could drown, rendering cultivators unable to ride the winds or wield their swords. 100 miles from the shore stood an impenetrable barrier, known as the ancient Forbidden Land, which separated the 2 realms. The southern barbarian wilderness was notably unique, lacking the obstruction of weak waters, allowing direct sight of this barrier from the mainland. The designation of Forbidden Land was not without reason. Entry was one matter, and the inherent dangers were another. In a territory as vast as the 4 continents, what purpose lay in exploring the vast sea? A fool's errand, indeed. Yet, a decade prior, the barrier of the vast sea exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon with the emergence of celestial-grade spirit embryos. The demon sect possessed few celestial-grade artifacts, merely 2 or 3 dozen, but the existence of such treasures warranted fierce competition. Celestial-grade weapons were universally acknowledged to enhance one's power by a realm beneath the sage level, with a solid foundation. One could even slay foes of a higher realm or transcend boundaries in battle. However, upon the appearance of the celestial-grade spirit embryo in the vast sea, the major sects of the southern barbarian wilderness hesitated to take risks. On that day, Songshi willingly offered to lead a team into the depths. As anticipated, the celestial phenomenon revealed a breach in the barrier, allowing Songshi and her companions to venture forth. Upon their return, they brought back resources sufficient to sustain the demon sect for a decade, not only securing the celestial-grade spirit embryo, but also numerous spirit-grade seeds. This implied that from their weapons alone, they could produce 1 celestial-grade artifact and dozens of spirit-grade ones, not to mention the resources. Such an immense temptation stirred Wen Yuan's heart. Rejecting the heavens would only bring misfortune. The demon sect was in dire need of such an opportunity for advancement. Furthermore, from Song Shi's account, the vast sea was not only rich in resources, but also abundant in spiritual energy. Wen Yuan could no longer remain still. He must report to the sect leader. Should the leader grant approval, he would set forth immediately. The elder quickly sent word to seek an audience with Ji Qingqiu, and, upon receiving a positive response, hurriedly took to the skies on his sword. The knight could not conceal the exhilaration on his face. He yearned for Ji Qingqiu to agree to this venture without delay. However, upon arriving at the mountain gate, he was met with a surprising scene. A family of 3, no? The master and disciple sat together with the sword of extermination, sharing a meal. He recognized the sword of extermination, and the disciple was none other than Chu Ning. But what was this tender and serene expression gracing the sect leader's face? Wen Yuan rubbed his eyes, astonished, as though he had witnessed a ghost. Was this truly the demon lord? No, it could not be. Regardless of who you are, get off the demon lord at once. It was no wonder he initially perceived them as a family. The resemblance was striking. Yet, Wen Yuan quickly suppressed his inner strangeness. This was merely a master and disciple along with a sword spirit. How could he misinterpret the situation? If he were to misunderstand, wouldn't he, the sect leader, deliver a sword strike in return? Nevertheless, doubts lingered in his heart. It had not been long since their last meeting. Yet how had the sect leader transformed into this visage? Where had gone the fierce demeanor that once gazed down upon the world? Sect leader, Wen Yuan stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Chu Ning, noticing this, hurriedly rose and returned the gesture. Greetings, Grand Elder. Before returning to the sect, Chu Ning took the time to recognize each individual present. Ji Qingqiu had conjured the likenesses of these individuals using demonic energy, making their identities unmistakable. As disciples of the demon lord, it would indeed be unacceptable not to recognize these pivotal members of the sect. Wen Yuan smiled gently, assuring, "There is no need for excessive courtesy, young master. Today, we seek merely to discuss matters with the sect master. Please, continue your meal. I shall only speak a few words before taking my leave." This disciple was undoubtedly exceptional, for the sect master's 6 disciples were all female, and their relationship with the sect master was not particularly close. Yet here was a male disciple permitted to dine alongside the sect master. Nonetheless, he paid it little mind, as it bore no consequence for him. The paramount objective was to develop and strengthen the demon sect. Ji Qingqiu held her bowl and chopsticks, savoring her meal thoughtfully. However, regarding the matter of the boundary sea, the sect master had anticipated this very issue. According to the 5th young master, the resources within the boundary sea were abundant. If not secured in advance, the practitioners of the 3 teachings would undoubtedly seek ways to enter. Presently, the boundary sea was regarded as a forbidden zone by the world. Should we venture forth to explore and consolidate those resources, it would be of immense benefit to our demon sect. Ji Qingqiu spoke. Originally, I intended to confer with the elders of our sect regarding this matter. Since you are here today, I presume you have garnered the support of the other elders? Wen Yuan replied with a smile. Naturally, there are some who oppose, yet they are few. The majority consider the resources at stake. The resources brought back by the 5th young master alone are sufficient to cultivate several disciples with the potential to reach the saint realm. There was a glimmer of desire in the old man's eyes. Thus, I wish to send more individuals to acquire as many resources as possible. Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You may arrange this matter. If we can acquire more resources, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune for our demon sect. Wen Yuan rejoiced and promptly assured her, "Rest easy, sect master. Leave this matter to me." With that, he took his leave, departing like a fleeting rainbow. Chu Ning felt a spark of curiosity. What exactly was the boundary sea? If it truly harbored such splendid resources, why had it not been explored sooner? The ancient battlefield of the god-demon war from primordial times, now a relic of fallen deities, had not been tread upon by anyone for millennia. Ji Qingqiu took a bite of her meal and continued. The barrier was established by the founders of the 3 teachings and the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor would not have collaborated with the founders without cause. After all, there was a blood feud between them. The subsequent fall of both the founders and the demon ancestor was tied to the boundary sea. Chu Ning furrowed his brow at this revelation. If such powerful beings fell due to this, why would the master still send people there? Ji Qingqiu sighed. With such tremendous temptation present, even if my master forbids them, do you think they would not secretly send individuals to investigate? It is better to send people to explore. If there are indeed valuable resources, it would be a boon. If there are none, or if it is a trap, my master will handle it. What is there to fear? Chu Ning fell silent, offering a wry smile. Strength indeed grants one a formidable voice, does it not? Ji Qingqiu nodded slightly, smiling at Chu Ning. In that case, focus on your cultivation and refrain from dwelling on unnecessary matters. Chu Ning could only smile awkwardly in response. The disciple cannot help but harbor affection for the master, yet remains steadfast in their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu expressed a hint of satisfaction, casually producing a vial of heavenly demon essence. Your foundation in the 2nd realm is now stable. Consume this essence and proceed with your breakthrough. Will there be a reward for breaking through? Ji Qingxiu, without hesitation, lightly tapped Chu Ning's head with her chopsticks, embodying the authority of a master. First, focus on your cultivation. Chu Ning, seizing the moment, grasped her hand and replied with a smile, "The disciple understands." Chapter 68. The Surge of the Heavenly Path. Sister's hatred at its peak. Zhu Xian could not help but roll her eyes. This master-disciple pair is truly extraordinary. You, the demon lord of this world. Allow her such frivolity. Why not simply strike her down? Reduce her to a mere pulp. Even during a meal, she seeks to gain some advantage. How can one not eliminate such a rebellious disciple? You aren't angry? You're actually smiling. Zhu Xian silently rose to tidy her utensils. The demon lord's actions must surely be guided by her own rationale. It remains true, she is merely a sword. It is only natural to be unable to comprehend. Two small dogs scampered from beneath the table, trailing after the little girl. Ji Qingxiu quickly returned to her usual cold demeanor, her expression stern. Neglecting your cultivation brings shame to the title of my disciple. Be cautious, for there may come a day when I revoke that title. Chu Ning blinked, still holding her hand. If I am not to be a disciple, then shall I be a companion? Have you finished eating? Once done, you must begin your refinement. After speaking, Ji Qingxiu silently withdrew her hand and turned to enter the cave dwelling. Without applying some pressure, he might truly lose the will to cultivate. This is a sect, a place for cultivation, not a realm for romance. One must resist the impulse to ruffle Ning's hair and instead encourage diligent practice. With a long sigh, Chu Ning returned to the demon sect. The master had changed. In the previous courtyard, the master would embrace him, and on fortunate occasions, steal a kiss or two. Now, she only desires him to cultivate. He is not entirely unmotivated, is he? He practices swordplay all day. The master even praised him at the dining table. Indeed, returning to the sect is hardly a favorable situation. How wonderful it would be if the master were not the demon lord. After tidying up the dishes, Chu Ning also returned to the cave dwelling. Chu Ning, cultivation level, second realm, subtle, pinnacle, technique, heavenly demon 9 forms, perfect. Heavenly demon rotation technique progress, 0, only upon understanding one's fate can cultivation commence. Physique, supreme heavenly demon body transformation progress, 100, consuming 10,000 contribution points can elevate the heavenly demon body to the next realm. Understanding one's fate is required to initiate cultivation. Contribution points, 54, 490. Upon seeing this, Chu Ning took a deep breath. There are ample contribution points. Yet the progress for the techniques and the heavenly demon body requires an elevation in realm. These contribution points should not be spent on the sword gourd unless one reaches a level where no further advancement is possible. Unless it can directly elevate Zhu Xian to divine quality. Chu Ning took the heavenly demon essence in hand and downed it in one gulp. A surge of tumultuous energy suddenly enveloped his entire being. In the next moment, Chu Ning instinctively transformed his demonic form to suppress it. The strength of this energy was even more potent than the last time he consumed the heavenly demon essence. It appears that an excessive amount was consumed in one go. Perhaps the master possesses confidence in his own physique, which is why he daringly provided such a substantial quantity all at once. The demon body inherently enhances physical strength. Thus, refining these energies should pose no challenge. Within the cave, demonic energy surged into Chu Ning's body, while he simultaneously refined the energy within him. The demon body, now emanating a faint purple glow, radiated brilliantly, hinting at the emergence of sharp spikes. The completion of this refinement is likely to take some time. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, will the master still have an excuse to prevent me from training? Would that not mean I could indulge daily, leading to the demon lord neglecting his duties? A few days later, atop the summit of questioning destiny, Zhu Xian idly cradled 2 dogs, one in each hand. Why have they not come out to play these past few days? Little Tao Tai, do you not agree? The dog blinked and nodded vigorously. Xiongqi and Tao Tai exchanged glances, murmuring to one another. Are you content to be regarded as mere pets? No. Are we to be seen as pets by the sword spirit? But what alternative exists? What if the host fails to condense us? Indeed, humans merely condense us for their own purposes. Otherwise, we would likely never see the light of day again. Such a disgrace, such a disgrace. Being able to escape the heavenly path and condense is at least a significant improvement compared to before. It is best to accept our roles as pets. What are you two discussing? Zhu Xian inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the 2 dogs, sensing they were whispering. The dogs shook their heads in unison. Zhou Yujin re-entered the mountain gate. The little girl Zhu Xian waved cheerfully. Good morning, senior sister. Zhou Yujin offered no response, walking straight toward the gate. Observing this, Zhu Xian sighed. Why does my senior sister ignore me? Tao Tai nudged Zhu Xian's arm playfully, panting. Well, with Chu Ning and the demon lord absent, It's just us. Disciple Zhou Yujin requests an audience with the master. In recent days, I have not seen Chu Ning. I heard from the master that he has gone to cultivate. What a splendid opportunity it is to see the master every day, especially alone. The cave door slowly opened. Just as Zhou Yujin intended to enter, only to see Ji Qingxiu emerging. Master? Ji Qingxiu nodded slightly, glancing toward Chu Ning's cave. Ninger seems poised to break through. Zhu Xian curiously trotted over. Chu Ning cultivates rather swiftly, does he not? His talent rivals the top tier, and he has only been training for a few months. Has he not? Indeed, the heavenly path body naturally cultivates quickly. In comparison, it is far rarer than most, albeit awakening it can be quite troublesome. Oh, that is indeed impressive. Zhou Yujin silently clenched her fists. Above them, purple clouds began to gather ominously. Another 4 fiends? Zhou Yujin's expression turned peculiar. Tao Tai and Xiongqi seemed less concerned, sharing knowing looks. Do you think he might imprint all 4 of us from the heavenly path? It is quite possible. I suddenly feel I could regain a portion of my original strength. Then let us see. Oh please, the humans only find us adorable in our current forms. If we were to revert to our true selves, who would still wish to embrace you? Do you still wish to remain in seclusion, ensconced in the miasma of magic? Never mind, the present moment is quite satisfactory. Ji Qingxiu gazed upward towards the clouds, distinctly sensing the manifestation of the Great Path's principles in this place. The ancient ferocious beasts, whose heavenly Tao seals had long since fallen, undoubtedly led to the surging of the Great Path's rules here. Moments later, the clouds dispersed. Ji Qingxiu smiled slightly, surmising that the celestial magic form had successfully coalesced, for the murderous aura had been overwhelming, undoubtedly the Tiao Wu among the 4 ferocious beasts. Suskshin, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and turned to the dog behind him. You have a new friend. Ergo nodded vigorously. In an instant, the celestial phenomena re-emerged. Zhou Yujin could no longer contain herself. Master, is this a breakthrough to 2 realms? Why must we further condense the celestial magic form? After a brief appraisal, Ji Qingxiu provided an answer. It is Ninger's demonic form that has attained further advancement. Within a single day, the heavenly Tao has surged twice. All due to one person? Zhou Yujin's resentment deepened. Every time Master mentioned Chu Ning, he would smile, yet he had never smiled at her. Why should Chu Ning have such privilege? Zhou Yujin pursed her lips as she looked at Ji Qingxiu. Master, my junior brother has also broken through to the 3rd realm. Perhaps I could have a spar with him later, to solidify his cultivation? Shall I go all out? Ji Qingxiu did not refuse. Very well. Zhou Yujin was overjoyed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Soon, she would surely defeat Chu Ning in a fair contest before her master. She would show Master who the truly exceptional disciple was. Chapter 69, Master is provoking me. Would you like to use 10,000 contribution points to advance to the Supreme Celestial Demonic Body? Would you like to use 990 contribution points to increase the progress of the Supreme Celestial Demonic Body to 100? Would you like to use 900 contribution points to elevate the progress of the Celestial Demonic Rotation Technique to 100? Max it out, all of it. After accumulating contribution points for so long, it would be a disservice to myself not to max it out. The magic aura surrounding me transformed into a blood-red hue. From the demonic body emerged spiked scales, taking on a fierce blood-purple appearance. As the aura enveloped him, Chu Ning felt almost entranced. An indescribable sense of power emanated from him, an unending source of strength, as if he could never reach its limit. In this moment, Chu Ning needed no self-assessment. Merely through visualization, he could observe his own being. The crimson aura spread, revealing an intense murderous intent. The enhancement of his demonic body was of an entirely different caliber compared to before. With his current formidable physique, Chu Ning was certain that even at his previous full strength, he could not have brushed against the current version of himself. Suddenly, Chu Ning sensed something. Within this demonic sect, it was as if something was calling out to him. Subsequently, a vast ocean of knowledge surged within his mind. The Celestial Demonic Rotation Technique, a method derived from the demonic body and demonic arts. The utilization of the demonic form could not only augment his own power, but could even allow him to transform into a demonic figure, under his control. Contemplating this, Chu Ning began to coalesce the Tao Tai and Xiongqi before him. A certain little girl who had lost her dog suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. The aura of the blood-red demonic body was profound. Upon seeing this, Ergo was momentarily stunned. Chu Ning had no intention of explaining anything to the dog. He simply activated his technique. The gluttonous beast transformed into a surge of demonic energy, flooding into Chu Ning's body. The metamorphosis of his demonic form commenced. Chu Ning's eyes suddenly glinted with ferocity, as a massive maw filled with sharp fangs emerged, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Greed surged within him in an instant. At this moment, Chu Ning resolutely began to absorb the surrounding demonic energy. Qiongqi was left in astonishment. How had this human mastered the ability to consume all things like the gluttonous beast? Moreover, it appeared he could also assimilate this power into his own cultivation. Chu Ning could indeed sense a subtle enhancement in his own strength, albeit minor, likely merely from the demonic energy. However, if he were to devour other entities, the improvement would surely be far greater. With a mere thought, Chu Ning reverted to his crimson, demonic form. That was Qiongqi. A pair of sharp horns sprouted from his head, which gradually took on a feline visage. His power surged once more, yet it remained elusive in nature. He turned to regard the bewildered, gluttonous beast. What kind of cultivation technique had this human practiced that left even him perplexed? Chu Ning chuckled. Perhaps I have gained the ability to command your demonic form and harness your strength. The gluttonous beast was momentarily taken aback. Huh, you can comprehend what I am saying? After a brief contemplation, Chu Ning mused. It seems I can peer into the depths of the mind. That might be considered a facet of Qiongqi's power. Impressive. Chu Ning smirked. You can still express such admiration? Aren't you often spouting off about how impressive you are? Surely you understand the principle of being influenced by your surroundings? If you continue like this, I might just keep you contained forever. The gluttonous beast let out a hearty laugh, its canine visage betraying some embarrassment. I concede my apologies. Just don't cast me away. I am but a mere pup and shall not disturb you. Chu Ning nodded, then turned to conjure a Taowu. Standing over half a person tall, it was of a size befitting an adult beast, exuding a powerful presence far surpassing that of the gluttonous beast. The piercing gaze and fierce appearance truly embodied an ancient ferocious creature. Can you two achieve such a form? The gluttonous beast smirked. Isn't this what you desire? Should I transform into my true form as well? Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. Why not? In the next moment, a ferocious beast, nearly the same size as the Taowu, materialized before him, its gaping maw almost occupying half of its form. By the heavens, change back at once, or you shall never see daylight again. You don't even enjoy the transformation. It truly baffles me. The conjured Taowu appeared to possess a greater intellect, its aura thick with murderous intent. Yet, upon seeing the blood-red demonic form before it, it was momentarily stunned. What manner of sorcery was this? Moreover, why had the gluttonous beast transformed into a pup? Countless questions plagued its mind, yet all it knew was that it had returned from the void, re-emerging into the world, intrinsically linked to the blood-red figure before it. Never mind, I'll inquire with the gluttonous beast later. It seems this fellow has also re-entered the realm of mortals. Without hesitation, the Taowu morphed into a canine form, sporting a single horn. Chu Ning found this form much more agreeable. Ah, 3 pups. Zhu Xian should find this quite delightful. Zhu Xian? Who is that? His daughter. You'll understand soon enough. And what role do we play? To serve as her dogs. The Taowu exclaimed. What a profound humiliation. I am an ancient beast, a true dragon's offspring, and yet I am to be treated like a mere dog by a human? You may acquiesce, but I shall not. The glutton, with a hint of indifference, remarked, if you are unwilling, then return. There is no necessity for him to have you unleashed merely because his daughter finds amusement in teasing a dog. Moreover, I must caution you, he comprehends your words. What absurdity! My eloquence and intellect are far beyond the grasp of these mortals. Chu Ning, with a genial smile, inquired, have you finished your speech? If so, let us make a decision. Should you wish to become my loyal hound, I shall keep you. If not, I shall not solidify your form. The creature, taken aback, stammered. How can you comprehend my speech? The dialogue between a dog and a human bore an unusual essence. He possessed the abilities of Qiongqi. So it was, with newfound determination. He declared, if you allow me to roam this realm, serving you would be no burden at all. After all, who would choose to linger in the void? Unable to act, I shall accept my fate as a dog. Chu Ning, pleased by this response, transformed into his human form, and the empowered canine appeared within the chamber. The creature was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it is Qiongqi. What manner of being is this human? But what does it matter? I shall simply embrace my role as a dog. At this moment, Chu Ning found himself at a loss. It appeared that one must borrow power to gain power. Without such assistance, it was unattainable. However, the heavenly demon rotation technique was indeed an extension of the 9 forms of the heavenly demon. The demon form could enhance a practitioner's lethality or be shaped into a means of attack. Yet, this heavenly demon rotation technique could actually confer the abilities of the demon form, utilizing the glutton to devour treasures of the heavens to elevate one's cultivation. Was Qiongqi capable of discerning human speech? It seemed that the creature served merely as an augmentation of combat prowess. Indeed, it was a certain extension of demonic arts. It would be prudent to inform my master of this technique. When fortunate discoveries arise, one naturally thinks of their mentor. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot be too trusting. Such techniques should not be casually shared with outsiders. But is my master truly an outsider? He is family. Once my training concludes, I shall seek out my master. Outside the cave, Chu Ning noticed several figures lingering at the entrance. Master, senior sister, have you been waiting outside all this time? Ji Qingxiu chuckled lightly. We sensed the surge of demonic energy from your breakthrough and came to investigate. Now that you have attained the third realm, it would be fitting for you to engage in a friendly contest with Eugene. Observing your auras, it seems you are quite evenly matched. Your talents are indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning immediately declined. As a disciple of lesser strength, I am certain I cannot compete with my senior sister. It is best to forego this. What a jest. The last time we sparred, she held a grudge. Should we clash again, it would likely create an unresolvable rift between us. It is wiser to maintain a humble demeanor and foster amicable relations with my peers. Zhou Yujin felt a swell of pride in her heart, though her expression remained pleasantly composed. Since my junior brother willingly concedes, let us forego this contest. Otherwise, I fear he may. Her words trailed off, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Surely, Master is now aware of the gap between us. There is no longer any thought of comparison. Last time, I had suppressed my realm. This time, I stand at the pinnacle of the third realm. A sudden thought struck Ji Qingxiu, and her eyes narrowed slightly as she feigned regret. One would expect that with such a significant breakthrough, your strength would see considerable enhancement. Who would have thought it would be this way? Alas, even if your power hasn't improved much, as my disciple, you should ultimately be safe from peril. So be it. Originally intending to refrain from engaging, Chu Ning was instantly displeased. Aware that this was a mere provocation, he found himself unable to resist. He simply had to showcase his abilities and astonish his master. Otherwise, what was the point of his hard-earned strength? How would he find an opportunity to be close to his master tonight? With a fiery glint in his eyes, Chu Ning declared, "Let us compete. But I must clarify. This is merely a friendly contest between fellow disciples and should not be taken to heart, sister." Zhou Yujin smiled faintly. "That is certainly agreeable. If we are to engage, then let us see the disparity between our skills, both being in the third realm." In truth, Ji Qingxiu would never typically utter such words. Her demeanor was one of serene detachment, giving Chu Ning the impression of someone untroubled by worldly affairs. Therefore, her suggestion to compete was merely a means to stir up Chu Ning's competitive spirit, a form of provocation. Did she see through his intentions? Of course she did. Yet, she still took the bait. This provided her with even more reason to seek closeness with her master later that evening. Chu Ning clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhou Yujin. "Sister, I apologize if I have offended you previously. This time, let us consider it a practice session." However, he thought to himself that such a statement as holding back was rather presumptuous. It was wiser to remain humble. He wished to maintain the camaraderie among fellow disciples without creating too much tension. His master was truly something else. Zhou Yujin smiled slightly as she slowly drew her sword. "No matter, you may proceed as you wish." Chu Ning cast a troubled glance at Ji Qingxiu, who smiled and playfully ruffled his hair. At this sight, Zhou Yujin's expression hardened, her anger mounting. How infuriating this man! Were it not for our bond as disciples, I would have already struck him down. Let us begin. The two moved to an open space. The Zhujian sword moved forward, preparing to transform into a blade. Chu Ning smiled and remarked, "No worries. This is a perfect opportunity to test my newly enhanced demonic form. But sister, wielding a celestial sword, wouldn't that be an unfair advantage?" He shook his head with a smile. "It's truly unnecessary. Do you think my demonic form is for naught? The effectiveness of a celestial sword greatly depends on the wielder's capabilities and realm. For instance, even if Chu Ning wields a celestial sword, it merely offers a slight boost in power. However, if a sage were to wield it, the increase in lethality would be monumental." He had a steadfast confidence in the strength of his physical form. Zhujian nodded, albeit with a worried expression, and retreated to the side. Zhou Yujin narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening. "Could it be that my junior holds me in contempt?" Chu Ning shook his head again. "I'm merely testing my demonic form. Should I find myself outmatched, I will certainly resort to using the celestial sword." The woman huffed disdainfully. In an instant, the sword flashed. Chu Ning made no attempt to evade. At the moment the blade lunged towards him, he effortlessly deflected it. Clang! Zhou Yujin's hand trembled slightly around the sword, and her brow furrowed in surprise. Stepping back slightly, he directly gathered the demonic energy unrestricted by his previous limitations. In an instant, nearly 100 blades of sword energy infused with this malevolent force descended upon him with ferocity. To his dismay, another lethal strike. Chu Ning furrowed his brow. Perceiving the sword energy before him as if time had slowed to a crawl, adeptly evading the onslaught with his agile movements, narrowly avoiding the attack. Ji Qingxiu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she chuckled softly. It seems Ninger's perception has vastly improved compared to before. It is not merely a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a manifestation of the transformation of his demonic body. However, almost immediately, Zhou Yujin raised her hand, summoning yet more arcs of sword energy. The demonic aura coalesced, revealing intricate patterns upon her face. Suddenly, a formation appeared on the ground, with numerous dark, skeletal hands ensnaring Chu Ning's legs. This was the manifestation of Zhou Yujin's demonic art, capable of only a brief restraint given her current cultivation level. Yet, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The next moment, Chu Ning focused his strength and forcefully stomped the ground, dispersing the demonic formation with a powerful surge. But it was too late. In a mere heartbeat, Zhou Yujin had condensed her sword intent into her celestial sword, brimming with lethal power that made Chu Ning's eyelids quiver. Senior sister, must we truly engage with such ferocity in this competition? A massive blade of sword energy sliced through the air without hesitation. Boom. Chu Ning's figure crashed violently against the mountain gate, raising a cloud of dust. Zhou Yujin's expression remained composed, as she spoke calmly. In a life-or-death struggle against those outside the sect, no one will hold back. This is the first lesson I impart to you. As the dust settled, Chu Ning's arms bore grievous wounds, blood trickling down his fingertips. Haha, senior sister Zhou is indeed clear-cut, treating this contest as a battle against external foes, Ji Qingqiu remarked. Her lips pressed together as she glanced at Chu Ning's injury. Hesitating, she contemplated calling for a halt, but the disdain in Chu Ning's eyes dissuaded her from speaking. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Chu Ning managed to smile. They had all entered the sect together, and it had not been long since they had taken their vows. How could his senior sister claim to teach him? Zhou Yujin scoffed. With higher realms come greater strength and understanding. Such qualifications are only natural. With a resigned sigh, Chu Ning felt the swirling demonic energy around him surge into his body, draining nearly all of the malevolent aura surrounding Zhou Yujin. The woman's expression faltered. She attempted to reclaim the energy, but found herself utterly incapable. Before her, Chu Ning's smile faded. The blood-colored demonic form revealed itself. Akin to the scales of a dragon and the spikes of a beast, his visage growing increasingly fearsome as the surrounding demonic energy tightened around him. Unlike his previous demonic form, this crimson embodiment exuded an even greater aura of malevolence and intent to kill. Those scarlet eyes, when met with hers, felt like staring into the abyss itself. Zhou Yujin's heart quaked, involuntarily stepping back. What manner of technique is this? At that moment, Chu Ning's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Senior sister, have you exhausted your killing move? The blood-colored demonic figure suddenly loomed before her, and Zhou Yujin's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively reached for her sword. Yet, in a swift motion, Chu Ning's fist struck her wrist with a resounding crack that echoed through the air. Ji Qingqiu's expression shifted, her brows knitting together, though she remained silent. According to Zhou Yujin, this is a fair confrontation between internal and external adversaries. Is there any justification for bias? Yet, she will naturally keep a close watch, ensuring that neither party meets a fatal end. If there are lethal moves to be employed, it would be prudent to utilize them swiftly, otherwise. Chu Ning's gaze darkened with a fierce intent, and he suddenly unleashed a whip-like kick, catching Zhou Yujin off guard, sending her crashing into the collapsed mountain gate. Although he practiced the sword path, the overwhelming power granted by his demonic form was even more pronounced at this level. Teach me the ways of cultivation. Yet you must possess the requisite qualifications. The blood-red demonic form flickered past once more, delivering a punch that landed squarely on Zhou Yujin's abdomen. A mouthful of blood was expelled, and Zhou Yujin's complexion turned pale as she knelt on the ground, utterly devoid of any strength to retaliate. How could he be so formidable? What had transpired earlier? At this moment, Chu Ning looked down calmly at the prostrate woman. Zhou Yujin, I regarded you as my senior for entering the mountain gate before me. In our 2 contests, you have repeatedly sought to take my life. If you were merely of the 3rd realm, you would have surely sustained grave injuries, perhaps even damaging your foundation. I harbor no intention of enmity towards you. Yet you have attempted to kill me time and again. Do you truly believe that your status as my senior grants you any advantage? Chu Ning then transformed back into his human form, raising his hand to summon the Excalibur. Today, I shall impart a lesson. On the path of cultivation, one must rely primarily on their own strength. How far can you go relying solely on the might of your celestial sword? If you are unconvinced, let your master heal your wounds, and we shall compete in sword intent. Should I falter against you even once, I will gladly call you master. Zhou Yujin's expression became complex, tears welling in her eyes. Why was it that he could overpower her, a peak 3rd realm practitioner, so effortlessly? No wonder the master favored him. On what grounds? In an instant, Tears streamed down her face, her eyes reddening as she left without hesitation, commanding her sword to depart. Chu Ning sealed the bleeding wounds with demonic energy, feeling the deep scars etched into his bones. Truly a lethal move, even without utilizing his demonic form. His physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary third-realm cultivator, yet he was still grievously injured. What would happen to an ordinary person? This was the very reason for Chu Ning's fury. This woman, is she out of her mind? Have I provoked her in any way? Cry? Let her cry louder. Ji Qingxiu stepped forward and spoke. Ninger, allow me to tend to your injuries. Chu Ning firmly declined. I can tend to my own injuries. There is no need for my master to exert herself. With that, he released Excalibur and returned to his cave dwelling. Ji Qingxiu paused, slightly taken aback. Why did it seem that her disciple was upset? Excalibur also wore a perplexed expression. Master, what has happened to Chu Ning? Ji Qingxiu could not discern the cause. Only feeling that her disciple was upset, perhaps due to her, she casually sent a message to Mu Li, instructing her to check on Zhou Yujin's condition. I will speak with Ninger. Chapter 71. Has Master not kissed me before? Was Chu Ning feeling dejected? Surely he was. Competing against a fellow disciple, especially one under the same master, would inevitably lead to feelings of discontent, regardless of victory or defeat. Rather than win, Chu Ning would have preferred a clear loss. For at least then he would not be burdened with lingering thoughts. After all, what significance does the outcome of a mere contest between peers hold? However, as soon as Zhou Yujin made her move, it was clear she aimed to inflict serious harm upon him. What an enmity this is. Did I steal your woman? No. It should be a man. Regardless of the magnitude of the grievance, matters should be addressed with reason. Though the previous attack could be overlooked, this time, Chu Ning was genuinely enraged. Did she truly consider him a living target? Did she think she could strike him at will? He had cultivated for longevity. Yet he would not allow himself to be trampled upon. Ultimately, seeing Zhou Yujin in tears was something Chu Ning did not foresee. You came to provoke me. Yet here you are, weeping in the end? This woman is utterly perplexing. His arm throbbed faintly with pain. Chu Ning couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The demonic energy sealed the wound, preventing any blood from seeping, yet that blow had evidently struck bone. Recovery would certainly require time. He estimated several days would be necessary. Suddenly, the cave door, which Chu Ning had sealed and reinforced, swung open with a rumble. Upon seeing Ji Qingxiu, Chu Ning turned away, letting out a cold snort to express his displeasure. To put it plainly, this incident was to be blamed on his master. Had his master not insisted on their sparring, this unfortunate affair would never have occurred. Now, it seemed that the bond between fellow disciples had fractured. Noticing Chu Ning's indifference, Ji Qingxiu could clearly sense his discontent. It appeared she was the target of his ire, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. First, tend to your injuries, lest they become hidden ailments that hinder your future cultivation. No need for that, master. I am confident in my ability to heal myself, Chu Ning replied. Ji Qingxiu bit her lip and moved closer to Chu Ning, intending to grasp his arm, but he turned away once more. I have stated that there is no need for your healing, master. You could have prevented this incident. A gentle word would have sufficed. That attack was lethal. Did you not perceive it? Simply halting the match would have sufficed to prevent such an outcome. Chu Ning's emotions were not without cause. He had his limits. Ji Qingxiu's gaze trembled slightly, her expression growing complex. Ninger had always been close to her, yet today he felt so distant, leaving her with an uncomfortable sensation. Ji Qingxiu had intended to ascertain just how formidable Chu Ning's demonic form truly was. She had not anticipated that Zhou Yujin would resort to a lethal strike. Believing she would show restraint towards her fellow disciple, the unfolding events clearly surpassed expectations. Chu Ning had been wounded by the celestial sword's aura, a blow that would be insurmountable for an ordinary cultivator. While she certainly felt pained for him, at that moment, Ninger had already been filled with indignation, prepared to unleash his full power, which was why she did not intervene. Zhou Yujin had initiated a deadly move, and to have halted Ninger would have seemed exceedingly biased. The outcome was as expected. A fully empowered Chu Ning effortlessly overwhelmed Zhou Yujin. The prowess of his 3 realms had enabled him to completely dominate his peers, and she held great admiration and satisfaction for this. Zhou Yujin had indeed erred, yet Ninger had lost his temper, directly incapacitating Zhou Yujin by severing her grip on the sword. The fault lay with Zhou Yujin, yet the consequences had already been devastating, requiring no further inquiry. However, Ninger must not be overlooked. Yet, such intricate emotions often eluded her understanding, and she remained unaware of the true source of Chu Ning's ire. However, upon witnessing Chu Ning's apparent reluctance to engage with her, Ji Qingxiu felt a profound sense of disappointment. Chu Ning pondered for a moment. Although today's events were rather troublesome, it was unjust to place the entirety of the blame on her master. Her master, with a heart as clear as a sword, often overlooked the subtleties of emotional fluctuations. If he were to dwell on this, would he not be the one to feel sorrow? After all, he was family. It was permissible to vent some frustration. But there was no need for it to escalate further. Just as Chu Ning was about to speak, Ji Qingqiu unexpectedly embraced her from behind. Chu Ning shuddered. Master? Ji Qingqiu pressed her body closely against Chu Ning's and whispered, Ninger, today's events stem from my own lack of consideration. I fail to comprehend your feelings of resentment towards me. If you truly harbor grievances, please articulate them instead of keeping them to yourself. Ji Qingqiu's expression was intricate as she held Chu Ning tightly. I have never seen you like this. It leaves me at a loss. I can sense your discomfort. Yet your current state only amplifies my own unease. Can we find a resolution? Chu Ning's gaze mirrored her complexity. To think that her master, the current demon sovereign, would be the one to initiate this conversation? It was indeed true that regardless of who her master was, he would always remain her master. Now, he was proactively seeking to alleviate her anger. If Chu Ning continued to dwell on such matters, it would surely indicate a lack of clarity in her mind. Master, I merely overthought some things. It has nothing to do with you. Ji Qingqiu shook her head gently and replied, Speak your mind freely. Do not let it fester within. Prolonged suppression of feelings may lead to resentment, and excessive resentment can breed hatred. I do not wish for you to harbor any ill will towards me. I do not harbor hatred towards you, Master, Chu Ning explained helplessly. It is merely the matter of sparring with fellow disciples. I do not wish to offend anyone. After today's conflict, it seems there will be no opportunity for reconciliation in this lifetime. We are all your disciples. If discord arises, it would ultimately burden you. I simply wish to avoid that. Indeed, Ji Qingqiu tightened her embrace around Chu Ning. I have confidence in your demonic form, knowing that your senior sister cannot truly harm you. I also wish to observe your progress in the realm of the heavenly demon. In terms of teaching my disciples, I shall not show favoritism. I will allow you both to engage with one another, as fairness is paramount. However, when it comes to you, I will naturally lean a bit more in your favor, but this can only occur in private between us. Chu Ning nodded, exhaling a long sigh, hearing her master's words. It was indeed her own fault to be angry. She should not have overthought the situation. It was her master who had failed to notice her feelings, as she did not relish in such conflicts. If she did not wish to participate, she need not do so in the future. That is not my intention, master. I must participate when necessary. I cannot bring shame upon you, can I? But in terms of disputes amongst fellow disciples, I genuinely lack the desire to engage. A contest is a contest. Why must it be so? I shall discuss this matter with your senior sister. Her thoughts seem somewhat peculiar, and I cannot fathom them. After speaking, Ji Qingqiu released her hold. Ninger, could you turn around? I wish to see your face. Chu Ning had no hesitation in complying. At the moment she turned around, she instantly perceived the emotions swirling in Ji Qingqiu's gaze. Tenderness, admiration, heartache, and indulgence, all intertwined. She truly did not know how to confront Chu Ning's aloofness. She merely acted on her subconscious impulse, unwilling to let him drift away. The intricacies of language and emotion eluded her, yet she understood that failing to act would lead to profound regret. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. His master actually cared for him. How could he still harbor resentment towards her? It was utterly shameful. Without a second thought, he embraced her, nearly overcome with tears. Master, I shall never treat you this way again. Ji Qingqiu smiled gently, shaking her head as she reciprocated the embrace. The issue does not lie with you. It is a matter concerning your master. No, it is the disciple's fault. It is my fault. Chu Ning, stubbornly insistent, replied, Master. I said it was because of me. Before he could finish, Ji Qingqiu silenced him with a kiss. Bewildered, Chu Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Master has kissed me? This is the first time. Before he could fully grasp the experience, Ji Qingqiu released him, her gaze resting upon his face. This matter requires no debate. Since the issue lies with your master, I shall take responsibility. How can everything in this world be laid at your feet? Would you not tire of such a burden? Chu Ning felt increasingly moved. Master, the greatest fortune in my life is having you as my mentor. I truly cannot fathom where I could find a master as exceptional as you. Observing her disciples' improved spirits, Ji Qingqiu smiled faintly. Am I not right here before you? Then, can master kiss me once more? The audacity of Chu Ning's request left him inexplicably bashful. It seemed that in their relationship, the master should indeed hold the upper hand. The novelty of the sensation intrigued him, and he yearned to experience it again. Upon hearing his words, Ji Qingqiu's face flushed crimson, and she could not help but lower her gaze. If you desire it, you may initiate it yourself. There is no need for your master. Yet Chu Ning insisted, but I believe it is special when master takes the initiative. After all, it is the first time you have kissed your disciple. Ji Qingqiu's face reddened even further. It is not the first time. Chu Ning was taken aback. When was the last time? I was completely unaware. Chapter 72. The possibility of celestial phenomena? Previously excited, Chu Ning grew anxious. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? I have no recollection. Was it just a peck? Is a kiss and a peck the same concept? Certainly not. Mouth to mouth is what one calls a kiss. Chu Ning could only recall taking the initiative to kiss his master. So whose fault is it now? Who cares whose fault it is? Master initiated the kiss. So what could possibly be wrong? All he wanted to know was when Master had secretly kissed him. Master. I wish to ask. Ji Qingqiu lightly pressed her finger to Chu Ning's brow, casting a spell that rendered him still. After ensuring he was comfortably lying on the bed, she finally exhaled in relief. Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking. Now that she had, she would be subjected to her disciple's relentless inquiries. And how could she possibly respond? The disciple is most at ease when remaining quiet and still. Ji Qingqiu smiled faintly. Allow me to tend to your injuries first. Chu Ning gazed at Ji Qingqiu with wide eyes, nearly on the verge of tears. She felt utterly helpless, unable to speak a word. Master, even with your profound cultivation, how can you treat me this way? Where in the world do masters and disciples interact like this? It's simply unfair. Ji Qingqiu found herself at a loss, genuinely unsure of how to respond to Chu Ning. Thus, she decisively immobilized her. Otherwise, Chu Ning would surely become restless again. The demonic energy entered her body, rapidly mending her wounds from the inside out, her bones and skin visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Ji Qingqiu clearly sighed in relief. Restoring Chu Ning's injuries was a trivial matter given her level of cultivation. Upon examination, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Ji Qingqiu's eyes. As a supreme celestial demon, her potential for growth was boundless. The vast domain of the demon sect stretched across millions of miles, all built upon the physical forms of the demon race. Unlike the celestial saints who wielded their powers through the laws of heaven and earth, if your demonic body were to advance further, you could stand tall and firm in the world with your true flesh and blood, though the path of cultivation would not be without its challenges. The demonic body, if one had the right connections, posed no insurmountable difficulties. Ji Qingqiu continued with a smile. Previously, at the peak of your second realm, you held your own against a powerful opponent in the third realm. Now that I've perceived your progress in the celestial demon body, I can sense that you are capable of overpowering those in the third realm. With your skills in demonic arts combined with your training in the demonic body, once you reach your peak, you might very well transcend realms, becoming the strongest in your domain. This only pertains to your physical prowess, not your swordsmanship. Ninger, you must also diligently cultivate your sword path. Ji Qingqiu's expression suddenly turned curious. Ninger, why do you remain silent? Are you still upset with me? Chu Ning replied, Master, with you having done this to me, how can I possibly speak? Ji Qingqiu's face flushed with embarrassment. She had forgotten that, in such a brief moment. Chu Ning seemed to recall something. Was it not the case that previously, in the small courtyard, the master had similarly placed her under a spell? This time it was immobilization, while last time she had simply fallen asleep. No wonder she had little recollection of waking up in the master's room that day. Wait, no. Could it be that it was indeed the same instance? Once the immobilization was lifted, Chu Ning's face was filled with indignation. Master, I understand now. Was it not when I came to your residence to help you with your meridians? Ji Qingqiu, hands folded in her sleeves, maintained a calm demeanor. I ask you about your swordsmanship. Your physique is now robust, far exceeding your current realm, and you must not delay in your sword training. Is that not so, Master? As for your training, I will oversee it. Regarding your senior sister, I shall have a good discussion with her later to understand the situation. After all, we are all of the same sect, and competitions need not be taken to such extremes. If the Master intentionally refrained from answering, it could be construed as an acknowledgement. Could it be that the Master had kissed her after subduing her? Ji Qingqiu was on the verge of losing her composure. The disciple seems to be entirely devoid of focus on cultivation. However, it is understandable, having just made a breakthrough. They perceive themselves to be on an entirely different level of strength, as if they have ascended through a series of formidable steps, truly a daunting realization. Thus, their lack of attention to their training is somewhat justifiable. Ji Qingqiu rose silently. I have come to heal your wounds, since you are now well. Chu Ning smiled as she grasped Ji Qingqiu's hand. Master, Ji Qingqiu felt a sense of impending trouble. One cannot keep the disciple in the dark forever. Such matters should be reciprocal. There is no fairness in deliberately incapacitating a disciple only to steal a kiss, especially when the disciple is completely oblivious to it. Shouldn't something be compensated now? Ji Qingqiu's face flushed anew as she pursed her lips and chided. Ninger, you have changed. Previously, you were wholly devoted to cultivation. Now, where has your mind strayed from your practice? Chu Ning remained unfazed. How could you claim I have forsaken my cultivation? With your recent breakthrough, it is essential to solidify your foundation. My current demonic form has been perfected, It merely involves expanding my spiritual abode with demonic energy. What consolidation is necessary? With a playful smile, Chu Ning remarked, "Are you perhaps trying to flee from the situation, master? Denying what has transpired. Does that truly befit a renowned demonic sovereign?" Ji Qingxiu sighed deeply and once again settled at the edge of the bed. Chu Ning, smiling, embraced her from behind, resolutely preventing her from escaping. "Master, you smell wonderful." Ji Qingxiu felt helpless. How was it that teaching her disciple had never been this troublesome before? She had simply come to heal, yet now she found herself wholly ensnared. It seemed impossible for her to escape the disciple's grasp today. Nevertheless, Ning'er truly has been diligently cultivating. Furthermore, in Ji Qingxiu's heart, Ning'er was not merely a disciple. With such thoughts, she applied restrictions to the entrance of the cave dwelling. Ning'er's defensive arrangements were rather inadequate. It appeared that anyone nearby could breach them. Thus, she ensured that no one would interrupt. Chu Ning, of course, was oblivious to this action. Ji Qingxiu's emotions were restrained, and she could not possibly inform Chu Ning that she had set up prohibitions, ones that even a vixen could not bypass. You need not worry about what you wish to do. In contrast, Chu Ning consistently maintained the upper hand, particularly in their emotional exchanges. After all, once Chu Ning initiated the kiss, Ji Qingxiu could hardly hope to regain control. Unbeknownst to her, this led to a more restrained demeanor from Chu Ning. The sky outside had yet to darken, and thus, they were cautious not to be too brazen. If Master Uncle were to witness this, would he not shatter their spines? "Master, do you recall what I previously mentioned about my insights into demonic techniques?" Ji Qingxiu's gaze flickered as she turned to look at him, her expression tinged with confusion. "Ning'er, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that you have indeed made a breakthrough in demonic arts? If this is true, my worldview may very well shatter." The disciple's comprehension of demonic techniques was unparalleled. She had never imparted any knowledge of such arts to her disciple. It was all through the disciple's own insight. Self-realization leads to a complete understanding. Not long ago, I inquired whether there were any further techniques following the mastery of demonic arts. What other methods could possibly exist? The legacy of the 9 forms of the celestial demon has endured for so long. How could there be more? Now, as a disciple, I pose this question again. Could it be that? Chu Ning smiled and replied, "At the moment of my breakthrough, I comprehended a technique that seems intricately linked to the demonic arts. I wonder if it might assist you, Master." Ji Qingxiu's gaze sharpened, her breath quickening with fervor. The celestial patterns are not easily broken. Ji Qingxiu has always perceived a deficiency in the heavenly order. If this technique truly embodies the essence of the 9 forms of the celestial demon, it is highly probable that it was deliberately fragmented by the demon ancestor long ago. This implies that she may have the opportunity to attain the path of celestial patterns. Chapter 73. You desire a forceful kiss. Why do you panic when I maintain my cold demeanor? In her pursuit of the path, Ji Qingxiu has never faltered. How could she remain composed in the face of such revelations? If this technique is an extension of the demonic arts, she ought to have known of it long ago. Perhaps it is the final piece to her enlightenment of the celestial path. Yet, she remains oblivious, having never heard of it throughout her years of cultivation. For in the operation and practice of her techniques, she has not sensed the slightest hint of incompleteness. They are inherently whole, so how could she grasp another method? Yet, why is it that Ning'er can comprehend it? Could it be akin to what she has grasped with the 9 forms of the celestial demon? Though Ji Qingxiu is uncertain, she is determined to seize any opportunity that may lead to a breakthrough in celestial patterns. Ning'er, is this truly the case? A peculiar emotion flickers in Ji Qingxiu's eyes, clearly tinged with anticipation. Seeing her master so visibly unsettled, Chu Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Is this not an opportunity? Master, you must know that I invested considerable effort to comprehend this technique. Shouldn't you reward me in some way? It would not tarnish your status and identity. If word got out, the esteemed demon lord would have taken advantage of her disciple's insights. Ji Qingxiu let out a wry smile. It seems she has become rather mercenary. Must every matter now be measured meticulously? Chu Ning nodded vigorously. When it comes to matters concerning her master, one must indeed be meticulous. Ji Qingxiu smiled with her eyes crinkled, turning to tousle Chu Ning's hair, feigning ignorance of her intentions. Within the sect's techniques, secret realms, and weaponry, you may choose freely. She is well aware of what her disciple means. Is it not directed toward her? As expected, Chu Ning wore a displeased expression. I lack for nothing. With you by my side, I could simply take what I desire. Indeed, then what do you wish for? Master, just give me another kiss. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Qingxiu acquiesced. When it comes to the pursuit of the great path, how could one afford to dawdle? Chu Ning believed her master would not simply agree so readily. After all, they had been entangled for quite some time. Surely, she would devise some means to negotiate. Just as Chu Ning pondered how to secure her desires, she suddenly felt a force pressing her down. Bewildered, she began to struggle, only to find herself utterly defenseless. What on earth is happening? Regaining her composure, Chu Ning looked up to see Ji Qingqiu donning a different expression entirely. Her countenance was chillingly serene, and her gaze sharp as a blade, exuding a commanding presence with a voice that resonated with frost. Ninger, the technique? Hand it over to me. Upon perceiving the piercing intensity in Ji Qingqiu's eyes, Chu Ning instinctively recoiled. Is master angry? The expression and the gaze were clearly unsettling for Chu Ning. Although his master typically embodied a cool demeanor, she was undeniably gentle when they were alone together. The Ji Qingqiu before him was devoid of any semblance of tenderness. She was the embodiment of the demon lord in the eyes of the world, radiating an aura of authority that starkly contrasted with their usual interactions. Unable to suppress a nervous gulp, Chu Ning tentatively inquired, "Master, is something the matter?" Before he could finish his words, her striking visage suddenly drew near, and without a word, she pressed her lips against his. This was no mere kiss. It was a demonstration of overwhelming force, as if she intended to consume him entirely. Even as their lips parted, a distinct sound echoed in the air. Ji Qingqiu's tone remained unchanged, her expression laced with disdain. "I do not repeat myself. Chu Ning, present the technique, or do not blame me for resorting to other means." Bewildered by the kiss, Chu Ning's mind raced, his heart pounding rapidly. The sensation was akin to being pinned against the wall by an intimidatingly aloof female teacher in a school office. Thrilling, yet disconcerting. His master felt so unfamiliar in this moment. This domineering side was a stark contrast to the gentle mentor he knew. "Please, I don't care who you are. Get off my master." The once bold Chu Ning, who had aimed to confront his master, found himself at a loss for words, his face burning with embarrassment. Was this how their dynamic was meant to evolve? After all, Ji Qingqiu's cultivation far surpassed his own. Without hesitation, he divulged everything. "Master, please don't be like this. I will explain." Ji Qingqiu inquired, "What do you mean? Isn't this what Ninger desired?" Earlier, when Ninger had requested the technique, she had hesitated to initiate another kiss. Now, armed with the pretext of the technique, and knowing her disciple would undoubtedly seek some form of reward, she decided to embrace the situation fully. Yet, why did Ninger appear so flustered? Shouldn't he be elated? Indeed, comprehending her disciple was no simple endeavor. Perhaps it was due to her infrequent displays of affection that made this interaction feel so alien. Chu Ning hurriedly articulated his insights regarding the heavenly demon rotation technique. He detailed the comprehensive technique, spanning over 5,000 words, including his interpretations and insights. As expected of her remarkable talent, Ji Qingqiu absorbed the information with ease, memorizing it after just one hearing, even beginning to demonstrate its application on the spot. Unlike Chu Ning's abilities to transform into a gluttonous beast or other demonic forms, mere superficial offensive techniques, this was not what Ji Qingqiu valued. Chu Ning noticed a rift in the space beside Ji Qingqiu, revealing a celestial spectacle reminiscent of a starry night, flickering in and out of existence. The demonic energy surrounding Ji Qingqiu subtly manifested, and Chu Ning felt an immense pressure, one he had never before witnessed emanating from her. Like a mere insect fleeting through the vast expanse of the world, one cannot help but exclaim upon glimpsing the boundless heavens and the earth. Truly grasping the profound disparity that exists, Chu Ning could not suppress his astonishment. It is often said that the master possesses unparalleled strength. But just how formidable is that power? Merely by sensing it, Chu Ning felt that he could never hope to rival Ji Qingqiu in this lifetime. Yet, a sudden spark of realization flickered before him. Could it be that the master has indeed attained some profound insight? Ding! Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. That sound of notification could only be the system's prompt, right? The task had already refreshed prior, and he had yet to complete it. Could it possibly refresh again? Detected that the host has completed the task of imparting knowledge. Chu Ning's heart brightened. Aside from signing in, there exists another method to accrue contribution points? At last, he could perceive the dawn of a breakthrough in his celestial grade's spiritual route. He eagerly anticipated the amount of contribution points he would receive. Reward contribution points, 1 point. Chu Ning exclaimed, "Is this a joke?" After finally discovering a means to earn contribution points, he was informed it was merely 1 point. To achieve a breakthrough to celestial grade status, one would surely require at least 100,000. Is it truly just 1 contribution point per person? Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Ning. The entire demonic sect, with its disciples numbering at least 300,000 to 400,000, surely? It was absurd. To select 10,000 disciples each year from various regions, even a mere servant disciple could practice the demonic arts. This meant that, should Chu Ning be willing, all disciples within the sect could cultivate the heavenly demonic cycle technique. If it were merely 1 point per individual, that would amount to at least 300,000 to 400,000 contribution points. Should Chu Ning impart knowledge in other areas, He could elevate every aspect of his being to perfection, whether it be his spiritual root, magical techniques, or even the divine grade sword. He could conjure as many enhancements as he desired. Chapter 74. A new method of gaining contribution points while Ji Qingxiu immersed herself in her cultivation. Chu Ning had been discreetly observing from the side. Well, perhaps observing is not the right term. After all, he was gazing at his own master quite openly. The sight of his master diligently practicing was truly captivating. The urge to kiss her could wait for later. Initially, Chu Ning genuinely believed that his master was irate. That sudden expression nearly frightened him to death. If his master were to become angry, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. However, after she had kissed him, he understood. She was merely shifting her emotions in response to him, wasn't she? One must admit, the experience was utterly delightful. With a silly grin on his face, Chu Ning found himself increasingly amused. Meanwhile, Ji Qingxiu was entirely absorbed in the technique that Chu Ning had just described. With her innate talent and cultivation level, mastering any technique was effortless. The technique that Ninger comprehended was distinctly different from her own understanding of the 9 forms of heavenly demon swordplay. The 9 forms were merely an interpretation derived from demonic techniques, which Ji Qingxiu had formalized through her own swordsmanship. It was fundamentally still content-rooted in demonic practices, not truly an evolution. However, the heavenly demonic cycle technique was a different matter altogether. She had initially believed that the demonic arts were already perfected and could directly lead to the great path. Yet, upon pursuing her cultivation, it felt as though she had entered an entirely new realm. The martial art itself is nearly perfectly integrated with the demonic technique. It serves as both an enhancement and a form of empowerment. Ji Qingxiu could faintly sense that something was undergoing a transformation. If she could merge the demonic technique with this new martial art, she would undoubtedly uncover something profound. It might even be a method to attain enlightenment. After a long while, Ji Qingxiu gradually regained her composure, exhaling deeply. The shock imparted by the martial art was truly immense. She had never anticipated that the technique comprehended by Ninger could elevate her to such heights, offering an entirely new perspective, regardless of how one interprets it. The impact of her disciple was overwhelmingly significant. Furthermore, her disciple's future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival her own. Upon noticing the look in Ji Qingxiu's eyes, Chu Ning instinctively recoiled slightly. The earlier display from her master had left him somewhat flustered. Especially during the unexpected kiss, he felt utterly bewildered. It was certain that his master was not angry. She simply assumed a different demeanor. It was exhilarating. He yearned for a repeat. The master's inherent strength far surpassed his own, and it seemed only fitting that she held the upper hand. After experiencing such tender moments with his master, the sudden shift to a more aloof demeanor was surprisingly delightful. Ji Qingxiu smiled faintly. Ninger, this martial art indeed holds benefits for me. Yet it will require an extensive period to fully comprehend. Perhaps it could truly assist me in achieving that grand path. I never imagined your innate understanding of martial arts would reach such heights. After speaking, she instinctively reached out to ruffle Chu Ning's hair. However, he evaded the gesture and instead took hold of Ji Qingxiu's hand. With a puzzled expression, Ji Qingxiu asked, "What is it?" Unable to contain himself, Chu Ning confessed. "Your transformation earlier was so striking that I couldn't fully process it. I actually quite liked that version of you, and was wondering if you could do it again." Suddenly recalling something, he hastily added, "I promise it will be the last time." Ji Qingxiu paused, chuckling softly as she held Chu Ning's hand. "Must it be that way?" Chu Ning nodded earnestly. "That was thrilling. That is what I liked." Ji Qingxiu, upon hearing this, made an effort to recall that moment. If she were to adopt such an expression in front of others, it might be feasible, but in front of Chu Ning, it seemed rather implausible. Each time she encountered her disciple, she found herself irresistibly softening, yearning to caress or embrace him. It had become a habit. In truth, the earlier display of aloofness was merely a product of the exhilaration she felt upon hearing about the martial arts, combined with her response to her disciple's request, which naturally led to that high-handed master-disciple dynamic. Yet once that emotional high dissipated, it became quite challenging to maintain the facade. Ji Qingxiu attempted to recreate the moment, but, in vain, abandoned the effort. "Very well, I cannot do that now." Chu Ning expressed his disappointment. "We are both disciples. Surely you can manage it?" Ji Qingxiu shook her head with a gentle smile. "Do you believe I am too indulgent towards you, prompting you to seek a bit of discipline or a scare?" Chu Ning excitedly explained. "It's the stark contrast that captivates me. My master could effortlessly crush me with a mere flick of the wrist, torturing me in 1,000 different ways at whim, yet, inexplicably, chooses to kiss me." He chuckled at the time. "I was somewhat bewildered and didn't fully absorb the moment. The more I reflect upon it, the more I find myself enamored." Ji Qingxiu silently pressed her lips together. Wasn't her disciple's detailed recounting of that scene a tad shameless? However, She reconsidered. After all, he was a rebellious disciple, and the traditional decorum between master and student had long been cast aside. What need was there for propriety or honor? She dismissed the thought. The fact that her disciple admired her aloof and commanding demeanor was indeed difficult for her to assess. In truth, Ji Qingxiu found it rather intriguing. Their mode of interaction had seemingly settled into a pattern. On the surface, it was Chu Ning who broke the ice, yet behind the scenes, it was she who had subtly rewarded or hinted at things, guiding him to behave in such a manner. But it appeared that Chu Ning had always taken the initiative. Today, however, the atmosphere felt distinctly altered. The dynamic between the imperious, aloof female sect leader and her utterly defenseless disciple seemed rather amusing. Ji Qingxiu pondered whether it might be enjoyable to adopt a different persona while engaging with Chu Ning. Yet, the established dynamic was one she cherished. Had it remained entirely domineering, she might not have been so receptive or adaptable. If only there could be another version of herself. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Ji Qingxiu's eyes. Perhaps it was not entirely impossible, as she observed her master seemingly unwilling to revert to her previous demeanor. Chu Ning, though a touch disappointed, embraced her and nuzzled against her. Experiencing various facets of his master was indeed delightful. If he were to be dominated daily, he would likely need a penchant for masochism to acclimate. Presently, the gentle, fragrant, and tender older sister figure was precisely what Chu Ning adored. Master, I've been contemplating something, he ventured. Ji Qingxiu returned to the moment, nodding. What is it? I've been considering the demon will transformation technique. Since you mentioned its significant potential, why not popularize it within the sect, allowing all disciples to learn it? Wouldn't that ultimately benefit them and enhance their cultivation? Ji Qingxiu took a deep breath, holding Chu Ning closely, whispering softly against him. Ning-er, to have such thoughts shows you truly regard yourself as my disciple. This technique, akin to demonic arts, could indeed be practiced by any disciple. Now that the elders of the sect aim to further develop their strength, your technique would provide substantial support. And if you are willing, we can certainly proceed. Ji Qingxiu smiled lightly. Such a technique is undoubtedly exceptional, on par with the heavenly demon 9 forms. Since it is your insight, merely based on this technique, I could honor you as an esteemed elder. As for any additional rewards, my dear Ning-er, feel free to express your desires. What would you like? Chu Ning vehemently shook his head. Fame brings peril, and as a mere third realm practitioner, I am but an insignificant insect in the cultivation world. A third realm cultivator devising a technique comparable to the heavenly demon 9 forms. If this matter were to leak, he would undoubtedly become the target of public scorn, facing certain doom. Never mind, I shall simply make some contribution, allowing my disciples to learn a bit more. My disciples have no desire for any honorary title. They only wish to remain students of their master. Moreover, as for this matter, my research on the third realm's techniques would hardly be believed if revealed, and could easily invite trouble. It would be better to pass it on in the name of my master. Ji Qingxiu shook his head seriously. I shall not engage in deceptive practices. This technique was indeed conceived by you. However, your reasoning holds merit. Let us proceed thus, since your unparalleled demonic form and the demon sovereign originate from the same source. Let it be taught as the legacy of the demon sovereign's descendants. What say you? As long as you do not use my name, master. Ji Qingxiu smiled. Very well. Let it be so. Please impart this knowledge as swiftly as possible. And why is that? To allow my senior and junior brothers to enhance their strength sooner. Then what reward do you seek? Need you even ask? Without hesitation, Chu Ning lifted his head to plant a kiss on his master's lips. All he desired was his master. Chapter 75. My Contest of Great Tao with Zhou Yujin. Outside Chu Ning's cave dwelling, Zhu Xian raised his head. The master and disciple emerged, both wearing expressions of unruffled calm. It is needless to speculate. These two had undoubtedly been engaged in some unsavory activities within the cave. Such matters could hardly be concealed. Zhu Xian was quite astute. Ji Qingxiu spoke lightly. I shall visit your senior sister first. Chu Ning nodded with a smile. Master, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Ji Qingxiu chuckled. Anything will do. Oh my, anything will do? Zhu Xian rolled his eyes dramatically. The young girl cradled a newly joined pup in her arms, gazing vacantly at Ji Qingxiu's departing figure. The demon sovereign had indeed changed so much. The impression of the demon sovereign she held was far from this. Who could meet him without displaying utmost courtesy? Yet today, someone audaciously displayed no such respect and even dared to express anger towards the demon sovereign, regardless of the reason. Zhu Xian greatly admired Chu Ning's courage. The demon sovereign was known to be capable of dispatching Chu Ning with a mere swipe of his hand. Indeed, does one's demeanor alter significantly upon finding a soulmate? Chu Ning chuckled as he squatted beside Zhu Xian, affectionately ruffling the pup's head. I haven't had much time to play with you these past few days due to training, but I should be less busy now. Zhu Xian twitched her lips. As long as I have the pup to keep me company, who needs you? Chu Ning merely smiled. The sword spirit of the immortal sword had cultivated intelligence. His master claimed it to be the only one among the 7 swords, seemingly linked to his master's unique constitution. Having accompanied his master for many years, Zhu Xian gradually developed a spirit of its own, akin to a child of its own age. Any being with intelligence would inevitably fear solitude, and Zhu Xian could be regarded as half of her master's daughter, deserving of such affection. Though Chu Ning was merely 19 years old. Are you feeling better? Zhu Xian asked casually, as if she were entirely unconcerned. In truth, it was evident to her that Chu Ning had been releasing the pup during his training to alleviate its loneliness. The current days are infinitely more gratifying than the previous monotonous ones, all thanks to Chu Ning. There exists a modicum of concern, albeit it is somewhat diminished due to Chu Ning's habitual calling of it daughter. Chu Ning smiled and nodded. With no pressing matters at hand, it seems she has come to care for me, increasingly resembling a daughter. Zhu Xian rolled her eyes and subtly brushed aside Chu Ning's hand. For the sake of the dog, I can hardly be bothered to argue with you. Chu Ning, curious, gazed at the dog nestled in Zhu Xian's arms. This dog appears rather obedient, albeit a tad shy. A few days of affection should suffice, much like the other 2. Excellent, excellent. There will be more dogs to come. As for Qiongqi, I shall inquire about certain matters. Zhu Xian tugged at Qiongqi's collar and presented it. The creature in the young girl's embrace raised its head. Perhaps it has discerned the willingness of Qiongqi and Taotai to serve as loyal guardians, a fact undoubtedly tied to the resurgence of humanity in this realm. However, the most significant factor must be that woman who just took flight. What extraordinary power she possesses, seemingly on par with them at their zenith. Moreover, she is a companion of humanity? By what merit? Is it her beauty? From the perspective of our beast kin, she is merely average. Yet, in her demonic form, she does possess a certain allure, undeniably striking. Perspectives on beauty vary. Yet, one commonality remains. It is undoubtedly due to her strength. Such a powerful woman. Perhaps it is wise to remain humble. Being a loyal companion appears rather appealing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chu Ning stared at Qiongqi in bewilderment. Can you not use your abilities to directly convey my thoughts? Qiongqi grinned. I can. Chu Ning's lips twitched, though he dismissed the dog's foolishness, harboring a distinct curiosity. Earlier, during my duel with Zhou Yujin, you must have observed, since you can perceive thoughts, can you discern what Zhou Yujin is contemplating? After all, this woman is truly peculiar. The last encounter left little impression, merely a sense of excessive force. This time, it was blatantly clear that Zhou Yujin harbored animosity towards him, an unmistakable enmity. This is hardly a mere exchange of techniques between sections. With Qiongqi present, I suspect there may be some insights to glean. Qiongqi chuckled. You are the companion of that woman from the human realm who just departed. Am I mistaken? As for my master? Of course. Chu Ning unabashedly affirmed. As it is indeed the truth. In name, a master-student relationship. In essence, a partnership. Although they have yet to fully embody the title of true companions. Initially thrilled, Chu Ning soon perceived the unmistakable mockery etched upon Qiongqi's face. Annoyed, Chu Ning pinched the dog's face. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? If you had the capability, why not seek one out for yourself? Qiongqi scoffed. What beauty do human women possess? In ancient times, your kind was among the weakest of races, merely fodder for the mighty beasts of the wild. Even if I were to seek a companion, how could I possibly choose a human? Yet, your master's apprentice possesses considerable beauty. From the 9-tailed fox lineage, her bloodline is hardly inferior to mine. Qiongqi chuckled, lamenting. Regrettably, my true form has fallen, and I now exist merely as a golem. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly pursue fervently. So, you have become a sycophant then? Qiongqi looked perplexed. What does that mean? Chu Ning, uninterested in elaborating, inquired instead, did Master not mention that you possess only rudimentary intelligence? How have you become so astute? Your elevated cultivation has allowed you to refine a higher-grade golem, thus enhancing its intelligence. Although I can converse now, my recollections of ancient times are scant. Not much different from that of a canine, Qiongqi replied. Forget it. Just tell me what Zhou Yujin truly desires. It can't be that hard to decipher, can it? Ridiculous. Qiongqi straightened up. Though my intelligence may be incomplete, such abilities are innate. How could I fail to see through it? It's merely that your human partner possesses such high cultivation that I cannot pry into your affairs. Considering your current fame, that young lady is also quite perceptive and can see through clearly. Chu Ning felt somewhat speechless, then stopped dawdling and speak. Suddenly, Qiongqi grinned. In my view, people across all races, regardless of gender, share a common trait. What is it? A thirst for strength. When a person is sufficiently powerful, many will instinctively follow in their wake, irrespective of whether they are male or female, as long as they can be together. Qiongqi chuckled again. That young lady harbors murderous intent towards you, which is hardly surprising. If I were in her position, I would also wish to eliminate you. After all, being so close to one's beloved, the bond being exceedingly strong, who wouldn't he feel a twinge of jealousy? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Huh, that does sound somewhat reasonable. Is it the gap between humans and beasts that renders me unable to comprehend? Why does that sound so peculiar? It almost seems as if Zhou Yujin harbors feelings for Master. Suddenly, a shift occurred in Chu Ning's gaze. What the? Qiongqi, noticing Chu Ning's understanding, burst into hearty laughter. Moreover, that young lady is still unaware that you are your master's partner. If she were to find out, it would surely lead to a deadly confrontation. In the grand scheme of things, nothing rivals this. I merely find it curious that after so many years, the world no longer speaks of strength, but rather of romantic entanglements. What a farce. Chu Ning, exasperated, swatted the dog away. No wonder Zhou Yujin is so deranged. She would like nothing more than to eliminate him. This woman also has feelings for Master. But wait, it's ridiculous that as a woman you... What does your affection for Master have to do with me? This is a contest of strength, is it? You dare come at me again, and I shall pin you to the ground. Chu Ning's expression remained impassive. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. No one could interfere. Master was solely his. Chapter 76. What right does Chu Ning have? Upon receiving the news relayed by Ji Qingqiu, Mu Li hurried to the cave dwelling of Zhou Yujin. She held no ill feelings towards this junior apprentice and found her quite intriguing. Sudden injury would undoubtedly pique her curiosity regarding the cause. Upon inquiry, she discovered it was due to a sparring match. With whom? Her junior apprentice, Chu Ning? Wasn't Zhou Yujin at the peak of the third realm? How could a junior like Chu Ning defeat her, and to inflict such severe injuries? Moreover, she was crying profusely, which tugged at Mu Li's heartstrings. Do not cry. Do not cry. Your master is here. Is there anything you wish to share with me? Zhou Yujin's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart teetering on the brink of despair. How could a disciple who had just broken through to the third realm possess such formidable strength? Merely facing him left her with no sense of victory. The fracture of her wrist was not the cause of her breakdown. Rather, it was Chu Ning's incredible power that left her utterly bewildered. His spiritual root was inferior to hers, his cultivation less advanced, and he had even entered the sect later than she. Yet, how could he be so overpowering? At this moment, Zhou Yujin was consumed by thoughts of victory and defeat, leaving her no room for conversation with Mu Li. Master, there is no need for concern. I shall be fine alone, she stated. Mu Li, witnessing her state, felt helpless. With tears streaming down her face, he feared she might take drastic measures. Thus, he resolved to tend to Zhou Yujin's injuries first. What could have prompted this? As Mu Li assisted Zhou Yujin in healing, he silently contemplated the celestial mysteries. Oh, Zhou Yujin challenged Chu Ning to a duel? Did she resort to lethal techniques? What could have driven her to do so? After using such methods, Chu Ning became enraged and retaliated against her. From every angle, it seemed unjustifiable for her to employ lethal techniques in a mere competition. And Mu Li found it hard to muster sympathy. Oh, dear disciple, did you not bring this upon yourself? While I empathize with your plight, one does not invite misfortune upon themselves. Nevertheless, your severe defeat leaves little room for blame. Understanding dawned upon him. There were reasons behind her actions. After all, he was somewhat familiar with Chu Ning's character, who was devoted to his master and held little renown even within the demonic sect. In the past, the chief disciple of his senior sister, Jiang Kai, would seek out every talented disciple in the sect to challenge after breaking through, claiming misfortune or unfavorable conditions when defeated, while belittling others when victorious. Her notorious demeanor stemmed from a penchant for boasting. In stark contrast, Chu Ning shunned conflict, dedicating himself to cultivation and the path of a rebellious disciple. His ruthless actions must have been provoked by something deeper. Why then had little Yujin resorted to such lethal methods? Suddenly, Mu Li recalled how this disciple would wait daily at the mountain gate during the absence of his senior sister, and Chu Ning, a testament to her unwavering hope. An unexpected thought crossed his mind. Surely not. As he pondered, he felt an inexplicable urge to glance aside. The figure of Ji Qingqiu gradually materialized within the cave dwelling. Upon seeing her, Zhou Yujin's tears, which had just begun to cease, surged forth once more, her gaze fixed intently on Ji Qingqiu. Master. Ji Qingqiu frowned slightly, but did not pursue the matter further. After all, the price had already been paid. Ning Er had shown his stance, and today she was merely to provide guidance. However, the matter concerning Zhou Yujin's lethal actions against a fellow sect member warranted clarification, as such disputes had arisen among cultivators within the sect. However, the rules do not permit it, unless the conflicts between both parties are irreconcilable, in which case one must sign a death warrant and engage in a duel, accepting the consequences of life and death. Yet, As they are all disciples under the same master, it hardly seems to have reached such a dire point. Ji Qingqiu, filled with confusion, was about to inquire further when she was suddenly interrupted by Mu Li. With a playful smile, Mu Li remarked, "Senior sister must have come specifically to check on Xiao Yujin's injuries. It appears you care for her quite a bit." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingqiu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhou Yujin quickly interjected, "Thank you, master, for your concern. However, the events of today were the fault of the disciple. Had the disciple acted differently, perhaps none of this would have transpired." Ji Qingqiu gazed at the tearful figure before her, perplexed. "Yujin, you and Ninger are of the same sect, both disciples of the master. If the sparring is merely for the sake of improvement, there is nothing wrong with that. Yet, if it goes too far, it may jeopardize the camaraderie among disciples. May I inquire about the underlying reason?" Zhou Yujin's expression grew complicated as she bit her lip and murmured, "Master, are you here to visit the disciple or to question her about the reasons behind her actions?" Ji Qingqiu then understood the implication of Mu Li's earlier words, which suggested that she should refrain from questioning and simply regard this as a visit out of concern for her disciple. She softly replied, "Naturally. I am here to check on your injuries." It could only be said that concern for her disciple and inquiries about Zhou Yujin's matters were equally present. Why? Among fellow disciples, does there arise such discord? Zhou Yujin's countenance darkened further, tears glistening in her eyes. "Master is clearly not here to visit, but to interrogate me regarding why I injured Chu Ning." Zhou Yujin abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "You just called him Ninger a moment ago. Why is this so? The disciple possesses greater talent and works harder in her cultivation. Why does Master favor him so? Regardless of his present strength, why was I not allowed to reside with Master upon entering the sect, while it was that Chu Ning who was chosen? He is merely a disciple with a useless spiritual root. I saw him when he joined the sect. What qualifications does he possess to be a disciple of Master? Now, being a disciple, is it not merely for the sake of those cultivation resources? If not for those resources, how has he come this far? How has he awakened that so-called heavenly Tao body? The disciple cannot comprehend nor see through why Master is so partial towards him. We are all disciples. Why must I reside in the inner gate?" At this point, Zhou Yujin's grievances had reached their peak. It is evident that the disciple holds a deeper affection for Master. Why is it that Master does not favor me? Ji Qingqiu, Mu Li. I see, so that is the case. Mu Li could not help but scratch her head. Your affection must be the kind a disciple feels for their master, not that other kind, right? But you are a woman. Ji Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback by these words, her mind struggling to process the implications. If that is the case, it does seem rather complicated to handle. Perhaps it is a misunderstanding? Let me ask again. Yujin, what do you mean by that? Zhou Yujin took a deep breath and exclaimed to Ji Qingqiu, "The disciple simply likes Master. I cannot stand how Master treats that Chu Ning so well. It feels so unfair. It should be the disciple standing by Master's side." Chapter 77. Ninger, the rebellious disciple. Unlike you, the atmosphere within the cave grew noticeably tense. The three women exchanged glances, each contemplating the situation. Mu Li scratched her head and suggested, "What if I leave?" Had it been her junior disciple uttering such words, she might have found it amusing enough to tease him. After all, she believed the junior disciple still had a chance to succeed. However, with Zhou Yujin, a woman, it was a different matter entirely. How absurd. Besides, her senior sister had never shown an inclination towards women, despite lacking a partner for many years. Her senior sister's preferences remained conventional. Moreover, Zhou Yujin, if you harbor feelings for your master, so be it. What is wrong with affection between women? Mu Li herself held deep affection for her senior sister, often sharing baths and discussing their physiques. Yet, the current predicament was undeniably intriguing. A love turned to hatred. Who would have imagined that the icy senior sister, who had remained aloof for a millennium, would inspire such fervor in someone? As her thoughts spiraled, Ji Qingqiu shot Mu Li a discreet glance, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. This vixen was clearly stirring trouble. Did she truly fail to comprehend the nature of Zhou Yujin's affections? It was merely a fondness for Mu Chong. After all, she had encountered countless individuals over the years. It was only because of Ninger that Mu Li had misinterpreted Zhou Yujin's feelings. With a soft sigh, Ji Qingqiu finally spoke, "In truth, I also harbor a fondness for you, my disciple." Zhou Yujin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that her master did not despise her? She fixed her gaze intently on Ji Qingqiu, her eyes shimmering with hope. Today, she had prepared herself for this moment. Having allowed her hatred towards Chu Ning to reach a boiling point, she had struck out against Chu Ning, only to find herself gravely injured. In the eyes of her master, she might have irrevocably fallen short of Chu Ning. To voice her affection for her master was a calculated risk, a desperate gamble. She had anticipated a harsh reprimand, perhaps even expulsion from the sect. Yet, Unexpectedly, the outcome was far from that. Ji Qingqiu nodded thoughtfully. Your talent is commendable, and your progress within this realm is the swiftest among your peers. Having such a disciple is indeed a source of ease and joy. Overcome with emotion, Zhou Yujin collapsed onto the bed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Then why does my master not allow me to reside at the mountain gate, instead favoring Chu Ning? We both entered the sect at the same time. Why the disparity? Ji Qingqiu, without much contemplation, chuckled lightly. In terms of imparting knowledge to my disciples, I do not exert excessive effort nor pay much heed to your sentiments. However, I have observed your diligence and progress. You are undoubtedly the most industrious disciple I have had in recent years. Thus, when it comes to disciples, it is only natural that I favor you. As for Ninger, she is like you, equally my disciple, without any distinction. Yet, she holds a unique place in my heart. Zhou Yujin took a deep breath, a sense of relief finally washing over her. Originally, the master did not overlook or show bias. Rather, she simply did not pay much attention to the disciple's efforts, which had indeed been noticed by the master. Furthermore, the master favored her over that Chu Ning. However, upon hearing Ji Qingqiu's last remark, Zhou Yujin's expression clearly displayed confusion. Special? What was so extraordinary about Chu Ning? After a moment of silence, Ji Qingqiu found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. In any case, you must understand that as a disciple, your diligence and character must surpass his. Within less than 2 months of entering the sect, you have advanced 3 realms in cultivation, achieving remarkable proficiency in the sword arts. Your rapid progress is unparalleled within the same realm, even surpassing Ninger. Moreover, in the practice of magical arts, you have also shown considerable talent. The crux of the matter lies in Zhou Yujin's unwavering dedication to her training, toiling day after day, unlike Ninger, who, aside from her cultivation, is preoccupied with thoughts of rebellion. Therefore, Ji Qingqiu's words were devoid of deception, they were grounded in truth. A faint smile finally graced Zhou Yujin's lips, albeit a bittersweet one. But master, I have failed today. Ji Qingqiu sighed. Ninger's rapid advancement in demonic cultivation relies on her physical prowess. It is difficult to find anyone in the same realm who can surpass her. And that is her unique advantage. Your swift cultivation progress should naturally be accompanied by diligent study of magical arts and swordsmanship. In the realm of cultivation, the notions of victory and defeat are but illusions. Even if you were to win, could it guarantee your path to greatness in the future? After speaking, Ji Qingqiu let out a long sigh. As a disciple of the same master, to engage in fierce competition for attention and resort to lethal moves in contests would indeed be a true deviation from one's core intent. Since there are reasons behind your actions, you have also paid the price. This time, the master will not pursue the matter further. You need only to know that as a disciple, the master prefers you. Muli smacked her lips. Of course, in your eyes, that little junior disciple doesn't even qualify as a disciple, does she? How could you misinterpret this? It's all that little junior disciple's fault. Now, whenever she hears the word like, she shifts her attention to such trivial matters, failing to consider the existence of Ji Qingqiu herself. It is only natural for people to admire strength. Some may gaze in awe from afar, while others may strive to draw closer. Over the years, I have encountered many such individuals. Noticing Zhou Yujin's mood brighten, Muli inexplicably felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I just comforted you for ages, and you didn't say a word. Now, after your master speaks a few casual words, you act as if nothing happened, right? Zhou Yujin awkwardly lowered her head. After all, master is different. After saying this, Zhou Yujin turned to Ji Qingqiu and said, disciple still wishes to understand why master considers that Chu Ning to be special. Clearly, his spiritual roots and aptitude are average, and he does not surpass me. Having spoken half of her thoughts, Zhou Yujin hesitated to continue. Ji Qingqiu furrowed her brow, evidently displeased. In our demonic sect, while aptitude is indeed significant, a sincere heart devoted to the pursuit of knowledge is far more precious. The path to greatness is fraught with thorns and mire. Though there are fellow travelers, both foes and friends, ultimately, all things and individuals are merely scenery along the path, not the path itself. Understanding the illusory nature of existence and relinquishing one's attachments. On this point, Ninger surpasses you in some measure. Zhou Yujin's expression became complex. This is the unique aspect of Chu Ning? Ji Qingqiu shook her head slightly and smiled, saying, what makes Ninger special is something you must understand by letting go of your prejudices and examining with an open heart. You both possess your own talents and advantages. And if you learn from one another, using the stones from other mountains to carve jade, it will benefit both you and him. Zhou Yujin took a deep breath, rose from the bed, and bowed respectfully. Disciple understands. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Since you have said this, It is clear that junior brother Chu Ning has something that the master wishes for his disciple to see, and I shall certainly engage in more discussions with him. Ji Qingqiu nodded. Focus on your cultivation. I have high hopes for you. You will undoubtedly become a pillar of the demon sect in the future. Yes, master. Chapter 78. Does this senior sister have no sense of boundaries at all? Meanwhile, at the summit of Winding Mountain, Chu Ning felt a bit numb. If it were someone else, would they dare to covet the master? I would just punch them. If I can't defeat them today, I'll fight them again tomorrow. With my extraordinary abilities, I fear no one. Even if it were a sage, I would eventually take them down. But this coveting pertains to the master. To my fellow disciples, even my senior sister is off limits. We are already embroiled in a battle of great principles. Not a single concession can be made. Zhu Xian glanced over curiously. Chu Ning, can you talk to the dog? Why can't I? Chu Ning smiled. The dog is a manifestation of my essence. So of course I can. Just think of it as a dog. Zhu Xian nodded, not pondering it any further. Xiongqi could directly communicate thoughts and could also converse with Zhu Xian. However, considering it is a creature of ancient ferocity, what if it misled my daughter? That would be unacceptable. A dog is meant to be a dog. A talking dog is something else entirely. Chu Ning then checked his current level of cultivation. Chu Ning, Spirit Root, Superior Spirit Root, Cultivation Level, Third Realm of Knowing Destiny, Technique, Heavenly Demon 9 Forms, Perfection. Heavenly Demon Rotation Technique, Perfection. Physical Body, Supreme Heavenly Demon Body to the Realm of Completion Progress. 100, can consume 50. 000 contribution points to elevate the Supreme Heavenly Demon Body to the Ultimate Realm. There remains considerable potential for the enhancement of the demon body. But Chu Ning presently requires a significant number of contribution points. Although he has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation and maxed out his levels, he has only just grasped the method for the Heavenly Demon Rotation Technique. Having thought this through, Chu Ning opened the introduction to the Supreme Heavenly Demon Body. It appears to allow for the absorption of spiritual and demonic energies at any time and place, thus accelerating the cultivation speed compared to before. Interestingly, this seems to have a significant relation to the Heavenly Demon Rotation Technique. The demon body can harness the essence of the heavenly demon forms to gain their capabilities, such as ingestion and discerning human speech, among others. Furthermore, the ultimate realm of the heavenly demon body seems to enable the simultaneous enhancement of 3 types of demon bodies. It appears to be an accumulation of power. Chu Ning began to experiment. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he transitioned into the demon body. The crimson patterns on his demon body gradually transformed. A triangular formation emerged from his head, and a blood-red maw manifested, unleashing a surge of overwhelming combat power and boundless malevolence in an instant. Yet this malevolence seems merely an enhancement of combat prowess, without affecting his mental clarity. Amplifying Chu Ning's malevolence, his actions become increasingly extreme, untainted by the so-called mundane concepts, yet he retains his rationality. In terms of mindset, it is largely thus. Empowered by the triple demon body, Chu Ning coalesces demonic energy with simplicity and suddenly unleashes a fist towards the cave dwelling. The ground trembles. Above the cave, a violet barrier gradually manifests. Is this the barrier set by the master? He seems to have never unleashed it before, so how formidable has his strength become? Should he venture to the celestial demon treasure land to ascertain? Behind him, Zhu Xian wears an expression of discontent. You intend to demolish our cave, do you? When the demon lord returns, you shall face the consequences. Chu Ning chuckles, transforming back into his human form. No worries, the master will repair it upon his return. Perhaps a brief excursion to the celestial demon treasure land is in order? The triple realm can be dismissed as trivial, it holds little interest. I shall directly confront the 4 realms' prodigious demon shadows. Otherwise, I truly cannot gauge my current strength. After all, I have fully mastered the triple realm, and competing with others at the same level seems rather pointless. Should I attempt a high-difficulty instance in the upper regions? Zhu Xian scoffs at this remark. Have you too little regard for those prodigies of the demon sect? Do remember, your senior sisters are also present. Are you not concerned about being rendered incapacitated? Chu Ning laughs lightly. What is there to fear? After all, death is not an option, and my demonic form recovers quite swiftly. I concede to you. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. Junior brother, where are you headed? Chu Ning turns to see his senior sister, Song Shi, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. After a moment of hesitation, he bows respectfully. Greetings, senior sister Song. A hint of surprise flickers in Song Shi's eyes. It appears you have broken through to the triple realm? Your foundation seems rather extraordinary. Chu Ning prefers not to linger in conversation with this senior sister, sensing something amiss about her. Upon returning from the celestial demon treasure land, I can inquire with Uncle Mu Li regarding her. After all, Mu Li also finds her peculiar, since you have recently broken through. I heard that you returned from the Sea of Realms. How is it? Quite well. Recently, the Grand Elder has been organizing personnel, mobilizing 1/10 of the disciples from the sect to prepare for the journey to the Sea of Realms, including 3 saints. If you wish to join, you are welcome. No need. I shall cultivate at the mountain gate. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. She casts a glance towards Ji Qingqiu's cave. A fleeting coldness in her gaze, though it vanishes quickly. No matter. I have no pressing engagements. Shall I accompany you? Chu Ning feels a twinge of exasperation. It is precisely because I do not wish to be with you that I remain silent. Why must you be so thick-skinned? This senior sister certainly harbors some issues. Is she fixated on the master like Zhou Yujin? Regardless, the master is mine and will not acquiesce to you. Just do not fixate on me. However, seeing the situation unfold, Chu Ning feels helpless. After all, it is merely a journey to the celestial demon treasure land. Zhu Xian, are you not walking today? I have just broken through. Do you expect me to walk? Is this how one treats their daughter? Zhu Xian huffs with a roll of her eyes, then transforms into her sword form. It seems she has heard the master speak of this. In truth, it is merely about controlling objects. In the second realm, Chu Ning was already capable of controlling external objects with demonic energy. Now, in the third realm, it was hardly a challenge. Manipulating the sword of extermination to soar through the skies posed no issue. However, standing atop it required a dual focus. If one were unfamiliar, it could indeed be perilous. Yet, as the saying goes, what is the purpose of sword mastery if one fears falling? Even if one were to tumble, would they truly be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh? For the sake of appearance, a few falls were inconsequential. Of course, Chu Ning held a modicum of confidence in his abilities. After merely a dozen falls, he could already control the sword with stability. The next step would be to face the abyss while riding the sword. Anxiety began to creep in. Perhaps it would be wiser to descend the mountain with the sword of extermination. Lacking a mentor, he felt a touch of acrophobia. The height was overwhelming. The sword of extermination scoffed. Just steady yourself. I shall guide you down. Chu Ning's eyes brightened. Could it be done this way? Who do you think you are? You've just broken through. Being able to ride the sword is commendable enough. Once you are adept, you can rely on yourself. Given this, Chu Ning hesitated little. He would first experience it, and once he felt calm, he could rely on his own skills. Having a companion truly proved beneficial. Behind him, Shi observed the scene, her eyes flickering with intrigue. The disciple of Ji Qingqiu was indeed formidable. The breakthrough must have coincided with today as celestial phenomena. The skies had shifted twice. And after the breakthrough, his power had solidified, even surpassing many in the third realm. Such a powerful disciple was not alone. His junior sister, Zhou Yujin, appeared equally impressive. If all 3 of them were to flourish, it would undoubtedly yield greater advantages. Noticing Chu Ning in the distance, she promptly followed. Do not rush, junior brother. Your senior sister will accompany you. Chu Ning remained silent, disinterested in engaging. Feel free, senior sister. Chapter 79. Let the 7th young master grace us, and open our eyes. Within the valley of 10,000 demons, in the heavenly demon treasure land, Feng Xiyuan returned with his disciples once more. Haha, among the disciples I have taught, you few possess the most exceptional talents. Though your spiritual roots are merely of medium quality, you have managed to break through to the second realm in just 2 months. Once you reach the third realm, you will have the opportunity to enter the inner sect and gain access to more cultivation resources. Yi Fan and the others wore smiles on their faces. The resources brought back by the esteemed elder had been substantial, and the Grand Elder had ordered a direct allocation of a year's worth of resources, alongside what their teacher had provided over time, allowing them to reach their current standing. Thank you for your nurturing, master. Feng Xiyuan beamed with satisfaction. These children are indeed teachable. Today's breakthrough to the second realm presents an opportunity to witness the talents of our sect's second realm prodigies. Do not fixate on victory or defeat. Simply give your all. The 3 nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with hope. Achieving a breakthrough to the second realm within 2 months of joining the sect was certainly no small feat, even among the inner sect. Naturally, during this period, they had nearly exhausted all the resources Feng Xiyuan had saved, even to the extent that he had given them his own share. The elder mused. Considering that as he aged, his hopes for a personal breakthrough were dimming, it was far better to cultivate a few promising disciples. Indeed, the character of these disciples is commendable. Feng Xiyuan, feeling the weight of his years, pondered the folly of squandering resources on himself. Thus, within a mere 2 months, he witnessed 3 disciples ascend to the second realm with remarkable speed. The elder, now of considerable repute among his peers, was greeted by various outer sect elders upon his arrival in the Tiamat treasure land. Ah, Elder Feng, I have heard of your 3 disciples who, despite their brief tenure in the sect, have already broken through to the second realm. Could they be these 3? A look of satisfaction graced the elder's face. My eldest disciple, Yi Fan, my second disciple, Lin Chun, and my third disciple, Zhou Zheng. They are indeed commendable, though they still have much to strive for compared to your own disciples. Elder Fang's words seemed to carry a hint of irony, prompting laughter from the crowd. Some genuinely congratulated him, while others were consumed by envy. How could such fine disciples be in his possession? Today, Elder Fang is here too. Fang Siyuan stroked his beard and chuckled. Having just broken through, I thought it prudent to bring them here for trials, to solidify their foundations. Oh, so Elder Fang has his own methods for nurturing disciples, they mused. As the conversation unfolded, two figures approached on swords from a distance. The woman was instantly recognizable to the crowd. Oh, is that not the fifth young master? What brings her here? Is she perhaps participating in these trials? Surely, a disciple of the demon lord need not partake in such tests. Curiosity rippled through the assembly, drawing attention to another individual accompanying Song Shi. Most were unable to contain their intrigue. The demon sect only knew of a seventh young master within their ranks, who had never made an appearance. Even more elusive than the reclusive sixth young master. All they knew was that he was the sole male disciple under the demon lord. Fang Siyuan was among the few who recognized him, his face lighting up with a smile. Chu Ning. The elder waved cheerfully, and upon noticing him, Chu Ning approached, sheathing his sword after a brief polish. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan and the others, upon seeing Chu Ning, offered respectful bows, their previous mockery forgotten. The individual with a seemingly inferior spiritual root had entered the sect as a disciple of the demon lord, conquering the 9th layer of the treasure land. His opportunities and strength were evident. We pay our respects to the esteemed ancestor. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Chu Ning. Beside him, Song Shi nodded with a smile. My junior brother is of such nature. There is no need for excessive politeness. Upon seeing Song Shi, the crowd bowed once more. This commotion attracted the attention of many, who approached with curiosity. Who is this young friend? He seems to be acquainted with the fifth young master. His appearance and cultivation are impressive. He has already reached the 3rd realm? At this remark, Yi Fan and his companions, who had just felt a sense of pride, froze in astonishment. The 3rd realm? A disciple with a supposedly inferior spiritual root can reach such heights? This is rather alarming. Their expressions turned to one of distress. Indeed, there are realms beyond realms, and talents beyond talents. The esteemed 7th young master, Yi Fan, awkwardly remarked, in our sect, there exists a hierarchy of respect and status. If we do not acknowledge our seniority, we should at least refer to you as young master. Otherwise, it would be rather unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning could only nod in resignation and return the gesture of respect. Being a disciple of the demon lord is indeed quite troublesome. How much simpler it would be to be a mere disciple of a master. The crowd erupted in exclamations upon hearing the title of 7th young master. Was he not the disciple of the demon lord, who joined the sect concurrently with the 6th young master? In terms of cultivation, he had only been practicing for a mere 2 months, yet he had already grasped his fate. Truly astonishing. Moreover, the depth of his foundation left some in awe. Even the inner sect elders could not discern his true capabilities upon meeting Chu Ning. What do you say, 3rd elder? One asked. I can only perceive he is at the 3rd realm. His foundation and level are remarkable, yet I cannot see through him. It is no wonder he is the disciple of the demon lord. He is indeed enviable. Thus, the spotlight shifted entirely to Chu Ning. For a disciple of the demon lord piqued everyone's curiosity. Having been in the sect for such a time without being seen or even heard of, was it truly appropriate? They were eager to meet him and exchange pleasantries. As the crowd continued to swell, Chu Ning began to feel uneasy. He had no desire to be the center of attention. After all, being a towering tree only invites the wind. Just being the focus of his master was sufficient. Oh, esteemed guests, I have come today to cultivate and spar in this sacred place. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, he stated. The crowd nodded in agreement. Of course. We have heard that the 7th young master has broken through 9 levels in the 1st realm in a single day. It is a pity that there have been no reports of his exploits in the 2nd realm. He must be diligently practicing. One individual suddenly proposed. The 3rd realm may suppress one's cultivation to challenge the 2nd realm trials. What if the 3rd young master were to restrain his level? If he were to break through 9 levels in the 3rd realm, and subsequently in the 4th, 5th, and 6th realms, he would indeed be unparalleled. At this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. 7th young master, since it is merely a trial, why not undertake it? This way, we would not tarnish the esteemed reputation of the demon lord. Chu Ning furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat coerced. Did they imply that if he failed to break through 9 levels, he would bring disgrace to his master? Such insinuations were unnecessary. He understood the implications well enough. Accepting would only lead to self-inflicted hardship. He ought to focus on his own endeavors. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps there was no harm in it. As the disciple of a master, the sect members hardly knew who he was. They only recognized him as the disciple of the demon lord. Was this truly fitting? If he were to succeed in breaking through 9 levels in the lower 3 realms, it might bring some recognition to his master as well. The second realm was one he had already surpassed when he was still agile. It posed no challenge. The third realm, for him currently. Chu Ning smiled, a spark igniting in his eyes. What you propose is indeed intriguing. After all, there is still ample time today. Shall we give it a try? At that moment, countless gazes converged upon Chu Ning. In their eyes, a profound interest was ignited. Today, we shall witness an extraordinary event. I invite the 7th young master to enter the celestial demon treasure land. Chapter 80. Let all the cultivators of the demons sect bear witness. Among the jeering crowd, there were those with ill intentions, questioning why you, as a disciple of the demon lord, deserved such privilege. After all this time, you have remained hidden behind the demon lord, merely honing your skills. What merits grant you greater resources than others, allowing them to look up to you? Such individuals can be found everywhere, yet there are also those who admire and anticipate Chu Ning's prowess. Breaking through the 9 layers is indeed an arduous challenge. Passing the 6th layer signifies one as a prodigy of this generation, yet the latter layers are occupied by either the demon lord or his disciples, all of whom are legendary figures from the past, making success exceedingly rare. Regardless, Chu Ning accepted the challenge. The mere act of attempting is significant, although it reflects humility. It simultaneously showcases his confidence. If he lacked such assurance, how could he have agreed? Elder Zhaoren smiled gently, raising his gaze to conjure an image of the celestial demon treasure land. Ladies and gentlemen, let us observe together. Song Shi, Fong Siyuan, Yi Fan, and others lifted their heads in anticipation, seemingly forgetting the purpose of their gathering. All present were singularly focused on one matter: how many layers Chu Ning could break through. The suppression from the 3rd realm to the 2nd realm limits one's cultivation and techniques, implying that the available methods would be scarce. Yet it is a match against opponents of the 2nd realm, which is not overly daunting. Among the crowd, some wore expressions of amusement, while others displayed eager anticipation. At the forefront, Song Shi's gaze remained fixated on the image. The foundation of the demon sect is undeniably formidable. Just a single Chu Ning could stand as the chief disciple of any other sect, not to mention that there are 7 such disciples. The strength of Zhou Yujin is also commendable. The advantages conferred by his divine grade talent, however, do not provide him an edge over Chu Ning. Yet, in the eyes of the world, such prowess is sought after and rarely attainable. It has begun, Zhaoren announced with a smile, prompting the crowd to fall silent. The first layer of the 2nd realm. Chu Ning appeared within the secret chamber. Someone chuckled. This is a disciple of Elder Wu from years past. Now a 6th realm Wanchuan cultivator. It is unclear what the 7th young master intends to demonstrate. Before the speaker could finish, their expression shifted to one of astonishment. Who could have witnessed how the 7th young master made his move? The shadow of the demon shattered. With a single strike, he eliminated an opponent at the pinnacle of the 2nd realm, and the 7th young master didn't he even draw his sword. Elder Zhaoren gasped in disbelief. It appeared that the 7th young master possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Could it be that he practices body cultivation? But why would a disciple of the demon lord choose to be a body cultivator when sword cultivators are renowned for their lethal capabilities? In the world, sword cultivators are universally acknowledged as the most formidable. Against them, the defensive capabilities of body cultivators are akin to fragile defenses, easily breached by a well-formed sword intent. It remains unclear. Zhaoren shook his head, pondering that perhaps he had merely discovered an additional path through diligent practice. The crowd continued to observe. Which layer is this? The 2nd layer. No, this is the 3rd layer. Just moments ago, while we were conversing, the 7th young master had already breached the 2nd layer. Does anyone know how he accomplished that? The crowd exchanged glances, and at that moment, a disciple accompanying his elder for the trial timidly spoke up. It seems to be the same path of physical cultivation. A wave of silence swept through the crowd. Even if one were to suppress their realm, it would still be within the 2nd realm level. Unless, of course, their physique vastly surpassed their current stage. After this revelation, an even deeper silence enveloped the group. The first 6 layers had been traversed with little more than raw speed and power, a feat that could only be described as terrifying. This implied that a typical 2nd realm cultivator would be effortlessly crushed by Chu Ning in the mere blink of an eye. Upon reaching the 7th layer, it was only then that Chu Ning drew his sword in the presence of Luo Yu, a fellow disciple under the demon lord. At the sight of the celestial sword, the eyes of the onlookers immediately sparkled with intrigue regarding Chu Ning's swordsmanship. In contrast to the previous layers, this 7th layer evidently consumed more time. Yet, there was not a trace of fear on Chu Ning's face. Rather, he appeared remarkably at ease. His demeanor exuded a confidence that left the crowd in awe. How could he treat Luo Yu, who had now attained the status of a saint, with such nonchalance? Why do I sense that Luo Yu's gaze differs from that of the demon shadow? Among the crowd, the only saint, the third elder Zhao Run, discerned the subtlety. The third young master was at the saint level, possessing an extraordinary awareness of the world. He likely sensed the confrontation with Chu Ning, casting a fleeting glimpse of his spirit. However, such visualization could not exert significant influence unless one reached the level of the sect leader. Moreover, there were limitations to distance. Even an average 8th grade practitioner could not manipulate from such a range. In the midst of their dialogue, it was evident that a victory had already been secured. Moving on to the 8th layer, someone sighed in resignation. Can anyone tell this old man how long it took for the 7th young master to reach the 8th layer? Less than a moment. The crowd inhaled sharply. Amidst their banter, Jiang Kaikai was defeated. The scene had now transformed into a sprawling bamboo grove. The 7th young master had finally encountered the demon lord. Perhaps only the demon lord from years past could contend with the current 7th young master. It would be interesting to see how the two compared today. Why has the image vanished? Zhaoren sighed. There is nothing to be done. It has been interfered with. It seems the demon lord does not wish for us to witness this. No matter, we shall wait. The crowd, though puzzled, was also filled with curiosity. They were uncertain whether the 7th young master could overcome the demon lord's shadow. Haha, that question is superfluous, since the demon lord's shadow has been placed here. Few are capable of witnessing it, let alone defeating it. Otherwise, how could our demon sect have thrived for so many years, all thanks to the demon lord? The crowd reflected on this, while Song Shi's expression grew grave. This Chu Ning is remarkably formidable. Meanwhile, within the bamboo grove's secret realm, Ji Qingqiu's gaze shifted as she observed Chu Ning. Why has he come here today instead of solidifying his cultivation? Chu Ning scratched his head. I initially intended to see the strength of the 4th realm directly, but then I heard the commotion they were making. Ji Qingqiu spoke softly. As my disciple, there is no need for you to concern yourself with their opinions. What difference does it make if they choose not to come? Chu Ning chuckled. Since Master has said so, how could I not strive for glory? After saying this, Chu Ning's gaze fell upon Ji Qingqiu. The youthful appearance of the master was indeed quite charming. Moreover, since she was currently the master, it was only natural. Ji Qingqiu seemed to sense his thoughts and playfully scolded. Since you have come today to bring glory to your master, how can you entertain such notions? With that, she playfully swatted Chu Ning away. Outside the secret realm, the connection to the 9 layers was established. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The 7th young master had actually triumphed over the demon sovereign. If that were not the case, the stone tablet would not have illuminated. Who would have thought that the 7th young master could surpass the esteemed demon sovereign? Could it be that our demon sect is on the brink of producing a second demon sovereign? The 7th young master is indeed extraordinary, exhibiting such strength. In the midst of the crowd, Chu Ning scratched his head. Did I win? My master had clearly swatted me out. No, if I cannot reach the 2nd realm, then I shall advance to the 3rd. Without hesitation, Chu Ning stepped into the 3rd realm of the heavenly demon treasure land, under the eager gazes of the onlookers. The crowd's enthusiasm was palpable. If they could not discern Chu Ning's strength in the 2nd realm, what would they see in the 3rd? At this moment, more and more disciples from the sect hurried to the scene, and the heavenly demon treasure land was almost overcrowded. Observing this, the 3rd elder chuckled and immediately relayed the message to the elder of the inner door. I implore all fellow practitioners to assist in disseminating this information throughout the sect. Chapter 81. What can Chu Ning achieve? Across the sect, within the inner and outer doors, and beyond the realms of demons, shadows of the demon emerged. Elders from various regions joined forces with 3rd Elder Zhao Ren to showcase the influence within the heavenly demon treasure land. Since the establishment of the demon sect, such commotion had rarely been witnessed. In the outer door, many gazed upon Chu Ning with admiration. Is that truly the disciple of the demon sovereign? It seems he has only recently joined the sect, and now he is attempting to conquer the 3rd realm of the heavenly demon treasure land? Truly remarkable to reach the 3rd realm in such a short time. We must seize this opportunity to observe, for such chances are seldom bestowed upon us. Conversely, within the inner door, many disciples displayed disdain. Is it really necessary to create such a grand spectacle for conquering a mere 3rd realm? Did these elders have nothing better to do? However, I have heard that this 7th young master has recently broken through the 9 layers of the 2nd realm. And prior to that, he also recorded breaking through the 9 layers of the 1st realm. Now, it seems he is attempting the 3rd realm. The moment this was mentioned, silence fell over the crowd. Among them were several disciples of the 5th and 6th realms. Yet, could any of them match his audacity if they were in the 3rd realm? The suppression formation of realms was designed to enforce limitations. Even if 6th realm disciples were cast into the 2nd realm, they might not succeed in breaking through 9 layers. In that realm, it was all about foundation and depth, implying that for Chu Ning, it was merely a matter of time. Once he reached their realm, he could easily dominate. If that were the case, it would be worth witnessing. In the inner door, where Zhou Yujing resided, the commotion outside was rather pronounced. Zhou Yujing stepped out of her dwelling and beheld the projection in the sky, where the figure of none other than Chu Ning was displayed. What is the significance of breaking through the 3 realms? Zhou Yujing displayed a hint of disdain, yet suddenly recalled the words of Ji Qingxiu. This individual is exceptionally unique, markedly different from her. By setting aside prejudices to understand, one could learn a great deal. Zhou Yujing let out a cold laugh and paused. I shall see what merit my master sees in you. Within the realm of the heavenly demon, Chu Ning remained oblivious to the changes in the external world. No longer constrained by the suppression of his cultivation, Chu Ning felt emboldened. Before him stood a youth with a fox-like visage, clad in a purple Taoist robe. Though clearly a male, he affected a delicate feminine appearance. The fox demon stood with sword in hand, head bowed. Who goes there? Chu Ning inquired, slightly bowing in respect. Disciple of the demon lord, Chu Ning. In an instant, a flash of sword light erupted. The speed of the blade was so extraordinary that it seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space. In that moment of clarity, the demon swordsman had already brought his blade to Chu Ning's face. The air resonated with a sharp clang. Observing Chu Ning merely extend a finger, he perfectly anticipated the trajectory of the sword light. Although he could not summon extraordinary powers in his swordplay, Chu Ning's comprehension of the sword technique was not lacking. Indeed, it surpassed that of many others. Without the need for a celestial sword, he had already attained profound insights into the art of the sword. And with the celestial sword unsheathed, his prowess only intensified. However, engaging in a duel of swordsmanship with someone of equal standing was immensely enlightening for Chu Ning. This was not akin to battling that maniacal woman, Zhou Yujing, who would unleash celestial sword attacks at a whim. The opponent lacked a celestial sword, and Chu Ning had no intention of wielding one either. After repelling the demon cultivator with a single palm strike, Chu Ning sheathed his sword before drawing it once more. At the pinnacle of spirit grade, it was more than sufficient. Observers from outside fixed their gazes intently upon the red gourd at Chu Ning's waist. If we are not mistaken, that sword was drawn from the gourd? The sword-nurturing gourd. It appears to possess considerable quality. Being the disciple of the demon lord has its privileges, including such a gourd. We are not so fortunate. Expressions of envy adorned the faces of the crowd. Such an item might not even be possessed by the elders within the sect. Who could blame them for being disciples of the demon lord? If they were to become his disciples, would he not generously provide for them? Yet, not everyone in the world is graced with such fortune. Among the crowd, someone voiced a query. Wasn't he the 7th young master using a celestial sword just now? Why is he not doing so now? From my perspective, he likely finds it unnecessary. Your comment is as good as nonsense. Do you think I cannot perceive that? Haha. I believe he was simply disinclined to linger in the 2nd realm, thus employing the celestial sword to swiftly eliminate the demonic shadows. Now, encountering an adversary of equal rank, he seeks to refine his sword intent? Fong Xiyuan chuckled wryly. This reflects a remarkable confidence in one's own abilities. Clearly, earlier, let us not dwell on it. There are always those who surpass us. After speaking, the elder turned his gaze toward Yi Fan and the others. You 3 also practice the way of the sword. Observe closely. If what the 3rd elder posits holds true, Chu Ning is indeed honing his sword intent. Opportunities to observe inner disciples like this are rare. The more you witness, the greater the possibility of enlightenment. Moreover, should you have the chance to learn his sword techniques, seize every opportunity to absorb as much as you can. Teacher, we understand and will. On that day in the small courtyard of the great Zhou dynasty, Ji Qingxiu had given him a mundane long sword for him to practice his strikes. In truth, it was to cultivate his understanding of sword intent. Without truly understanding the essence of the sword, one may spend a century without entering its realm. Yet, should one grasp the true nature of the sword, they could, in a single moment, cleave through the divine and the demonic. At present, the intent of the sword flows throughout his being, as if he and the sword have become one, transcending the physical realm. In the face of a sword cultivator from the demon clan, whose talent is not inferior to his own, Chu Ning moves with the grace of flowing clouds and flowing water. Clad in a dark robe that billows in the wind, he exudes an unparalleled elegance, even taking a moment to leisurely lift a fine wine. Once again, it must be said, Chu Ning is oblivious to the events unfolding around him. He had initially intended to experience the opponent's sword intent while practicing his own movements, perhaps to impress his master during future swordplay. Little did he know that at least 100,000 eyes from the sect were upon him. Outside the domain, chaos erupted. Countless female cultivators within the sect gazed in anticipation, their eyes filled with admiration. The seventh young master, indeed, is extraordinary. Previously, one might not have perceived his striking handsomeness. It remains uncertain whether the seventh young master has a partner. Should the nearby male cultivators hear this commotion, their admiration would swiftly dissipate. Isn't it just sword dancing? Everyone can do that. We can too. While others might merely flail their swords, only Chu Ning embodies the fluidity of sword intent and movement. The male cultivators clench their fists in frustration. What does he possess beyond good looks, higher cultivation, superior comprehension of sword intent, and a slightly elevated status? On the summit of Mount Ding, Ji Qingxiu observed the scene with great interest, a smile gracing her lips. Her disciple looks so captivating while practicing swordplay. The more she watches, the more she admires him. However, Ninger is not one for ostentation. He must not realize he is being observed by the entire sect. I shall remind him shortly. For now, I shall continue to watch. The number of observers within and outside the sect continues to swell. The once unknown Chu Ning gradually becomes a name whispered among every practitioner of the demon sect. Those who do not comprehend the sword path may dismiss it as mere bravado, albeit with some merit. After all, isn't drinking akin to showing off? Yet, those with a clear understanding of the sword can immediately perceive the sword intent circulating around Chu Ning, silently etching it into their memories. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Chu Ning relies solely on his swordsmanship and the study of the sword cultivators before him, breaking through 8 layers within a single day. Though he eventually disappeared into the bamboo grove, the crowd remained unfazed. In the inner sect, Zhou Yujin stood nearly in shock. During her third realm, she had also broken through 7 layers, only to be defeated by Jiang Kaikai. However, winning such battles was nowhere near as effortless as Chu Ning's performance. It was only when facing the 7th layer opponent, Luo Yu, that Chu Ning employed the immortal sword. Yet, this was merely Chu Ning wielding his sword, not the overwhelming prowess he displayed when triumphing over the demonic form earlier that day. Why is he so formidable? Zhou Yujin understands Chu Ning's strength all too well. In fact, she realizes she has no true grasp of how powerful he has become. Jealousy undoubtedly courses through her, even reaching the level of hatred. Her master had suggested she engage with Chu Ning, but how could that be possible? She is inherently proud and cannot bear to see others standing above her, let alone endure the humiliation of his words. However, perhaps through this imagery, she might discern just how strong Chu Ning truly is. Thus, it is indeed fortunate to discover a method to surpass him. Chapter 82. Is it reasonable? Chu Ning was quite curious as to why her master's secret realm was distinct from others. Upon initially entering this realm and encountering her master, she sensed something amiss. What made her master so unique? Eventually, the mystery unraveled. Her master was a demon lord. Chu Ning refrained from mentioning her grievances against the demon lord. Of course, with such elevated status, there were no issues. After breaking through the 3 realms and reaching the 8th layer, she once again met Ji Qingxiu. Inhaling deeply to steady her breath, a smile gracing her face. Master, this time I advanced solely through swordsmanship, without relying on my physical prowess. Although she had utilized her celestial sword later on, it was worth noting that her opponents also wielded celestial swords. There was no disgrace in her victory, for ultimately, she had triumphed. Ji Qingxiu nodded with a gentle smile upon hearing this. Very well, had you employed your demonic form, it might have been even easier to prevail. I am pleased to see your determination to refine your swordsmanship. As your master, it is imperative that my disciple knows how to wield a sword. Following this remark, Chu Ning maintained her composure as she instinctively took Ji Qingxiu's hand. Ji Qingxiu fell into silence for a moment, feeling the urge to caution her. Had it not been for her master's foresight in predicting that Chu Ning would not act here, thus shielding external perceptions in advance, this scene would likely leave the entire sect in a state of bewilderment. This disciple harbored impure intentions. Although she was not particularly concerned about outsiders' opinions, Chu Ning, in her current state, would inevitably face scrutiny. Her disciple, along with her companion, were simply not on the same level. Yet, as she had expressed to Zhou Yujin earlier, if one were to evaluate disciples, Zhou Yujin was indeed commendable and worthy of admiration. For her, the affection she held for Zhou Yujin was akin to admiration, as it was fundamentally different from her feelings for Chu Ning. Moreover, Zhou Yujin was diligent and hardworking. As the sect leader of the demon clan, she naturally wished to witness her disciples' earnest cultivation, ensuring the continuation of the sect's legacy without needing to intervene herself, thus allowing her to gracefully step down from her position. However, Ninger could not solely be regarded as a disciple, which is why her earlier remarks bore no hindrance. She possessed a clear mind regarding her sword's essence. Not overthinking matters, affection was affection, and disdain was disdain. Leaning against Ji Qingxiu for respite, A rare expression of relief crossed Chu Ning's face. Yet, a certain matter lingered in her heart, prompting her to wish to speak with Ji Qingqiu. Master, what is it? That day, concerning the demon will transformation technique. You must have discerned its purpose by now, correct? Ji Qingqiu gently embraced Chu Ning, nodding, while using demonic energy to mend the injuries upon her. She could glean the capabilities of the demonic figure through its essence. After a moment of silence, Chu Ning finally spoke. Then, Master, you should be aware of the saying that Xiongqi can perceive one's innermost thoughts, though those of higher cultivation may not hear it. Those of equal standing can certainly discern it. Ji Qingqiu immediately grasped Chu Ning's implication. You mean your senior sister? With a sigh, Chu Ning lamented. Xiongqi informed me that there was a reason my senior sister acted against me today, primarily because she has feelings for you? Chu Ning was taken aback, her expression one of sorrow and indignation. Just moments ago, her master had met with her. Could it be that her senior sister intended to confess her feelings to her master? How infuriating. You even snatched my master away. The fact that I haven't knocked you unconscious is merely me showing restraint. Ji Qingqiu sighed softly. Perhaps what you said is somewhat accurate. Yet it is not entirely as you perceive. Throughout my years as a mentor, I have encountered many individuals of this sort. For instance, the elders of the sect hold great admiration for me, and my disciples diligently strive to emulate my prowess. Even your master, Mu Li, harbors similar sentiments. Chu Ning scratched his head in confusion. Huh, Master Mu Li also has feelings for the master? Ji Qingqiu chuckled as she gently tapped Chu Ning's forehead. What are you thinking? To put it simply, it all boils down to strength. Observing Chu Ning's lingering perplexity, she continued. If I were not the current practitioner that I am, merely an ordinary cultivator with mediocre abilities and talents, akin to the countless disciples of the demon sect, nobody would take notice. As I have mentioned, the higher you ascend, the more such individuals will appear. For them, it becomes challenging to judge based on good or bad. One can only rely on their actions as a standard. If they commit excessive deeds, that is malevolence and warrants punishment. If not, then to them, my strength is a source of reassurance. As the sect leader, I instill pride in all disciples of the demon sect and inspire them to hone their skills. That is virtue. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ning seemed puzzled. So, you believe that Zhou Yujin's actions today are virtuous? Ji Qingqiu elaborated. From my perspective, her resolve is steadfast. Although her methods are ruthless, her cultivation and achievements speak volumes, and her future contributions to the demon sect will be significant. Thus, that is virtue. Chu Ning felt a chill in his heart. So, even when Zhou Yujin treats her disciples this way, you still say that? Ji Qingqiu smiled as she pinched Chu Ning's cheek. However, for me, that is indeed malevolence, as she has harmed you. Do you think I am not pained by that? At last, Chu Ning recognized the distinction. One is the true self, and the other is the mentor, correct? One stands from the perspective of the sect leader of the demon sect, and the other from the viewpoint of my master? Must it be so complicated? It's just the two of us. Can't you just help me scold her a little? Ji Qingqiu cradled Chu Ning's face, narrowing her eyes. Honestly, there is no need for me to elaborate so much. After all, it was you who got hurt because of your senior sister, and the fault lies with her. My explanation is not meant for you to forgive your senior sister or to accept her actions. That is your own sentiment. How you choose to respond will not influence how I treat you. Just know that in the future, you will inevitably encounter such situations. If someone like Zhou Yujin stands before you and utters similar words, how will you handle it? Especially if you have erred? Chu Ning scratched his head again. Master, with your words, I am always by your side. How could I ever encounter such people? Ji Qingqiu smiled faintly and raised her hand, summoning a projection of mountains and rivers. Disciples across the sect lifted their heads to gaze at the image. Chu Ning looked utterly bewildered. Master, there is nothing here. Ji Qingqiu replied. What I am referring to is the recorded imagery of you battling against various demonic entities in the heavenly demon treasure land. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Huh, does that mean, Ji Qingqiu said with a smile, her eyes narrowing, that just now my disciple was practicing swordplay while indulging in wine? Chu Ning suddenly stiffened, wishing he could burrow into the floor, utterly embarrassed by the ludicrous scene witnessed by so many. Who granted you the broadcasting rights? I certainly did not consent. He lamented. So, they haven't seen it now? I interfered with their projections. They might believe you and I were engaged in a duel, his master replied. Chu Ning felt tears welling up, relieved that the earlier moment of weakness where he reached for his master had gone unnoticed. Had it been seen, his uncle would have mercilessly teased him for ages. What of it? Master is someone I have painstakingly won over, so let them laugh. Yet, his current lack of prowess might lead others to perceive him as mere dependent. That simply would not do. Such a scenario would bring shame upon his master. So, what master just mentioned was likely about this. Ji Qingqiu nodded, creating another projection. Countless female disciples from various sects gazed upon him with admiration and envy, causing Chu Ning to gasp, just from witnessing a few of my matches. They regard me with such eyes. Master has been renowned in the southern wilderness for centuries, dominating the 3 teachings and myriad schools. Surely, there must be even more infatuated admirers. Was Zhou Yujin one of those infatuated fans? Perhaps, he mused, recalling the saying about gluttony. Whatever will be, will be. He resolved not to provoke Zhou Yujin, but should she initiate contact, he would not shy away from confronting her. Cherishing beauty is nonsense. In his heart, he held only his master. Nevertheless, he now understood his master's intentions. His master need not clarify the matter. It could merely be viewed as a conflict between disciples, not requiring intervention. Yet, it was precisely because his master treated him with such kindness that he felt compelled to explain seriously, devoid of any bias toward Zhou Yujin, only imparting some wisdom. Oh, master is truly wonderful. Suddenly, Chu Ning's gaze shifted, landing upon Ji Qingqiu. The youthful maiden was quite enchanting, after all. She was a disciple of his master. Ji Qingqiu's expression turned quizzical. What is it, Ning? Her words trailed off as the rebellious disciple leaned in, silencing her with a kiss. Ji Qingqiu's heart fluttered, her eyes reflecting helplessness. This rebellious disciple, indeed, did not conceal his intentions. His thoughts were laid bare, catching her off guard, yet it was precisely this spontaneity that stirred her heart. With no intention to resist, Ji Qingqiu slowly closed her eyes. Moments later, Chu Ning pulled away, satisfaction evident on his face. If they believed the disciple was engaged in battle with his master, how could the disciple allow such misunderstandings to persist? In this manner, it could truly be said that they had dueled,